Monster Synthesis Master. Chapter 700. Link was a little surprised. The magic goddess seemed to have known he was coming. However, all the survivors of Pandora settled in the Dawn city of Zhongyan Valley. There is no human activity here for the time being. How did the magic goddess get the news? Link is puzzled about it. I can read your inner doubts and feel the breath my sister left on you. Link immediately quibbled, I'm not. Don't talk nonsense. I'm very decent in my private life. I'll never have a woman's breath. Undefined, the true face of the magic goddess was not shown, but Link vaguely saw the turbulence in the magic flow to form a huge and fuzzy face. No mistake, it's my sister's breath. As for why I knew the news, it was because the whole Pandora was under my eyes. Look, the word is really grand. Link's mind suddenly appeared an invisible magic goddess, located in the void, looking at Pandora's picture. Now Link was curious. The magic goddess's huge magic turbulence was easy to deal with alien stars. Not to mention all extinction, it could at least prevent the rampant attack of alien stars to the greatest extent and buy more time for Pandora. But the magic goddess was indifferent, as if everything that happened on the planet had nothing to do with her. I'm just an observer of this planet, responsible for observing and recording everything that happens on the planet. Once you exceed your authority, you will lose the qualification to observe. Solemn and ethereal voices floated in the magical turbulence, and Link heard the new term observer for the first time. The Wasteland Singer speaks for herself, and Link can't interrupt at all. Unlike Pandora's magic goddess, Link would take the initiative to answer his doubts before he said it. It's really different from that cold sister. And he said face to face that he would give Link a reward. Such a considerate rich woman loved her. It's rare to meet such an intellectual and generous magic goddess. Link didn't pay attention to the reward first, and his attention mainly focused on understanding the identity of the observer. In his previous life, Link had never heard of any observers. His cognition of the Wasteland Singer and the magic goddess stayed in giving buff benefits to players regularly. As a result, this life accidentally came into contact with a deeper story that had not been found in the previous life, and immediately became interested. Take advantage of this communication to dig more about the observer. When Link thought of another question in his mind and waited for the magic goddess to answer, this time the magic goddess became less amiable and only threw out a few cold words, insufficient authority. These 4 words immediately reminded Link of Yazhizi and those robots with low intelligence. Only this kind of programming creature can have such a stylized answer. However, I didn't give up teaching. My mind turned and thought of another problem. The magic goddess said that the observer does not intervene in anything on the planet, but Talink is also a member of the planet. Giving such a rich reward is not equivalent to changing the development of the planet to some extent? This time, the magic goddess did not say that she had insufficient authority, but answered Link's doubts. As for the answer, Link listened to a black line on his forehead. Saving the wasteland and Pandora is your destiny. What we have done is not an accident, but to make your destiny develop in the established direction. In this regard, Link can only say, 3 ghosts and fans are comparable to God's mother-in-law. So fate is the tone and name of the game, but you don't have to take everything out. After that, Link thought about several more questions, but the answers were all lack of permission. In this regard, Link can only shrug helplessly, at least more information than the exchange with the Wasteland Singer, which can be regarded as a kind of progress. From the mouth of the magic goddess, Link corrected the view of previous lives. These seemingly ignore the planet Fudge are actually members of the so-called observer. It can be inferred from their behavior that they exist to record what happens on the planet. As for whether the so-called observer is an organization or a race, it is not known for the time being. But it is certain that all of them have unique abilities and strong strength. At least from Link 2's point of view, the strength of these observers has reached at least level B. As long as they like, they can solve the current alien disaster in minutes. Know what you should know, and slowly understand what you shouldn't know in the future. Now let's discuss the reward for saving Pandora. As soon as he said this, the magic turbulence around him was like a manic sea, restoring calm. All magic flows regularly, forming a magnificent magic painting volume. In the center of the painting volume, a woman formed by magic hung in the air. The magic merged into her body and formed a magic coat on the surface. The soft magic light around the body is enough to restore calm to any violent creature. Although the face of the magic goddess is vaguely unreal, this hazy feeling adds a lot of mystery and makes people imagine. You have successfully completed your destiny. Please accept my gift. There was a magic wave in front of the magic goddess, and then a reward appeared in the air in front of Link. You have obtained Master Tower Blueprint, Purple, Zhiza Design Blueprint, Disabled, X1 and Magic Pivot Network Core, Purple. Link saw 3 kinds of rewards and his eyes lit up. The magic goddess gave more rewards than her unreliable sister. I will tell my sister what you think in the future. The magic goddess suddenly opened her mouth. Link was caught off guard. Unexpectedly, the observers were still interested in suing. Link ordered Afu to put away the rewards. Ignoring the effects of these rewards, he smiled and said, "I'm just kidding." "You're serious?" In other words, since the duty is to observe, I don't think it's necessary to pass a small note. The magic goddess's eyes were deep, and Link suddenly felt that he was seen through, a little sluggish. "Well, my mission is completed. Next, you need to continue your mission." As soon as the magic female myth sound fell, all the magic streams around began to converge towards the center. The magic border around several kilometers began to bind and shrink. When all the magic condensed into the body of the magic goddess, the body of the magic goddess shone with dazzling brilliance, and the dazzling light even made Link and Afu unable to open their eyes. But after a moment, all the light disappeared, and there was no magic flow in the whole area, as if everything had never happened. The players who had been outside the magic turbulence before Leadwine were also very stunned at the moment. He just waited outside the magic turbulence. He didn't know why the turbulence suddenly changed its rules. He tried to enter but was rejected. After a while, all the magic began to tighten. Vaguely, Yunjiu seemed to see an incarnation of light. After that, everything returned to its original state, followed by the back of Link and Afu. Just as the wine was still stunned and amazed at the spectacular scene just now, Link and Afu had come back leisurely. "Okay, don't be stunned. We're going back to town." He hurried back to his senses and got on Link's thief ship in a muddle. After the landing ship took off, the brain-leading wine gradually recovered and reflected what had just happened. "No, I forgot the video." Yunjiu suddenly regained his mind, as if he had missed a lottery worth $5 million. This kind of scene is rare. I don't know when it will be next time. If such a good piece of material is sent to the forum, it can definitely cause a burst of posts and onlookers. After all, there are too many elements in the video, such as the magic goddess, the king of traffic, Link, and the big scene. It's difficult to think of fire if so many elements are mixed together. The wine sighed at the thought of missing such a good opportunity. Instead of being immersed in the mistakes of the past, it's better to grasp the present and plan how to make use of the gifts left by the magic goddess. Link suddenly said something he couldn't touch his head, stunned the wine, and then found that he suddenly had a more state gift of the magic goddess. This buff effect is very powerful and lasts for 7 days. Within 7 days, the effect of experience points obtained from all channels is increased by 10%, and the 5-dimensional attribute is increased by 10%, providing an additional 10% damage-free and damage bonus. Yunjiu's face was gradually excited to twist. Such an anti-sky buff was too strong for him. He took the lead in finding the magic goddess, so he laid a ticket, so he didn't have to participate in the cruel professional league next. Moreover, with the strength of wine introduction, if you want to participate in the professional league to get tickets, the probability is almost equal to 0. Now with the gift of the magic goddess, he can seize the time to practice and improve while everyone participates in the professional league. The bonus of attributes, damage, and injury-free makes him a civilian equipment that can challenge the tasks and copies that can only be received by high players. With the improvement of experience, he can actually complete the corner pursuit. Just after Link met the wine, he saw the state of this guy. To tell you the truth, even Link drooled when he saw such a powerful buff. Imagine how much effect it could improve if it was poured on him. As the only outsider present in addition to the party concerned, the reward for introducing wine is that the magic goddess is the first to find himself and contact Link in order to reward him. According to the magic goddess, it was fate that made him the first to find himself and cluster into this dialogue. Landing inside the ship, Link took a look at his mission. Although there is no change in the task at the moment, through the conversation with the magic goddess, he knows that the NPC regarded by the players as Fulogi in previous lives actually has a story behind it, which is an organization or race called Observer. Perhaps when Victoria sees the last night goddess, he will know more about the Observer. As for the fate they said, Link didn't think much. The game company was just a gimmick to coincide with the theme. He has been reborn. The line of fate has long been chaotic. Why should it be established? Then Link focused on 3 rewards. I have to say that the magic goddess not only speaks well and understands people's feelings, but also gives much better rewards than the wasteland singer. At least the abandoned singer is their local observer, and the reward is not as much as that of an outsider. For this, Link can only say that people are not old-fashioned. Let's talk about these 3 rewards in detail. We can only say that the magic goddess is too considerate. The first is the Master Tower Blueprint. As an epic drawing, the emergence of the Master Tower Blueprint also exactly conforms to the characteristics of Pandora Star, and magic is in power. Mage Tower is the place where all magicians dream of practicing. It is full of strong magic. At the same time, it has all kinds of advanced Dharma array blessings. It is a mobile magic fortress. Sky City, which was destroyed in the battle, is a weakened version of the Mage Tower. The effect is about 1/5 of the blueprint in front of us. If all the Mage Towers are completed, take the pirate ships modified by Helen Magic as the measurement unit, which is about equal to the combat effectiveness of 3-5 pirate ships. Once completed, it will be the 3rd warship of the mechanical fortress and the strongest combat equipment under Link besides the Black Throne. There is no need to say more about Zhai's design blueprint. I like to add one to the fragments. Now Link has 2 fragments in his hand. Not surprisingly, he can get one in Victoria. At that time, only 2/3 of the whole Zhai will be left. Finally, if you want to introduce the Magic Pivot Network Core in one word, the most appropriate way is the Magic Energy Core. The core function of Magic Pivot Network is to provide huge magic energy. At the same time, with its network architecture, it can quickly form a fast and efficient magic network and formulate rule logic in a magic barren land. When a magician is shrouded in the Magic Pivot Network, the magic recovery speed and casting will be improved. It is equivalent to the connection between the mechanical fortress and the celestial eye satellite. The mechanical fortress puts the Tianyan satellite into orbit, and then the Tianyan satellite can scan and understand the planet all day in all directions, serving Link and players on the planet. The same is true for the core of the Magic Pivot Network. Spread the magic network, and then all magicians can benefit. Mage Tower needs energy drive, and the Magic Pivot Network core is the best choice. These rewards are all for you. You are worthy of being a magic goddess. You are beautiful. When the landing ship returned to the mechanical fortress, Link saw the scene outside through the water drop window. The previously crowded players had been shunted and were not crowded outside. Link looked at the time. It took him less than 2 hours back and forth. Helen and Penny solved the problem of players getting together. It was really efficient. The landing ship entered the berthing port and then slowly sailed into the pirate ship. When Link came out of the harbor, a figure rushed up. Führer, I heard you went to see the spirit mother of the secret law. Gamish looked excited. Oh, I forgot to say that the secret Dharma Mother is actually the magic goddess, which is a native name of Pandora. As for players, they are more used to calling them magic goddess. Yes, she said, I made great contributions to turning the tide and gave me a lot of rewards. A capitalist smile rose from the corner of Link's mouth. The Overseer Mage Tower and the labor force to place the core of the magic pivot network are not there. What he needs to do next is to deceive the labor force to work for him for free. P.S. This book has 700 chapters, 2.31 million words. It can't be written without everyone's support. Thank you, Wanjun. Chapter 701. Gamish's face could not help showing a curious expression. The secret Dharma Mother appears on Pandora from time to time. Each appearance will bring blessings to the nearby worshipping creatures. Even when Gamish was young, he sought a breakthrough. Like countless admirers, he looked all over the world for the whereabouts of the secret Dharma Mother, hoping that the other party would give him a gift, so that he could break through the shackles. However, the gifts of the secret Dharma Spirit Mother are all from she people. Although everyone gets different, they can basically ensure fairness. Gamish has lived to be 120 years old. He has never heard of the secret Dharma Mother giving a reward to someone alone. Now I know that Link met with the secret Dharma Mother alone, and I heard that he was rewarded. After sweeping away the usual calm, the expression on his face is as eager to wait for Link's words as a baby full of unknowns about the world. Link's expression was bland. It seemed that he was not moved by the reward at all. His tone was even more light, with a three-point carelessness. It's nothing, just gave a design blueprint of the Mage Tower and the Magic Hub network driving core. Undefined. Link deliberately hid the fragments of Zhi's design blueprint. After all, the fewer people who know this thing, the better. Once you open a hole here, you can't leak out from anywhere when you enter the universe in the future. At that time, the speaker has no intention and the listener has intention, which will bring unnecessary trouble to Link. However, just the two words that Link said casually had made Gamish's heart tighten, as if he had been pinched by a powerful big hand. Mage Tower, Magic Hub, Network-Driven Core. These two things are the dream of countless mages, and the Sky City, built by several generations of amazing mages and called a miracle by the whole Pandora, is just a weakened version of the Mage Tower. Many top mages failed to make the distance between Sky City and Mage Tower one step closer after completing their skills, which is very difficult. Now the secret Magic Mother has directly given the design blueprint of Master Link's Tower and the Magic Hub network driving core. Combined with the two, Link can build a powerful magic country on his own. It takes minutes to surpass Pandora. After all, no one knows the importance of Mage Tower and Magic Net to a mage better than Gamish. If Pandora has a Mage Tower, they will not have the power to fight back in the face of alien stars. Even Gamish believes that they can use Pandora's own power to drive the invaders out of the planet. Gamish was shocked and countless thoughts flashed in his heart for a moment. Various complex emotions are intertwined to form an unspeakable emotion. Link talked to himself as he walked, as if he was still complaining, "What's the use of giving me this thing? I don't have a magician, and the materials needed to build the magician tower are huge. It's totally thankless. It's better to put up the blueprint and talk about it later." When Gamish heard this, his heart was completely confused. In a humble tone, he hurried to say, "If the Führer needs anything, our Sky City Magic School can help." Mage Tower is not actually a tool or equipment, but a powerful offensive weapon, similar to pirate ships in the harbor. Once formed, it can play a stronger force than a pirate ship. With the Magic Pivot Network core, you can reach the magic network coverage at the planet level, and provide spell casting energy and strength enhancement for all your magicians. Link understood, blinked, and then asked, "But I don't have so many magicians under my command. Would it be too wasteful to invest so many resources to build something that is not used by people? We should know that we are in the early stage of resource shortage, and we must use every resource on the blade." Just before Link finished, Gamish waved his hand and said, "You don't need to worry about this. Pandora has enough resources to build the Mage Tower, and our School of Magic can also train people with talent in magic and expand the lineup. As for supervising the construction of the Mage Tower, you can rest assured that our teachers and students of the School of Magic can witness the birth of a Mage Tower and participate in it personally, which is our glory." Link smiled happily on his face and then clenched Gamish's hands. "Thank you so much, Dean. You are so warm-hearted." Gamish's face was solemn, and his palm overlapped with Link's. "The head of state, it's our honor that you are not far away from Pandora across the galaxy. Our School of Magic can solve your problems for you. What's more, the Magic School is now a member of the Wasteland Expedition. It's all our own people who say that." After a pleasant dialogue, the two sides reached an agreement. Link provided the drawings and magic pivot core, and Gamish and the Academy of Magic undertook the construction. After the construction, the Mage Tower belonged to Link, but the Academy of Magic had the right to use it, which was similar to the relationship between the landlord and the tenant. Of course, everyone in the School of Magic will be responsible for the maintenance of the Mage Tower on weekdays, and Link's orders will prevail. Well, Link only provided drawings and magic pivot core. Without even materials, he directly got a Mage Tower and supporting maintenance services without any extra payment. It can be said that capitalists shed tears when they saw this wave. After finishing this, Link Mazizi returned to the lounge and issued an order to Troy on the way. "Troy, inform the senior management that we will continue to stay in Pandora for 10 days and let them make arrangements." "Okay, Führer, I'll inform you right away." The reason why he wanted to stay in Pandora for 10 more days was that after reading the blueprint, Gamish's eyes brightened, his tone trembled and said, "10 days. In only 10 days, I can lead the people of the Magic School to build this Mage Tower." Link took a look at Victoria's form before making up his mind. Although Victoria's chrysanthemum potential is tense now, it has not yet reached the situation of national subjugation and extinction like Pandora. Moreover, because of Victoria's special world characteristics, magic, steampunk and mystics are everywhere, and all kinds of strange things exist. On the contrary, there are bright moves from time to time in the process of fighting against alien stars. Although we are still losing ground in the general situation, when we zoom into the details, every battle has something remarkable. This also led to some losses when the alien attacked Victoria, which required a continuous increase in troops. Seeing this, Link agreed to Gamish's plan to build a Mage Tower in 10 days. After all, it was the people who had manipulated the Sky City who could easily understand many of them. In addition, there was direct magic pivot core energy, which solved the most critical problem. If it wasn't for the time required to collect materials, Gamish even dared to guarantee with Link that the construction would be completed in 5 days. Link returned to the lounge, lay on the rattan chair and thought to himself, the Pandora Professional League will be in 2 days. The competition will last for 3 days. After that, he will stay in Pandora for a week. What should he do? Link thought for a while, and suddenly a fine light flashed in his eyes. All right, that's it. Take advantage of the last few days in Pandora to get the last one. Time flies. The days that can't pretend to force always pass so fast. The time soon comes to the League Day. Although the mechanical fortress is huge, it still seems small in front of the number of players. The qualifier was arranged to be held in Zhuge City, which is also the first large-scale event in Zhuge City since its establishment. The city is full of people, and there are an endless stream of players. Link did not appear at the scene of the qualifier, including legendary figures such as Antonidas and Gamish. However, they all sent their own spokesman. The School of Magic had 2 senior mages, and the Mechanical Fortress also sent Afu and his little attendant Jalu. Although Afu's identity is a servant, Link's personal servant status is suddenly different. And among players who know Link well, Afu has another identity, Lucky Son. Afu's luck is exaggerated to the extreme. The forum even joked that don't ask Afu in case of trouble, men who really control the wasteland situation and so on. Even the anchor produced the live video of Afu, an important NPC, which aroused a burst of popularity on the internet. Afu's story of loyalty and courage and luck also swept Pandora and Victoria. Therefore, for players of Novice Planet, the image of this dark-skinned little fat man is still well known. It is precisely for these reasons that Link arranged for Afu to attend. Of course, a more important reason is that other people have things to do. Afu is the only one who has weight and time. Xingziu secretly made the Mage Tower with Gamage. After all, the Scroll of the Blood Array was newly obtained before. Using the Mage's fast casting and projection technology and the core energy of the magic pivot, the Mage Tower can be quickly arranged into a blood array at high altitude, providing more attack means and possibilities for the Mage Tower. Helen and Dave collected enough Pandora's unique resources after going through the busy work of the previous few days. These heavenly masters and grandchildren were buried in the laboratory to strive to transform the Martyr unmanned raider from a design blueprint into an entity. Grace doesn't walk out of the door all day. She's at ease to take care of her children in her misty manner. Miranda's mood has been stable recently, and there's nothing above. Therefore, it's rare for her body's energy expansion rate to maintain a stable growth level, and Link hasn't bothered the two women too much. Macaw and Silverhand were arranged to monitor Abaddon. Link also met Macaw once yesterday and found that there was a light circle of black near the guy's small eyes. It seems that the task of 24-hour surveillance is not so easy. The 5 elders of the Moon Shadow Council also made new discoveries recently. Helen and Dave went out to collect resources before. The 5 elders found that there is a kind of mineral energy that contains natural energy and can stimulate plant growth. They have been immersed in research these 2 days. As for others, it basically has no weight. The first day of the qualifying match went on very quickly, with multiple groups going on at the same time, half in the morning and half in the afternoon. Wasteland players are arranged in VIP seats. After all, these people are killed by real swords and guns from higher-level wasteland players, and their strength is not mixed with water. I came to watch the game this time. I also wanted to see the strength of Pandora players. Especially after staying in Pandora for so many days, we can basically hear about the famous experts. In addition, as mentioned in the previous forum, they also came to watch the game with the attitude of updating information. Not surprisingly, these strong players will get tickets to board the mechanical fortress, and then take action with the players of the wasteland. In the eyes of wasteland players, these people are future competitors, and their task rewards should be divided. So how can you not know more about your future opponents? However, because there are a large number of players who meet the standard, these strong players are basically staggered in the first stage. The strength of the opponents they encounter is very ordinary. Basically, they can win or lose within a few rounds. It is difficult to see the strong points. Moreover, because of the unique environment of the wasteland, the most seen are powers. Although powers and magic are divided into one of the superpower systems by the system, they are not closely related. The players of the wasteland have seen many abilities, but not many serious magicians have seen them. They just take this opportunity to find out. Pandora has a large audience of players. Many people not only envy, but also hold a sense of collectivity. After all, the selected are the pioneers who represent Pandora to enter the universe. In the future, they will collide with the player group of Wasteland. So the audience are supporting Pandora's old strong players. I hope they'd better not meet them in advance and meet smoothly. Dawn City and Mechanical Fortress are not far away, but now they are 2 different styles. The professional league in Dawn City is a carnival belonging to the players alone. The experts cut through thorns and thorns to join forces and fight to determine the victory and defeat ranking. The audience watched it heartily, and every victory or defeat can affect the heart of gambling dogs. In the Mechanical Fortress not far away, everyone is studying their own things, which is not driven by the player's atmosphere. In the 500 square meter rest room, Link was in the collection room, beating something against a cube in front of him. This cube is the Dean's box that Link got before, and it is also one of the culprits that Wasteland can summon alien stars. But now it's hanging up, and Link naturally has it. After that, when the mechanical fortress took off, encountered interstellar predators, Slavan rescue signals, and then rushed to rescue Pandora, Link had no spare time to study it. In previous lives, Dean's box was always placed in a lane snow mountain. Players flocked to create better weapons and equipment in order to extract special effects. But because of the butterfly effect, now that this thing has come to Link's hands, it naturally has to play its due role. With the upgrade of the level, the combat level encountered in the universe is higher and higher. Many of Link's early weapons are useless now. Taking advantage of the professional league outside, Link also got a few days of rare leisure time. The plan to get the last sum can only be carried out after the professional league. Link took advantage of these 2 days to extract and transform the existing weapons. Then, let's start with you. Link slipped his hand over a table of weapons and landed on a shining dagger. Broken Throat, the weapon that accompanied Link for a long time in the early stage, has been basically shelved because it can't keep up with damage and attributes. What Link has to do is extract the special effect of Broken Throat and attach it to another weapon. Throat Cutting, attacking the throat will add 100% damage blade to the critical hit bonus. You can add Breath Force to the Broken Throat blade, causing 30 additional damage and bleeding effect. Consumption, 1 energy/second. Looking at the 2 special effects of Broken Throat, Link took a deep breath and muttered, "Hope is the first." Chapter 702. Link put the Broken Throat dagger into Dean's box, and the runes outside Dean's box began to flow. After the energy was launched, Dean's box even began to tremble. The scene of extracting attributes was no different from the unpacking picture of other Krypton Gold page tours. After a burst of shaking and light, the lid of Dean's box was opened again, indicating Link to put in the main equipment that needs to be enchanted. Link took a look at the existing equipment. Whether it was throat cutting or blade, the effect could only be exerted on the short blade. Moreover, Link had already prepared the main weapon for enchanting, picked up Kolar's dagger and threw it into Dean's box. The box closed again and began to shake like a lottery. After a burst of blue and purple light, everything calmed down. Undefined when the box was opened again, the surface color of Kolar's dagger changed. The original dim matte color no longer exists, but an indescribable sharpness. The flash dagger is made of extraterrestrial meteorite iron. Its brightness is very low, so the original blade is not obvious. Its biggest function is the special effect of space-time flash. But this time, after adding the Broken Throat dagger effect, the appearance has changed. The dagger blade is still dim, but it gives people an introverted edge. Link can't wait to pick up the flash dagger to check its properties. This is the first weapon he has extracted in his life. If he fails, the flash dagger has no potential. You should know that there are up to 3 special effects affixes for blue weapons and up to 4 purple epic weapons. Extracting enchantments can break this limit, but you can only add 1 additional one. Once the affix extraction fails, this will also be the end of the flashing dagger. After reading the data of the flashing dagger, Link couldn't help sighing, and the tension just now dissipated. Luck was very proud and stood on his side. This time, he extracted the enchantment and successfully attached the appropriate affix attribute to the flash dagger. Kolar's dagger, Soul Binding. Quality, Epic, Purple. Parameters, Attack Power 100-130, Length 27 cm, Weight 1 kg. Equipment Requirements, LV30 above, Strength 85, Agility 85. Attribute Bonus, Strength plus 50, Agility plus 50. Special Effect, Blink. The owner can blink unconditionally to the location of the dagger without distance limit. Consumption, 25 energy/time. Eviscerate. Attacks from behind can cause 150% damage. Grace relief: when using Kolar's dagger, you have a 15%/10%/5% chance to deal 3/4/5 times damage. Specialization: increases the effect of all dagger skills by 15%. Cut throat: attached, attacking the throat will add 100% damage to the critical hit bonus. The Dean's magic box made by Saffron really gives face. Lin Kemei sighed. With the special effect of cutting throat, the effect of the flash dagger has been improved. It has also successfully extended the life of the flash dagger and can support higher level battles. 5 special effects. Blink: needless to say, Flash, the sole skill of dagger eviscerate, can cause 150% damage behind the back. The special effect of gift liberation has a multiple chance to cause critical hit. The effect of specialization increases the dagger skill and effect by 15%. Now when cutting throat attacks the throat, it will cause 100% additional damage, directly filling the attack. These luxurious special effects add up. Although the dagger is still displayed in purple epic level, it has a faint meaning of sub-legend now. What is missing is only parameter damage and attribute bonus. Unfortunately, parameter damage and attributes can only be added in a later version. If you have to say an event, it's time to get out of the Morwell Galaxy cluster and leave the Star Harbor. After synthesizing the flash dagger, Link looked at the Crown of Mind and the Elemental Ring. After entering the universe, the biological strength of spiritual power encountered is relatively high, and the spiritual crown can no longer play its role well. Link simply wants to transplant the effect of the crown to the element ring. With the spell catastrophe effect of the element ring, he can also increase the special effect of the crown, which is the best combination he can do now. The Crown of Mind has 3 special effects, namely: Psychic Magnetic Field Beam: the unique strong magnetic field of the crown will block the consciousness of any external invasion for 1 hour. Psychic Magnetic Field Increase: the crown can enhance your mental power, so that you can use your mental power like a power for 30 minutes. Magnetic Field Distortion: the psychic crown can distort the nearby magnetic field, making the crown disappear and invisible visually. No matter which special effect it is, it will help to improve the element Dharma ring. Of course, if you have to choose one, Link still thinks beam or increase is better at most. Magnetic field distortion can visually hide the element Dharma ring, which can cause unexpected effects, but it is slightly less functional, and cannot enjoy the 30% increase of spell catastrophe. With a 2/3 probability, Link thought it was worth a try. After putting the Crown of Mind into Dean's box, with a dull twitch, everything returned to peace. After that, Link took off the element ring and put it into it. After the blue and purple light, the element ring with a new affix slowly emerged from the open magic box. Elemental Ring. Quality: Epic, Purple. Parameter: it is made of secret silver and engraved with secret runes. Equipment requirements: LV30 or above, energy 100 points. Attribute bonus: intelligence plus 30, energy plus 30. Special effect: elemental control, randomly release an arcane, frost, fire, holy, lightning, physics and toxicity skill. Consumption: 50 energy points/time. Spell Cataclysm: single element effect increased by 30%. Psychic Magnetic Field Increase: attached, Dharma precepts can enhance your mental power, so that you can use your mental power like a power for 30 minutes. When the increase effect came to hand, Link rubbed his hands. What do you want today? It seems that I shook hands with Afu this morning and asked him to praise himself. It seems that it's still useful. Lin Kemei opened his eyes and smiled. His energy attribute is now as high as 325 points. With the protection of dream-sending demons and the blessing of brain closure, unless he is a strong B and mental system, it is impossible for him to break through Link's brain unprepared. As for the previous magic goddess, it was the result of Link's deliberately letting go of part of his thinking and brain after he found that she had telepathy. Therefore, among the 3 skills, the effect of increase can be said to be the best. After that, Link extracted the effect of impact power boots and added it to the nano combat clothing, so that the nano combat clothing was attached with the special effect of jet power. After all this, Link happily put away Dean's box. The company has integrated 3 pieces of equipment, which not only strengthens the existing equipment, but also saves some equipment grids. Later, it can equip more powerful components to expand its combat attributes. Maybe after Victoria, players can also try the effect of Dean's magic box. Players are one of the few creatures with unlimited potential in the mechanical fortress. Although Link has also arranged replica crystals in the mechanical fortress, these are elite players of waste soil, and only a few replica crystals have been brushed out. Whether it's 5 or 25 copies, it's as simple as chopping melons and vegetables in front of these powerful elites. In addition, the 5-person book and single book can only be swiped once a day, and the team copy of 25 people can only be swiped once a week. At most, it is a routine clock out, and most of the experience is gained. Although replicas can also produce some equipment, most of the replicas in the mechanical fortress are about level 50, and the equipment obtained is not as good as that provided by Helen, that is to say, players can't get much improvement except experience. In this case, launch the extraction effect of Dean's magic box, so that the equipment players hit in the previous copy can be reused, enhance the existing equipment and enhance the player's strength in multiple dimensions. Of course, this promotion comes at a price. Link visited the forum. Because of his butterfly effect, alien stars launched attacks on the 3 novice planets in advance, so players' attention focused on fighting alien stars and didn't have much time to explore their own planet. At present, Pandora and Victoria haven't found players extracted from the magic box, at least not on the forum. The first day of the competition is mainly screening to eliminate some ordinary players. Therefore, the whole day's competition process tends to be flat, with occasional highlights. Rao is even Afu's conscientious subordinates who do whatever Lin Kefan tells them to do. When they come back, they yawn again and again. Jalua behind him was still immersed in excitement. Since he was taken to the mechanical fortress, the young man has seen unprecedented things and novel people. It's a novel experience to visit other planets and watch a large-scale duel about aliens. The different state of the 2 people made Link laugh. Patted Afu on the shoulder and said comfortingly, "Well, tomorrow's game will be held in the mechanical fortress. Just turn your work to the commander-in-chief, so you don't have to go to the guest seat." Afu breathed a sigh of relief, and the depression on Jalu's face behind him was seen by Link. "Jalu, you'll wait behind the podium tomorrow. I'll call you if you need anything." The podium, which is the best place to watch the game, is not one of them. Jalu immediately showed an excited expression on his face and promised. The next morning, many players came out of Dawn City and came to the mechanical fortress. At the end of the first day's qualifying competition, the next day's competition was held in the mechanical fortress. Contestants can enter by virtue of their identity, but there are restrictions on viewers. Only those with a reputation of more than 20 points of the Wasteland Expedition Army can enter the war. This move is mainly because the internal space of the mechanical fortress is limited and cannot accommodate so many players. It can only be selected in this way. In the big data of Troy's data center, there are about 20,000 people with a reputation of more than 20 points, which meets the site accommodation standard. After all, only players who have done tasks for waste soil and are interested in waste soil can be qualified to enter the mechanical fortress to watch the war. That makes sense. If yesterday was a small test of ox knife and keeping hands to hide moves, the opponent to face today needs to show the strength of lion versus rabbit, because no one knows whether there will be a dark horse. Because of his negligence, he couldn't climb the mechanical fortress and participate in the plot of version 2.0 at the first time. He couldn't cool himself because of this mistake. The purpose of the professional league must be clear to everyone. All the finalists are Pandora's most outstanding aliens. Today, we gather in the mechanical fortress to select the strongest professions, groups, and individuals in Scuffle. and you will join the Wasteland expedition on behalf of Pandora and fight against alien stars together. Link's speech is very brief. Up to now, there is no need to create any extra force. As long as he sits here, he is a force in itself. As for others, there is never a lack of brain monsters in players. They will help you complete the rendering. The game started soon. Link was there, so he just strolled around the forum. Only when the well-known Pandora player in the previous life comes out will he cut out his perspective and take a little look at the game. However, at present, the strength of players has been difficult to get into the eyes of Link. Link can only rely on the memory of previous lives to carefully search for the achievements of these players in the future and see where they can be used. For example, the pursuit of the wind by the Star of Sliven is directly full of chi. Link only needs to drink tea and eat breakfast in the mechanical fortress to get rich task rewards and be the man behind successful players. However, because Link was in the wasteland in his previous life, his understanding of Pandora was limited to a few well-known players, so Link didn't watch a few games after all the events. Individual players are famous for strong dragons Hixiong, the rain stopped and the stink of being smoked to death. Guild groups are famous for two foreign guilds, Winter City and Hogwarts. Well, you can know what it is by looking at the guild name Laoan. Qianglong's Hixiong got the first place worthy of the name. He's going to the universe with me. Are you willing? Link looked at Antonidas jokingly. He pried away Gamish. Now Qianglong's Hixiong won the first place again. He is sure to get a ticket. He pried away the two awards around him. After that, Antonidas will be alone. Antonidas smiled and waved his head. It's too late for me to have the opportunity to go out and see a broader world. Besides, I have a hunch that we will meet again soon in the near future. Antonidas has a positive attitude, mainly because after the near destruction of his home, his attention should be focused on the restoration of people's livelihood and prevention, and his small emotions were forgotten by him. Link finally came to the stage and delivered his closing speech, which was no different from that in the wasteland, that is, what prospects and hopes, but after saying that, he added a sentence that shocked all the players present. From tomorrow on, I will personally teach you skills as my last gift before leaving Pandora. Link taught the skills himself. I remember the last time this happened, it was almost a year ago. You can learn skills everywhere, but you can communicate closely with Link, learn skills, and even see what abilities he has. Just these are enough to meet the snooping psychology of all players. Chapter 703. Even Antonidas, sitting next to Link, was shocked. It's not necessary. Antonidas asked weakly. You should know that there are a large number of strange people. If you teach skills openly, you can't be tired to death at the end of the day. Moreover, Link should be good at martial arts or mystery skills, which is completely inconsistent with the skill trend of Pandora players, and there is nothing to teach. Link said meaningfully, let me share a little more pressure for your friend at last. In Antonida's eyes, Link's whole body is filled with holy light and radiates the glory of human nature. Only one side knew the inside story. The corners of Gamish's mouth twitched and his heart was very complex. Undefined on the one hand, I admire Link's calm lying. If he didn't know the inside story, I'm afraid he would have an expression with Antonidas and be infected by Link's personality charm. On the other hand, Antonidas is still too simple to easily believe what others say, even if he is the man who turned the tide and saved the whole Pandora. Gamish sighed in his heart. It seems that he was right to leave this time. There is no doubt about Antonidas' strength, but he is still too young in emotional intelligence and life. Only when they leave and let Antonidas face things alone will he grow up. So even if he knew the truth, Gamish didn't intend to say it and sell Link a face in order to make Antonidas have a long memory. The materials needed for the Mage Tower have been transported back, and will be available for the first time in 5 days. At that time, the whole Pandora will tremble, and Antonidas will know the truth. It doesn't matter. I'm just taking a final rest to make these selected elites adapt to the new environment, and then I'll rush to the next place, Victoria Star. Speaking of this, Link's expression suddenly became serious and his tone was meaningful. After Victoria's dilemma is solved, the alien will be at an impasse. I'm afraid it's not far from the big showdown. Hearing the battle, Antonidas and Gamish looked serious. According to Link, the alien legion itself has a huge force. Now the scale of invasion is not even 1/5. There are many strong men with top combat power. The level of war messengers is just the vanguard of their command. It's frightening to think about the scale of battle with alien stars. Link's face was relaxed and freehand. Looking at the two people with tight expressions, he said with relief, "Well, don't worry. There must be a way to the front of the mountain. What's more, the biggest headache of alien stars will not be us, but the First Order." Pandora Professional League came to an end. I watched a hearty game. All kinds of well-known players fought with each other. In the past, there were still opinions on ranking and strength on the forum, but after the war, both ranking and strength got a fixed number, and there was no dispute. The topic brought by the professional league is still very high, and the players are still discussing when they leave. Promoted players have also been led to their residence by Afu. The rewards will then be sent directly to their resting place. Next, they should adapt to their new life in the mechanical fortress. The next day, when Link appeared outside the mechanical fortress, countless players flocked to him. Even the players in the mechanical fortress lined up early to see Link's strength. Looking at the vast number of players, Lin Kefi didn't feel the pressure, and the corners of his mouth even turned up a little. Gamish could not help taking a breath when he saw the scene outside through the porthole of the mechanical fortress. It is described in 4 words as a vast sea of people. Rao is the dean of the Sky City School of Magic, and he has never taught so many people. Is Link able to teach so many people skills? On the high wall of Dawn City, Antonidas looked at the crowd and expressed the same doubts. But at the time of doubt, it is more a kind of guilt and moving. The vast majority of players here are not qualified to board the mechanical fortress, but Link insisted on teaching them to solve their doubts and made it clear that it is to improve Pandora's strength on his own. Antonidas knows that Link is blessing Pandora in his own way. Antonidas is full of gratitude for this ally who has turned the tide and is still supporting him with practical actions. Antonidas is secretly determined to help him back after his strength is improved in the future. Link glanced at the shy and helpless player in front of him. After sitting down, he gently waved his hand and looked at the player in front of him. "You have found your own way. You can strengthen it next. You can choose my skills here." With his investigation skills, Link easily sees through the player's data and attributes, and keenly sees that the other party's skill selection and collocation have a specific route. The player showed a surprised expression. Today, he mainly wanted to pay a close visit to Link's honor and temperament. In terms of skills and characteristics, he has gone his own way and doesn't want to change. But as soon as he met, he was pierced by Link, which surprised him very much. When he approached Link and saw his skills displayed, the player immediately took a breath. It is in response to the sentence "word is too big, you bear it." Full 4 pages of skills. It's silly to show this player directly. There are many skills in the martial arts department, from the basic Chong fist, rush, crane-shaped fist, to the advanced Yi Jin Jing, ignoring pain, split empty chop, and all 10 sides are destroyed. Although he already knew that Link was very powerful, he was like a god overlooking all sentient beings in the Battle of Zhonggayan Valley. But when I saw Link's skills with my own eyes, I realized how comprehensive his strength was. What was revealed was just the tip of the iceberg. Split air chopping is not the skill of alien war messengers. I didn't expect that Link would also. What is the destruction of all 10 sides? The scope and damage are too terrible. The breath of the dead is completely xie. Then the second page is power skills. In front of the brain closure, these are still normal, mostly auxiliary. After all, Link didn't drink the genetic mutation potion, and the body cells didn't wake up. Powers are a natural threshold, but magic is not. So in his spare time these days, Link borrowed a lot of books from the School of Magic neatly, learned all the skills he could learn, and directly promoted them to level 10. If according to the specifications of the School of Magic, as long as one of the skills reaches level 10, he can be called an Archmage, then Link is now an all-round Archmage, and the only thing he lacks is that he has no self-created skills. The player looked up at Link and looked down at the skill bar. Unbelievable, blinking is not an illusion. He was right. There are all kinds of spells in Link's skill bar. Wind, fire, lightning, earth, and some chaotic spells with complex states. As long as you can pronounce your name, there are everything. That's ridiculous. Where on earth did Link learn so many spells? And proficient in everything. Keep turning back. There are many skills in the mechanical department. It can be said that most of the abilities of engineers, gunners, and machinists are included in the basic mechanical assembly, mechanical surge, gun modification, electromagnetic increase and rapid repair. If the first three have dazzled the players, then the next fourth page will really let the players see what is vastness. The skills of Link's mysterious department are as vast as the sea. You can't see your head at a glance. Geomantic omen, shaman witchcraft, tarot mysticism, soothing the beast, coin divination, the eye of the beast. Until the last emperor's chi watching skill, people in the mirror and death. The player was stunned when he saw the last three skills. I'm used to reading the skill text written in all the data. Suddenly I see the mysterious Son of Heaven's chi watching skill, which immediately gives people a feeling of being very tall. People in the mirror with S-level skills can reproduce all skills except the only exclusive skills, and their strength is higher than that of the original. This is not equivalent to pirating and rolling the genuine. It's simply unreasonable. The last one, death, is to see the players tremble. Unreasonable chaos damage, ignoring armor and shield, the basic damage is 4000 points, and an abnormal state of death and doom is added to increase all the damage it takes by 30% for 2 days. Although we can't see Link's lucky attribute, we all know that as the protagonist of Wasteland, there is a hidden existence of becoming the first person on the 3 novice planets, and the lucky attribute will never be low. According to this rough estimation, 1 death and 1 finger have at least 7 or 8,000 injuries. Moreover, luck can also be converted into critical hit, so that the death finger has the effect of chasing dreams. Now when I think of the decisive battle in Yanggu at the end of the day, Link died and the war messenger disappeared. It was definitely a critical blow. The player can't help shivering. He has a minimum of 7 or 8,000 damage. 1 critical hit is 15,006. Hey, brother, you've been in a daze for too long. The people behind us have to learn. Can you hurry up? When the players behind saw that the first player was numb, they couldn't help urging him. Oh, okay, I'll be right away. Players react in a hurry, then select several skills they need to improve, spend experience like water, and quickly upgrade to the level they can bear. When the first player left, the players in the queue immediately came forward and asked, "Brother, what skills do Link have? Why did you spend so long?" The player was stunned and organized the language a little. I can only say that you can't imagine Link's skills. Even now, the player still feels dizzy and unimaginable at the thought of the skills he just saw. Link's B-level, A-level, or even S-level skills can jump into the most beautiful baby on the planet and the top presence among players. Although the player didn't say it clearly, this description made others more curious and couldn't wait. All the people who saw Link's skills for the first time showed the same expression as the first player. Turtle, the number of this skill is outrageous. It has long exceeded the level limit. It's more than 30. I'm afraid it's about to double. Is this the awesome place of the erudite profession? It completely ignores the gap between superpower systems and learns 4 system skills alone without any restrictions. Several B-level skills, 2 A-level skills and 2 S-level skills are luxury. There are many kinds of skills, including the range-killing skill Destroy All 10 Sides, the re-engraving skill man in the mirror, the mysterious and unpredictable son of heaven looking at Qi, and the strongest single killing move Death Finger into the soul. Before that, Pandora's players had seen many master skills, and they were amazed at that time. But now that they see the real awesome Link skills, they know that their previous surprise was that their horizons were too shallow. Link's own skills are so dazzling, not to mention his pile of pets. All these together, let alone ordinary legends. Rao is the top configuration of Antonidas and Gamish and School of Magic. It is estimated that he can't get any benefit. If Link dies, the whole army will be destroyed. At this moment, all Pandora players feel the difference of the world. Feel the oppression of the top NPC. Antonidas used to eat melons, but he suddenly found that after the player came back from the front line, his eyes changed slightly. His eyes were complex, with some elusive emotions. Antonidas saw regret and even hated iron and steel. Old people, subway, mobile phone. Antonidas looked puzzled. Why did he go to the front and learn a skill? When he came back, he became so strange one by one. Seeing Qianglong's Hixiang, who came back from learning skills and was ready to make a big purchase and turned all the coins on his hands into materials, Antonidas couldn't help shouting and asked, "The head of state taught skills. How did you come back?" is an unspeakable expression. Didn't you learn anything? Qianglong's Hixiang's expression was complex. He first sighed and said, "No, just suddenly feel the ups and downs of the world and feel mixed." Now Antonidas is even more confused. Listening to Qianglong's Hixiang's tone, he can't tell what the situation is. Qianglong's Hixiang explained again, Link's career is a special erudite. There is no barrier to learn any skills, so we see all 4 series skills in him, up to more than 60. Including all magic skills, he also mastered them all. What's more, he has several skills. When Antonidas heard Qianglong's Hixiang say that he has more than 60 skills, the whole human brain was buzzing. After hearing Link's several landmark skills, Anthony Das shivered and sighed, "Fortunately, Link is an ally. If he is an enemy, it may be 10 times more terrible than the alien." And now he finally understands why Link wants to open teaching. Because he is qualified. The whole department is proficient. No matter what direction the stranger is proficient in, he can give guidance. On the contrary, except for the knowledge of magic department, others have no right to speak. Now, Antonidas finally understood what people's eyes meant. He hated iron but not steel. Without comparison, there is no harm. Antonidas smiled bitterly and shook his head. It seems that he will work harder in the future, otherwise he will be farther and farther away by Lin Ke. How can he repay this kindness in the future? Chapter 704. When Link analyzed each player, he was not in a hurry, but really checked each other's attributes, states and skills, and then combined with the understanding of previous lives to give the most suitable style and trend for them. This gave Linkla another good impression. Players pick up experience, it's called a willingness. Link spent 15 million to bring all these newly learned skills to the full level. However, according to the experience of each player, it is certain to recover the cost. In the end, it is likely to triple or quadruple. Soon, players who had finished learning the skills sent Link's 4-page skill list to the forum, which immediately caused another sensation. Undefined. Although the players of the Wasteland have long known that Link is the 5th profession beyond the superpower system, and they used to know that Link can master other skills across the system, when this complete 4-page skill list appeared in front of them, they still couldn't help being shocked by this vast skill. Pandora and Victoria's players were shocked. Even though Link is strong in the martial arts department and mystery department, he also hides the advantages of the power department and the machinery department. After all, he has never seen him display similar skills. Today, after seeing Link's skills, they know how many cards Link has. At the thought of how excited they were in the past when they quarreled about which planet's sun was the strongest in the forum, How stupid they are now in retrospect. Compared with Link's real strength, what are the other two sons of the planet, smelly fish and rotten shrimp? This is only paper strength. If you add the record, you don't know where to throw the other two. With the spread of forum posts, Pandora lined up online, and more players want Link to give guidance in person. Yo, Chase the Wind, you've come to line up, too. Link looked up and saw a familiar face. Chasing the Wind came forward with a smile. How can you miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? Link checked the skill data of Chasing the Wind, which has been greatly improved compared with the previous life. This guy earned 2 million experience on Slavin some time ago, and directly spent more than 500,000 experience to upgrade his level to level 61. Then he held all his hands and waited for a chance. It doesn't happen that Link teaches skills here. Chasing the Wind wants to see if Link can give him some suggestions. I remember you studied mechanics in your associate department, didn't you? If so, I suggest you take the path of Iron Fist. Iron Fists are powerful and heavy, open and close, and perfectly fit your style. Moreover, Iron Fist can increase your skill damage, and the special effect of chi strength through the body can also play similar chi skills to confuse the opponent with true or false reality. My personal suggestion is to strengthen the mechanics way first, point out the Iron Fist first, and then the rest can be invested in chi strength penetrating body and muscle changing sutra. You should know that the core of this system is the blood essence transformation ability of Yi Jinjing, cooperate with the mechanics mechanical force surge and electromagnetic recovery, and rely on the continuous attack of near and long-range damage to play a set of perpetual motion effect. Link spoke very carefully. The originally chaotic idea of Chasing the Wind was immediately smoothed, and his eyes were bright and sober. He had thought about using his existing skills to form a system. Now at level 61, I have learned 28 skills. If I don't form a system, I will fight alone. I can only form a system, divide the primary and secondary, and establish a set of my own combat methods. But thinking several times ended in failure. But now Link told him that the method was feasible. Except for the mechanics Iron Fist skill, he has all other skills. Chasing the Wind is ecstatic. Link is right. This is the most suitable combat system for him, and these skills form a complete cycle, such as Iron Fist, chi power through the body, Yi Jinjing, mechanical power surge and electromagnetic recovery. The combat style is also his best medium and short-range combat, which relies on combo to hit circular damage. At the moment, Zhu Feng can't wait to try. Without saying a word, according to Link, I learned the Iron Fist skill, which derived a manufacturing skill Iron Fist manufacturing. Then the level of Yi Jinjing will be increased to make the blood essence conversion ratio higher. After the operation of Chasing the Wind, there are only more than 100,000 experience left. It seems that it has been sucked from an experienced crocodile into human work. It's really gone. However, when the wind left, his face was filled with an irrecoverable bright smile. In the next period of time, he should concentrate on closing the door, first build the Iron Fist, then strengthen and improve it all the way to the level in line with the current level, and then hone the skills of set moves and continuous moves. The next time you come out, you must be a blockbuster. Looking at the back of the Wind, Link raised his mouth slightly. He just told him in advance of the armed man created by Chasing the Wind in his previous life. He is looking forward to the progress of pursuing the Wind in this life, especially in the previous life. When the players of the next 3 novice planets merge, can pursuing the Wind go further and rise in the version of the martial arts system that is gradually at a disadvantage. While Link teaches skills to Pandora players, Gamish is also working overtime. The blueprint has been fully understood, and the materials have been transported from all over Pandora to the mechanical fortress. In the living area of the mechanical fortress, an eye-piercing red warning line was pulled up at one place, and the exterior was covered with a curtain, so the internal situation could not be seen clearly. These days, the 60 players selected by Pandora are also familiar with the environment in the mechanical fortress. From the outside, the machinery city is as shocking as a mountain, and it feels more unique inside. The underground world is lined with high-rise buildings, including a group of waste soil enterprises dominated by Penguin Building and the offices of various forces of the Expeditionary Army, as well as scientific research centers and data centers. Earthly world is the living area first, and the rest area for all players is here. Link made plans in advance during the transformation. The player room capacity here is designed to be 10,000 people, just like a small city. Now there are only more than 110 players in the wasteland and Pandora, and most of the rooms are empty. But this also gives the players who boarded the fortress hope that as long as they get enough reputation of the Expeditionary Army, they can obtain the resident qualification and travel around the stars with Link. Outside the players' rest area, it is the base camp of the major forces of the Expeditionary Army. Each of the different forces has its own architecture in line with its own characteristics and styles. As long as you have enough contribution, you can use your contribution to swim these forces, exchange their special items, or learn skills. The berthing port and the transmission hall are under the fort, while the mechanical giant in the control room is at the top. These are basically the areas where players can move, and several other places are strictly prohibited from opening to the outside world. Players guess that it is probably a weapon warehouse, hub center and other places. Just because they had a look inside the mechanical fortress for a few days, they were more curious about what was the place covered by the curtain and cordoned off in the rest area of the Waste Soil Expeditionary Army. Not only the players of Panduo *** boat are curious, but also the players of Rao***'s Wasteland. If it's a new force settled in the past, new forces settled in with tasks issued and asked players to help work. This was the case when the Slavenian Rebellion joined, and players participated in the construction process. This time, however, the expeditionary force did not make any mission action. Even when they inquired with the familiar staff of the fort or the NPCs of other forces, they did not hear any useful information, which made the situation behind the curtain more mysterious. Players have a great desire to explore, but they will also weigh the pros and cons and costs. If you violate Link's rules in order to explore the secret, you may be expelled from the mechanical fortress. This ticket was bought by them with all their cards. If they were driven off the ship, it would not be a joke for all players. So even if players are curious, they try their best to restrain their emotions and don't do anything special. On the 5th day, there was still an endless stream of players coming to Link to learn skills, and the long queue could not see the end. Link remained patient and surprised all players and NPCs with his attitude. Antonidas admires Link. It's not hundreds of thousands of people. It's hundreds of thousands of players. Everyone gives close guidance and is serious and responsible. He gave a lecture at the Sky City School of Magic. In the face of dozens of magic guides with good magical attainments, he felt great pressure, let alone Link. In this high intensity, for 5 consecutive days, this perseverance alone is moving. Standing at the head of Dawn City, Antonidas looked at the queue of players who had been waiting in the city. He couldn't help but wonder. Today is the last day, that Link said. I don't know when he will end, and I don't know how many of these players can get his advice. While Antonidas was thinking, a powerful magic shock came from the mechanical fortress. A materialized magic diffused with unprecedented intensity. Antonidas stared at the magic stirring circle. This magic leakage would only occur when the extremely complex and powerful chimeric array was closed and running, which was a bit similar to the large amount of steam white smoke from the first car when the steam train began to run. But the magic impact on such a scale was beyond his imagination. The clouds in the sky scattered under the impact of magic. They looked like a giant donut. Even the air was dyed into the unique cyan of magic. All the players in line, the people in Dawn City, looked up at the sky and were shocked by the scene in front of them. Boom! Just when Antonidas thought this was the end, the second magic impact suddenly dispersed, which was greater in quality and impact than the first one. The donuts in the sky disperse as soon as they touch, and the magic in the air can be seen by the naked eye. It condenses into small crystals and falls like a magic rain. Antonidas's whole brain is blank. There are two powerful magic ripples in succession. What kind of magic loop is activated in the mechanical fortress? Rao is that all Dharma arrays in Sky City are activated at the same time, and the magic ring caused by Rao is less than 1/5 of that in front of him. The next second, the air fluctuated violently and made a thunderous hum. People far away in Dawn City also felt the air boiling and shaking. Suddenly, a tall tower appeared over the mechanical fortress, shining with dazzling magic brilliance. The whole tower is towering, and the base is a hemispherical shape, on which rows of buildings are located. Under the base, the white jade glowed, and the magic lines on it were clearly visible. At the top of the tower, there is a huge arcane eye, surging with surging magical energy. The space around the arcane eye is distorted by the huge energy and looks very spectacular. This. Antonidas was so shocked by the scene that he couldn't speak. If he is right, the magical creation suspended in the air in front of him is the legendary Mage Tower. Why does a Mage Tower suddenly appear over the mechanical fortress? Just before Antonidas thought about this problem, several channels of energy were emitted from the inside of the arcane eye and quickly spread in all directions. The magic scattered in the sky condensed into silk thread at this moment, as if weaving a big net wrapped around the planet with magic. The next second, Antonidas felt the magic traces scattered in the air. These magic traces were like runes and numbers, which he could use at his fingertips. In the past, the spells of complex spells and magic circuits can be cast quickly under the influence of these magic traces in the air. The casting speed is more than twice as fast as before. For example, before Antonidas cast a spell, he had to use his hand, mouth, and magic circuit at the same time to release a spell, which was equivalent to writing each mana rune personally. Now, all he has to do is take out the mana runes he needs from the magic traces scattered in the air, and then arrange and combine them to release spells. The casting speed of the released spells is faster than before, and even the magic consumption has become a fraction of the past. If the coverage of the whole magic net is large enough, every magician in Pandora will have a qualitative leap in strength. Even Antonidas decided that if they had a mage tower during the Battle of Zhongyan Valley, they could not only defend the planet, but also drive all the invaders out of Pandora. Pandora's other magician players also received the same system prompt at the moment it is detected that you are under the influence of the Mage Tower. You gain the radiance of the Mage Tower. Your casting speed is increased by 25%, your magic consumption is reduced by 25%, and the magic effect prompt is 25%. This is just one of them. Each player gets different prompt percentages according to their strength, ranging from 10% to 50%. Tortoise, highlight an outrageous one. A Mage Tower, a Mage Tower's brilliance buff, will greatly improve their strength. Now, they all want to know where the Mage Tower comes from. Lin Ke, who sat in his seat to answer the teaching, got up, raised his mouth and looked at the player who had been stunned. Sorry, it seems that the teaching is over. I'll leave this little thing for you as a souvenir. The next second, Link disappeared from his place, leaving only the players holding Link's memorial and the players who haven't reacted behind, with a dull face. Chapter 705. The player was stunned until someone behind him reacted and gently pushed his shoulder. Hey, brother, don't you see what Link gave you? Link suddenly disappeared and only gave a little thing to a player in front of him. Other players behind him gathered together to wonder what the commemorative little thing Link gave him. The player opened the box and found that inside the box was a pair of thin gloves made by machinery. The gloves are painted with lines similar to circuits in Shanghai, and compared with ordinary heavy mechanical gloves, the gloves in the box are slim and fit. If it weren't for the appearance, it can be seen that they are made of metal and covered with lines. I'm afraid they wouldn't imagine mechanical gloves. Players take out the thin gloves, wear them on their hands, and disclose the equipment data. Undefined suddenly, a stimulating current appeared on the gloves. The gloves were in close contact with the skin. The player also saw the data of the gloves and gradually opened his mouth. The players around also gathered around and saw the attributes and data of the gloves, and the expressions of several faces were inexplicably synchronized. This glove is of excellent blue quality. In addition to adding good attribute effects, the biggest feature is that it can increase the casting speed by 10%, and can also be used in melee to turn magic into additional damage in melee. At the end of the data of this pair of gloves, there is the producer column, which happens to be Link's name. This pair of fast-casting combat gloves was made by Link himself. Liu Bei, you've made a lot of money now. These gloves are made by Link himself. I've never heard anyone say I've got a weapon made by Link before. The effect of these gloves is amazing. I've never seen equipment that can shorten the casting time. When you cast a spell for 2 seconds, you cast a spell for 1.8 seconds. When you cast a spell together, you release the effect first than others. Isn't that a sure win? It's made by Link. It must be a high-quality product. The effect of these gloves is amazing. Only Liu Bei has a reward. The people behind us have been waiting for so long, and there is nothing left. The player said to himself, wondering. Still want a reward? We heard that Professor Link came to line up at the first time, which didn't stand for more than 10 hours a day. You don't line up at the front. You choose to wait and see. You don't come until you see that it's really good. Now you still want a reward. Fart. Players who had been instructed in the queue immediately burst into anger. Soon, the opportunistic player hid his face and fled and disappeared into the player team. Everyone looked at the back of the flowing cup with envy. A piece of equipment thrown by Link caused an uproar among Pandora players. According to the effect of this equipment, the player named Liu Bei Kuzongshen may not be unknown in the future. Link, the initiator of the event, has disappeared from his place and appears in the Mage Tower the next second. The magic net core in the Mage Tower was originally Link's object. When he became the core energy of the Mage Tower and started, Link felt a close connection with the Mage Tower and the magic net, so he easily connected with the magic net. So Link directly used the magic of the magic net to transfer it to the Mage Tower. The magic circle of the Mage Tower is formed, and the scattered magic spreads everywhere and condenses into a magic net. As soon as Lin Kai came to the Mage Tower, he saw Gamish with many great mages of the School of Magic worship the arcane eyes with magical brilliance on the highest spire. As a great mage, it is an experience that cannot be copied to be able to build a Mage Tower and participate in the whole process of building a Mage Tower. You should know that a Mage Tower can be immortal after thousands of years of wind and frost, and can support dozens of generations of mages. Gamish's hands were shaking. Sky City was inherited from his teacher and was elected the new dean of the School of Magic. As a result, Pandora encountered the crisis of extinction, and Sky City was destroyed. Hundreds of years of spectacular buildings were destroyed in his hands. However, before he could get away from his grief, Link gave him a chance to build a Mage Tower, which was a great honor for any mage. His style features are left on the Mage Tower. On the completion plate of the square, the names of all the mages involved in the construction are engraved. Under the patronage of time magic, it can almost exist forever for future generations. No matter how future generations change, as long as this Mage Tower survives, the amazing people coming out of the Mage Tower will respect and admire them. What a great honor! Now that the Mage Tower is officially completed, they will all become famous figures. This momentum is really amazing. You have built a magnificent building yourself. Link couldn't help praising. Although many functions have been stated in the blueprint of the Mage Tower, the words are not real. Only when Link's body and every cell feel the strong magic and the traces of the magic net all over the air, can he really understand the strength of the Mage Tower. This is only the most superficial effect, and more powerful effects are waiting for them to explore. Gamish walked towards Link with a happy face. Now he had a feeling that he could die after hearing the word. The wizard tower in front of him was built by him and the teachers and students of the School of Magic, so that the artifacts that only exist in legends can appear, and the highest masterpiece in the wizard field recorded in the magic book can become a reality. Thank the Führer for giving the magic school this opportunity, otherwise we won't have a chance to make the mage tower reappear. Gamish is a legendary mage. He feels the power of the mage tower more clearly than anyone. If Pandora had a mage tower when the alien attacked, they would have driven the alien back to Wormer's hometown, and they would not be reduced to this point. Link looked up at the arcane eye full of magic truth on the top of the mage tower and said, "Now that the mage tower has been built, it's time for us to start." Although Pandora is stable, Victoria is still in deep chaos. We need to arrive as soon as possible and annihilate the alien before it has a firm foothold. Gamish and the archmage behind him were still immersed in the pride of being famous in history 1 second ago. The next second, the fierce light appeared one by one, with a strong killing in their eyes. Well, it's up to the head of state. Gamish and the archmages resented Pandora's loss and had long thought of avenging the alien. Now with the help of the mage tower, they feel that their bodies are hard. When they see strange stars again, they must give them some color to see. To tell you the truth, Link is also looking forward to Victoria. Now it can be said to be the strongest form of the expeditionary army. Outside the transport ships and pirate ships, there are more mage towers called the Third Warship, Pandora's School of Magic, and more legendary mage Gamish. It can be said that the fighting power of the expeditionary army has reached its peak. Link was very curious about how much strength such a peak combat power could play. In recent days, defectors have been sending information about Wormer, and violent soldiers have started again in the alien base camp, many of which are directed at Victoria. It seems that the collapse of Pandora's 3 portals still gave the alien a stress response. It is conceivable that the next battle in Victoria will be the most intense one with the largest military input from both sides. Whether the alien wants to lead the enemy or win Victoria's rapid supply, after the attacks of Wasteland and Pandora fail, they don't have much choice. Whether it's a trap or not, they must put all their eggs in one basket, otherwise they will lose again in Victoria. 1/3 of the aliens' troops will be lost, and then they will face the First Order, will fall directly into the downwind. The next second, Gamish was sent to the Mage's Tower, and an idea quickly came into Antonidas's mind, who was ready to start to see what happened. In recent days, the picture that Gamish and the people of the Academy of Magic started to build was played in front of Antonidas's eyes like a slide. He understood everything in an instant. "Goodbye, Antonidas. As your teacher, I'm here to tell you the last lesson: the people are always your strongest backing." As soon as the voice fell, the mage tower in the sky twisted into a singularity and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Antonidas stood still and savored this sentence. Looking at the countless players and citizens inside and outside Dawn City, he seemed to understand a little when he thought of Link's hard-working guidance and teaching to players in the past 5 days, as well as his trust in Light. "Teacher, go all the way." When Gamish manipulated the mage tower back to the rest area, he heard Antonidas's farewell words, "This smelly boy." Before Gamish finished, he suddenly stepped empty. Click! The whole person stumbled. When he came down from the mage's tower, Gamish pressed his waist with one hand and staggered. When other archmages and members of the School of Magic saw the dean like this, they immediately came forward to help him. At the same time, they all sounded an alarm bell. In the future, they will never easily try to control the mage tower. Even the dean grinned when he came out, so they must not show off. Even Link was startled and thought, is the negative effect of the mage tower so exaggerated? However, these are digressions. The mage tower has returned to the original position of the rest area. Other forces around the rest area have all come out to see this mage tower, which is completely different from the surrounding architectural style. The mage tower is suspended 2 meters above the ground. The arcane eye at the top illuminates the sky over the rest area, emitting light magic energy. At the same time, the magic condensed into silk and gradually spread to other positions of the mechanical fortress until the mechanical fortress was completely covered. Link tapped the voice bug in his ear twice and said to Helen, "Helen, now make a final report to Pandora, and then let's go." Helen in the general control room under the mechanical giant had been waiting for a long time. After receiving Link's order, she immediately nodded, "Yes, Führer." It seemed that the order of departure was not only the order of departure, but also the order of the general attack, which was operated excitedly at once. "Pandora, Pandora, this is a mechanical fortress. We are about to leave for Victoria to stop the evil deeds of alien stars. Please also bring our blessings for good development. We look forward to drinking again after solving the alien star." With Helen's loud announcement, the mechanical fortress engine began to start. The blue aperture gradually filled the engine, and then emitted hot air waves and flames. The huge mechanical fortress like a city was slowly pulled up from the ground, the surrounding land turned into a gully, and a big pit 4 or 5 meters deep was pressed out below, which showed the weight of the mechanical fortress. Hearing the report from the mechanical fortress, both players and NPCs outside reacted. "Link, they are ready to leave." The people in Dawn City ran out one after another and waved goodbye to the mechanical fortress. Players feel the shaking air and roaring sound, and all are in a high mood. The mechanical fortress starts sailing again, and the next stop is Victoria. Link led the Wasteland expedition into the vast universe to rescue the next novice planet. And they have to stay in Pandora and continue the tasks and processes. They can't participate personally, so they can only give good wishes. Pandora's players lie on the porthole and watch their familiar planet, which has been in the game for more than a year, getting smaller and farther away. They have a sad feeling of leaving home. In contrast, the players of the Wasteland all came out of their rooms and gathered under the Mage Tower in the rest area to look at this very different building. I'll be good. It turned out that the curtain had been closed for so many days to make this thing. I just saw it in the forum. This thing is a Mage Tower, which can increase the growth of all legal system players of Pandora. It is strengthened in varying degrees by 10% 50% according to its strength. It is really too strong. This kind of thing is completely the mage's big killer, which makes me want to start a secondary profession again. Players who envy Pandora have such a big killer as soon as they get on the bus. Originally, they have strong strength. Now they have a Mage Tower, aren't they stronger in action in the future? Wasteland players have watched all the games. The players who can be selected are very strong in strength and combat status. Because of the unique magic power system, it has formed a completely different combat style. When watching the game, many people think about whether they can deal with these players if they change to themselves. The result is very troublesome. Now they have the blessing of Mage Tower, and their strength has improved by leaps and bounds. Wasteland players feel a strong threat. Grace took Miranda's hand and walked out of the fog slowly. When they saw the Mage Tower hovering in the rest area, they were attracted by the arcane eye. The strong magic wave, such a Mage Tower, was built under my nose. It's interesting. Especially when Grace saw that there were many mana servants condensed from arcane energy working in the Mage Tower, she felt more interesting. Perhaps, when can we study magic, which may be helpful to the improvement of alchemy? Grace said to herself. Miranda looked at the eyes of Arcane and was interested in this seemingly calm and violent energy. When the mechanical fortress left Pandora's atmosphere, Troy controlled and recovered 3 celestial eye satellites. Then the mechanical fortress operated at full speed and headed for the deep universe. Meanwhile, in another part of the deep space, a ship is moving fast. Come on, they are just low civilizations and should not be able to withstand the attack of alien stars. If we don't speed up, what we need to face when we arrive is probably only desolation. A worried man in a white star-spangled banner combat suit stood by the porthole and looked at the lonely universe. Chapter 706. Sir, we have entered Pandora's galaxy. We have 50 minutes to reach Pandora. In the cockpit of the warship, dozens of operators are responsible for their own parts in front of their respective consoles and report useful information to the ship's chief at any time. The man in the white star-spangled banner battle suit looked solemn and shouted, "All combat troops listen to the order and enter the combat readiness state immediately. After landing Pandora, lock the location of the casting magic camp at the first time. After the first round of bombing by the scintillation, land Pandora immediately and launch a fierce attack on the portal of the casting magic camp." The staff of the console received the command and nodded firmly. Then they clattered on the keyboard and delivered the command synchronously. The ship artillery forces are ready to launch fire coverage at any time when the signal captures the trace of the casting magic camp. All the members of the assault force are ready to wait for the chief to give attack instructions. Undefined all detection devices are turned on, and the intelligence department has entered the working state. Once you enter Pandora, you can scan the location of the casting magic camp within 5 minutes, and the positioning accuracy is guaranteed to be more than 98%. The airstrike force is also in place, and 100 raiders are ready. With the holographic screen in front of the main console popping up the information reported by the team leaders, the man in front of the white star-spangled banner couldn't help nodding. Although they have fought against aliens countless times, each time they have to fight as the last battle. This is the secret that the officer in front can keep winning and invincible, and it is also the reason why he was sent to deal with Pandora's situation. This battle must win the alien. Now alien planets are exhausted, and many planetary resources have been destroyed in the confrontation with us. This time, alien stars extended their claws to one of the few low-level civilizations in the Vatican galaxy. Once they take Pandora, they will get the resources of violent soldiers again. In the next encirclement and suppression and operations, we will pay more for today's failure. The commander's eyes flashed countless battle pictures. The most terrible thing about alien stars is that as long as they can't be killed, they can expand their scale on a planet. When you return to your senses, the whole planet has become a breeding ground for alien stars, and alien stars will make a comeback again. In the 1,000-year history of the First Order and alien wars, such things are common and most frightening. Every time the alien fight lingers, the alien leader Sanos will lead his subordinates to hide in the dark. After accumulating enough strength, he came out again to make waves. Sometimes the attack was fierce, plundered a large number of planetary resources, occupied several galaxies, and even challenged the First Order. Now we have reached the delicate balance stage between the First Order and alien confrontation. The lessons of history tell the commander of the White Star-Spangled Banner not to take it lightly, at least not to have problems in his hands this time. The outer body of the porthole became more and more clear, and soon the First Order spacecraft came over Pandora. "Report, sir, the detector has detected strong magical energy in the air of Pandora. According to the backtracking simulation, it is inferred that Pandora had an unprecedented magic diffusion not long ago, and the intensity is estimated to be Class A." All the staff in the operation room looked up in surprise and looked at the colleague who reported to him. Class A magic diffusion, does this man really know what he's talking about? Usually, only the effect that has a wide impact on the planet will be positioned as Class A. Class A accidents are rarely seen even in the Vatican galaxy. After all, there are only a few people who can produce Class A effects. In such a low civilization planet that is being invaded by alien planets, there has been a Class A accident, which is simply a mystery. Low civilization has no power to produce such a terrible effect, so there is only one answer: aliens have mastered some means of mass destruction. This must be an attempt to launch an experiment in Pandora, which has created such a terrible effect. This is definitely not good news for the First Order. If aliens really master this delivery ability, the First Order will reassess the battle friction with aliens in the future. Enter Pandora's low Earth orbit and scan Pandora in all directions. The commander's face is dignified. At this point, they can't retreat. Even if they have a head-on conflict with the alien star, he should find a way to investigate the context of this Class A proliferation and send the news back to the First Order parent star Mustafa at the first time. The first order sent to support this time was a heavily armed warship, the Courage, personally led by Ningchenki, commander of the 7th Corps. The warship looks like an apricot abalone mushroom with a thick top and a long and straight body. On the surface of the warship, various indicator lights flicker, which looks incomparably bright in the dark universe. Between the changes of light and darkness, the huge warship entered the orbit of Pandora, released the satellite and began scanning. The satellites of the first order are extremely fast. The 3 satellites orbit Pandora in different orbits, as if to cut the planet into pieces. Within 5 minutes, the whole Pandora was completely scanned. Ningchenki and all the operators of his 7th Corps were shocked when the image was drawn into a 3-dimensional holographic image after systematic processing. "Sir, scanning the whole Pandora, only one human living place was found, and all other buildings and residences were destroyed. Judging from the damage traces, it can be determined that it was left by an alien star." Ningchenji's face was dignified, and Pandora's attack was far more serious than he thought. The hologram constantly flashed pictures of the ruins of the city where human beings once lived. The evidence of Pandora's low-level magical civilization was completely destroyed under the attack of alien stars such as locusts, and all turned into war and rubble. 99% of the whole planet has no traces of human activities, and 99% of the places have no traces of human activities. However, many traces of new exploitation of resources can be found on the planet, which instantly sank Ningchenki and the top of the 7th Corps to the bottom of the valley. This almost shows that the alien attack has achieved remarkable results. The operator in charge of holographic imaging and satellite data processing was stunned when he looked at the data at hand. Then he repeatedly confirmed the image and data, but he didn't find any clue. His expression was like seeing a ghost. "Sir, Pandora's image acquisition has been completed. After analyzing all the images, no alien traces have been found." As soon as this statement came out, there was another commotion in the whole operating room. Everyone stared at the operator with their pupils. "I really can't believe this conclusion after data analysis." Ningchenki frowned. All the operators present were experienced warship operators who fought with him. It is reasonable to say that they would never make such a low-level mistake. Facing the doubt in everyone's eyes, the operator reluctantly explained, "I have transmitted the image data to you. You can retrieve it yourself to see if what I said is true." Other operators immediately receive the data and then immerse themselves in retrieval. After a short silence, a series of startling voices rang out in the operating room. "There is really no alien trace. It's impossible. I didn't find it here either." "Me too. I can't find any trace at all." Everyone looked at each other and was confused by the current situation. Pandora's human residence has completely turned into ruins, which is obviously the masterpiece of alien stars. At the same time, the planet also shows signs of large-scale exploitation, which is in line with the characteristics of alien grabbing resources. But the whole planet searched and found no evidence of alien existence. It's like you found all the evidence, but you didn't find the murderer himself. There is such a strange feeling in the current situation. Is it the alien star who knew we were coming in advance, so he swept back after launching the general attack? This idea flashed through Ningchenki's mind and felt more and more likely, otherwise it could not explain the current situation at all. Soon, Ningchenki made a decision: reduce the height of the ship, enter Pandora, go to the last gathering point of mankind to inquire about the situation, and all combat departments should be on first-class alert to guard against alien sneak attacks. Ningchenki can't determine the context of the matter until he has personally understood the situation with the Pandora Aborigines. When the spirit dropped in height and suddenly appeared over Dawn City through the clouds, both NPC and players in the city looked up for the first time. A huge aircraft showed its whole picture, just like a stick with one end blown open, pounding down from the sky. Although the warship is huge, for the players and civilians who have seen the mechanical fortress, pirate ship, and mage tower, the aircraft of this scale cannot arouse people's surprise. They only have a doubt in their mind. What is the origin of the worship? Antonidas was also immersed in the grandeur of the Mage Tower. The strength of the Mage Tower and the magic net inspired his determination. When Gamish left, he showed him his memory. Although the core is not involved, Antonidas was also a member of the Sky City School of Magic and had a certain understanding of the structure and driving mode of the Mage Tower. He also saw the steps and process of Gamish's construction of the Mage Tower, felt a lot, and gave birth to an idea of building Pandora's own Mage Tower. One is the power of the Mage Tower, which can make Pandora have the top battle group again. Second, the Sky City was destroyed in the war with alien stars. He wants to repair it and restore its former glory. No one knows better than Antonidas that Pandora's people have lost heart when they fight against aliens. After that, Link rushed across the galaxy to help, and his powerful dominance was suffocating. He couldn't even feel jealous. Now the School of Magic and Pandora's best alien soldiers have left with Link. At this time of waste and waiting for prosperity, Antonidas thought of the deeds of Link told him by Qianglong's Hixiong, and strengthened his heart to seek the well-being of Pandora's people and reshape Pandora's glory. Just then, Antonidas heard the roar of the sky and left the room with a flash. The next second, he saw a pillar of heaven falling from the sky towards Dawn City. The warship in front of us has never been seen before. Its style are very different from those in the mechanical fortress. Not the Wasteland Expeditionary Army. Antonidas immediately realized that things were bad. Under the blessing of magic, the voice floated loudly in the whole Dawn City. In the first level alert mode, all civilians took refuge in the underground passage, and all those who can fight, pick up weapons and prepare to meet the enemy. As soon as Link's front foot left, a warship came. It's hard not to think of aliens hiding in the dark and waiting for Link's powerful enemy to leave before launching a second attack on Pandora. All players were stunned when they received the A-level task of defending Pandora. Looking at the pillar of heaven gradually falling from the sky, I felt that this would be the most difficult battle for Pandora. Antonidas was fully armed, and his followers flashed to him in turn. You dispersed and began to start the border demarcation in the Dawn City to buy time for the people to retreat. Since its establishment, Dawning City has taken into account the combat situation, so it has specially established a tunnel directly to Zhonggayan Valley. The followers of Antonidas immediately did so, and several magical energies emerged from all parts of Dawn City, poured into the sky, forming a semicircular dome to envelop the whole Dawn City. The enhanced defense barrier is stronger than the previous alien battle. When the ship Courage descended, it was stunned to see such a fierce response from Dawn City. It didn't understand what had happened. They are here to help Pandora's human civilization. Why do they look like invaders now? The whole people mobilized, and the city was shrouded in magic. Even the spirit sent a warning that the warship had been locked by weapons. Ningchenki and the other operators looked stagnant. After a moment, they couldn't help laughing at themselves. It seems that we are regarded as enemies. However, it's strange that Ningchenki was anxious. He knew that Pandora's Terrans had just been devastated by alien stars. Now they appear so directly. The strong pressure brought by this huge warship is enough to make them have a stress response. The operator on one side explained for Ningchenki, these low civilizations, have never seen a warship of such a scale. They must be frightened at the first sight. Ningchenji gave the operator number 9527 a look of approval. He understood to find steps for the officer. Your road is wide. Well, you're right. When they first saw a space warship of this size, they must have been frightened. But it doesn't matter. We just need to release goodwill now, and I believe they will understand it soon. Ningchenki said slowly. Although the First Order claims to be the guardian of the Vatican system, it still unconsciously takes a condescending attitude when contacting these low-level civilizations. After all, there are many lower civilizations in the Vatican system, but only a few can eventually join the First Order. Chapter 707. Soon, a friendly explanation was sent from the spirit. We are the Vatican System First Order, committed to the unity, stability, health, and friendly development of the Vatican system. We are here to help you deal with alien invaders." Antonidas frowned. He heard Link talk about the First Order, an organization of the big galaxy on their planet, which had fought against alien stars for thousands of years. Moreover, looking at the aircraft of the First Order, although it is not as big as the mechanical fortress, we can see the shadow of standardization and modularization. It is thought that this step can be achieved only with extremely high industrial technology. Whether its style or shape, it's different from alien camouflage. In addition, Link said before that the alien battalion Wormer star is in a barren galaxy outside the Vatican galaxy, which is remote and closed, and it is difficult for ordinary people to find it. There are no large carrier aircraft, and the invasion depends on the portal and the guide party. Just now Antonidas thought it was a new intruder. Now he was a little relieved to hear their explanation, but he didn't completely put down his vigilance. Undefined Antonidas shouted courage across the air, "We have no way to verify your true identity. Please drop down quickly and stop at the gully outside Dawn City, waiting for us to check." Antonidas did not show timidity because of the advanced civilization of the First Order. His words were reasonable, neither humble nor arrogant, which surprised the people of the First Order. In the past, they supported some planets attacked by alien stars. Whenever they said they were the First Order of the Vatican system and came to help them fight against alien stars, these planetary civilizations would worship them as saviors, showing fanatical and respectful expressions. This time they came to Pandora, but they were given a cold shoulder. These First Order soldiers who are used to being saviors are somewhat unprepared and not very used to it. Ning Chenji coughed twice. He never thought the other party would answer like this. All faces in the control room, including him, showed embarrassing expressions. But at the thought of what the alien did in Pandora, the suddenly disappeared trace and A-level energy fluctuation, Ning Chenji restrained his unhappiness and ordered, "Just do as he said." Ning Chenji understood that the man at the head of the Dawn City should be the leader of the remaining human beings. Once he gets estranged or unhappy with him, his next investigation will be blocked. Now a Dawn City has a population of hundreds of thousands, which is the last hope of Pandora. However, in Ning Chenji's eyes, it will be destroyed if it is destroyed. This kind of genocide has been seen too many times in his life, and there is almost no psychological fluctuation. But once the Pandora clan is completely destroyed, the investigation will be forced to be interrupted, and the clues of alien trouble will be completely destroyed. Ning Chenji just gave the order. The next second, an operator in the control room exclaimed, "Si sir, I think you need to see this." Ning Cheng frowned slightly. He didn't know what the operator wanted to show him. But the next second, the camera below the spirit appeared on the holographic screen and saw the scene where it fell to the ground. This is a gully several times larger than the spirit, which directly presses the ground 4 or 5 meters deep. The huge indentation is clearly visible in the air. After being scanned by the spirit detector, the outlined deep and shallow shape clearly appears on Ning Chenji's main console. Soon, Ning Chenji's expression changed from frown to shock. As the head of the 7th Corps, Ning Chenji has participated in many wars and has unique views on ship knowledge. After all, as a captain, if you can't know the spacecraft you command like the back of your hand, how to make the most fresh and wise decisions in the complex and changeable space environment and battle. So when he first saw the three-dimensional map of the uneven ground, he instantly realized that it was the trace left by the landing of a super-large aircraft. Soon, the detector gave the evaluation parameters of the aircraft here according to the depth and shape of the ground. When the simulated shape and parameters of the aircraft appeared in the control room, everyone opened their mouths and was shocked. At the same time, 6 words came to mind: super-large aircraft. Super-large aircraft, even the technology mastered by the First Order, cannot be manufactured and formed, and cannot solve the problems of supermass structural stability and energy. But now the landing trace below the Spirit is obviously a super-large aircraft, which makes Ningchenqi and a group of operators stunned. The First Order is the combination of various friendly civilizations in the Vatican Galaxy, which gathers the knowledge of various civilizations and fails to overcome the problem of super-large aircraft. Moreover, the Vatican Galaxy can only be regarded as a marginalized small galaxy in the Morwell Galaxy cluster. For example, how can you see a limited edition Pagani at the gate of a desert tribe without a shop behind the village? The answer must be in a dream. The probability of super-large aircraft in the Vatican Galaxy is similar to that described in the previous analogy. So when Ningchenqi and others saw the trace of the super-large aircraft, the whole person was stunned. Is there an error in the survey and the calculation data? Ningchenqi swallowed his saliva. Although he knew that the possibility of his guess was about zero, this completely unreasonable answer can no longer be explained by logic. The operator analyzes and calculates again and again, and the same result is obtained. At this moment, sweat has oozed from the operator's forehead, which makes everyone present feel unexpected. Sir, there is no problem with the data. It is indeed a super-large aircraft. Ningchenqi's face is dignified again. They haven't landed yet. The observed Pandora is different from any other planet invaded by alien stars in the past. It is more than common sense everywhere. The disappearance of alien stars, no trace of existence, Pandora, and the last human remnant, and now there are traces of super-large aircraft on the ground, all of which puzzled Ningchenqi and the First Order members who came to support. A huge mystery lingered in their minds and urgently needed an answer. The courage fell slowly. Ningchenqi waved and ordered, "The third, fourth, and fifth team will go out with me, and the first and second teams will guard the courage. Once any abnormality is found, evacuate as soon as possible and send the message back to Mustafa." Ningchenqi sent the combat suit to him in the process of going to the external module, and set it on him one by one with his steady progress. When they arrived in the external cabin, they were fully armed and holding a high-energy metal gun. The soldiers behind him, who were also fully armed, were murderous. As the deck gradually fell, the soldiers in the Courage followed Ningchenqi out. As soon as he got off the ship, Ningchenqi saw the Archmage who had just shouted to him. The analyzer on the helmet holographic field of vision was already measuring the opponent's combat effectiveness, and the energy level given by the evaluation was level C. Such a low civilization planet can even reach level C under the barren knowledge and superpower system. It has to be said that this itself is an affirmation of strength. Antonidas and his followers also maintained a fighting posture. When they met, they did not trust each other very much, and their eyes were full of vigilance. While Ningchenqi looks at Antonidas, Antonidas is also looking at these people who call themselves the First Order. Although these people are wearing uniform combat clothes, there is a symbol on the armband that combines the circumference and represents order. On them, Antonidas did not find any alien smells and traces, or even similarities. If you are the First Order, please report the name of your regiment and take out the order key as proof. When hearing the regiment name and order key, Ningchenqi and the team members were all in a mess and trance. Ningchenqi was surprised and asked directly, "Have you ever been in contact with the First Order before?" But then he denied it. "No, our 7 regiments have never had Pandora's access records and logs. You can't know the First Order." There are many players behind Antonidas, all stretching their necks, looking at the current situation and always preparing for battle. Today is really a big day for Pandora. It witnessed the birth of the Mage Tower. As soon as the front foot link left, the spaceship with the rear foot claiming to be the First Order came. It was really a party singing and a party on stage. Don't worry so much. Prove your identity first. Antonidas is full of magic and is always ready to attack. Ningchenqi's helmet shows that Antonidas's energy is condensed. Although his energy level is C+, he can cope with the merciless full attack of the mage with level C strength, but the soldiers behind him are miserable. Moreover, this time he came to Pandora to help Pandora tide over the difficulties and stop alien stars. Now the conflict is not in the interests of the First Order. Ning Chenji's helmet automatically retracts from his head, revealing a firm and angular face. In the player's words, you know you're a tough guy at a glance. Our serial number is the 7th Corps of the First Order. I'm Ning Chenji, the commander of the Corps. This is my order key. Ning Chenji stretched out his hand, and a light key suddenly appeared in the palm of his hand. This light key is the proof that Ning Chenji signed a loyalty contract with the First Order, which is somewhat similar to the imprint core of the War Messenger of the Alien Legion. The order key can determine whether the identity is true or false, because this thing is also a kind of alchemy. It can't be fake or fake. Seeing that the order key is the same as Link's description, Antonidas finally breathed a sigh of relief and his eyes became soft. Now I believe you are the people of the First Order. It's hard to come all the way. Antonidas waved his hand, and all his followers and players put down their guard. Ning Chenji also ordered all the soldiers to put away their weapons, spread out their hands and asked, since your inquiry is over, now let me ask you, why do you know the First Order and the order key? Although Antonidas has confirmed the identity of the visitor, the pride of the First Order members is still clearly felt, although they have been converging. Different from Link's equal communication, these people are born with a sense of superiority of higher civilization over lower civilization, which makes Antonidas feel some exclusion. Link told me everything about First Order. Ning Cheng frowned slightly and searched his mind without remembering to know a man named Link. He is the head of the 7th Corps of the First Order. All the top leaders of the First Order and the experts who have joined in recent years are as precious as a family, but he has no impression of this name. With all due respect, I really don't remember someone named Link in the First Order. If you know, please dial 1 or 2. Antonidas showed an incredible expression, as if these First Order people were aliens. Oh, well, they are all aliens. You don't even know Link? Antonidas was shocked. Now it's Ning Chenji's turn to wonder. I don't know the name, I've never heard of. Is there any stress? His 3 words. Ning Chenji look at the whole Vatican system, which is as famous as the deputy alien commander Abusa. It is well known, at least it is widely spread. Today, he was despised by others because he didn't know who Link was. This is the first time in his interstellar military career. Please make it clear, sir, that I really don't know who Link is. Ning Chenji took a deep breath and opened his mouth as much as possible in a consulting attitude. What happened to Pandora does not conform to common sense. He must investigate the truth and report to the First Order. Antonidas now incarnated as a Lin Blow and began to talk about Link's resume. The Lord of the Wasteland once defeated the alien stars in the wasteland and drove the alien stars out of the wasteland. Then he led people to liberate Slevin so that the people of Slevin could get rid of the tyrant's rule. Finally, he came to Pandora not far away to fight against alien invaders and successfully killed the alien stars. None of them escaped. Ning Chenji didn't react after listening to Antonidas. As he knows, Saturn is a low civilization planet in the desolate star system of the Vatican galaxy, and Slevin is a low civilization in the Ghost Fusion star system. They don't have the ability to enter space alone. How can they come to Pandora hundreds of millions of miles away and kill all the alien stars? How can it be? Ning Chenji once felt that the protagonist of the story was the First Order, which was the most reasonable. What about this super large aircraft? It's a mechanical fortress. With the mechanical fortress, Link set sail from the wasteland and came all the way to Pandora to rescue us. Antonidas answered truthfully, but concealed the Black Throne, the second form of the mechanical fortress. After all, although Link said that the First Order was a powerful maintenance force of the Vatican system, Antonidas had no good feelings for these people since they met. It's better to be strange and more absurd. Even if a lower civilization has the ability to cross the gate of transition, now even super large aircraft have come out, which is no longer absurd. It's as absurd as saying that ants have nuclear weapons. But Ningchenqi looked into Antonita's eyes. The other party didn't dodge, and his eyes were firm. It didn't look like lying at all. Is all this true? At this moment, Ningchenqi could not help shaking. Chapter 708. You have come all the way. It's better to settle down in Dawn City and have a rest. I can answer any doubts slowly. Antonidas decided to invite the First Order people into the city based on the idea that he came all the way to be a guest. On the one hand, the other side should show goodwill, and the other side should show kindness equally. On the other hand, it's dangerous to stay under the other party's ships. Invite the other party to Dawn City. There are various arrangements in the city. No matter what happens later, you can face it calmly. At least you have the capital to challenge the other party. Ningchenqi thought about it for a moment. At the same time, there was a communication from the adjutant. Sir, there are various D-level arrays in the Dawn City ahead, and the strongest is C-level array. However, with the help of courage, it can't cause serious damage to you. The risk assessment is 40%. With the most complete data analysis, Ningchenqi was confident, raised his hand and said, "Okay, let's talk while walking." Undefined. The players around looked at the First Order officer who appeared first and the 7th Corps led by him, which was unprecedented novelty. Link, they have known each other on the forum and hot search for a long time. This is only the first time. But the First Order is different. This is a serious new force, and it is also the largest force in the Vatican system, fighting against alien stars. Their appearance also represents that version 2.0 has officially evolved from their novice planet era to the cosmic era, and players can step into the universe. Players stood in the distance, looking at the neat and murderous First Order team, and couldn't help whispering. The First Order came too suddenly, didn't it? The link came as soon as he left his front foot. If the First Order comes first, I will certainly be attracted by the grandeur of the warship and marvel at the advanced technology of the First Order. But after seeing the mechanical fortress and the Black Throne form, I think even if I enter the universe in the future, I'm afraid it's hard to be shocked by others. Don't set your flag too early. You don't know what spectacular things you can see after entering the universe. This is not a flag, but my confidence in Link. At least there shouldn't be anything in the Vatican galaxy that can disturb my heartstrings like the Black Throne. But then again, the First Order is really not forced. Just sit down with a big mushroom and come directly. This warship is a little bit small in front of the mechanical fortress, and there are no military commanders and soldiers at all. There are no experts and pets under Link's hands. It's just one heaven and one earth. Don't say so. Although the First Order wave is a hindsight, it's uncertain that they can take us into space. You should know that only the winners of the professional league can board the ship at the mechanical fortress. The requirements of the First Order can't be higher than Link. Players are scrambling to express their opinions. Although there are various opinions, they have reached a consensus on several points. That is, the First Order forced Gedera, completely without the momentum and feeling when Link appeared. The second is the First Order. However, the strength of Ningchenqi, the commander of the 7th Corps, does not seem to be as strong as Lin Keqiang. That's how players are. First impressions determine everything. When Link appeared, his hands were covered with clouds and rain. The war messenger was like a cat who saw a mouse in front of him. He could play with it at will. In contrast, the First Order is so cautious and not atmospheric. If Ningchenqi knows what players think, he will definitely shout injustice. Aren't these precautions the most basic, and the First Order hasn't been forced? The first organization of the Vatican system is not forced to talk in their sleep. Soon, Ningchenqi was invited to Dawn City. The architectural style of Dawn City aroused his doubts. The whole city seems to be composed of several pieces, with different styles. There are natural wooden houses representing druids, exquisite mechanical structures, and magical buildings in the local style of Fandara. Facing Ningchenqi's doubts, Antonidas took the initiative to solve his doubts. The alien stars forced us to Zhongyan Valley at that time. The remaining Terrans could not survive. We are ready for collective sacrifice. At this time, Link led the Wasteland expedition to turn the world around and solve the alien legion. Later, he helped us rebuild the Dawn City, implying that Pandora will always have Dawn. Ning Cheng frowned. A low-level civilized Link, led by a mob of Wasteland, can defeat the attack of alien stars? Before they came, they got the information. The alien sent 2 war envoys to attack Pandora, so they came quickly. Now they tell them that the alien disaster has been solved and they are lonely. Where are Link and the Wasteland expedition now? Can you recommend them? Ningchenki is curious about Link, because Antonidas talks about all this beyond his understanding. Even the absurd stories made up by children dare not be so unrestrained. Everything goes against common sense. Antonidas shrugged helplessly. Unfortunately, they had just left Pandora a few hours before you came. The pleats printed by the mechanical fortress outside Dawn City are brand new. I think you must see it. Ning Chenji nodded. Just now the adjutant did report the investigation to him, and the conclusion was consistent with what Anthony Doss said. In other words, the Wasteland Expeditionary Army left and took away the masters of the magic school on your planet, as well as the strange people in your mouth. Can you tell us in detail? Ningchenki travels north and south. Most of the galaxies in the Vatican Galaxy have been there. He has never heard of any strange people. Antonidas kept his hand a little and didn't directly answer Ningchenki, because he knew that the power of a strange person can be improved infinitely. He has no realm shackles and can revive infinitely at the same time. Such combat power will be reused there. Link is kind to Pandora, and Link is going to take the expeditionary army to fight against the alien, so he is willing to let the School of Magic and Pandora's strongest alien leave. But the First Order in front of them is different. They meet for the first time. Once they know the power of strange people, it must be out of control. They must be sent to the front line to fight against strange stars. However, with the current strength of Pandora players, fighting against alien stars on the battlefield is just reduced to cannon fodder to absorb fire. Other people on Pandora regard him as a leader. As a qualified leader, he is responsible for his own people. This responsibility includes finding a suitable way out for them. Obviously, in the eyes of Antonidas, the First Order is not a good home at present. Archmage, can you tell us the whole process of the alien invasion of Pandora? Because we found a lot of anomalies in Pandora, such as the mining of alien stars on the planet, and we didn't find the existence of casting magic camp. Ning Chenji asked his doubts. Antonidas thought for a moment, then shook his head and said, I don't know how to destroy it, because after Link arrived at Pandora, he ordered 3 ships to attack the 3 spider demon camps respectively. After destroying the casting demon camp and destroying the portal, he gathered to Zhongyan Valley to open the last battle. Ning Chenji didn't get the answer he wanted, but he still caught the key point. A small wasteland of low civilization has 3 warships. This is appalling. Even if the First Order has operated for so many years, there are only 7 warships. Link shot 3. Ningchenki said he could not accept them. Do you remember the style of the 3 warships? Antonidas did not hide these external things. I heard from Link that the first ship was a transport ship excavated from the waste soil. According to him, it was left after the crash when the First Order helped the waste soil more than 1,000 years ago. The second is the pirate ship of the interstellar predators, which was intercepted after the encounter in the universe and made a lot of modifications. As for the last one, it is the mechanical fortress. That is, the super-large aircraft in your mouth is as good as a city. Now Ningchenji knows more about waste soil. 1500 years ago, alien stars first raged in the Vatican system. At that time, various planets were overwhelmed by their disturbance. Some of the higher civilization levels consciously united to help lower civilizations fight alien stars. At that time, the united civilization called itself the Vatican Escort, which was the predecessor of the First Order. I didn't expect that there was still a transport ship 1,500 years ago in the waste soil, and I didn't expect that someone could start this thing. Then the next thing, Ningqianji has logical inertia. It must be that Link accidentally acquired a super large aircraft after driving a transport ship into space, and then encountered an interstellar predator. Rely on the power of super large aircraft to directly crush the predators and seize their spacecraft for several purposes. Because of the acquisition of super large aircraft, they must have acquired the knowledge of higher civilization, so they showed such terrible dominance in Pandora, and the alien stars didn't even set off a storm. There is no need to ask again. Ningqianji has made up everything and has a reasonable explanation. A new force with super large aircraft is definitely worth attracting. As long as the three warships absorb the First Order, they can definitely become the main force and play a decisive role in dealing with alien stars. Ningqianji can't wait to send the news back to Mustafa, but he still suppresses his excitement and sends an invitation to Antonidas. Master Antonidas, I hereby solemnly invite you to join the First Order and work together to maintain the stability and peace of the Vatican system. At present, our biggest enemy is alien stars. We must join hands with all forces that can be condensed to win this battle. Ningqianji didn't just invite verbally, but also set out many attractive conditions. We will establish a directional portal in Pandora to connect Pandora with the planet under our rule, so that the people of Pandora can go out and see other planets and facilitate the communication between various races. If there is another attempt from another star in the future, it will also facilitate us to send troops for rescue, which will benefit Pandora without harm. Ningqianji lobbied Antonidas as much as possible. Pandora's strength is good among many low civilization planets. In particular, there is a leader with energy level C. If he can win over to the First Order, it will also be the power of World War I. Other people have long been ecstatic to hear that planets can connect with other planets and have the opportunity to go out of their own world and communicate with groups in the galaxy. But Antonidas had a calm expression and could not see any waves in his eyes. Sorry, if you're inviting an alliance, I'd like to say sorry to you. Because before that, we have formed an alliance with the Waste Soil and officially joined the Waste Soil Expedition Army. Pandora and the Waste Soil keep watch and help each other, sharing weal and woe. Now, if the First Order is invited, I need to discuss with Link and advance and retreat together. Antonidas rejected the First Order without thinking about it. Although the First Order is more powerful in the Vatican system, he prefers to trust Link rather than these outsiders with arrogant eyes. Ningqianji was stunned. He didn't expect to say no from Antonidas. The soldiers in the First Order around were also stupid. The pictures they saw in the past were the happy promises of the leaders of their respective planets, but today there is no reason to reverse. They don't understand why they refuse. Don't they know what kind of loss will be if they lose communication with the outside planet and refuse the assistance of the First Order if the alien invades again in the future? How can you resist without the support of the portal? Ningqianji couldn't help asking. Antonidas replied with an indifferent face. Link said that alien stars do not have the ability to move spacecraft, and their portal also needs to be opened by insiders or rituals. Now Pandora's insiders are dead, the three portals have collapsed unilaterally, and there are no spacecraft on the alien planet, so it is impossible to threaten the mainland. How can we talk about attacking again? Antonidas's rebuttal made Ningqianji speechless. Link, Link, Link again, always Link. Since he came to Pandora, the Link in Antonidas's mouth has been against himself. Never appeared, but everything has his influence. Now it even affects the grand plan of the First Order in the Vatican system. Link will talk later. Compared with him, he is certainly willing to join the First Order, so it is the same for you to join first. Antonidas shook his head and refused. Now Pandora is completely safe. Once connected to the portal, if the alien attacks the connected planet, won't Pandora suffer again? And after listening to Link talk about the First Order, he didn't like the First Order. For 1,500 years, we have not eliminated alien stars. On the contrary, Link has solved a number of invaders attacking the planet. We can see their efficiency and level at a glance. Sorry, I still say that Pandora is now in alliance with the Wasteland. This matter can only be carried out with the consent of both sides. It is impossible for me to unite with other forces behind my allies, which is contrary to the spirit of the contract. I can only say sorry for the love of the First Order. Ning Chinqi was frozen. Just because of Antonita's attitude. He never thought that one day he would be rejected for allowing lower civilizations to join the First Order. Shouldn't they join the First Order and ask for the protection of the First Order? Chapter 709. The scene was once awkward. Ning Chenji was speechless, while Antonidas sat still and didn't feel any discomfort. Ning Chenqi has been in the First Order for so long, and has also dealt with people of civilizations on all planets. Everyone regards them as saviors and hope. He has never seen anyone who despises them so much, completely disrupting his rhythm and speech. This embarrassing experience is the first time. After a long time, Ning Chenji decided to change the topic to break the deadlock. When we came to Pandora, we found traces of large-scale energy in the sky, and the system gave a level energy fluctuation. Since you say that the alien invaders have long been eliminated, it's probably something that Link made before he left. Undefined. Before Ning Chenji finished, Antonidas responded in 4 words. No comment. After all, it's about the Mage Tower. Antonidas can also hear from Ning Chenji's words. Even in the eyes of the First Order, the effect of the Mage Tower is terrible. This requires him to keep secret. The Mage Tower is not only the Mage Tower of Link, but also the Mage Tower of Gamish and a number of magic schools. Ning Chenji clenched his fist and refused to disclose any useful information. In that case, Ning Chenji got up slowly, with a strange look in his eyes. Mechanical Fortress. Soon after leaving Pandora, everything on the Mechanical Fortress returned to normal. Of course, there are several abnormal things. The players on the Panduo *** ship laughed askew. There is a Mage Tower in the rest area, and their strength has been enhanced to varying degrees. In this way, even if you do tasks in the future, your efficiency will be improved. This wave should be said to be an epic enhancement. You can finally be proud in front of the Wasteland players. You know, when facing alien stars before, these strong people have suffered enough from the suffocation, the double resistance of shadow dogs and the raid of alien demons. They even doubted whether it was the right choice to be born on Pandora. It was a big surprise to wait for Link's Mage Tower instead of his planet leader to provide welfare for them. In contrast, the Wasteland players were a little arrogant before. After all, they are the only ones who rely on the power of their own planet to defeat alien stars, and even let alien stars not even enter the Gale Desert. It is very different from Pandora players who almost become lost dogs. But now, with the increase of the Mage Tower, the strength of these Pandora players has soared. Even if Link has planned the direction to pursue the wind, they dare not say that they are sure of winning. Hold back, hold back. Even some Wasteland players are thinking, do you want to join if you can't fight, and practice magic yourself? If the mood of players can be described as mixed sadness and joy, there is only happiness for people of other forces in the rest area. Another powerful force joined, and the changes brought to them by the Mage Tower are also visible to the naked eye. Although the Moon Shadow Council believes in the Druid way, there are also schools of casting spells in the Druid way. Thanks to the existence of the Mage Tower, they have been strengthened more or less. The miracle ancient trees in the ecological dome of the Moon Shadow Council feel the abundant magic fluctuation of the magic net, the magic accumulation is more rapid, and the generation speed of the magic spring in the moon well around has doubled. In the Mist Mountain Villa, although Grace is a mind power department, the Banshee King is proficient in alchemy and still has some magic tricks. Although there are no miracles and ancient trees, under the influence of magic net, the mental state is enhanced a lot. Because he is a erudite, Link has no limit on the number of learning skills, and has mastered a large number of magic skills without preconditions. He can personally feel the influence of Mage Tower brilliance. In addition, he has another skill, Arcane Torrent. Arcane Torrent set off a magic turbulence within the influence range of the magic net, enhance their own magic effect by 100%, deduct 50% of the total magic of all spells in the magic net, extend the casting time by 30%, and reduce all spell effects by 20%. This skill is only exclusive to the master of the Mage Tower. S-level skills. Link was a little short of breath. He thought the completion of the Mage Tower was the biggest surprise to him. Unexpectedly, there was an S-level skill attached to it. Look at the effect of Arcane Torrent. It can take effect within the influence range of the magic net. This range is large. Not to mention a planet, there are at least hundreds of kilometers. It can be said that with the Mage Terrank, he will no longer worry about spell enemies. Just sacrifice his exquisite. Oh no, Mage Tower, all spells are cattle, ghosts, and snake gods, you have to lie down. Just when Lin Kemazizi appreciated his newly acquired S-level skills, Troy's voice suddenly appeared. Führer, Gamish asked for a meeting outside the door. He looked very worried. Why does he come to me if he doesn't enjoy his masterpiece Mage Tower at this time? Link turned off the system in his eyes and asked Troy to lead Gamish in. Gamish hurried in with an excited and urgent expression. Führer, I have an unkind request. Link signaled Gamish what to say first. I found a good seedling in the mechanical fortress, Miranda, the child of Ms. Grace of Mist Mountain Villa. This child has amazing magic talent. He has never been exposed to any magic before, but he can fully display a level B magic at a glance. This child is born to learn magic. I can swear to the gods and give me a few years. Miranda can easily surpass the achievements of me and Antonidas. Gamish said that his face was red and excited. When Gamish said good seedling, in fact, Link already knew who it was. After listening to Gamish's words, Link didn't have any waves on his face. He patted Gamish on the shoulder. It seems that you're going to be disappointed. Gamish froze. He didn't seem to understand the meaning of Link's words. He asked tentatively, is the Führer going to teach her himself? Link shook his head and said, that's not the reason, but Miranda is a cursed child. She was cursed by Saffron, the second character of the alien world. The energy in her body will increase day by day with her emotions. Once she can't control it, the violent energy will be vented from her, which is powerful enough to raise a planet to the ground. Although her talent is amazing, if you let her study magic with you, it will only accelerate the growth of energy in her body. Gamish was completely confused. He didn't expect that there was such an inside story. He was even involved in the second character of the alien star. What kind of hatred is it? It's so cruel to a little girl. Gamish showed complex emotions in his eyes, clenched his fist and was angry. Miranda is just a child. She is going to suffer from this kind of suffering. Her life is dying all the time. She is worried all day. On the other hand, Gamish also sincerely admired Link's boldness. According to Link, it's brave for an artist to take such a time bomb with him before he can find a solution. However, since Link takes care of a little girl, he also believes in Gamish's idea of cooperation. If you don't abandon a little girl who will explode at any time, you won't be bad for your allies. But I remember that the School of Magic seems to have a Dharma array that can dredge magic energy. You can also try with your professional knowledge. Maybe there is a way to dispel the violent energy in Miranda's body. Gamish was in a complex mood, from being extremely excited that he met a good seedling who had the hope to touch the realm of Dharma God, to being splashed with cold water by Link. His hope was dashed, and his great joy turned into great sorrow. The mood is really indescribable. Gamish nodded. Before that, Link read the magic books of the magic school and learned most of the spells, so he knew a lot about magic skills. There is such a Dharma array. I can reform it a little later, but I can't guarantee the effect. Link nodded to understand, it was also an attempt. After all, it was the alchemy curse of the shadow demon Saffron. If it was so easy to be broken, it would not be the strongest alchemist in the Vatican system. Gamish hesitated for a moment and asked his doubts, in other words, how long will Miranda's energy expand? It was expected to be 3 months before, but after entering space, she gradually adapted to the environment here. Grace took good care of her, and everyone on the spacecraft liked Miranda, which also greatly calmed Miranda's mood. At the current rate, it can last 4 to 5 months. Of course, this is only an expectation, and no one can guarantee what will happen during the period. Once Miranda's mood is stimulated, no one will know the result. In the face of Link's confession, Gamish couldn't help but wonder, in this case, do you still decide to take Miranda with you? Gamish's doubts reminded Link of what had happened in the wasteland and what Miranda and her brother Sean had suffered. Because of responsibility. They were innocent people involved in alien invasion. Her brother Sean was directly taken away by the shadow demon Saffron, and she became an alchemy curse and was left to me as a hot potato. The real body of the shadow demon Saffron can't come, so it left me this big problem in the way of void projection, which can be regarded as revenge for my extermination of the alien legion. You're not afraid of accidents? Miranda's mood is unstable on the way, and the whole mechanical fortress and expeditionary army will be destroyed. Link looked as usual and then said, I still have emergency measures for this temporary situation. Staying in the waste soil is equivalent to letting the remaining people bear the consequences, which is irresponsible to all the waste soil people. Stay with me, I still have a way to suppress, maybe I can find a solution. Gamish's eyes changed when he looked at Link, and he was immediately awed. For the people, Link took Miranda into space. For the sake of responsibility, he left Miranda with him. In this case, Link could directly throw Miranda into space. In this way, the waste soil will not be endangered, and the mechanical fortress does not need to carry a time bomb. But Link didn't do so. He not only took Miranda with him, but also took good care of her, and even tried to help Miranda lift the curse. Such a leader makes Gamish sincerely admire and have more confidence in the alliance. Link didn't even give up such a little girl, let alone the alliance. Gamish was shocked and his eyes twinkled with a strange light. Don't worry, the head. Now that the Mage Tower is completed, the magic school has no work. In the next period of time, I will take other mages to study and think about ways to export energy. No matter how much, if you can export a little, you can buy more time for Miranda. Well, it'll be hard for you. Gamish came to Link with excitement and left with heavy responsibilities on his shoulders. When Gamish left, Link's serious expression suddenly relaxed. You see, this is not fooling people again? Miranda's problem is really serious. 3 or 5 months can be said to come in an instant. But Link did not have a solution. Since the curse was caused by the Shadow Devil Saffron, it would be good to kill the Shadow Devil Saffron directly and find a solution from his alchemy manual or rune. This is an impossible task for others. But for Link, everything is possible. If Link had been afraid of this before, Link expanded after Pandora's giving. It's really inflated. Look at chasing the wind. I just got 2 million experience. Now I walk sideways like a crab with my nostrils facing the sky. Link told Pandora's players about a wave of collocation and gained 70 million experience in 5 days. Can we not expand? This wave is also the mainstream of Pandora. The level of players is very high. They have accumulated a wave of experience and have nowhere to put it. This happened to meet Link's lecture. It's not a thunder ticking the ground fire. When dry firewood meets a fire, don't wipe it. Now Link has 150 million experience and can be directly pulled to level 80 of the upper version limit. What Shadow Demon Saffron, what Sanos, one hand can break, Bushy. Link hummed a little song, went to the collection room with his back hands, then opened many password mechanisms and took out one of the obsidian flashing black lightning. The imprint of War Messenger is the core and the loading body of its power. From Abaddon's hand, the power of imprinting the core has also been increased in Abaddon's hand for a long time. The imprint core of War Messengers represents their strength, but if you want to select the strongest imprint core, Abaddon's is definitely in the top 3 even if it is not listed in the first place. Now in Link's hands, he racked his brains these days to analyze, and wanted to know what position this thing could be synthesized with. It's true that the material is the core of the mark, but Link looked at all his pets and didn't seem very suitable according to the principle of the imprint core. If you grant it again, you can get a War Messenger. Who should you choose? Chapter 710. First of all, the mark of War Messenger belongs to purple epic quality. As long as it is properly selected, it can at least recreate an epic combat power. After that, the most important thing is to choose who will carry this gift of alien dark alchemical energy. In the general direction, there are also 2 ways in front of Link. One is to carry out secondary evolution for existing pets to improve their quality and strength. The other is to transform others into Link's synthetic system. Undefined after all, there are many people whose loyalty has already reached 100 points in the mechanical fortress. They are limited by their own strength or knowledge and cannot go further. At this time, synthesis is undoubtedly the best way to quickly improve their strength. To find the most suitable synthesis, we must have a clear understanding of the characteristics of the imprinted core. The imprint core was created by the shadow demon Saffron. It is the product of Saffron's combination of his own power and the power seized from alchemy replacement in the void, so it is regarded as an alchemy product. Secondly, because it is a mixture of the power extracted from the void and Saffron's own power, the energy of the imprinted core has the attribute of darkness. The black star state of all War Messengers when they land is the best proof. Alchemy products, dark attributes. Link's first thought was Grace, the Banshee King, the most perfect product of the imprint core. But then there is a problem. According to Grace's rebellious imperial sister attribute, taking Link as a competitor and catch-up object, she will certainly not obediently let Link synthesize, and she may have to say something about surpassing Link by her own strength. Link wrote down Grace's name on the paper as an alternative. If there is no suitable candidate, Link can only use some skills to make Grace obedient. In addition to Grace, Link checked the pets and found that the Dragon Touch God and the Dream Demon met the requirements. One is a Diablo, the other is a Void creature, both of which fit well with the phase of the imprinted core. As for the more consistent of Pharaoh Tumen, he was directly excluded by Link. Pharaoh Tumen was not loyal to Link. They were more like a cooperative relationship. Pharaoh Tumen needed the Coffin Palace of Afu to accumulate power, while before, Link needed Pharaoh Tumen to find the country's heavy weapons and ways to deal with alien stars. Although Pharaoh Tumen also joined the Waste Soil expedition, Link understood that he just wanted to rely on Afu, so he hung his name. Now there are 3 goals that meet the requirements, one is Grace, the other is to touch the Dragon God, and the third is to send Dream Demons. The core of the mark is purple. The Dragon Tentacle God and the Dream-Sending Demon are also epic creatures. If the phase really fits, Link can look forward to the second legendary pet in advance. Just do it. Link left the room and went directly to the special pet area. The area here is very large, almost the same as the rest area, which is a bit similar to the ecological simulation environment of the Moon Shadow Council. Above the pet area is the main engine room. The heat emitted by the main engine of the mechanical fortress will be secondary absorbed and then discharged here according to the dynamic index. At the same time, water generated by clean energy will be discharged, which will simulate the normal falling of rain in nature. Below the pet area is the mechanical fortress temperature control room, in which the condensation equipment will affect the ground. The equipment monitors the temperature of the pet area and adjusts it at any time according to its environment. The environmental simulation of the whole pet area is also complex. Deserts, mountains, forests, lakes, hills, and plains almost quickly form a small ecology. Link came to the desert of the pet area. There was a black object roaring and running in the desert. When you look carefully, you can find that it was the Wasteland Wolf King who led a group of wasteland wolves to sprinkle sweat and energy wantonly. Lin Ke stood in the desert for a while, and the vibration sound from the ground was clearly visible. A moment later, the dragon touch god broke through the earth, and the sand dust was lifted up and dispersed in the air. The dragon touch god showed his fierce and ferocious face, and then crept skillfully in front of Lin Ke. Link didn't talk nonsense. He held the touch dragon god in one hand and the imprint core in the other hand. Touch dragon god, purple, plus imprint core, purple, equals fit, 33%. Link quit the system without even looking down. This shouldn't be. The Dragon Touch God is a Diablo with a Sirius Sun's 8 meridians and a red root. The fit with the imprint core is so low that it is in conflict. When Link left the pet area, he left with a frown. This is wrong, this should not be. Not to mention perfect matching, should there be a degree of fit between 70 and 80? The combination of Diablo and Dark Void alchemy materials has only a coincidence of more than 30. Although the air conditioning in the corridor of the mechanical fortress was sufficient, Link felt his cheeks hot when he left. In synthesis, he was beaten in the face again. Now Link really can't understand his system. The Dragon Tentacle God was crossed. Then Link went back to his lounge and found an octopus doll at the head of the bedroom bed. Just when I came into contact with the octopus doll, it was dark and suddenly enlarged. The light in the bright bedroom suddenly darkened a lot. You can vaguely see the projection of octopus tentacles on the ground. Link reached out and patted the octopus doll on the head and said, "Good boy, don't make trouble." The projection of the tentacles on the ground was bitterly taken back, and the bedroom was much brighter. Link picked up the imprint core again, and then entered the system interface to view it. Send Dream Demon, purple, plus imprint core, purple, equals fit, 55%. It is much higher than the Dragon Touch God, but the fit is still not optimistic. At present, Link dare not synthesize this fit. After all, only Saffron can make the imprinted core, and other war messengers probably would rather die than hand over the imprinted core. Therefore, the imprinted core is extremely rare, so we must be careful when synthesizing it. Well, it's all right. Go back to sleep. Link touched the octopus doll and hung it at the head of the bed again. Now he thinks that the two pets that fit best have failed, and there is only one way in front of him. Grace has always been a strong woman, royal sister, and wild image in Link's mind. Of course, taking care of Miranda recently has inspired Grace's maternal brilliance. You can add the impression of mother to her traits. At the thought of discussing synthesis with such a Banshee king, Link felt his scalp numb, which is definitely a challenging task. But what to do? He didn't work hard. Now he can only pull down his face and go to Grace. Touch the Dragon God and send the Dream Demon, the feeling is connoted again. Link paced back and forth in the room. After a long time, he finally saw a bright light and thought of a great speech. "I'm a genius." Link bared his teeth and walked out of the room. When he went outside, he suddenly converged and became the calm and sophisticated leader. When he came to the door of Mist Mountain Villa, the fog outside automatically dispersed a path. Link quickly walked into the manor and soon heard a burst of laughter like a silver bell. Grace sat in the pavilion in the manor, with all kinds of alchemy scrolls and instruments and equipment on the table. On the lawn, Miranda was playing with deformed polymer monsters, eagle banshees, and zombies. She threw herself into it and didn't even find Link coming. Link didn't bother Miranda. His goal today is only Grace. Grace looked up at Link, then continued to look at Miranda with maternal love. She was really like a mother, looking at her children for a moment. On the contrary, Grace's zombie legions are clumsy when playing with Miranda. It's not because they walk stiff without consciousness, but for fear of hurting the big lady in the process of playing. Miranda is really the second person in the position of Mist Villa. Link couldn't even direct these zombies without grace. However, Link is not jealous. After all, he also has an undead army. There is no need to envy Grace. I'm here this time, mainly. Just before Link finished, Grace interrupted Link. Did the old man Gamish come to you and want Miranda to learn magic? Now you're lobbying again? Grace's tone was not good, with a hint of anger, but she was extremely restrained in front of Link. Are you angry? Link simply followed Grace's words. Grace snorted and didn't even look at Link, but her voice fluctuated, with a little strange, how dare I be angry with the head of state? No, you're just angry. Link's tone was very firm. Grace was even more angry now, but the proud queen didn't say it. Her mouth hardened and didn't admit it at all. No, unless you show evidence. Link's eyes moved down from Grace's cold face, and then he saw two exaggerated arcs covered by wild feathers, which fluctuated violently up and down, as if they could trigger a series of earthquakes at any time after falling to the ground. Grace looked down in Link's eyes, and then a cold light flashed in her eyes. I'm so angry that I was betrayed by my body. What are you going to do? Grace simply ignored the previous rubbish and asked Link's decision directly. Link looked at Miranda, who was giggling. He was innocent and could not help raising an arc at the corners of his mouth. Of course I refused. If Miranda learned magic, the energy in her body would accelerate the accumulation and learn with her life. However, I asked Gamish to find out if the School of Magic has any way to guide the outflow of body energy. If so, you can try it. Link paused for a moment, grimaced, and said, also, Gamish is now a member of the Wasteland Expedition Army, an ally at the planet level, and a legendary mage. Don't be an old man, which is not conducive to internal unity. Hearing that Link didn't push Miranda out, Grace's face was a little calm, surprisingly restrained the proud queen's character, and obediently replied to Link's criticism and education, oh. Looking at the bedding, Link rubbed around Grace and pushed forward, in fact, I came to you today because I have other things. Want to talk and stop, want to say and don't know where to start. This tangled look made Grace frown. If you have anything to say, you look like a distorted polymer. The grass is deformed. The distorted polymer that is playing with Miranda can't help but freeze. When he wants to cry, he finds that he has no eyes, so he is even more sad. I thought of a possibility to solve Miranda's problem. Of course, it's only possible. Everything is just my personal theoretical guess. Say it. Hearing that Link had a way to solve Miranda's problem, Grace's eyes suddenly burst into a burst of fine light, and the whole person was excited. The playing eagle Banshee saw that her boss and Link were so close, and her face showed an excited expression. Although I didn't hear what they were talking about, the harpy could guess with her feathers. After all, there are only two things that can excite the Banshee King. One is the breakthrough in alchemy, and the other is about His Highness Miranda. Well, before the alien war messenger Abaddon defected to the battlefield, he didn't give up his source of strength. Later, I inquired in detail and learned that the core of this mark was made by Saffron, the two alien shadow demons, the same person as Dean's box and Miranda. I was wondering if I could start here and look for some opportunities. Link said, put the imprint core on the table, obsidian crystal, surrounded by subtle black lightning, which seems to contain strong energy. Grace frowned slightly and easily felt the dark energy inside the imprint core. There is a strong dark energy in it. Grace murmured. Link slowly advanced. Saffron used alchemy to exchange the power from the void, combined with his own dark energy to form the imprint core. Once you use the imprint core, you will get the gift of power and become an alien war messenger. Seeing that Grace had something to say, Link quickly pressed it and explained, but I can rest assured that I have a way to eliminate this effect. You will only gain strength, not become Saffron's puppet. After listening to Link's introduction, Grace vaguely grasped Link's meaning. You mean, because I study alchemy and have dark energy, I most agree with the core of this mark. If you accept this power, can you give full play to it? Once you become the so-called alien-own person, you will know more about Saffron's alchemy mysteries and alien secrets, which will be of great help to the treatment of Miranda. Grace had the temporary alchemy platform given by Link to Saffron, as well as some Saffron alchemy manuals and runes. She had a preliminary understanding of him. If you can become an alien, you will know more and study more. From this point of view, Link did spend some time. This is only one aspect, mainly because I can use alchemy to create an effect higher than Saffron's permission, so as to make the alchemy rules under Saffron ineffective. But this alchemy blessing can only succeed if you have a high degree of fit with the imprint core. Once the fit is not enough, it will fail. Link said seriously. Grace glanced at Miranda and looked at the beautiful appearance of her daughter's innocence. Without much hesitation, Grace looked firmly, I'm willing to try. Come on. Then he straightened his chest, closed his eyes and looked like a heroic death. Looking at the two things beating in front of him, Link suddenly felt a little shaking and dizzy. Link to the words don't have to and was swallowed. Then Link held the imprint core in one hand, and the other hand gradually moved towards Grace's. Chapter 711. Link put his other hand on Grace's shoulder and immediately entered the system synthesis interface to check. Although Grace and Link are not big or small, her work style is also quite direct and speak frankly. But this is not the performance of the prick's dissatisfaction, but the result of his character. In fact, Grace's loyalty to Link has reached 100 points as early as after giving a series of alchemy manuals and instructions. Grace, purple, plus imprint core, purple, equals fit 66.6%. After reading the degree of fit, Link's expression that was already ready to celebrate suddenly froze. 2/3 of the degree of fit was still too low compared with the precious degree of the imprinted core. This fit is not worth Link's risk. Undefined at the same time, Link is quite autistic. Among the three composers carefully selected by himself, the one with the highest degree of fit is Grace in front of him, but it is still a little short of the standard that he can really synthesize in his heart. The people who racked their brains to select couldn't synthesize, and Link was extremely frustrated. Such a rare thing as the imprint core can't be synthesized when you get it. Sitting on the treasure mountain and unable to cache it is the most painful thing in life. Grace looked at Link's face and her heart sank. She couldn't help asking, isn't it a match? Link nodded helplessly, unable to say a word of frustration. Grace also suddenly vented her anger. She had been ready for psychological construction and integrated with the power of the imprint core, trying to find a way to solve Miranda's dilemma, but now she didn't even give her a chance. Looking at Miranda laughing happily in the distance, every time it hurt Link like a needle. In particular, he gave hope and snuffed it out by himself. Link really didn't want to do such a thing. Don't worry, I'll think of other ways. Link got up and left Misty Mountain Villa. His plan failed him this time. Faces nothing. The hope of saving Miranda has failed again, which is the most disappointing. Link walked out of the Misty Mountain Villa with a gloomy face, and the negative pressure on his body was too strong. He really couldn't figure out what was wrong with his synthetic idea. The core of the mark was the standard alchemy product, which contained the product of dark and void energy. Grace herself is a master alchemist. There is also dark energy in her body. The fit between the two can be said to be perfect. How can the fit shown in the system be so low? Link was puzzled. Boss, I have something urgent to find you. While Link was doubting himself, Afu came panting in the distance. Boss, Lao Jin asked me to send you a message that the mouse finally came out of the hole. The mouse out of the hole is a code word once set by Old Kim and Link, which means that Abaddon came out of the room. Born as an Abaddon terrorist tactician, he will certainly find a way to make things happen, which means that the phishing law enforcement plan has officially entered the second stage and began various layout and misleading. These are all discussed by Link with Macaw, Silver Hand, and Penny before. Normal guidance is okay. Well, okay, I see. Let Lao Jin act according to the plan. Link ordered without salt. As the most loyal servant of Link, Ah Fu has spent the longest time with Link. At a glance, he can see that the boss is in a bad mood. Ah Fu silently took the imprint core in Link's hand and followed him. When the boss is depressed, he just needs to be quiet. Even the things that most old people can't be solved no matter how many others say. The best way is to stay with him. Don't bother him. Just wait for the boss to think of a solution. Link walked all the way to the lounge, returned to the room, and went straight to the collection chamber. He still didn't figure out what was wrong with his synthesis logic, but the coincidence degree displayed by the system would not be false. Since the coincidence degree was so low, there must be inconsistent conditions. Where grace is contrary to the core of the mark. Link frowned and racked his brains to analyze and compare the differences between the two. Differences seem harder to find than similarities. Link stood in front of the treasure room for a long time before he thought of the answer that might cause the poor compatibility between the two. Maybe it's because Grace has an extremely strong free will and doesn't like to be bound and restricted, and the most basic condition for the effectiveness of the imprint core is obedience and submission to the power given by Saffron. Link is not sure whether this statement is accurate. After all, she has also tested the Dream Demon and Dragon Touch God before, and their coincidence is lower. After a long time, Link recovered and saw Ah Fu around him. I thought you had just left. Ah Fu shook his head, the boss is in a bad state. I must stay by my side. Maybe there are some orders or arrangements. Link smiled with relief, and then arranged a task for Ah Fu. Well, put the seal core back in the secret room. Ah Fu's face showed a happy expression, and his white teeth glittered under his black skin. Ah Fu knows that once the boss arranges him to do the task, it means that he has got out of the problem that bothers him. Link looked at Ah Fu holding the back of the imprinted core in his hands, with a gentle smile in his mouth. At the same time, a joke came to mind. The dark energy inside the imprint core. Ah Fu has black skin. From this point of view, Ah Fu should also match the imprint core. Suddenly, Link was stunned. The absurd idea in his mind lingered, and even began to grow uncontrollably. Ah Fu, come here. Link called out to Ah Fu and then motioned for him to come. Ah Fu was stunned. He looked down at the imprint core on his hand and looked at the boss. Didn't the boss tell him to put his things down? Why did he suddenly put them down now? Although I didn't know why, Ah Fu came over. Give me the imprint core. Link reached for the imprint core. When Ah Fu handed the imprinted core to Link, imprinted core and Ah Fu were connected, and Link saw the synthetic display on the system interface. Forbes, blue, plus imprinted core, purple, equals fit, 100%. Link was stunned by the 100% fit. I racked my brains to think about so many synthesis schemes before, and the results are not very optimistic. It's just a play with cramps. It even shows that it has a 100% fit. It's like a mountain with heavy waters, no doubt, and another village. Link just put his hand on the core of the mark and didn't take over the plan and action. Ah Fu didn't dare to let go. He was afraid that something like obsidian would suddenly fall to the ground. The scene was so stiff. After a long time, Link took over the imprint core and looked at Ah Fu with satisfaction and appreciation. Worthy of his Wolong Phoenix chick, Ah Fu has to solve problems at the critical moment. Now when entering the universe, the strength of the enemy encountered is stronger. Ah Fu's personal strength is more than enough to run wild in the waste soil, but after entering the universe, the effect of space backpack is similar to that of enhanced backpack. The psychic ritual of extracting soul is no longer the only one, and there are many races and abilities that can extract soul energy. The body reification ability to penetrate matter will also encounter the interception of energy creatures, which is no longer so invincible. Now Ah Fu can have a very high degree of fit with the imprint core. With the dark blue quality of Afu, it is certain to be promoted to epic level. After this synthesis, Afu will not only have various signboard skills of war messengers, but also greatly improve his level and his own skills. However, Link is a democratic man. He will certainly ask Afu for advice on such a thing. Afu, now entering the cosmic environment, your strength can't keep up with the requirements of the times. Before Link finished speaking, Afu fell on his knees with tears in his eyes. Boss, I want to be strong. Don't abandon me, I can try to improve and keep pace. Alas, what are you doing? As the boss, I will certainly help you. Link shrugged helplessly. You see, Afu begged him on his own initiative. As the boss, in the face of the requests of his subordinates, it is natural to meet them as much as possible. Just right, the core of this mark comes from Abaddon, which contains the power extracted from the void by the shadow demon Saffron. I will strengthen you with this imprint core. When you break out of the cocoon next time, you will usher in a new life. Lin Qian introduced it wordily. Afu opened his mouth slightly and was amazed. I didn't expect that the core mark given by Abaddon was so powerful. So are you ready to accept the new power? Link asked gravely. Afu's face showed a trace of awe-inspiring generosity and nodded heavily. Afu does not have the heart of a strong man, but this loyalty is sometimes more terrible than the heart of a strong man. Afu wanted to follow Link's footsteps and urgently wanted to become stronger, so he agreed to integrate with the imprint core neatly. Link is also satisfied with the current outcome. Finally, I found a candidate who is in line with the imprint core, and the degree of fit is still as high as 100%. This candidate happens to be Afu, the most trusted person of Link, and can improve Afu's strength by the way. In a very vulgar word, everything is the best choice. Link made a quick decision to synthesize Afu, and the imprinted core energy gradually decomposed from his hand. The black electric light burst out at the last moment, as if making the last resistance. Afu knew what he had to face. He was familiar with the road. He even put his hands on his chest to ensure that he had the best posture when he was wrapped in a blood cocoon. This synthesis cost Link 10,000 HP. Fortunately, Afu is dark blue and not big. If he changes to the shape of Touch Dragon God, I'm afraid it won't cost 20,000 directly. Blood cocoon completely wraps Afu, and it will be officially announced in 5 days. The effect will be known in 5 days. Link restrained his inner excitement and suddenly flashed a fine light in his eyes. Take advantage of these 5 days, come and have a good look at what Abaddon is going to do. At the same time, a dead, dark planet in the barren universe. A black shadow passed through the skeleton valley, and a deeper shadow in the sky's black cloud moved quickly to the west. In the far west of this dark planet, a dark red light rose into the sky and went straight into the clouds, accompanied by lightning from time to time, showing a sense of awe. Beyond the thick rolling black clouds, bursts of black smoke and all kinds of deadly toxic gases are emitted from the scorched earth Gobi in the extreme distance. Far away, there is a huge volcano, constantly spouting magma. Lightning and dark red light erupted from the crater, a doomsday scene. The shadow is above the dark clouds, and the frightening figure is reflected on the ground. In the blink of an eye, the shadow has appeared at the doomsday volcano, and the lightning in the sky has weakened slightly. Saffron, did you come to me this time to replace me? The airflow in doomsday volcano surged, and a strong air pressure spread everywhere. Hundreds of tons of boulders on the plain below the volcano even trembled and moved. The smaller stones all float slowly. The powerful energy even forms an air explosion force field in the air, and the air diffuses rapidly and shakes open. The dark clouds in the sky gradually formed a sneering face. If I want to replace it, it began as early as you closed and recovered. Why wait until today? I'm here today to tell you something. Abaddon's imprint core has lost its sense. Doomsday volcano fell into a moment of silence, followed by a roar. The imprint core is not made by yourself. Even if the war messenger dies, the energy will come back and condense into the imprint core. This time it will disappear. Where did it happen? This has never happened before. Even Sanos, who has recovered from seclusion, has encountered it for the first time. Saffron's face gradually twisted in the dark cloud, with a smile, so the core of the mark should be completely destroyed this time. If you can have this ability, I'm afraid there is only Joyce, the first order white alchemist in the whole Vatican galaxy. It seems that behind Pandora's loss of contact, there is a figure of first order. Now it's Pandora, then the next one is Victoria. The alien stars have lost their troops and lost their generals continuously. It seems that the leader's plan has been defeated by the other party, the shadow demon Saffron joked. The doomsday volcano gave a dull hum, and the crater suddenly burst into several cracks. The red magma light reflected on the cracks and seemed to explode all the time. I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. When I go out this time, alien stars will completely reign in the Vatican system. The first order is only Earth Avalanche and Tile Dog. Tut tut, let me see how you came to the Vatican system. Oh, by the way, I forgot to remind you. You instructed to send more troops to Victoria. If it is brought to a pod again, Wormer's troops will not be enough to deal with the First Order directly. The leader of our God of War personally delivered 1/3 of the forces of alien stars. This operation is simply a wonderful flower in the express industry. As soon as the voice of the shadow demon Saffron fell, an energy burst out of the doomsday volcano and rushed into the sky. All the black clouds in the sky were lit, like burning ashes, with flickering lights at the border of black ashes. The energy of this lasing continues to be released, the world roars, and even a cluster of terrible energy directly into the universe can be clearly seen outside the barren planet U Shadow. It's time to come forward. The thick sound of the crater stirred in the air. The dark shadow in the sky quickly avoided the energy field spreading behind him. There was no joke and ridicule just now. The projection on the Gobi was even a little embarrassed. Chapter 712. In the Mechanical Fortress. Abaddon looked out of the window at the boundless universe and suddenly felt like he was locked in an iron cage. It was very quiet around, but Abaddon felt like he was being watched. If he hadn't abandoned the imprint core, he might have known the surrounding atmosphere more clearly, but now his strength is only the level of a terrorist tactician. He can't feel the atmosphere at all, and the feeling of being monitored is just his inner guess. But Abaddon is absolutely sure. Undefined, he knew that his imminent defection had aroused the indignation of many people in the Mechanical Fortress. Maybe even Link didn't trust him completely, but wanted to get more inside information from him. Abaddon has offered the core of the seal, so it is not very useful to Link in terms of power. The only thing we can do is to know the inside information of many alien leaders, which Link urgently needs. As long as he doesn't reveal everything he knows, it's still valuable. As for many people who are hostile and malicious to him hidden in the Mechanical Fortress, their actions will not be too blatant as long as he is valuable. Although their influence on Abaddon can be minimized, these eyes hidden in the dark will hinder Abaddon from obtaining the intelligence of Mechanical Fortress and Waste Soil Expedition Army. Now we must find a way to break into the Mechanical Fortress, or break through with a little, first win a friend, and then gradually expand the communication circle. Otherwise, with hostility everywhere now, you will be monitored everywhere and can't move a step. Abaddon thought about the strategy. What he should do now is to contact the people on the Mechanical Fortress and judge who is easy to be attacked. Abaddon took a deep breath, left the porthole in the corridor, and then walked all the way to the rest area. The rest area is the place with the most complicated forces of the Wasteland Expeditionary Army. There are not only a large number of forces, but also some strangers. It can be said that this is the most mixed place of Mechanical Fortress. As for why Abaddon stayed in his house for several days but could know this, it all depended on the propaganda film on the room TV. The TV in the room has a well-made promotional film to introduce the pattern of Mechanical Fortress to all kinds of races and creatures newly logged into the Mechanical Fortress. The lower floors are mostly places for office and industrial production. The upper layer is the core area of the mechanical fortress, with control room and a series of important places. Only a few people with permission can enter. Abaddon doesn't think at all. It's too difficult to get into the core of the mechanical fortress. The middle floor is the rest area and the most important activity area of the whole mechanical fortress. As the air pressure door opened, Abaddon was stunned by the sight as soon as he entered the rest area. The suspended mage tower in front of him occupied almost all of Abaddon's eyes. The arcane eye at the top of the mage tower exudes a strong smell of magic. The magic fluctuations in the air set off ripples visible to the naked eye. The whole picture is shocking and beautiful. When he was in Pandora, Abaddon felt a strong energy fluctuation and vaguely saw the mage tower when he left, but that was just a peek. Today, I was lucky to see the whole picture for the first time. I was very shocked. Abaddon conquered dozens of civilizations for alien stars, among which magic civilization is not a few. However, the Mage Tower has always existed only in legends and classics, and has never really existed. Just standing nearby, Abaddon could feel the strong oppressive smell from the Mage Tower, which was far from the fake floating city of Pandora. If Pandora had this strategic weapon at that time, perhaps before Link and the Wasteland expedition arrived, the Alien Legion and their 2 war messengers would be cleaned up by the Mage Tower. Just when Abaddon was stunned, the arcane eye on the Mage's Tower suddenly moved and the target pointed at Abaddon. With a strong focus on arcane energy, Abaddon felt himself pressed by a strong energy. Under the oppression of terrorist forces, his knees bent slowly, and there seemed to be a heavy burden on his shoulders. Abaddon knew that he was locked by the Eye of Arcane. Abaddon, have you ever thought about today when you boarded the mechanical fortress? A voice pierced Abaddon's mental defense and appeared in his mind, simple and rough. At the same time, Abaddon's eyes of arcane art were even more brilliant, and in this dazzling brilliance, a clear shadow appeared in front of him. Although he couldn't see his face clearly, Abaddon could still tell by his voice that the person who was mystifying in front of him was Gamish, president of Pandora Sky City School of Magic. Although the oppression given by the arcane eye is very strong, Abaddon still carries this pressure. The bones clicked, the legs trembled because of the pressure on the body, and even blood seeped from the corners of the mouth and eyes. But even so, Abaddon's knees were slightly bent and his waist was stiff. The macaw hiding in the dark saw this scene and almost blurted out, "I'm too hard to learn to bend down." Thanks to Silver's quick eyes and quick hands, he hooped Lao Jin's mouth, otherwise both of them would be exposed. "Grass, you don't want to die. If you were discovered by Abaddon just now, our previous efforts would be in vain." Silver Hand pinched his throat and scolded in a low voice. The macaw quickly nodded to indicate his mistake and pulled off the Silver Hand's mechanical arm. Then he explained in a low voice, "Seeing that scene just now, the inspiration in his mind is like an erupting volcano, which can't be stopped. This time it's really my mistake. Alas, when inspiration comes, it can't be stopped. It seems that being too talented is also a sin." Silver clenched his fist and glanced at the farting macaw with his remaining light. "Damn it, I let it fit in." When the macaw and Silver Hand were in the small theater, the positive situation suddenly turned for the better. Data consciousness fluid Troy appears, condenses the real data, and appears between Abaddon and Gamish. "Gamish, the Führer has something to bring to you and to all of you here." Troy glanced at all the people in the magic school, as well as those who ran out from different forces around to watch the excitement. Abaddon has surrendered and is willing to destroy his family and reform, so he is now a member of the Wasteland Expedition. The Wasteland Expedition army is not allowed to have internal strife, let alone fight against its own people. This time you have the right to be warned, and the next time you commit another crime, you will be severely punished. After Troy said that, it turned into countless data streams and disappeared. Although people have left, the sonorous and powerful words just now still reverberate in the rest area and people's hearts. You know, the Wasteland Expeditionary Army is united to eradicate alien stars. Now that the head of state has issued such a harsh order for an outsider, everyone suddenly feels powerless. There's no fun to watch, just slip away. Alas, if the enemy who has made a mistake turns to the enemy, he can be a superior if he puts down his butcher's knife. On the contrary, it is our waste soil, but it has become inferior. Speak carefully. If this word reaches the ears of the head of state, you are afraid that there will be no one. In a sigh, many forces of the Wasteland Expedition Army all returned to their territory bitterly. Just now, Gamish, who was majestic and condescending in the trial of evil, suddenly bent down, as if he were 10 years old. Okay, I will obey the order of the Führer. Gamish stared at Abaddon fiercely, as if to devour him alive. Just after staring for a long time, the whole person was suddenly discouraged and turned to leave. The arcane eyes of the mage tower also returned to normal, as magnificent and holy as when Abaddon came in just now. There were a lot of people watching just now, and they disappeared in a moment. Such a large rest area rarely emits a bleak smell. Abaddon suffered a lot of injuries. His body and lungs cracked under high pressure. The wounds on the whole person were like dry and cracked land. His skin was torn and his flesh was broken. Purple blood flowed down, and half of them became blood people. But even so, Abaddon's mouth turned up, grinned silently, and looked crazy, strange, and creepy. Abaddon saw it clearly. With Link's words, he had one more death-free gold medal. Although I don't know what Link really thinks, it's obvious that Link wants to buy horse bones for thousands of gold, protect his safety through this order, and reserve a bottom line for the Wasteland Expeditionary Army, that is, as long as the enemy takes refuge and makes contributions, he can let bygones be bygones. Once this bottom line is broken, no enemy will choose to surrender. It will be a blow to Link's personal prestige and the scale of the expeditionary force. But now Link has saved Abaddon, but the original Wasteland expedition has had complaints and gaps. This is a good opportunity for Abaddon. With complaints, there will be negative energy. These negative energies will always breed and accumulate. Once they accumulate to an unbearable level, they will erupt. For Abaddon, these are seeds, gunpowder, and opportunities for the disintegration of the Wasteland expedition in the future. At this moment, Abaddon had thought of the way to deal with the Wasteland expedition. Since the frontal forces of alien stars are unmatched, unless Lord Abuza or Lord Yegsh comes out in person, other forces will be killed. The best way to deal with waste soil is to break it from the inside. Instead of staying in the rest area, Abaddon turned back to his room. It is impossible and inappropriate for someone to talk to him when this happens today, otherwise the purpose will be too obvious. What we have to do now is to recuperate in the room and wait for complaints to ferment. Then, when he comes out of the room next time, he stirs up the wind and clouds again, so that these complaints accumulate in people's hearts and cause discontent. Link, although your idea is macro and long-term, it ignores the most basic people's hearts. The human heart is the most elusive and changeable thing in the world. Ignoring it will pay a price. Abaddon's smile was even more strange. Several war messengers couldn't help it. The alien star paid a great price for this. The waste soil and Link that couldn't be erased are likely to be folded in his hand this time. At that time, he jumped over other war messengers, was received by the leader Sanos, was rewarded and promoted to the top. Everything seemed to be close at hand. When Abaddon hid in the house and cheered secretly for his conspiracy, the macaw and silver hand outside the house also covered their mouths and laughed wildly. A pair of big hands could not even stop their smile and would grin to the root of their ears. The second step was successful. Link also asked us to be careful about this Abaddon. Now it looks just like this. I can't understand such a simple bitter meat trick. I guess I'm hiding in the house now and think I've found the wealth code. Macaw hands akimbo, face full of disdain. The enemy at this level is still counting money for others after being sold. The macaw now only thinks that Link is not omnipotent, and there will be times when he looks out of his sight. 2 days later, Abaddon hid in his room and didn't come out. As he expected, the discussion about the matter gradually subsided. What people should do as usual seems to have no impact. But only he knows that this matter is like a thorn, which goes deep into the hearts of every witness. You may not see anything at ordinary times, but when the same thing happens again, when the new thorn pierces down again, the previous pain will be awakened. 2 days later, before Abaddon was ready to go out again, someone came to the door. "How was your life in the mechanical fortress?" When he opened the door and saw Link, Abaddon's face showed a trace of consternation. He didn't expect Link to come in person at such a time. Abaddon didn't expect Link to ask him about alien stars, but he didn't expect Link to come so fast and so suddenly. "Why, don't you invite me in?" Link asked with a ridiculous smile. Abaddon hurried back to his senses and immediately invited Link into the house. "Sorry, Führer, I didn't expect you to arrive suddenly. I'm sorry for your loss of welcome." Abaddon's expression of fear greeted Link into the room and fidgeted. "I should say I'm sorry. Since I accepted your loyalty, I didn't give instructions to others in the rest area in advance, which led to a vicious incident 2 days ago. As a leader, I'm ashamed. The Führer must not say so. I know that I have abandoned the nature of darkness on the battlefield, and I have caused so much damage with Gamish and Pandora before. Death is not enough to calm my anger. But I understand that it must be useful for the Führer to leave my residual body. No one wants this to happen. It is difficult for the Führer to do it in the middle. I understand. In the future, I will choose to go out when there are few people, or not at all, so as not to cause more trouble to the head of state." Link grimaced, slapped the table and said, "What are you talking about? Now that you have abandoned the darkness and turned to the light, you still command your troops to counter-attack alien stars on the battlefield. At that moment, you have already been separated from your former self. Now I only have Abaddon, a member of the Expeditionary Army, not the alien war messenger. In the future, you can go out whenever you want. No one will do you any harm." Link was sonorous and powerful. Chapter 713. For Link's expression, Abaddon could not restrain the joy on his face. With the words of the head of state, "I can rest assured." Abaddon heaved a sigh of relief. Link got up and was ready to leave. Abaddon immediately shouted to Link, "Führer, I've been taking refuge in the house for some time. It's really a little ashamed to hide in the house all day without doing anything. When I was in the alien world, my immediate boss was the regiment adjutant Abuza, who commanded the battle to capture the Vatican system. Above Abu Dhabi is the Legion commander Yagsh, and above that is the unknown Shadow Lord and the leader Sanos." Abaddon knew that the purpose of Link's visit was by no means to care about his simple and boastful acting skills and guarantee. The subtext of each game was, "I already care about you. It's time for you to take out some information in return." Abaddon is a smart man. Although Link accepted his surrender on the battlefield, he is still far from trust. With such a hint, Abaddon knew he had to show some high-level intelligence inside the alien star. Undefined. When Link heard these basic information he had known for a long time, instead of being happy, he tensed his face. "Abaddon, do you think I'm looking for you this time to get information from you? So you underestimate me, Link." Abaddon was terrified. "How dare I think so, but the head of state treated me well, and I treated him sincerely. Now that I'm on the ship, I can only repay it with intelligence." Their eyes met, and Link didn't accuse again. They stopped at once. "Just this time, not again," Link said and turned away from the room. When Link walked out of the room, the corners of his mouth rose. As an important part of the plan, today's trip must come. If taking Abaddon on Pandora is the beginning, and Troy was sent to everyone in the rest area 2 days ago to order a chessboard, this trip today is to explain the rules. Abaddon is intelligent and crafty. He also has some achievements and horizons in Deja Vu. But when it comes to deception and setting up a game, he'll be dumped 8 blocks by Link. Link just set up a game a little, and Abaddon couldn't wait to jump in. His idea of making things was even more obvious, everyone knew it. Link is out of the game now, laughing and watching Abaddon make things like a clown. Lin Ke thought as he walked. Finally, all his ideas came together in one sentence: the future can be expected. After Link left, Abaddon breathed a sigh. The sweat on his forehead could no longer hold, rolled from his side face to his chin, and finally dropped on the ground. Both of them are extremely boastful, but the fight and move behind this boast are extremely dangerous. After Abaddon wiped, the corners of his mouth couldn't help smiling. Link's main purpose is alien high-level intelligence. Yes, but the corresponding requirement is to ensure his safety in the mechanical fortress. Therefore, even if he violates the public anger, he should implement this rule. For Abaddon, how to use this rule to hit the Wasteland Expeditionary Army needs to be considered. As for every intelligence message, pick up some minor or unimportant ones to tell. The real news involving important parts is mixed with a little fake. Let Link have a headache for the rest. Anyway, Link and the Wasteland Expedition didn't know the truth of what he said, so they couldn't believe it or not. After a 2-day rest, Abaddon fully recovered from his injury. The news that Lin Ke came to visit must have also spread. Next, as long as he went out, he would be able to pull a wave of hatred, which was regarded as swaggering. The respectful attitude of showing off in front of the members of the faction and being humble and cautious in front of Link can best stimulate the heartstrings of the enemy. Abaddon got up, opened the door and ran away in one go. Walk in the wind and walk all the way to the rest area. While in the corridor, Abaddon glanced sideways at the porthole. The space is dark and depressed, and the stars visible to the naked eye in the field of vision are dead and dim. Abaddon, who has experience in the Vatican system, recognized the dilapidated galaxy at a glance. The deformed planet revolves powerlessly around the old red giant star. The planet outside the side window once had a low-level civilization. 200 or 300 years ago, aliens were summoned, opened the portal and came here to plunder all the resources on the planet. When all the resources of this planet are plundered, the planet also loses its power and becomes an extinct twilight star. This is the Delta Galaxy, according to this transition route. Abaddon estimated that it seems that the mechanical fortress can reach Victoria's galaxy in less than 10 days. What can you do in 10 days? Or how far the alien attack in Victoria can go? Now Abaddon has lost contact with the alien, and everything can only be guessed. Pandora's 3 portals suddenly closed in one direction, plus her own imprint, and the core left the body. I hope this information can alert the aliens and make them aware of the seriousness of the matter. Abaddon took a deep breath and then walked to the gate of the rest area. After reviewing the identity of the mechanical gate, hisses opened. The first thing to see was the magnificent Mage Tower. Abaddon glanced at the arcane eye at the top of the Mage Tower and was still terrified. Although Gamish's warning meant more than his hand that day, Abaddon was frightened by the energy and oppression of the arcane eye. If Gamish did not keep his hand, he had no doubt that the other party could effortlessly erase him. But now with Link's order to avoid death gold medal, if you don't come out and do something, you'll simply waste this great opportunity. Abaddon stared into the eyes of Arcane. He didn't believe that Gamish didn't notice his breath. Abaddon stopped at the same position as 2 days ago and looked up at the Mage Tower. Although this behavior and action looks like a visit, it is full of provocation. 2 days ago, Abaddon was bound by the Mage Tower here. Today, he appears here again, but the Mage Tower is indifferent. Because Link has restrained the behavior of the members of the expeditionary force and made them treat the demobilized generals equally. In the Master's Tower, many magic apprentices and mages gnash their teeth angrily. Dean, we must abide by the order of the head of state. We can't use the Mage Tower to shoot Abaddon. I volunteered to go down to find Abaddon for trouble. I won't drag down the School of Magic and the Dean. I'm proud of my life and death. Dean, Abaddon has a deep blood feud against us Pandora. All my family died at the hands of aliens. Abadan has degenerated to the strength of terrorist tacticians. I am willing to assassinate alone. After success, no matter what punishment, even if it is thrown into space and turned into powder, I am willing to bear the consequences. Many people in the school of magic were impassioned. Gamish even saw the great mage's eyes twinkle and seemed to be very impulsive. Although Link didn't directly talk about his plan, he vaguely said a few words at Pandora's celebration party before. After Link's order the day before yesterday, Gamish was also extremely disappointed, but after tossing and turning, he suddenly thought of what Link said. Now he feels meaningful and even meaningful after careful tasting. Sometimes what the naked eye sees is not necessarily true. The biggest difference between people and animals is that they can control their emotions. If you can't control your emotions, you won't be the master of all spirits, but an animal dominated by emotions and hormones. Thinking of the praise and evaluation of Link by the aliens and members of various forces in the mechanical fortress, as well as the titles of Son of Prophecy and Man Who Can See the Future, Gamish felt that there was a big situation behind Link's laissez-faire Abadan. Gamish was unable to determine Link's intention, so he dared not act without authorization. Link didn't tell him. He didn't want to know. Hasty door-to-door inquiries will only be self-defeating. But if it's a plan, how will he cooperate? Gamish's brain is running fast. He found that this kind of thing consumes more brain power than magic. Just a moment's effort, the blood color on his cheeks recedes a lot, and the whole person looks a little old and weak. Now that the head of state has ordered it, all of us should abide by it. Don't ruin the plan because of personal hatred. The head of state saved Pandora. We can't let him curse because of us. Gamish waved his hand and simply gave instructions according to Link's regulations to see Link's next action and figure out his mind. But Gamish's words combined with his weak face made all the members of the Academy of Magic feel that the Dean was powerless and could not take revenge under the provisions. Seeing the exterminators standing under the Mage Tower to provoke, they had nothing to do. This sense of powerlessness immediately rushed to everyone's heart, and they couldn't help feeling dissatisfied with the arrangement of the head of state. Misunderstanding deepened. As for Abadan, if he wants to stand, let him stand. We are all scattered now. This time we can learn more about the essence and knowledge of the Mage Tower, and grasp this rare opportunity. Gamish said he was the first to leave, and even blocked the Mage Tower before he left, so that the people in the Mage Tower could not go out. Even if the Dean doesn't support it, he won't let them out. Everyone in the magic school sighed and looked at Abadan, who was swaggering, leaving with anger, but there was no way. All emotions can only turn into a sigh in the end. Abadan stood under the Mage Tower for a long time. Not only did he not see a member of the magic school, but he even saw the Mage Tower closed in the end. Abadan raised his mouth, raised his head and raised his chest, like a winner. The restraint of the Mage Tower is exactly what Abadan wants to see most. People's obedience may come from habit and the coercion of the strong, but once in the opposite direction, rebellious and disgusting psychology accumulate a little, and only wait for an opportunity to gain the upper hand, it will trigger a volcanic eruption, erupting forces unimaginable at ordinary times. After that, Abadan visited several other places in the rest area and basically got the same response. If you can't afford it, you can't hide. Almost all forces hold such an attitude, stay closed, or temporarily close to show their attitude. Until Abadan came to a complex place in the rest area, the enemy's face not only showed no expression of disgust or hatred, but his eyes twinkled with curiosity and asked around Abadan. As soon as these people spoke, Abadan knew their identity, one of the problems that have plagued aliens recently, aliens. The special immortality of aliens is the most desired ability of aliens. It is precisely because of this ability to continuously project rebirth that these strange people have no fear of death and their behavior style is more perverse and presumptuous. This is the picture of a group of strange people around Abadan. When he was on the alien planet, Abadan didn't directly contact the alien, but learned a thing or two from the rumors of other war messengers or his men around him. After coming to Pandora, all the wars of the alien were very smooth. The Legion occupied all parts of Pandora, and Abaddon had no such close communication with the alien. Pandora's players are still a little self-contained, just standing in the distance. The players of Wasteland don't pay so much attention. They can directly surround to see if they have a head. If you surrender to the Führer, it's your own. These players are laughing and talking in the face of Abaddon, who used to be the enemy. Abaddon nodded. I have sworn allegiance to the Führer, offered my imprint core, and turned against the alien stars on the battlefield. If this cannot be accepted, then I don't know any other way to show my loyalty. Abaddon's words obviously mean something, but what players are, they only care about rewards and tasks. These tea-flavor implications are automatically filtered in their ears. However, Abaddon obviously didn't know this. He had expected players to ask further. As a result, he didn't expect that the topic would change so fast that he would quickly advance to the problem of skills the next second. Since you are your own, do you know the rules? Chasing the Wind is surrounded by other players as the main person to talk to Abaddon. Although Abaddon is tall, he is surrounded by players much smaller than him. He looks weak. He has a sense of being surrounded by campus bullying in the corner of the alley. After school rules. What rules? Abaddon had prepared words in his heart, but he was caught off guard by the rhetorical question of the Wind. The rule is that we strangers have contribution points in the Wasteland Expedition Army. We can exchange items or learn skills from any force of the Expedition Army by our contribution points. Since you have just admitted that you are a member of the Expeditionary Army, you must abide by the rules. We have all learned magic, martial arts and mystery, but we have never learned the ability of alien stars. Now it's time for you to shine. Abaddon was a little flustered when he heard this. Does the Wasteland Expedition still have this rule? He came to the mechanical fortress to sow discord and grab intelligence information. If he taught these strange children skills, it was clear that he was the enemy. In the future, these immortal monsters rely on the skills they have learned from themselves to fight alien people. I'm afraid they will be stripped alive by Lord Abusa. But if you don't teach it, you will be clumsy, not your own. If you buckle this big hat, he can't make plans in the future. Abaddon never expected that the first crisis he encountered in the mechanical fortress did not come from the expeditionary forces, not from Link, but from these living aliens in front of him. Chapter 714. Faced with so many eager eyes, Abaddon panicked rarely. He was not surprised to be in charge of thousands of alien legions, but now he was surrounded by a group of aliens. The balance in Abaddon's brain was swinging left and right, frantically analyzing the pros and cons of the decision. So hesitant, is there any hidden task to activate? Or is this guy not trying to teach us skills? Now I doubt whether this product is a fake refuge. It's really nothing. Undefined. When Abaddon heard these words, the muscles in the corners of his mouth twitched unconsciously. These strange people whisper in front of him. Is it really good? He heard them all. But at the same time, Abaddon felt a strong sense of urgency. These strange people didn't shut the door. If they really formed public opinion, it would be very disadvantageous to him. After all, these people are rarely comfortable with the rules. They can be reborn after death. Their sense of morality and restraint are not as good as others in the expedition. If other forces of the Expeditionary Army can be summed up in one word, rules and order are good choices. But in front of these strange people, they don't have these things. They are full of chaos attributes. For this disordered and uncontrolled role, Abaddon naturally has an unstable sense of panic. Without a clear answer at the moment, Abaddon believes that rumors will fly everywhere as soon as his front foot returns to the room, and the whole mechanical fortress will be known in less than an hour. How can he carry out his follow-up work? Abaddon's brain analyzed rapidly and said immediately, it's not impossible to learn my skills. All my war messenger skills have been recovered with the dedication of the imprint core. Now only the skills of a terrorist tactician. The skills of terrorist tacticians are mostly racial skills, and only a few can be inherited. So if you want to learn these skills, you must meet the requirements. Not everyone can learn them. Abaddon said and set out his requirements. Of course, this requirement is not made up, but the data of skill learning of real terrorist tacticians. In the eyes of players, these data become more simple 7-dimensional attributes and requirements. Wasteland players crowded into a group and scrambled to see whether they met the requirements. Pandora players standing in the distance with their hands in front of their chest blew their beard and stared one by one. Come on, Abaddon and Pandora have a deep blood feud. They rush to learn skills with each other. They always seem to have no backbone. But if you don't go, the Wasteland players will learn alien skills and become stronger. They have just been suppressed by the Mage Tower for a few days. It is estimated that they will be arrogant again. When any of you can meet this requirement, come to me at my residence. Abaddon left a word with a kind of big guy style. Then his body disintegrated into countless black bats, fluttered and dissipated in all directions, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Run pretty fast. The wind could not help but make complaints about them. They were not Link's ceiling strength, they could stop Abaddon any time. But now that he has put down his words, as long as he meets the requirements, he can learn the skills of terrorist tacticians. That's no problem. Don't you just block the door when you meet the requirements? After the wind looked at the requirements of the terrorist tactician, he couldn't help taking a breath. What wonderful attribute requirements are these? Even the players who have seen the world can't help but marvel. We can imagine how wonderful this requirement is. In the attribute requirements, if you want to learn the skills of terrorist tacticians, you must first reach 150 points in strength, intelligence, and energy attributes. It's not difficult for a single attribute to reach 150 points. All the players here are the leaders of the planet. They are top-notch in terms of level and equipment. They have their own strengths. Some people even go to the extreme that a single attribute has crossed the 300-point mark. However, the 3 attributes have reached 150 points, which is 450 attribute points. You know, the upgrade potential point of upgrading to level 60 is only 180 points, and the rest can only be supplemented from equipment and skills. Even if the total requirements are high, the key is that these 3 attributes are very demanding. As we all know, even if martial arts players add points, they mainly add force, sensitivity, and tolerance, and do not require too much intelligence and energy. The power system players pay attention to intelligence, energy, endurance, and do not require force sensitivity. Mysterious players are mainly energy attributes, supplemented by intelligence and other single attributes. Mechanical players are power and intelligence. It is indeed very reasonable and harsh to have requirements for the 3 attributes of force intelligence. Many players looked at their attribute interface and fell into meditation. They began to calculate whether changing the equipment matching can meet the requirements. Players' mentality is adjusted quickly and their requirements are too harsh. On the one hand, it is difficult to learn, but from another point of view, there will be few people who can learn. If you can really meet the requirements, the skills learned from Abaddon can be scorpion shit, the only one. Strength is enough, intelligence and energy are a little poor. I have enough strength and intelligence, but I still have a lot of energy difference. It seems that I can gather up a set of equipment with energy attribute, which needs the weapons and equipment of the mysterious department. Go, this may be another wave of opportunities. Who can get this wave of skill rewards? Maybe he can get the upper hand in the Battle of Victoria later. The Wasteland players discussed, and then 3 or 2 groups of birds and animals scattered quickly, one after another using their own points and channels to find ways to make equipment with corresponding attributes. Pandora's players can't sit still when they hear the discussion of Wasteland players. Intelligence and energy are their main attributes. Isn't it possible to learn the unique skills of terrorist tacticians as long as they put together some strength equipment? At the moment, a sentence suddenly appeared in the minds of these Pandora players: knowing yourself and the enemy can win every battle. If you want to defeat the enemy, you have to understand the enemy. Yes, we learn the skills of terrorist tacticians in order to endure hardships at present. When we fight against the alien legion in the future, we will defeat the alien legion in their own way. Only in this way can we enjoy ourselves. Having found a reason to convince themselves, Pandora's players also took action one after another. In the next few days, these players became the most active group in the mechanical fortress. Those who lack intelligence go to the Brotherhood and the School of Magic. Those who lack energy linger at the gate of Mist Villa and Moon Shadow Council, scratching their ears and cheeks. The lack of strength is active in the Wasteland Military Department and the Security Department of Lin's group, and even many players want to take a chance on the legend of Silver Hand. However, Silver Hand and Macaw have been hiding in the dark to monitor Abaddon, and have not given players this opportunity at all. Looking at some game player, Silver Hand can't help but make complaints about it. Good guy, fortunately, I still have a mission, otherwise this day can't be fed up with them. The Macaw on one side said. Unexpectedly, Abaddon agreed to teach alien skills. This wave must not be balled by the players. No one knows more about the horror of the alien than the Macaw. After all, when the Link gang was in, the Macaw was already able to command the Wind Chasers and Cold Stealers to do tasks. It was experienced enough to write an alien operation manual. Abaddon thinks his requirements are harsh, but for this group of players with unlimited potential, as long as they are given a reward bad check, this group of aliens can play an unimaginable combat effectiveness. This time, Abaddon thought he could drive away strangers with harsh requirements, but he never expected that strangers would meet his requirements. It depends on how he ends. When the Macaw was ready, he had to lift the small bench and hang the melon seeds and peanuts. You keep staring here. I'll go down and get something to eat. It's time for dinner. The Macaw poked the Silver Hand's wrist. The holographic time on it showed that it was already 5:30 p.m. Okay, go and return quickly. I feel like eating meat today. You can make more, Silver Hand said directly. The next second, the Macaw disappeared from his eyes without a trace. Although there are no stars in the universe, the sun and moon change, but in order to ensure the stability of everyone's biological clock and work and rest, the mechanical fortress continues to simulate the environment on the planet. During the day, the brightness of the light is very large, and the content of components in the air will be adjusted according to time. For example, in the morning, the content of ozone and carbon dioxide will increase, giving people a fresh feeling in the morning. At noon, the temperature will rise, while at night, the temperature will drop and the brightness will shrink sharply. It is these intimate simulations that make the people in the rest area still keep the work and rest of the waste soil, have a good mental state and have no serious problems. The sudden activity of this wave of players has also attracted the attention of major forces in the rest area. These people usually only keep a stable cycle, but the frequency has increased in recent days. In addition, they use their contribution points to buy all kinds of weapons and equipment, which seems to be a kind of upstart who doesn't need money to take out the best things here. From the unreliable mouth of the players, these people also know that such extravagant business of different people is all to meet Abaddon's requirements. Only in this way can they learn the unique skills of terrorist tacticians. Knowing this, the forces of these wasteland expeditionary forces immediately found fun and wanted to help players press the fast-forward key to see what would happen in the future. So in the past, the equipment with 100 contribution points was sold. Suddenly, it was promoted and discounted. It only took 70 to take it home. The blue weapon with 200 contribution points is now discounted and can be picked up as long as 150 contribution points. All the expeditionary forces released water just to make it convenient for strangers and let more people meet Abaddon's requirements within the scope allowed by the rules. At that time, let's see whether Abaddon teaches or not. Anyway, it has no disadvantages for major forces. These rewards are distributed to different people. It can also consolidate the relationship between the two sides. Why not do it? As the leader, Link also learned about it, but he just smiled and didn't pay too much attention. Because he had guessed the outcome of the matter, Abaddon was bound to fulfill his promise and teach alien skills by holding his nose. After all, people who despise players are usually sanctioned by players. Teach the player, that is, the enemy against their own people. If you don't teach players, you have a rebellious heart. Since Abaddon decided to go through hardships, even the core of the imprint was spared. It was bound to be impossible to give up so easily. He can only endure now, and only endure now. After all, what he shows in front of him is a huge hope and opportunity, which can bring down Link's existence in one fell swoop. As everyone knows, this hope and opportunity is just a mousetrap forged by Link, and Abaddon is just the mouse who saw the cheese. This matter is only regarded as a minor adjustment. Link doesn't pay much attention. His main energy is still on the blood cocoon in the room tomorrow. It's time for the blood cocoon to break. I don't know what Afu will evolve into. Afu, as the first person to follow Link, basically runs through Link's life. Afu participates in all major events that Link has experienced. Moreover, Afu is still the most loyal servant. He works tirelessly. It's not too much to say that he is Link's most important person. The imprint core is almost the most difficult material that Link has ever encountered. He has encountered several obstacles in front of this material. Finally, he found that Afu matched it in an accident, but he has never been able to clarify the principle of their coincidence. It is because I don't know enough about the imprint core that I am more worried about the state when Afu broke out of the cocoon. Link looked out of the window. The dead galaxy gave people a kind of twilight. Everything seemed to lose color here. This is a star system without any vitality, and the culprit is alien stars. Link could see the miniature of the transition gate in the far distance. As long as he crossed the transition gate, he could reach the galaxy where Victoria is located. It means that the Foul Soil expedition will start the third confrontation with the alien. All this will happen in a few days. Link believes that this trip to Victoria will definitely be the most intense of the three battles. There is no retreat for alien stars, and there is no escape. There is only challenge. 1/3 of the troops are lost, resources are scarce, and the First Order is being pressed forward step by step. If alien stars do not replenish resources, they may not even have the ability to face the hard steel of the First Order. Link can't see the future, but he can see the direction of the previous life. The aggressiveness of the Waste Soil Expeditionary Army will only accelerate this situation. Link even had a hunch that if the Victorian War went well this time, the next time he played against an alien star, it might be the great showdown of the Vatican system. The next day will soon arrive. Link got up early and went to the treasure room to wait for Afu's cocoon breaking recovery. There are 5 minutes left. Link looked at the countdown displayed by the system, took a deep breath, then exhaled long, and his heart became nervous involuntarily. Before it was time, Link's mind was already imagining what Afu would become. Is it a fat man with a pair of black meat wings, or is he beaten by the imprinted core energy, and his appearance has undergone earth-shaking changes? But just as Link imagined, the blood cocoon suddenly made a click. Then an unknown black viscous liquid flowed out of the gap of the blood cocoon. At the same time, on a deserted planet hundreds of millions of miles away, the shadow who was walking back and forth between the Dharma array and the alchemy platform suddenly stopped and looked up to the southeast. The broken black crystal on the table suddenly seems to reverse time and space, condensing a mass of black energy out of thin air to repair the crystal. Under the nourishment of this dense gas, the broken black crystal is as new as ever. The signal of the imprinted core is resurrected. Chapter 715. How could this happen? The shadow demon Saffron looked at the black crystal like the reversal of time and space. The crystal representing the core of Abaddon's imprint disintegrated some time ago, marking the fall and extinction of Abaddon. This is an alchemy product made by him, and the effect is naturally the most clear. But now the broken black crystals are reorganized. What does that mean? Undefined. Does that mean Abaddon is resurrected? Even Saffron, the shadow demon of the great alchemist, was stunned by the current situation and didn't know what had happened. With his vast alchemy knowledge, he could not find a reasonable explanation. This black crystal is the imprint core of Abaddon. Now that it is reorganized, does it mean that Abaddon is alive again? Saffron has no more evidence and can only make a reasonable guess based on the reconstituted black crystal in front of him. Although this guess is wild and beyond Saffron's grasp, this is the most appropriate explanation at present. Just as the shadow demon Saffron looked at the self-healing black crystal, Link in the mechanical fortress looked at the blood cocoon with the same eyes. The way of breaking the blood cocoon is different from that in the past. The key is to start breaking the shell in advance before the time comes, which makes Link have a bad hunch. More and more blood cocoons are broken, and black mucus seeps out from various places. Finally, it rolls and falls at the foot of the blood cocoon, like the magma that encounters water, solidifies rapidly, forming something similar to the base. The original fat outline of Afu became clearer as the black mucus faded. It's just that even people with outstanding eyes like Link have to find out carefully when they are 2 meters apart. After all, the color of Afu's black skin and black mucus is basically the same. It's very difficult to distinguish Afu's real body from the same color. All the blood cocoons were broken and embedded in the solidified mucus solid. The bright red fragments of the blood cocoon were extremely red and looked like a bunch of flames. The solidified black mucus is like scorched earth. When the two are combined, a sense of rebirth comes. At this moment, the hatching countdown is also completely 0. This is an unprecedented broken shell. Link was stunned when he saw the scene in front of him. A 100% fit is only epic after evolution. But now this way of coming on stage is more exaggerated than the legendary 9-striped dragon, which makes Link wonder what Afu has evolved into. Afu! Link gave a tentative cry. Afu's closed eyes suddenly moved. Then he slowly opened his eyes and saw the familiar boss Link. An unspeakable warm current and excitement flowed in Afu's blood. His emotions were brewing in place. Thousands of words were combined into one sentence: "Boss, I want a hamburger." Link had expected Afu to say something good. When he heard this, the whole person was stupid. "You've been excited for a long time, and you say that?" Link sighed and waved to Troy. "Troy, get a hamburger. Add another cold Coke." "Oh, yes, double steak for hamburger." Link was surprised to see that he added 2 more sentences to Afu. This guy can enjoy it now. It's strange. Instead of looking at Afu's data, Link first asked, "How does this evolution feel?" Afu thought for a long time and patted his stomach. "The biggest feeling is that he is hungry and wants to eat. There is nothing else." Afu's tone was determined. While he photographed the dirt off his body, Link checked his attribute data to find out. Monster attribute. Name: Forbes. Quality: purple. Race: carbon-based human. Attribute: mystery/darkness/void. Grade: 55. Initial skill 1, Void Walking LV6, the body escapes into the void dimension. Immune substances and energy attack, action speed increased by 600%, duration 6 minutes, cooling time 24 hours. Initial skill 2, Dark Temple LV5, Dark Temple can accommodate 50 souls, can melt soul into soul essence, replenish energy. Initial skill 3, Magic Knapsack, Afu has the ability to put objects into the void knapsack, and the holding volume is the current level M3. Initial skill 4, Soul Extraction, use the power of emptiness and darkness to extract the souls in the surrounding 3 dimensions and bring them into the Dark Temple. Initial skill 5, War Messenger, Afu changes his form and enters the War Messenger state. He can use martial arts, soul elegy, and Hamburg incentive skills, 5 days/time. Form Skill 1, Martial Arts Style 95, Ah Fu can master martial arts skills of Style 95 and fight on different occasions. Form Skill 2, Soul Elegy LV3, Ah Fu plays the Soul Elegy and causes 3000 points of energy loss to all targets who directly hear the elegy. If the energy is insufficient, the HP will be reduced by 1.5 times of the penalty. Form Skill 3, Hamburger Incentive, eat a hamburger and do it again. Ah Fu can eat hamburgers, restore all health and energy, and use another round of Soul Elegy skill. Evaluation, Hamburg God of War. After reading Ah Fu's skill introduction, Link has been reduced to the dazzling skill description. 5 initial skills, 3 form skills, a total of 8 skills. It can be said that the pet with the most skills except King Kong so far highlights an outrageous one. In particular, the evaluation given by the system almost made Link laugh. No wonder Ah Fu shouted for hamburgers as soon as he came out. It turned out that there was this relationship. When he was in Sado, Ah Fu liked hamburgers and fried chicken very much. Unexpectedly, even this point was magnified. After a while, Troy brought the custom hamburger that Ah Fu wanted. Ah Fu took the hamburger and began to eat it. At this time, Link had studied Ozzy's skills. The first is the first skill Empty Walk LV6. This skill is also an advanced version of the original body reification LV1. Body reification allows Ah Fu's body to enter a translucent reification state, which can penetrate substances for 1 minute. Empty Walk LV6 after strengthening, Ah Fu can directly escape into the empty dimension. At the same time, the duration of immune material and energy attacks has also been greatly increased to 6 minutes, which can be said to be an epic improvement. The void dimension is another dimension space, which is immune to material and energy attacks. It can be simply and roughly understood as invincible. In addition to these speed increases of 600%, I'm no longer afraid of Ah Fu's slow running in the future. Just this skill is enough to make Link applaud. Looking down, the Dark Temple LV5 skill is the enhanced version of the Coffin Palace. The capacity is increased from the original 5 people to 50 people, and the 5-person dormitory is upgraded to a 50-person workshop. In the future, soul communication will be more convenient. Magic Knapsack has become a highly growing skill, which is directly linked to Ah Fu's level. In the past, the storage space was only a few cubic meters, but now it is directly linked to the grade. Ah Fu is grade 55, which is equivalent to a huge space of 55 cubic meters. Let alone small objects, even half a small transport ship can fit. The key is that Ah Fu has no physical backpack behind him, which is more hidden and difficult to detect. The soul squeezing skill, the enhanced version of the channeling ritual, is also an epic enhancement. The original channeling ceremony can only absorb souls in the current space. After being strengthened into soul extraction, it can directly absorb souls in 3 dimensions, and the business scope is greatly improved. The remaining 2 dimensions are the dark dimension and the distorted void dimension. In other words, in addition to normal time and space, Ah Fu can also search for the souls of the other 2 dimensions, which may bring some good things to Link. Of course, it can also be bad. However, Ah Fu's lucky duck skin, Link said he was very relieved. The first 4 skills are the power-enhanced version of the original skills. The intensity can be said to be greatly improved, and they all have the dark or void power of the imprinted core. Then the latter skills are all new skills that have not been seen before. As we all know, after absorbing the imprinted core, skills will be enhanced according to their own characteristics and abilities. Duru, Ganis, and Abaddon, who have played in the past, have been confirmed. The imprinting core will strengthen the recipient's ontological ability and give some skill enhancement at the same time. Link was curious about what skills Ah Fu, a harmless little fat smasher, could get. After reading it, he couldn't help laughing. He couldn't help clapping his hands and yelling that it was Ah Fu and didn't disappoint him. War Messenger. I don't need to talk more about the skills. That is to say, Ah Fu has the ability to change into a war messenger. I also listed several skills that can be used. These skills are form skills. Next, we will talk about each one separately. The first is martial arts style, which is rarely introduced in words, but it has stimulated Link's endless imagination. You should know that the Tathagata Divine Palm skill of King Kong includes 8 types of Tathagata Divine Palm, which is changeable and earth-shaking. Now Afu has mastered martial arts moves, which can be said to be massive moves. The power and effect of these moves are unknown. Link is already secretly looking forward to the real appearance of this style. The second is Soul Elegy LV3, which is also very similar to Afu. In fact, it is a variant of the channeling ceremony. This time, it does not work for neutral units or friends, but for the enemy. As long as you hear Afu's Soul Elegy directly, you will be weakened by 3000 points of energy. Yes, it doesn't directly reduce life, but cut blue, directly deduct energy value, and the amount is up to 3000 points. This is not over. This skill also comes with a compensation effect. If the energy value is not deducted enough, it will be deducted with life value, and the deduction is still 1.5 times. In other words, if a person's energy value is 0 and hears Afu singing, he will lose 4500 HP. Link's evaluation of this is only 4 words: overbearing. If the previous skills are an evolution of Afu's original ability, the last form skill can be said to be the finishing touch of the dragon, closely following Afu's characteristics. Just looking at the name of this skill is enough to turn a large number of people. However, after reading the skill introduction, these people will definitely cry for the same money and shout true fragrance one by one. Eating a hamburger can refresh the cooldown of Soul Elegy LV3 skill, use it for one more round, and restore all health and energy. This skill is the core of the core, the key of the key. Just say that Afu's life was given by hamburger. Is there anything wrong? Use one more round of Soul Elegy LV3 skill, and the superposition of 2 rounds will erase 6000 energy points. Link took a look at his 4620 energy value. In other words, he would be drained. Even for enemies with high energy values such as power system and mechanical system, 6000 points is not a small number. Even if they can't squeeze it, they will at least have weak limbs and weak waist and knees. Energy value is different from life value. It is usually stored as a tactical resource. Some powerful skills need energy to be released. Weakening energy also means cutting down the enemy's strength, so that they can't release some key skills. Tactically speaking, it is much better than the skill that directly causes HP damage. Afu's skills are dazzling. After reading it, Link summarized it a little and finally got a 4-word evaluation, both offensive and defensive. Run away with the magic of the knapsack, walk and walk in the void. The soul in the dark temple can give advice and suggestions, or directly condensed into essence to restore energy value. After becoming a war messenger, the attack skills include martial arts and soul elegy. If you have poor blood and energy, you can recover. Epic General. Send them out at the critical moment and have the ability to affect the balance of the war. Link withdrew from the investigation data panel. At the moment, Afu had just finished the hamburger, smoked and drank all the coke, and belched contentedly. A sense of happiness surrounded him. Comfortable. At this time, Afu suddenly responded that his strength has improved. What effect should I ask the boss? Did I succeed in this evolution? Afu asked foolishly. Lin Ke wanted to say that you wouldn't experience it yourself if you didn't succeed, but when he thought that Afu had experienced it, he didn't have a standard. Let's say it for yourself, this evolution is very successful. Apart from anything else, just this empty walk and magic backpack are great improvements. You can have a look first. Afu touched his back and didn't find his reinforced backpack. A panic flashed in his eyes. But a moment later, he reached into his trouser pocket and suddenly his eyes lit up. With dark skin and shining eyes, it looks like a supernova explosion undergoing a rebirth catastrophe. Hiss, this new backpack has too much space. Maybe someone has no concept of 55 cubic meters, so let's put it another way. 1 cubic meter of water is 1 ton. This new backpack space can hold 55 tons of water, as if it could bring its own lake. Then I'll try walking in the void again. Ah Fu rubbed his hands and looked forward. As his main skill, the original body reification has always occupied an important position. Now he has to try to improve the effect. The next second, Ah Fu's body slipped into the void dimension, and Link's attempt to capture Ah Fu's chi machine also failed. Ah Fu disappeared completely. After more than 10 seconds, the wardrobe in Link's lounge suddenly heard a thump, and Ah Fu's cry for help, "Boss, I'm stuck in the wardrobe." Chapter 716. Link opened the wardrobe and saw Ah Fu's crooked card between the poles. The crossbar only penetrated his clothes and almost missed it close to his body. If the position is slightly deviated, it will directly penetrate Ah Fu's chest and burst together with his heart. Your life is really big. If it's a little more biased, you'll explain it here today. Link pulled Ah Fu out of the wardrobe. Ah Fu also exuded a lot of sweat on his forehead. A trace of panic flashed in his eyes and kept patting his chest, scared to death, scared to death. While walking in the void, Ah Fu swam freely, but because the void dimension was a chaos in front of him, looking at the reality dimension from the void dimension, everything was foggy gas, which was not like what he usually saw. Ah Fu ran back for a while and couldn't confirm where the boss's lounge was for a while, so he had to look for it by feeling. Results: after returning to reality from the void dimension, it was directly stuck in the wardrobe. After hearing Ah Fu's explanation, Link pondered for a moment and said, "Although Ah Fu is lucky, you should be careful when walking in the void in the future. Now experiments are small things. When you use this skill at the critical moment, if you get stuck again, you will be slaughtered." Undefined Ah Fu nodded cautiously and took what the boss said to heart. After that, Ah Fu scratched his head, looked at the boss Link, hesitated for a while and asked, "Boss, what's my strength now? Am I qualified to join the next stage of the battle and help you?" Link grinned and patted Ah Fu on the shoulder. "Your strength has increased rapidly after this evolution. You are more than qualified to join. I would like to call you the strongest assistant. In the future, we will have the opportunity to fight side by side." Ah Fu's current skills and level really deserve the name of the strongest auxiliary. Macaw, so love will disappear, right? It's just that Link was careless. After such boasting, Ah Fu opened his mouth, and the 2 rows of shining teeth suddenly shone. Link even felt that the light in his restroom had increased by 10 degrees. Even a little dazzling. In a dark corner of the mechanical fortress, the macaw suddenly sneezed and suddenly felt the temperature drop. "Something's wrong. Suddenly I feel empty in my heart," the macaw muttered to himself. The silver hand gave a bang and said in a disdainful tone, "I'm afraid you can't do it. You must be unable to stick to it after so many days. Find yourself a reason." Hearing this, the macaw blew his hair and said angrily, "Who can't hold on? I've stayed up longer than you. On the contrary, your body is weak, and your black eyes are as black as coal. If you can't, go and have a rest first, otherwise I'm afraid I'll start discussing the legend of staying up late and syncope in the mechanical fortress for a while. I'm afraid you can't find a seam in the whole mechanical fortress. You have kidney deficiency. My waist is as strong as iron and I have muscles all over. On the contrary, you are bloated, fat, and fast." Without 2 words, they quarreled again, and they had to compare. In the restroom, Lin Ke told Ah Fu, "You are also a martial artist now, but you don't have enough experience in on-the-spot combat. You are familiar with empty space walking and soul squeezing. What you need to do now is to be familiar with the martial arts style under the state of war messenger, practice and exchange views, and improve combat experience. As for this, I suggest you can ask someone else for help. Different people are good at a variety of skills, covering almost all of the superpower system, and they are also the leaders of their respective careers. Competing with them can best improve their strength. Ah Fu listened carefully to the boss's instructions and kept them all in mind. He was ready to do a task when he went out and invite these strange people to practice for him. As soon as the front foot sends off Alfred, the rear foot Troy appears in Link's room. Führer, we still have 1 day's flight to reach the transition gate. Passing through this transition gate will be Victoria's star system. Within 2 days, we can see the alien legion raging in Victoria. Troy's tone is calm. With the current strength of the mechanical fortress, he can destroy the alien legion and complete the 3-star alliance. Link pondered for a moment and arrived at the transition gate in 1 day and Victoria in 2 days, which was absolutely amazing. Victoria's battle in the Forum has entered a white-hot stage. Alien stars have been sending troops from Warmer to Victoria in recent days, which seems to overturn Victoria at one fell swoop. But Link knew that this was a strong sense of crisis. Pandora's attack suddenly disappeared. The 3 portals completely collapsed, and no intelligence and information flowed out. If you have to count, Abaddon gave the imprint core to let the shadow demon Saffron hundreds of millions of miles away receive the signal, which is the only obscure intelligence message. But all this escaped Link's eyes, even in Link's plan. At this stage, alien stars have been frustrated twice in a row. If Victoria declares defeat again this time, is it time for the First Order to appear? Link thought. Once the First Order comes on stage, the subsequent battle with aliens will enter a white-hot stage. Troy stood respectfully beside Link, looking at the head of state's thoughtful appearance, and dared not disturb him. A moment later, Link recovered and said to Troy, "Follow the original plan and go straight to Victoria after passing through the Gate of Transition." After entering the star system, it immediately enters a state of war. When the arrangement was over, Link got up and went to the porthole. He looked at the dead galaxy and fell into meditation. There are 3 days left. I don't know what's going on in Abaddon. Even if you are calm, I'm afraid you will be angry with cerebral hemorrhage when you see the situation tomorrow. When the plot presses the fast-forward button, Abaddon will not be given any chance to consider, and he will only be coerced forward by the torrent of the plot. Thinking of this, Link couldn't help grinding a cup of coffee, putting on an elegant symphony and looking forward to tomorrow's wonderful performance. At the same time, the Mage Tower. Since Abaddon was free to move, Gamish blocked the Mage Tower and prevented everyone from going out of the School of Magic. The only way to communicate with the outside world is to come to the Mage Tower to exchange equipment and skills. Gamish shut himself up in the magic chamber. At this moment, in the magic chamber, Gamish sat in the center of the Dharma array, with a mirror bursting with magic light in front of him. The mirror is slightly blurred, but it can still be seen that there is a terrorist with meat wings. Gamish stared at the magic mirror and muttered to himself, "There are still 3 days to arrive in Victoria. Abaddon hasn't taken any action yet. It shouldn't be. If the head of state wants to force Abaddon to show his horse's feet, it should be time now." After closing the Mage Tower, Gamish shut himself in the secret room. All day long, in addition to observing Abaddon with a magic mirror, he has been thinking about a problem in his mind, that is, why Link had to take Abaddon on the battlefield. Based on Gamish's understanding of Link, the head of state must have a purpose. The Führer is not a shallow man who wears 13 on the battlefield. Taking Abaddon on the battlefield is useless except to attack the alien momentum and obtain some alien intelligence. However, the Wasteland Expeditionary Army is simply rolling against alien stars. Whether there is such a psychological attack or not will not affect the result. Even in the level of understanding of alien stars, the Führer has reached an amazing level. Alien power structure, high-level member information, and even the main planets occupied by alien stars are all precious. If it wasn't for Link's identity, he even suspected that Link was an alien member. In this case, what other alien internal intelligence does Link need? The reasons that Gamish thought of were rejected. Is the fact really as simple as what we see in reality? After some careful consideration, Gamish finally thought of a possible situation. Link deliberately took Abaddon in and dug a hole for him to jump for a longer-term plan. Although I don't know whether this speculation is true or not, Link has had a dispute with the expeditionary forces on the issue of Abaddon during this period. Although these will not affect Link's prestige, there are still many complaints about Abaddon in private. However, Gamish observed for a few days, and Abaddon just hid in the house and stayed closed. The only thing he met was the aliens who reached the attribute standard and came to find Abaddon to learn skills. Although looking at Abaddon's bitter-gourd face was very relieved, his guess had no clue, which made Gamish crazy. Wait, wait, wait! Victoria is close at hand. I don't believe it. Seeing the alien legion defeated like a mountain, he doesn't show his feet. Gamish kept comforting himself. The lights inside the mechanical fortress gradually darkened and became brighter as time passed quietly. When the new day came, Afu couldn't wait to come out of the rest room. Then he went to the Expeditionary Army Service office in the rest area to submit a task, looking for professional training companions, and then waited in the square. After the players went online one after another, they came to the Expeditionary Army Service office according to the usual practice. As a result, they saw a task ranked at the top and most prominent. The task was released by Link's servant Afu. Look at the content again and recruit professional companions. This suddenly attracted the interest of many players and checked the task one after another. After reading it, the players looked suspicious, and others could understand how Afu suddenly recruited a companion. But when they saw the rich rewards at the end, they swept away their doubts and signed up one after another. Good guy, if you participate, you will have experience and contribution points to the account, and the settlement is based on the number of sessions. There is no more comprehensive and efficient task than this. Unlike other tasks that need to collect items and experience the plot, this task only needs you to go and settle once. If you have enough time, you can play more games, and if you are nervous, you can play less games. Time is free and flexible, and the reward is not bad. It is worth participating in. And there is no threshold to receive the task. Players on the Mechanical Fortress can receive it. It's strange that Brother Fu sent a task. I'll take it first and see what's going on over there. Zhu Feng took the task without saying a word, and then walked to the martial arts platform in the rest area according to the task instructions. Many players in the rest area came late. As soon as they came out of their humble abode, they saw Afu sitting on the stool beside the martial arts field. When the player is curious, Afu will stick out his head and say to the player mysteriously, "Do you want to do the task? The experience thief is high and the reward is good. Now you can get it directly from the Expeditionary Force Service office." This gesture seems to be no different from the old ant next to the railway station who looks mysterious and says, "Young man, no accommodation and fun." Players were stunned when they heard Afu's introduction. They had never seen Afu's posture before and said there was a task. The players went to the Expeditionary Army Service with curiosity, and the players who received the task in advance returned to the martial arts arena with full expectation. Zhu Feng and Afu are familiar with each other and have a good relationship, so he simply came forward and asked, "Brother Fu, why did you suddenly release the task and find a partner to practice? What's the matter?" When Afu saw the old acquaintance chasing the wind, he simply asked, "Did you pick it up? If you pick it up, accompany me on the stage to practice." Chase Feng smiled awkwardly, "Brother Fu, don't say it. First, what's going on? Why do you suddenly want to find a partner? If I start fighting rashly, I'm afraid I'll hurt you." Other players can't help taking a breath when they hear this. "Darling, this is what Chase the Wind and a few players dare to say. Who else dares to say this to the big red man around Link? I'm afraid he doesn't want to be friendly." Afu scratched his head. "The boss asked me to improve yesterday. He said I lack practical experience. Let me practice with you and improve my adaptability to the enemy. Now it's his turn to chase the wind. Isn't Afu always the lucky son of the wasteland and a mascot? Why does Link suddenly want Ah Fu to improve his combat effectiveness and practical combat experience? Chasing the Wind is now at level 61. I tried to check Ah Fu's information. As a result, I saw that Ah Fu's level jumped to level 55 leader. In addition, all the data showed a question mark. Outrageous! Ah Fu was only level 20 or 30 before. How can he suddenly become a level 55 leader and jump from an elite to a leader? Is the middle span a little too big then? I'll practice with you, the Wind Chaser responded boldly. He also wanted to see how strong Ah Fu was after promotion. As more and more people received the task, the rest area became more and more lively. In the rest area, Abaddon's room. Abaddon is teaching players skills with a cold face. He really didn't expect these players to really meet his requirements. If you say something, it's impossible to take back the water you pour out. Abaddon had to hold his nose to teach these strange people skills and comfort himself. It's all to have a good relationship with strange people. After all, the whole mechanical fortress, if you want to ask who has the lowest hatred for him, it should be these strange people. Maybe we can rely on these strange people to break the deadlock and get some news from them? So Abaddon thought. Just then, there were waves of cheering outside. Abaddon asked, "What's going on outside? Why is it so busy?" "Oh, there is a challenge arena for Brother Fu and others outside. It is said that Brother Fu has been instructed by the head of state for several times. He has grown from a mascot to a little god of war now. The challenge is always wonderful. Lao Ye, finish teaching me quickly, and I'll go out and have a look," the player urged. For some reason, Abaddon suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. He also had some curiosity and said, "Go, teach, and go. I also want to see it." 2 minutes later, when Abaddon came to the martial arts field in the rest area and saw Ah Fu's back, he immediately froze in place and was stunned. A moment later, Abaddon spewed out his old blood, pointed to Ah Fu's back in the distance, fell straight, and whispered in a voice that only he could hear, "Link, you're cruel." Chapter 717. Ah Fu is on the martial arts stage. His opponent at the moment is Qianglong's Hixiang, known as the first person of Pandora. In the previous battles, Ah Fu and the players won and lost each other, but in the process of the battle, Ah Fu finally understood what the boss said. Fighting with opponents with different styles and characteristics really made him see a lot, which is completely different from what he usually sees from the perspective of onlookers. He has also heard of the fame of this in front of him. His status is similar to Chasing the Wind. They are all regarded as leaders by their local players. Naturally, their strength cannot be underestimated. After bowing to Ah Fu, Qianlong's Hixiang immediately entered the combat state and held the spell in his hand. A moment later, a strong airflow rolled towards Ah Fu like a knife. Qianlong's Hixiang shot so quickly, not because he had a grudge against Ah Fu, but because he realized the huge gap between Pandora players and Wasteland players. Undefined, especially during this period of time, when collecting Abaddon's attributes, Wasteland players spend more time in the expeditionary army and have more points in their hands, so they buy equipment like Nouveau Riche. On the contrary, Pandora players join late, do less tasks and make insufficient contributions. Even if they want to learn from foreigners and master skills to control foreigners, they are shy. Of the 60 Pandora players, only one picked up enough attributes and learned Abaddon's skills. It was also because of this that Qianglong's Hixiang enthusiastically signed up after learning that Danglai was looking for someone to practice. Playing fast just wants to play more rounds, get more contribution points and rewards, and learn more about the abilities and characteristics of war messengers. Although I don't know what method Link used, now the blackened Ah Fu looks like a war messenger. In the previous battle with other players, Ah Fu also admitted that the head of state used the imprint core to improve his ability. As the battle goes on, Ah Fu's ability is also displayed in front of other players bit by bit. In particular, the second form of War Messenger, after its transformation at that time, directly set off an uproar in the martial arts arena, and the players were stunned. Ah Fu in the form of war messenger soared to 2 or 3 meters. He was covered with black air, and his eyes were surging outward, representing emptiness and darkness. The body is fatter and bigger than the original, just like a black mountain, giving people a strong sense of oppression. Contrary to this strong momentum, Ah Fu also has a pair of wings formed by black flame behind him, but these two wings are only 30 or 40 centimeters long. Compared with the huge body of 2 or 3 meters, they are hardly worth mentioning. The whole is extremely uncoordinated, but there is still a trace of absurd loveliness in this disharmony. Talented players even give Ah Fu's war messenger form an appropriate name, Blackened Q version Ah Fu. When Ah Fu reacted, he immediately felt the wind blade that twisted the air. In a hurry, Ah Fu jumped up quickly. His black, bulky body looked like a coal ball. His legs were suddenly retracted, his arms were spread out, and he dived down like an eagle. He also said, "Crow takes a plane." Ah Fu avoided the wind blade and locked the strong dragon Xiang in the air, like an eagle staring at his prey. Qianglong's Hixiang wanted to brew a fire explosion technique. The whole person was locked by the qi machine and his action was blocked. He immediately felt bad. When he read half of the spell, he had to forcibly cut it off, and then changed to another set of life-saving spell. Just as Ah Fu fell, the strong dragon's Hixiang on the martial arts field suddenly trembled in situ, and immediately split dozens of separated bodies all over the martial arts field, and each separated body was holding a powerful spell in its hands. When the audience on the sidelines saw this, they immediately exclaimed, "Lying in the groove is an epic magic mirror image." Qianglong's Hixiang's luck is so good that he learned all the moves of Antonidas. That's more than that. The magic spells in each of these 10 separate bodies are different. If you focus on the target at the same time, there will be a chain reaction between them, resulting in more terrible effects. Ah Fu is hard now. Even in the form of war messenger, the actual combat experience is still too young. It must be hard to meet an opponent of Qianglong's Hixiang's level. Almost all Pandora players hold this opinion, and only Wasteland players sneer. These people, still know nothing about Ah Fu's luck. Ah Fu threw himself into the air. After landing, he took a look at the mirror image around him, which was difficult to distinguish between true and false. A flash of panic flashed in his eyes. His first reaction was to use empty walk to avoid this injury, but it suddenly occurred to him that the boss asked him to find a partner to practice. Isn't that to exercise his actual combat ability? If you run away now, you will rely on the empty walk skill. In the future, you will run away every time you encounter a battle that cannot be solved. The boss once said when he was in the Link gang that the brave win when they meet on a narrow road, and dare to light a sword in the face of the enemy. Spell it. Ah Fu gritted his teeth, and then quickly flashed the martial arts skills in his mind. He found the best way to deal with this move between electricity, light, and flint. Ah Fu's whole body was spinning rapidly, and the black air around him formed a vortex. A moment later, a black tornado appeared on the martial arts field. The tornado destroyed the parking lot. The strong vigorous wind directly tore up the surrounding parts. As Ah Fu moved quickly in the martial arts arena, dozens of parts were broken one by one. When the tornado approached the last part, Qianglong Jixiang flashed and pulled away from a distance, so as to avoid being sucked into the tornado and torn up. The players who just thought that Qianlong's Hixiang would win are all open their mouths and their chins are falling to the ground. In contrast, the players of the Wasteland showed a smile of "I expected everything" on their faces. Ah Fu is worthy of Ah Fu. The actual combat response is so fast. It can only be said that everyone was deceived by his simple, honest, and dull appearance. At this time, Abaddon appeared at the door of the rest area. At a glance, he saw Ah Fu in the form of war messenger on the stage. He was stunned for a time. Then he sprayed old blood and fainted. Qianglong's Hixiang was still discouraged by the embarrassment just now, but when he heard the movement at the door and looked over again, Abaddon was so angry that he spewed blood, and his legs were still pumping after he fell to the ground. Seeing this scene, Qianglong's Hixiang couldn't help grinning. It seems that this battle can't continue. Ah Fu nodded. Although he didn't like Abaddon, he is still a member of the Wasteland expedition. It wouldn't be good to leave him here. Moreover, Ah Fu always takes the order of the head of state as the first and the will of the head of state as the criterion. Since the head of state says he wants to treat everyone equally, he can't judge by his likes and dislikes. Well, this battle can only end. The reward will be given to you normally. Ah Fu said and jumped off the martial arts platform. The strong black air around him gradually subsided and dissipated with his steps, and finally returned to normal form. Ah Fu served as the head of the Colosseum in Seidu and saw many emergencies and scenes. Players around Abaddon retreated, their faces full of panic and confusion. They didn't know why Abaddon suddenly gushed blood and fell to the ground. Troy, tell the head of state and the forces of the expedition that Abaddon suddenly vomited blood and fainted. In addition, Ah Fu thought for a moment. Abaddon is a terrorist tactician, and there is dark energy in his body. Whether it is handed over to the Dharma Tower or the Moon Shadow Council, the magical energy and natural energy conflict with him. Let alone save him. It's good if he doesn't kill him. Quickly arrange someone to send Abaddon to Mist Villa. Only Grace can save him. After Alfred arranged, Troy quickly spread the news to the major forces in Link's lounge and rest area. After hearing that Abaddon was unconscious, Grace said to Troy with a meaningful smile on her mouth, "Since she is the distinguished guest of the Führer, I will treat him well." Just this smile made Troy feel creepy, and he couldn't help worrying about Abaddon's future. But after his separation informed the Führer of his handling method, the Führer also agreed, and Troy had to go to the theater. Troy is not the only one with the idea of going to the theater. After seeing Abaddon vomiting blood and fainting, a burst of hearty laughter broke out in the master's Tammy room. If there were not a large number of prohibitions and dharma arrays in the secret room, I'm afraid this smile could spread all over the mechanical fortress. Gamish's face showed a happy expression. After seeing Ah Fu's transformation into a war messenger, he immediately understood that Link must have given Ah Fu the core of the mark offered by Abaddon and transformed Ah Fu into a war messenger. As for whether Ah Fu's alien power will be manipulated, Gamish doesn't worry about these problems at all. Who is Link? He is the son of Prophecy, the supreme leader of the Expeditionary Army Alliance and the leader of Wasteland. He is also called the Savior in Pandora. Do you think he will do things without careful consideration? So Gamish's first reaction was to see Abaddon's face. As a result, Abaddon really came out at this time. Seeing that the core of his own mark is now blessed on another person, Abaddon's head is green, his mouth is red, and an old mouth full of blood almost hiccups himself. When Gamish saw Abaddon's embarrassed appearance, he took a vicious breath and shouted in his heart, "The head of state is powerful." People of other forces are also checking what happened in the rest area in their own ways. When they see Abaddon spitting blood and falling to the ground, they are only happy. Abaddon, who has been provoking in the rest area all day with the instructions of the head of state, has finally suffered a heavy blow. He really took a bad breath for them. In this wave, I lost my wife and lost my soldiers. I wanted to get Link's trust by the imprint core, and I also wanted to regain the imprint core's strength after getting the trust in the future. But I didn't expect that Link changed his hand to give Ah Fu the core of the seal, so that Ah Fu gained the power of war messengers. This is another way to show that Abaddon can no longer restore the strength of the former war messenger. Abaddon was sent to Misty Mountain Villa, and Link arrived from the lounge. Link looked at the unconscious Abaddon with a meaningful expression on his face. After he asked Ah Fu to practice with him yesterday, he guessed that there were some sparks between Ah Fu and Abaddon, but he didn't expect that Abaddon's reaction would be so fierce that he vomited blood and fainted. Looking at the unconscious Abaddon, Lin Ke sighed, "This psychological quality is not good." Abaddon got down before he even made a tough move. Do you want him to do it in the future? What if you do it again and kill Abaddon? Link stared at the unconscious Abaddon, lost in thought. Is there any instruction for the Führer to stand here and not speak? Grace glanced at Link and asked. Link stood here without giving instructions. It's difficult for her to study the physiological structure of alien terrorist tacticians. All right. Link regained his mind, looked at Abaddon's data showing up to 3 abnormal states, looked up at Grace, who couldn't hide her excitement, and stopped a little. He just fainted and entered a weak state. Just study it a little. Don't touch the knife or something. Instill a little dark power into him and he will wake up, or he will wake up automatically in half a day. Grace immediately flashed a fine light in her eyes. The head of state, rest assured that I will be cautious about my own people, and there will be no damage. Link waved his hand and left. He didn't ask for trouble in the Mist Villa. Didn't he see Grace? Now all he sees is Abaddon's fresh and delicious alien dark body. He stayed as a light bulb. Gray's feathered wings gently brushed the young and powerful body outlined by the chew-knot muscles. Alas, I thought the body with such strength would be very firm in my heart. I didn't expect that I would directly spray blood and faint after watching the scene. I'll have to work in the mechanical fortress in the future. How can I bear this? Grace said, taking out a large needle tube from under the alchemy console, and then roughly inserting it into Abaddon's arm. Purple blood was sucked out along the. In addition to drawing blood, Grace also used a lot of methods. However, she did keep her promise and did not cause any damage to Abaddon's body. Miranda came in with a deformed animal puppy without a head. The beautiful pink princess dress made Miranda look like a living porcelain doll. But she is holding a head less and deformed. Let's call it a puppy for the time being. Such a picture looks very absurd and strange. Grace, what are you doing now? Miranda leaned against the door railing and asked curiously. As like as 2 peas at judo, Grace looked at the instruments in front of him and looked at the notes left by the devil, and he said softly, I am looking for a cure for you. Miranda looked at her head, looking at the huge monster lying on the alchemy table. In Miranda's view, these are enemies. Did you find it? Miranda asked. In order not to let Miranda see her eyes, Grace turned around and pretended to check the reagent. She said calmly, some clues. Then Grace put down the medicine and went to the door to hold Miranda's hand. Well, I'll take you out first. There's nothing good here. When they left the room, no one noticed Abaddon lying on the console, and his eyelids trembled slightly. Chapter 718. Although Abaddon didn't open his eyes, he felt the familiar darkness in the young girl just now. Not surprisingly, the little girl must have been tampered with by the dark shadow. Combined with Grace's looking for a cure, Abaddon keenly smelled the hidden secret. The little girl must have been cursed by the Shadow Lord, and Link and Grace try their best to remove the curse and treat the little girl. In the process of imparting skills to players in these 2 days, Abaddon chatted with players at will and learned about many mechanical fortresses. Undefined Grace, the Banshee King, lives in the Mist Villa. This can be said to be the most mysterious place in the whole mechanical fortress, not one of them. Players in other places can basically enter by virtue of their identity, and can exchange a lot of materials with their contribution points. It's the only place where players are always scratching their ears. Starting from the waste soil, the Misty Mountain Villa is a mysterious place. Grace is a dragon without a tail. She also shows people in the state of fog every time. Only Link can show her true body on occasions. Grace is the king of Banshee, the lord of fog, and a great alchemist. She has fame, strength, and status, and remains mysterious. She seems to be a hidden expert in the eyes of players. And Grace is full of personality. She doesn't abandon Link's decision at all, and doesn't pay attention to these players. Some players even want to enter the fog to ask for a meeting, which she threw out. This is also the reason why players have been scratching their ears outside the Mist Mountain Villa a few days ago when they want to collect mysterious energy attribute equipment. The reason why Grace is so resistant to players, players can understand. Because she now raises Miranda, the most precious person in the mechanical fortress. Miranda is the heart of everyone in the mechanical fortress. Both NPC and players take great care of this girl with big eyes like a porcelain doll. Grace was afraid that the endless disturbance of players would affect Miranda's mood, so she resolutely refused and chose to ignore Link's orders. On the matter of Miranda, Grace dared even Link, let alone an order. Link also understood that Grace took care of Miranda for several months. Although the relationship between them was not mother and daughter, it was better than mother and daughter. If the first thing in Grace's mind was alchemy, now she may get a different answer. These are what Abaddon learned from players. If it's not surprising, the little girl just now is Miranda. Abaddon is in a mixed mood. On the one hand, thinking of the war messenger Afu, his heart burst with angina pectoris. He gave Link the imprint core just to increase the chips of loyalty. You should know that the imprint core is the masterpiece of Lord Dark Shadow. Even if others get it, they can't use its power. What Abaddon wants is to get Link's trust and find a way to get back the imprint core. But unexpectedly, Link found a way to use the imprint core and granted it to Afu. Thinking of Afu's foolish head and brain on the martial arts arena, Abaddon felt that the strength and dignity of the war messenger were completely destroyed, and he lost the opportunity to regain his strength forever. No. If we can destroy and disintegrate the Wasteland Alliance and bring Afu alive to Lord Dark Shadow, we can take the imprint core away from each other's body and give it to me again. Although Abaddon didn't open his eyes, his inner thoughts still made his blood boil. Save yourself. So everything goes back to the original origin. How to destroy the Waste Soil Alliance internally. Abaddon planted some seeds before, but these seeds need to take effect slowly to achieve the effect. If you follow the previous plan, Abaddon can take advantage of these days to nourish these seeds. But the player's insertion broke his rhythm. For 3 days, he buried himself in the room to teach the player skills, which wasted valuable time. Now there are only 2 days left for Victoria. He has no time to detonate the foreshadowing he buried before. When he was depressed, he happened to see Afu's war messenger state. All kinds of negative emotions superimposed, which directly made him vomit a mouthful of blood and faint. But it's a blessing in disguise. It was because of this syncope that Abaddon learned a deep secret. If used properly, will this become a new opportunity? Abaddon can't wait to know more about Miranda at the moment. Aware that there was no one around, Abaddon slowly opened his eyes and looked around warily. There was no abnormality. Also, Grace can refuse even strangers for Miranda. How can there be other idlers in her residence, especially where she studies alchemy? Abaddon saw a huge and scrawled alchemy platform at a glance, and his eyes widened as if he saw something surprising. This alchemy platform is engraved with some rune marks, which he has only seen at the grand ceremony. They are the identity marks of Lord Dark Shadow /B. Abaddon went to the alchemy platform and looked at some unfolded scrolls or sheepskin formulas on the platform. His shock reached the highest point again. Many alchemy scrolls and sheepskin scrolls are the notes and collections of Lord Dark Shadow, but now they appear here. Abaddon took a breath. It seemed that Link didn't know anything about alien stars. Their understanding of alien stars was not limited to the grassroots level and appearance, but even to the point of studying alien leaders. Think carefully and fear. Just as Abaddon's eyes were in a trance, he suddenly saw the contents of a roll of parchment on the table. In my name, accept it. When darkness and hope come, the power of destruction and rebirth will. Abaddon carefully studied these contents, his eyes became brighter, his shocked expression became more distorted, and finally turned into laughter. Thank you for leaving such a big killing weapon. Now I finally know the weakness of the Wasteland Coalition. Just as Abaddon was confident, he suddenly heard the rustling footsteps outside. He immediately put down the scroll in his hand and lay down again in a hurry to maintain his previous action. The door opened with a squeak, and Grace's shadow gradually lengthened and covered Abaddon. The peculiar fragrance of the Banshee King rushed into his nostrils. Then Grace stretched out her claw finger with a hook and moved slowly to the beating artery of Abaddon's neck. If Grace wanted, her barbs and sharp nails could easily penetrate Abaddon's arteries. When Grace's finger stuck to the artery and pressed it for a few seconds, Grace withdrew her finger and muttered to herself, "It's a pity that she will wake up soon. The research can't continue." Grace waved her big hand and the sheepskin rolls on the alchemy table and table disappeared. The alchemical table where Abaddon lay turned into a cold slate bed. Abaddon only felt that the shadow in front of him was gradually receding. With the footsteps of Grace leaving and the creaking of the door, everything was calm. "Who?" Abaddon breathed a long sigh of relief, accompanied by a violent beating of his heart. The fear that had just been pressed on my mind was like a runaway wild horse, and all kinds of body reactions followed. If it was a mechanical fortress, even if it was gamage, he didn't worry that the other party would be bad for him. But Grace is a person who can't guess. She acts all according to her own preferences. Abaddon touched his artery and felt a chill on his neck. Just now, if Grace had the slightest intention to kill, his life would be lost. In the Mist Villa, I lost the power brought by the imprint core, and I was not Grace's opponent at all. B. After the mood gradually calmed down, another question surged up at the bottom of Abaddon's heart. Although he was extremely restrained just now and didn't let Grace see any abnormality, he still looked at the scroll and the alchemy platform before. Did he leave some clues? I just pretended not to wake up. Has Grace seen through it? Abaddon was uneasy, /B, which was mixed with excitement and excitement. On the one hand, he was worried about his exposure. On the other hand, he had found the weakness of the Wasteland expedition. After arriving in Victoria, as long as we find a chance to detonate this weakness, not to mention Link and the Wasteland expedition, the enemy of Victoria against the alien will be completely destroyed. At that time, if you destroy the two enemies of the alien, you will be rewarded by the leader Sanos. Abaddon thought a lot about how to go next. Looking at the jump gate in the distance outside the portside window, there are only 2 days left from Victoria, and then... Abaddon stood at the door and took a deep breath. After a while, he suddenly hit himself on the head. Then he staggered, his eyes were loose, and he looked like a grass facing the wind. He looked like a man who had just awakened and was unconscious. Abaddon pushed the door open with both hands at a crooked pace. Fog Mountain Manor is surrounded by a strong poisonous fog. There is no fog inside the manor, so even if the lights are on, it gives people a foggy and low feeling. Abaddon had never been inside the Misty Mountain Villa. When he saw the twisted buildings with a trace of evil code temperament in front of him, he felt a sense of mystery at the bottom of his heart. There are uninitiated walking dead everywhere. According to Abaddon's experience, these walking dead and alchemy products have amazing defense, comparable to shadow dogs. At the same time, some large sutures are also carrying a deadly plague, with irregular twisted organs mixed together and hair behind them. Shortly after Abaddon came out, Grace suddenly appeared. Her face was as cold as ice, and her eyes were like frozen rays. It was just an intersection that made people unable to move. "Wake up?" Grace asked, but there was a lot of banter in Abaddon's tone. Abaddon was stunned for a moment, then nodded, "Wake up, thank you for your help." Grace's eyes flashed a killing intention, "I didn't give any help. Since there's no problem, I'll leave here, otherwise I'll kill you." Abaddon nodded repeatedly. If someone else said this, he would only let the other party vent his anger. But Grace said to kill, absolutely. Yes. No meeting. Yes. Play. Laugh. Okay, I'll leave now. Abaddon was already ready. He stayed in the lounge under the pretext of injury in the past 2 days, and then used the strange mouth of learning skills to learn more about Miranda. When the expeditionary forces arrive in Victoria, they will certainly focus on the competition with the Alien Legion. At that time, many of Link's assistants and pets will also be sent to the battlefield. Perhaps he will be arranged to speak in front of the battle to combat the alien legion's self-confidence. But once he can move, he can find the opportunity to hold the expedition's biggest weakness in his hand. The fog of Misty Mountain Villa automatically left away. Abaddon walked on the road in the rest area. There were many expeditionary troops or strangers standing in the distance, pointing and whispering to him. Although I can't hear what they're talking about, I can guess it's just about vomiting blood and fainting today. Abaddon didn't care about it, and his heart had been filled with great deeds. The whole thing was like an episode, only a small wave splashed in the mechanical fortress. But at the forum, this matter has received sustained attention. Players have incarnated with literary heroes, thinking that Abaddon's dumb eat coptus, there is no pain to say, throw the helve after the hatchet, after all, they still paid by mistake. Some people even called Abaddon's unwilling picture and eyes before spitting blood to the ground, and the picture of wearing intestines by Tang Bohukeo as world-famous painting. Of course, the heat of this matter is matched by the form of Afu's war messenger. But with a pair of weak small wings, I immediately felt a sense of stupidity and became a comedian. If the shape of Blackened Afu has been unanimously praised by many players, then the skills of Blackened Afu can be more discussed by players. What Black Tiger takes the heart, Mount Tai presses the top, crows take the plain, tornadoes destroy the parking lot, flying elephants step on mice, groundhog throw weasels, Tyrannosaurus rex flutters its wings, I become a lame goose, etc. The name is funny, but the effect is rich and changeable. The whole set of skills is called Wuodeo style, which covers almost all aspects of Wuodeo combat. As a master of the martial arts and Taoism department, Zhu Feng also published a long post to analyze and explain Afu's various skills. The final conclusion is that although the names of these skills are funny, the effect is in line with all aspects of life and combat. There are both suitable for attack and auxiliary skills. Combined with Afu's war messenger state, they are powerful. Finally, Zhu Feng made a final evaluation of this set of martial arts skills. This is an extremely perfect set of martial arts skills, which can be called perfect. He also said that if this set of skills is not the exclusive skill of Afu's war messenger, he will learn one at all costs. As a recognized leader in martial arts, Chasing the Wind has such a high evaluation. It can be seen that this set of funny martial arts is indeed unique. Afu's accompanying practice in the martial arts arena continues. Under the high-end competition one after another, Afu's combat experience is growing at a visible rate. In this case, the mechanical fortress came to the transition gate of the galaxy to prepare for the last transition before the war. Chapter 719. For the people on the mechanical fortress, it is a novel and exciting thing to experience the transition in the desolate star system of Waste Saturn for the first time. However, after more than 2 months of traveling in the universe, galaxy transitions have become commonplace, and people have been excited from the beginning to now. But this time it was different. Looking at the approaching gate of the transition, everyone was full of excitement and anxiety. Excited is about to arrive in Victoria's galaxy and start World War III with alien stars. What's disturbing is that this time the alien star is aware of it and will send more troops. After the first 2 world wars, even the most stupid people will realize that they can't underestimate these low civilization planets. It's the so-called no more than 3. If it's easy to destroy this time, the opponent of alien stars really doesn't deserve to be the enemy of version 2.0. Players are not silly and sweet. They understand that even according to the development of the plot, the difficulty of these battles will increase gradually, and Victoria is the last novice planet, and its recovery difficulty is definitely higher. Undefined with such awareness, looking at this transition again will complicate your mood. Almost everyone on the mechanical fortress is looking forward to coming to Victoria. What Link expects is that after expelling alien stars this time, he can form a wasteland alliance. The 3 novice planets are rich in resources and have legendary strength. The most important thing is to form this alliance. Millions of players will be used by him, and he will get a combat force that can wreak havoc on the whole galaxy and has infinite potential. By taking the player into his own hands and bypassing the first order of the previous world, Link will gain sufficient voice in the Vatican system, so as to prepare for the entry of the Wasteland Alliance into the Star Harbor. What the Expeditionary Army expects is to have a final battle with the alien stars, destroy the alien stars and return the Vatican galaxy to peace. Abaddon is looking forward to arriving in Victoria, where he will become his biggest stage. Whether it is the Alien Legion or the Expeditionary Army, both sides are actors on this stage, and finally achieve his magnificent strategy. Although everyone has their own purpose, they are surprisingly consistent in arriving in Victoria. Before arriving at the transition gate, Helen drove the mechanical fortress and received the data sent by the transition gate. The galaxy in front is the Stone Star System. In the center of the Stone Star System is a middle-aged red giant with 6 planets running around. The transition gate in the Stone Star System can lead to. Every time he passes through a transition gate, the transition gate will detect the aircraft data, so as to send him navigation guidance and basic galaxy introduction. Of course, in order to protect the low-level civilization, the high-level civilization did not explain any traces of life and resources in the introduction, but just talked about the most basic situation and points for attention of the galaxy. After looking at the data, Helen found that there was nothing special to pay attention to in the Stone Galaxy. The mechanical fortress enters the transition gate, surrounded by colorful glass, which is extremely gorgeous. Without waiting for the players to send out excitement and exclamation, the scene outside the side window changes rapidly, from beautiful to bleak. The dim galaxy has only a round of red giant stars emitting blood-red light in the center, which adds a strange atmosphere to the remote galaxy. Führer, we have arrived at the Stone Star System. There are still 40 hours left before we arrive in Victoria. Helen accurately reported the current situation to Link. Different from Helen's slightly excited tone, Link's tone was flat. In that case, make a briefing in the whole mechanical fortress to make everyone ready for the first-class battle. It's likely that we'll have a desperate fight with the alien as soon as we arrive. Soon, a level 1 battle signal sounded in the whole mechanical fortress. With the mechanical sound of Troy, the news was announced to all the staff. Players are eager to try. For them, doing things is always the first, and if there are rewards for doing things, it's too great. It's over. Wasteland players want to take this opportunity to make another big profit. Pandora's players are all ready to prove themselves that they are not the weakest of the 3 novice planets. Now with the protection of the Mage Tower, they can even compete with the players of the Wasteland. An invisible competition is unfolding between players on both sides. When the Macaw and Silverhand, who were hiding in the dark and watching, heard this order, their faces, which were originally depressed and seemed to be drained, suddenly showed joy and excitement. Victoria is coming. They will say goodbye to this dark job and be free. It was their most difficult time to monitor Abaddon. Abaddon hides in his room all day, or teaches players skills. He rarely goes out. Abaddon was eating and drinking spicy food in the room, and the Macaw and Silverhand were suffering. They could only hide in the dark outside for 24 hours. When they met the situation of eating, drinking, and Lhasa, they had to change shifts in turn. As a result, both of them were depressed and even wanted to strangle Abaddon. Now hearing Troy's announcement is the voice of redemption. The Macaw and the Silverhand wept with joy, hugged each other and wept bitterly. Bayo, our suffering is coming to an end, cried the Macaw. Silverhand was murderous all over, and his eyes were as big as a bronze bell. Abaddon has made us suffer so much. This time, when Victoria comes, I must kill and vent all my grievances during this period. They looked at each other, nodded and reached an agreement. Come on, just get through the last 40 hours. Oh. Just as they held together to complain and unite their comrades in arms, suddenly a clattering voice sounded, I didn't see anything, you continue. The cheap voice of the dimensional code sounded. I saw the books open, the two covers used as wings, and the pages rolled up in front of me. Surprisingly, there is no trace of bloody targeting on the head of the dimensional code today. When the macaw and the silver hand looked at each other, they both saw the dislike in each other's eyes and suddenly separated, with disgust on their faces. Disgusting. What are you doing here? The macaw asked angrily. To say that it has several dislikes in the mechanical fortress, the silver hand is the first, Abaddon is the second, and the current dimensional code is stable in the top 3. This guy talks one thing at a time. He doesn't have much ability. He flatters the horse but does it easily. It seriously affects his position around Link and is regarded as an opponent by the macaw. Imagine that such an opponent saw himself in the silver hand, and the macaw felt a sense of crisis. The dimensional code took off the page and looked left and right. It's over. As soon as the voice fell, he was stared at by the macaw and the silver hand, and put away his playful face. I'm here mainly to make an alliance with you. Haven't you had any crisis recently? The dimensional code talks like a poisonous snake that bewitches Adam and Eve. Macaws boast that they are the representatives of I have to learn hard to bend down. Now the dimensional code asks so. In order not to lose face in front of each other, they will certainly not admit it. Ah, a sense of crisis? I didn't feel it at all. I've had a good time recently. I'm popular and spicy. I don't care about anything. I can go wherever I want. What's the crisis? Macaws bang bang a lot. The central theme is one sentence: I'm not, don't talk nonsense. The dimensional code was stunned. I didn't expect that this shameless player didn't play cards according to the routine. After holding for a long time, the dimensional code decided to say it clearly. You've been watching Abaddon for a few days. I don't believe you didn't see it. The macaw and the silver hand were stunned when they said this. They immediately looked at each other and understood the meaning in each other's eyes. Kill. Macaw and silver hand are very fast. They appear around the dimensional code in the blink of an eye. They grasp a cover of the dimensional code and control each other. Before the dimensional code could react, it had been captured and held firmly on the ground with its knees by the silver hand. Ah, I can't breathe. The dimensional code made a struggling voice. The macaw bang said, you don't even have a mouth and nose. Breathe the hammer. Come on, how did you know we were watching Abaddon? If you don't say it, I'll be punished. The macaw said, gritting his teeth and pulling out a parrot feather from his body. Seeing this scene, the dimensional code suddenly turned crazy and begged for mercy. I said it's not good. You two haven't appeared normally since you boarded the ship from Abaddon. You've always been sneaky, and according to my observation, your range of activity is also in the rest area. All the rest areas except Abaddon are their own, so I think you should spy on Abaddon. It is worthy of being a book with clear thinking logic. I came to you this time for Abaddon. Don't you think the Führer is too kind to Abaddon? As a surrender general, he doesn't look like a surrender general. He provokes in the rest area all day. I heard that other forces in the rest area have complained. Moreover, this guy is eloquent. According to my many years of experience, this guy is flattering and treacherous. If we continue to let him go, I'm afraid our position will be lost in the future. The dimensional code has a full sense of crisis. It was not a general, but was rudely pulled to the mechanical fortress by Link and started the journey of the universe. On the other hand, Abaddon, as an enemy, was treated so much better than himself. Even the head of state personally ordered that he should not hurt each other and treat them equally. The dimensional code remembered that he had been locked in the seal before. Now he finally lifted the seal and was made by a cat. He simply had no right to write. In contrast, the dimensional code is unbalanced and has a strong sense of crisis. The macaw was deeply impressed by the words of the dimensional code, and even the stiff knees of the silver hand were a little loose. As long as it's against Abaddon, it's all friends. Really, what you said is true. The macaw is condescending with his hands in his chest. I promise that everything is true. The dimensional code understands its current situation and its identity background is not good, so it is urgent to win over its allies in order to fight the evil force Abaddon. The macaw has believed 80%, and the remaining 20% depends on the substance, so he asked, since you think so much, do you think of a way to deal with Abaddon? Can you make an alliance with me and make Abaddon unpopular? Gg of the dimensional code smiled and said, I really have a way. You two might as well listen. In a dark corner of the mechanical fortress, the dimensional code was pressed under him by a rough man with a chew knot. Next to him was a flat-haired beast with a feather in his hand. The three people laughed strangely from time to time in the dark and chewed *** tricks. At the same time, the same place, rest area, another group of people. Players enter the combat readiness state. Although there is no task yet, they can prepare in advance. Combined with the dynamics sent by Victoria players on the forum, they have a general understanding of Victoria's current war situation. Alien sent more troops, and a large number of alien legions poured into Victoria. The mysterious system that the planet was proud of blocked many opponents in the first and middle stages. But as the two sides fight more and more frequently, their routine is also gradually understood. If the mysterious skill is cracked, the effect will be minimal. Coupled with the rapid increase in the number of legions, the situation in Victoria is not optimistic. A large number of players and NPCs began to leave their homes. A large area of land on the planet was brought into the rule of alien stars, resource mining, and material collection. Alien stars are plundering everything in Victoria in their own way. It can be said that now Victorian players can basically only lose step by step, but they can fight back and forth with alien stars in the defeat. Unlike those guys of Pandora's power system, alien stars just touched it gently. They fell directly to the ground and began to pretend to be dead. It was like touching porcelain. Even alien stars were surprised. You have fallen before I tried hard. But now on the train of wasteland, players cherish the opportunity they can take. After all, with the strength of the current expeditionary force, Link only needs to send the mechanical fortress to Victoria, then release the transport ship, pirate ship, and mage tower, and then drop some pets casually, which can basically settle a war. The war is over before the player makes a move. This is the most appropriate cognition in the minds of players. In this case, it is so precious for them to take part in the war, do tasks, and receive rewards. We must firmly grasp this opportunity. There was a huge 40-hour countdown on the electronic board in the lobby of the rest area, which immediately created a particularly tense atmosphere. Both players and NPCs habitually look up when passing, watch the passing minutes and seconds, and keep alert that they are about to fight against alien cubs. The daughter of Alchemist Grace is really lovely, but how can a Banshee King give birth to a human girl? Abaddon asked, pretending not to understand. In front of several players who have learned skills, they all carry a kind of "Are you a bad pen?" His eyes, his face speechless. Alas, you don't understand at all. In fact, Miranda is not Grace's biological daughter. She is. A player can't help but talk about popular science for Abaddon. Chapter 720. Well, this is the end of today's teaching. You all learn very fast. I hope you can use this move when fighting in the future and shine brightly. After giving some encouragement and summary, Abaddon cleared all players' learning skills out of the room. I learned Miranda's origin and background from the different people. Even Miranda was cursed by the dark shadow. These strange people all told the truth. With this information, Abaddon's strange smile became more and more ferocious. Miranda's terrible energy in her body will gradually increase over time. If you are excited, the energy in your body will be disordered, causing a series of terrible consequences. Undefined Abaddon knew that Miranda was the key point for him to destroy the Wasteland Expeditionary Force and Victoria's resistance in one fell swoop. Afu, you are really a lucky general. If I hadn't seen your status as a war envoy, I wouldn't have vomited blood in anger. I wouldn't have been sent to Mist Mountain Villa by you. I happened to find this secret. All these are a cycle. Even Abaddon didn't expect that the imprint core sent out for self-protection and latent at that time can make such a great contribution. When the mechanical fortress comes to Victoria, all the fighting forces in the fortress fight, and the internal defense is empty, he will have the opportunity to hold Miranda. At that time, as long as we continue to stimulate, let the curse of the Shadow Lord stay on Miranda take effect, release the power in Miranda's body, and destroy the invincible fleet of the Wasteland Expedition Army at one fell swoop. Even better than Link can't survive this force. What Abaddon has to do now is to think carefully about the emergencies that may occur at that time and solve some difficulties. For example, Grace, the alchemist who is almost inseparable from Miranda, feels a strong dark force in this guy. If you want to catch Miranda at that time, you must find a way to lure Grace away from the mountain. The time of 2 days is fleeting. The number at the beginning of the countdown holographic plate in the hall of the rest area has become 0, and only the number 32 is displayed in the position of minutes. The rest area was filled with anxiety and tension. The magic servants in the Mage Tower carry boxes of combat supplies and distribute them to other forces in the rest area. In the rest area where the players are located, white lights appear in the room. These 122 players are the vanguard of all players. Such a big event must not be missed. The alarm clock was set early and went online as soon as the time arrived. Their combat supplies and things are ready at the countdown place, put in the storage cabinet in their respective rooms, take them directly after they go online, and gather at the Expeditionary Army Service Office for instructions and orders at the first time. Link also got up early and arrived at the general control room under the mechanical giant. Helen looked at the data from the surrounding holographic panel in the driver's seat, including the navigation data of the fortress, the energy assembly, and the exploration of the path ahead. Führer, according to the information sent back by Yazhizi, after many corrections, we still have 30 minutes to arrive in Victoria. This is the first-hand image from Yazhizi. Please have a look. Helen raised her hand and shook it. A holographic panel appeared in front of Link. The content in the picture was a planet spinning slowly in the silent universe. There is a circle of star rings in the orbit of Victoria. These star rings are composed of broken asteroids and ice. They emit grey light and are particularly bright in the light of stars. Führer, the Victoria star has a star ring with a thickness of 3 meters and a width of about 100 meters. The mechanical fortress cannot enter the perigee of the planet in this harsh environment. Helen had a worried look on her face. The door didn't open smoothly, which was not good news. With a star ring, it is impossible to fly around perigee, so it is impossible to launch Tianyan satellite, and there is no way to attack Victoria at a fixed point after holographic scanning. However, Link had already thought of this. He checked the forum news before and saw that the alien launched a fierce attack on Victoria, which was more violent than Wasteland and Pandora. Thanks to Victoria's mainstream players are mysterious, with a variety of abilities, the effect is also a mystery, which delayed the pace of alien stars in the early stage. But now the battle time is 2 months, and the alien stars have found out the details and effects. As a result, they can only retreat step by step. So this time, instead of leaving the mechanical fortress in perigee, Link entered the planet directly to destroy the alien portal, and then fought slowly to remove the remaining evils. The number of casting magic camps in Victoria is more than that of Waste Soil and Pandora. Fortunately, in addition to mechanical fortress, transport ship, and pirate ship, a new mage tower has been added. Although it cannot be removed at the same time, it can greatly curb the alien source. And about the location of Victoria Casting Camp, Link also summarized a few according to the posts of players in the forum, and roughly defined the direction and location. Link sat in the operating room and gave orders. Helen, you still drive and command the pirate ship, Dave drives and controls the transport ship, I personally control the mechanical fortress, and Gamish controls the Mage Tower. At that time, after the mechanical fortress enters the Victorian atmosphere, it will scan the detectable range while taking advantage of the descent height. Link didn't come to Victoria in his previous life. He just heard about Victoria from other players. Although the sub-professional blood clan is also a kind of mysterious department, it is nothing compared with the place where Victoria can curse even without meeting. If the energy attribute is not high enough, I'm afraid it will be played to death by the other party. Helen left the console and went to the pirate ship to stand by. Troy kept passing Link's orders in the mechanical fortress. Members of the major forces of the Expeditionary Army boarded the Shanghai pirate ship and would follow Helen on the expedition. All 122 players boarded the transport ship and fought with Dave and Max. Max stayed in the mechanical fortress laboratory for a long time. This is his first time to fight on an alien planet. It's time to take out the daily accumulated knowledge and promotion. Link arranged for him to follow Dave, on the one hand, because Helen was strong enough to resist one side and didn't need a deputy. On the other hand, I hope Dave will take the young man and impart some of his old knowledge and experience to help the young man grow up. Link also arranged a new task for 120 players, that is, after the spacecraft entered Victoria, take a small landing ship and quickly spread around the planet to search for any clues about the casting magic camp. Because there is no celestial eye satellite, Link equipped players with a sound transmission insect at the bottom of the pressure box to quickly transmit information at the first time. Chapter 721. When it comes to voice bugs, we have to mention the group leader Macaw of the Spiritual Network. Link enters the Spiritual Network, and ate the Macaw. Administrator Link at Group Leader Macaw, Lao Jin, you come to the control room of the mechanical giant now. I have a task arrangement. A moment later, the Macaw responded within the Spiritual Network. Group Leader Macaw? You arrange tasks for me at this time. What about the villain? Don't you have to stare? Undefined Administrator Link, no, it's more important. Less than a minute after Link finished returning the information, the Macaw rushed into the main control room with a gust of wind and said with a disgusted face, "What task is arranged for me suddenly? It's almost the end of staring at the anti-bone boy. Are you transferring me now to steal the fruits of my Macaw's work?" Link ignored the Macaw's nonsense and said directly, "Haven't you noticed that there are more people in the Spiritual Network?" The Macaw fixed its eyes. "Oh, roar! There are more people here, more than 100 people directly. Who did these sound transmission insects send to? How did they increase so much?" As the leader of the group, the Macaw looked stunned, and its metal beak was wide open and almost closed. Link said, "Because Victoria has a star ring, the mechanical fortress and Sky Eye satellite can't be in perigee and can't provide all-weather satellite service support. Now they can only send the sound bug to them and let them scatter after landing to find the whereabouts of the casting magic camp. They transmit intelligence and report information through the voice bug, so you, the leader of the group, need to come out, summarize this information, give it to Troy, and he will draw the fixed point." The Macaw was stunned. It's still a big task that can't be refused. Alien intelligence data should be summarized and reported through this link. It is an important key hub and can be called the MVP of this war. The Macaw thought for a moment. He couldn't resist the temptation of this important task. He gritted his teeth and stamped his foot, "Take it." As for Abaddon, there are dimensional codes and silver hands. It should not be a problem. Well, nothing's wrong. Don't bother me during this time. I'm a parrot with tens of millions of Victoria intelligence information. Time is precious. Delaying every minute will delay the fighter. The Macaw took the task and immediately pulled it up. The expression and posture seemed to indicate a sentence with action, what is called every minute is a million up and down. The Macaw left the general control room and went to the data center to connect with Troy. Before that, the Macaw took out his big brother and dialed the silver hand. "Little Silver, Link has arranged a new task for me. On my side, I have to connect with Troy and be responsible for the collection and processing of information transmitted by different people. All the intelligence reported by this strange man from the ground can only appear on Link's desk after being processed by my hand. This task is very important. There is no room for carelessness. So you should worry more about the matter of watching over there and the matter mentioned in the dimensional code. The macaw is old-fashioned and has a tone of coming over. After hearing the voice of Millimeter on the phone, the macaw hung up without saying a word. Then he sighed and shook his head. Alas, an excellent person like me is like a firefly in the night. No matter how to hide it, he can't hide his brilliant talent and handsome. In the dark corner of the mechanical fortress, after the silver hand hung up the phone, he was out of breath, and there seemed to be a flame on his chest to explode. Let this guy load it again. On the other hand, he was hung up by the other party before he finished scolding, which is equivalent to a power storage blow and a miss. Silverhand is very uncomfortable at the moment. He tosses and turns. He still has a little mind on monitoring. Once the quarrel falls into the disadvantage, or the quarrel loses, or the other party pretends to beep, they will repeatedly turn over the previous scene, practice in their mind, simulate their own coping methods and scripts, and then feel that they play the thief well. At this time, I will be angry about why I couldn't say a word at that time, beat my chest and feet, and secretly determined to play better next time. The Silverhand's heart was like a kitten scratching. After struggling for a moment, he got up from the dark and said, "No. Now all the people in the mechanical fortress are ready to go out and make contributions. I'm still here to spy on others like a mouse. If the war is over and others are full of meritorious deeds, I only add a surveillance anti-bone boy on my resume. I can't take it at all. Don't lose face." Especially at the thought of the macaw Versailles in front of him, the silver hand couldn't swallow it. How can a fat parrot ride on his head? The more the silver hand thought about it, the less effective he was. He quickly got up and went to the main control room of the machinery giant. Anyway, the dimensional code is still staring at the mechanical fortress. If the dog has any movement, the dimensional code will not miss the opportunity to make meritorious service and push down the anti-bone boy. After the silver hand analysis, it seemed that he went out to make achievements without any obstacles and psychological pressure. A moment later, the silver hand found Link and expressed his idea. "Führer, I want to make contributions." Looking at his picture, Link suddenly thought of the world-famous painting coach. "I want to play basketball." The silver hand clenched his teeth, summoned up his courage and said, "I didn't do the task to make achievements in order to make everyone look up to me. I just wanted to prove my honor. I must take it back with my own hands. This is the honor of being a legend. Since you want to go out so much, I'll give you this chance." Link glanced at the closed transport ships and pirate ships on the monitoring screen and said, "Then you'll follow the mechanical fortress later. After entering the Victorian atmosphere, you can drive your own landing ship to choose the landing location. Now that you have an idea, I won't assign you a task. It's all up to you to play freely. Well, let me see what a legendary master can do without the constraints of rules." Silverhand's eyes lit up. Unexpectedly, Link was so open-minded today. Not only let him go, but also didn't specify it. Everything is free to play by himself. The whole mechanical fortress has such treatment, except Helen, only Afu is left. Just as they were talking, the mechanical fortress had crossed Victoria's star ring and roughly inserted into the atmosphere. Well, now the mechanical fortress has entered the atmosphere. Go find a landing ship and get ready to show your skills. The Silverhand's gratitude to Link was all in nodding, and the gratitude was undoubtedly revealed. The next second, we hurried to the port of berthing to prepare. Link's eyes focused again on the screen. Troy controlled the reconnaissance elements of the ship and began to scan Victoria against the clock. According to the instrument, up to a quarter of the area can be scanned during the falling process. Link could not help clenching his fist, hoping that there would be a big fish in this quarter. Just after the rough arrival of the mechanical fortress, in the casting magic camp on the ground, the unique alien soul-searching tower suddenly emitted a strong light, as if warning something. All the alien servants guarding the soul-searching tower took action, gathered in a dharma array on the ground, crawled on the ground, and began to read some difficult spells. With the spell, a huge dark shadow gradually appeared, and a terrible void projection with a height of 100 feet appeared over the casting magic camp. Chapter 722. This void projection is translucent and has some substantiation. The huge body came, and even the clouds in the sky were squeezed away, rippling around. The translucent giant black shadow can be seen by the naked eye. It seems that it is going to burn this piece of heaven and earth to ashes. The mechanical fortress was descending, and Troy suddenly detected huge energy fluctuations in the air. Looking at the sudden surge of abnormal energy on the holographic screen, Link frowned and thought it was not simple. He immediately ordered, "Yazhizi, trace the source of energy. I want to see what happened." Undefined, it was a coincidence that such a thing happened suddenly when the expeditionary army was preparing to attack on a large scale. Such a huge energy fluctuation is even comparable to the scene of the birth of the Mage Tower before, which makes Link suddenly have a bad hunch. After receiving the signal, Yazhizi swallowed the energy scattered in the air, analyzed it and determined the type. In a moment, he galloped like an anti-drug dog to the center with stronger energy density. The holographic screen in front of Link was temporarily black, and the whole main control room was silent. A moment later, the holographic screen in front of him returned to normal again. In the picture, a translucent black fire blocked the sky and squeezed away the clouds in the sky. It seems to be in this space, but it doesn't feel completely in the current space, between the two. The huge figure is beyond imagination and represents the burning of the dark fierce fire. Although the lens has not yet photographed the full picture of the black fierce fire that blocks out the sky and the sun, Link has recognized that this statue is the second leader of the alien star, the Shadow Devil Saffron, known as the Shadow Lord. When he first came to Victoria, the Shadow Demon Saffron used the void projection to come to the planet. If it wasn't intentional, Link wouldn't bring a letter. It seems that the alien star is not as stupid as I thought. I know that the previous events are not accidents. Now I know that I am ready to be on guard. Link's tone was calm. Helen, Dave, and Gamish, who kept communicating, were all relieved. It turned out that the head of state had already expected the alien means, and the last panic in his heart was comforted. On the contrary, the calm look on Link's face shows that the real thoughts in his heart are not as calm as they seem on the surface. Although Saffron used the void projection, not the arrival of the Buddha, this void projection should not be underestimated. According to the alien star's preparation in advance, Link had to deduce in the worst direction. This void projection array was just prepared for him. He would start directly and fight when he came. The preparation is absolutely sufficient. According to the limitation of void projection, I'm afraid this ceremony can give full play to half of Saffron's strength. Thinking of the huge figure and sense of oppression he saw on the waste island, Link felt great pressure. Originally, according to his idea, the first match between him and Saffron should be on the alien planet Wormer, an important node of the Vatican Galaxy. I just didn't expect that because of his strength, the alien stars suffered heavy losses when attacking the 3 novice planets. At the moment, they have to shake people in advance. Link understood that the alien move was not simply against him. In addition to his performance in the wasteland and his reputation, it is absolutely impossible for the alien to know that he is playing tricks behind the fall of Pandora's alien legion. But if you think about the 2 attacks, the alien stars are likely to count all these things on the first order. After all, Link misled them when they were in the wasteland, making them mistakenly think that there is any connection between Link and the First Order. But even if we deal with the First Order, we'll shake people and call parents as soon as we come up. Link has to say, alien planting doesn't talk about martial ethics. Even Saffron in the state of void projection has half the strength of Numenon, and not everyone can deal with it. Helen, Dave, and Gamish, after leaving the harbor later, you search for the whereabouts of the casting magic camp in the opposite direction of energy diffusion, and blow me up when you find it. As for the energy diffusion center, leave it to me. Helen looked nervous. The pirate ship data was connected to the mechanical fortress. She also received the energy diffusion fluctuation just now. The black flame blocking the sun in the picture was extremely terrible and suffocating. They all left, leaving only the head of state here. How can they deal with this monster? Not only Helen, but Dave and Gamish showed concern in their eyes. As a legendary mage, Gamish can naturally see at a glance that the black fire penetrating the sky and the earth is just a projection of the void. Although it was just a void projection, the strength of this guy still exceeded Gamish's imagination. Thinking of such a terrible creature leading behind the alien star, Gamish suddenly gave birth to a kind of despair. He had boasted that he would completely eliminate the scourge of alien stars, but now it seems that even if he has a mage tower, he still has a terrible gap from the real top of alien stars. Don't worry, I don't have a mechanical fortress. Open the second form of God blocking killing God and Buddha blocking killing Buddha. Link waved his hand and even smiled. Seeing that the head of state was determined, the three could not say anything, so they had to act according to the original plan. During the descent of the mechanical fortress, the berthing port opened slowly, pirate ships and transport ships poured out, followed by the mage tower. Although there is a magic pivot core, the mage tower did not spread the magic net in Victoria for the first time after its emergence. Now the situation is unclear. It is not wise to show strength too early. When the three warships left, Link's expression was dignified immediately. The shadow demon Saffron should not be underestimated, even if it is a void projection with only half of its strength. It's too dangerous to fight with a mechanical fortress. Even if you enter the Black Throne form, such a big target will only be destroyed by the other party. Isn't there a good saying that you can't kick your car if you can't hit you? Link can flash and move by virtue of his body, but once Saffron hits such a big target as the mechanical fortress, it will have an immeasurable impact. In addition, Miranda is still in the mechanical fortress, which will trigger a series of chain reactions at that time. Link is not willing to fight this probability. Therefore, the best way is for Link to attract the attention of the Shadow Devil Saffron alone. It's best to kill the void projection. As long as the fixing Devil Saffron is engaged, the war situation in Victoria will be solved in half. Thinking of this, Link began to cram. As the finale boss of version 2.0, the Shadow Demon Saffron is second only to Sanos at the end of Guandi, with strong strength. Looking at the entire Vatican system, people who are stronger than him can be counted in one palm. So far, the introduction of alien leaders on the official website of version 2.0 has only a few numbers and a name. No other images or abilities have been written, waiting for players to explore. But in front of Link, these bosses basically have no secrets. As a LV80+, leader, NPC, the Shadow Demon Saffron is powerful. As the most powerful alchemist in the Vatican system, his personal fighting style is soft, which is more suitable for cold and unrelenting skills behind him. Sanos is a model of boxing to the end. Now forced to meet the weakened version of Saffron in advance, it's time to use this massive experience to upgrade. Chapter 723. After draining Pandora players in the last 5 days, Link has a total of 150 million experience. Now all he has to do is rise. Get the fuck up. LV60 LV75 need to consume 14660,300 experience points upgrade? Yes/no. Link did not choose to directly pull to level 80, mainly because he is now a legendary level, and there is little difference between level 75 and level 80. Keep level 5, upgrade to Blood and Blue at the critical moment, and save your life. With less than 15 million experience, Link came to level 75. Undefined. Seeing that he reached this level so easily, Link thought of his previous life. He tried his best to do tasks and play strange brush G. It took him a long time to get enough experience in upgrading. Now you can easily squander 15 million experiences in the blink of an eye. This experience is really great. The experience promotion threshold of each level 10 is really high. Level 69 only needs 779,700 experience. When level 70, it needs 153,9600 experience, which has doubled directly. Rao Shilink experienced this picture in his last life, and now he feels very exaggerated to upgrade it again. It can only be said that the upgrade experience function of the game Fate is too exquisite. Although the upper level limit of version 2.0 is level 80, a watershed has been formed since level 70. The first is to delay the upgrading of the players of the first group army. The second is to give subsequent players a chance to catch up and avoid a large gap in the previous version. After the upgrade, Link took a look at the remaining experience. Oh, there are more than 130 million left. That's all right. It hasn't touched the bottom line of his anxiety symptoms. After the upgrade, Link has a total of 48 potential points. Without thinking, all into the lucky attribute. What you want is to be quick and intelligent, just pursue your dreams, and the income is not as high as that of luck. A little luck can add 100 points of damage to Death Finger, which is not counted as the benefit of increasing critical strike. If converted to other attributes, there will be only poor 20 health points or 10 energy points. After adding points, Link looked at his 7-dimensional attributes. Strength 390, Agility 306, Endurance 267, Intelligence 82, Energy 325, Charm 32, Luck 188. The talent Excellent Potential increases HP by 100 points and energy by 20 points every level. This winning streak of level 15 also brings a lot of blood blue support to Link. Link glanced at the data interface, and his blood volume and energy value also increased slightly. He can use more Death Finger. Name, Link. Race, Human. Level, LV75+, Legend. Energy level, C+. Experience, 130+ million. Occupation, erudite. Identity, President of Lin's Consortium, Spokesman of Mandala, Honorary Curator, Sadhu, Guest Elder of the Moon Shadow Council, Supreme Commander of Sadhu, Desert Emperor, Terminator, Head of the Free Federation, Lord of Wasteland. HP, 24,420/24,420. Energy value, 5,300/5,300. Attributes, Strength 390, Agility 306, Endurance 267, Intelligence 82, Energy 325, Charm 32, Luck 188. Potential point, 0. Influence, Vatican Galaxy, 2, Waste Saturn, 18, Slevin, 15, Pandora, 15. Talent, Swarm Commander, Swarm Affinity. Evaluation, Unstoppable Rising. With the improvement of grade and attribute, Link's energy level evaluation has also been improved to a higher level, from C to C+. Although it is only a small plus difference, the number of energy levels in it is actually thousands of different. This is the gap between 4-6K and 9K. Link took a look at the damage of Death Finger, 4000 plus, 188*100, and the next is 22,800 basic damage, and the critical hit rate is 1.88%. With these two kinds of foundation, Link's confidence was a lot. The consumption of Death Finger is 4,000 life and 1,000 energy. According to the current Link's blood and energy, it can be fired 4 times without replenishment, causing nearly 100,000 damage in total. It's even harder to say if Link's recovery means are included. Link sat on the throne with a little peace of mind. The huge shadow on the holographic screen, the shadow demon Saffron, will be one of the most powerful bosses he has encountered since he entered the game. But Link also wants to try to see if he can make a few moves with Saffron by virtue of his great advantage of rebirth. Link's expression was solemn, and Yashaiza was still outputting picture signals ahead, rising and breaking through the clouds. When a grey mist dispersed, Yashaiza rose to a high altitude, and a full picture of black fierce fire appeared in the picture. The head is wrapped with a fierce black flame. There are 3 fiery red flames like hell in the middle of the black flame, forming eyes and mouth. The expression is extremely ferocious and terrible. The burning flame, even if it is just a projection of the void, frightens people at the bottom of the heart and makes people's soul tremble. Troy, you drive the mechanical fortress to search the Victorian human base and convey the intention of the support of the Wasteland expedition. Zhuge Dragon, come with me and meet the second leader of the alien star. After Link arranged and got up, the 9-striped dragon appeared in the main control room and followed Link. Troy is still a little worried. In the past, Link still took a lot of pets with him. This time, he only took a general of Zhuge Dragon, or dealt with an unprecedented strong enemy. Would this lineup be too hasty? Although he knew that Zhuge Dragon could rank 3rd in the whole mechanical fortress only by strength, second only to Link and Silver Hand. Link seemed to see Troy's concern and said with a smile, taking others is just increasing casualties. It's of no use. On the contrary, you can make a difference by staying on the front battlefield. When I try to contain Saffron, I hope you can seize the time to organize an effective attack and expand your advantages. Well, you must live up to the expectations of the head of state. Troy nodded heavily. This wave is that the head of state uses himself to contain the shadow demon Saffron and buy time for the Wasteland expedition in Victoria. Link and the 9-striped dragon entered a landing ship, looked at the 9-striped dragon in the vice seat and said with a smile, this is the first time we have fought side by side. The 9-striped dragon smiled with a smile. This feeling was wonderful. Before the battle, he entered the transformed Black Throne form. This is the first time that the two fought side by side in the form of Entity Führer. Let's see what skills you can get at random. The 9-striped dragon's skill Double Dragon Life Grid can inherit 20% of Link's attributes as its own additional attributes. At the same time, Link can also use a skill of 9-striped dragon at random once a day. Okay, then try. Link didn't have a chance before. Now he finally has a chance to use it. The 9-striped dragon raised his hand, and the blue-green energy representing Shinik energy gathered in his hand, gradually forming a rune mark. The next second, the rune mark appeared on Link's arm. Link looked at the skills represented by the rune mark and immediately smiled. Although it's big, it doesn't make people happy. Link couldn't help sighing when he looked at the empty projection of a pillar. You triggered the A-level task Make Your Anger More Angry, accept/reject. At this time, a task, A-level task, suddenly appeared on the interface in front of Link's eyes. Chapter 724. You triggered A-level task Make Anger More Angry, accept/reject. Task tip: the alien has a premonition that the attack will not be peaceful, so he has prepared his backhand in advance. Now the expeditionary force and the people on Victoria are in extreme danger, and your choice will determine the fate of the whole planet. Option 1, face the anger of the Black Flame and defeat it directly. Reward, best reward package. Option 2, find a way to contain the Black Flame and buy time for the large forces. Reward, excellent reward package. Option 3, the enemy is too strong. Stay away from the edge and guerrilla the magic casting camp with the large forces. Reward, excellent reward package. Undefined. Option 4, hide in space and wait and see. Reward, do the onlookers still want a reward? After reading this A-level option task, Link was immediately happy. This option is a little interesting. The reward is not written in writing, but in the form of reward package. Although the quality is written, it still feels like opening a blind box. Link suddenly inflated because he drew the most suitable skill at present, Dragon Sting. Dragon Sting LV10, extend the dragon sting attack, cause level X to 0 points of damage, and apply the mark of the dragon to the target. It is a common attack skill. Link is now at level 75, which means that a dragon sting attack can cause 1500 damage and apply the mark of the dragon to the target. Because this skill is a general attack skill, this skill will often accompany Link within 24 hours from now. Although only from the introduction, the effect of Linghua Dragon Breath LV7 is stronger. It causes 7000 real damage to the enemy within the conical range of 2.1 km in front, and causes the same amount of life recovery to the friendly forces within the range. The overflow blood will exist in the form of Linghua Shield. But for Link, this skill is actually useless. After all, the reply after spitting out the breath can only be effective for the friendly army, not for himself, and he can only return blood to the 9-striped dragon, and he can't get a reply. The skill effect is only dry 7000 real damage, which is equivalent to the general attack damage of 5 dragon spikes. As for the dragon power skill, it will intimidate the enemy whose level is lower than your own. Every level difference will cause 1% of all attributes to be weakened. He now has to face the second character of the alien, the shadow demon Saffron. At level 80, Long Wei has no effect on the front. Therefore, according to the actual situation, the skill of Dragon Sting is the most practical. I'm responsible for beating Dragon Stab, and then let Zhuge Dragon detonate the Dragon's Mark, which can also cause a heavy amount of damage. In this case, Link did not hesitate to choose one, face the anger and defeat it. With so many top-notch skills, we can fight against Saffron's empty projection. The rewards are all in front of us. We must fight big. The landing ship drew a white tail in the air and headed west. As soon as Link left the front foot, Troy controlled the mechanical fortress and explored all the way to find Victoria's human base. Just then, he noticed that a landing ship left the port without authorization and went in the direction that Lin Ke had just left. After the Trojan data fluid was detected, an arc suddenly rose at the corner of his mouth. The original head of state had expected that the Silver Hand would follow, so there should be no danger in this wave. Link, Silver Hand, 9-striped dragon and the strongest mechanical fortress all went, and Troy was relieved. After landing on the ship, the Silver Hand raised his mouth, skillfully piloted the aircraft and muttered to himself, "Move freely. Oh, I'm not familiar with Victoria's life. Going out without permission is like a headless fly, and I can't point out and touch a nose ash. You might as well follow Link. There is no lack of big events around Link. Maybe you can take the opportunity to make a profit." The corners of the Silver Hand's mouth almost reached his ears, and he sighed that he was indeed a genius. We must do something big this time and come back to frustrate the fat bird's spirit. In the mechanical fortress, lounge. Standing in the porthole, Abaddon felt the familiar and deterrent breath from the Shadow Lord's void projection, and was excited. It seems that I still pay attention to my reminder. As soon as Link came to Victoria, the Shadow Lord's void projection arrived in person, which was definitely expected. As soon as he thought that his wonderful plan could be displayed in front of the Shadow Adult, Abaddon felt an overwhelming excitement. This time, when the Shadow Adult saw his talent and role, he would definitely be appreciated and valued. At that time, the restoration of strength is only the foundation. Maybe we can go further on the basis of war messengers. Abaddon forcibly restrained his excitement and returned to a backwater. There was such a big movement just now that Link must have started acting long ago. In addition to Troy's shouting on the radio channel, pirate ships and transport ships have left Hong Kong and began to carry out missions throughout Victoria. Not surprisingly, now the defense of the mechanical fortress is the weakest time. Abaddon tried to open the door. Unexpectedly, he didn't feel stared at in the dark today. Did the watchman leave? Abaddon thought to himself. Whatever the situation, he has to test it now. Passing through the rest area, Abaddon rarely saw people. When passing through the mist villa, Abaddon glanced at it with his remaining light. It was still shrouded in dense fog. Abaddon came to the service office of the Wasteland Expeditionary Army. Respectfully and reasonably, the Victorian War is imminent. As a member of the Expeditionary Army, I also want to join the battle. I wonder if you can pass it on to the head of state. Mr. Abaddon, the head of state has gone out to fight, but he explained the task to you before he left. You can see it at a glance. The staff of the Expeditionary Service handed Abaddon a letter. Abaddon couldn't wait to open it. Then he took a deep breath and couldn't restrain his emotion anymore. Victoria, the front line. Link drove the landing ship carrying the 9-striped dragon and gradually approached the target site under the guidance of Yazhi's signal. It can be seen from the irregular ripples of the clouds in the sky that a catastrophe is brewing in the distance ahead. Link could see a translucent black fire in the distance, moving like a giant Aran. The void projection mainly depends on the energy of the Dharma array. Once the Dharma array is destroyed, the void projection cannot be supported. Do you understand what I mean? The 9-striped dragon suddenly realized, I see. You're holding Saffron in the front. I'll find a way to destroy the Dharma array. There was a black line on Link's forehead. You've realized it, but you haven't fully realized it yet. Let's try our best to contain the void projection, consume the alien energy to the greatest extent, and finally defeat it again. If Zhuge Dragon has negative emotions, it must be 999 now, you know. Since aliens are prepared in advance, they must have plenty of energy. Since we want to defeat them, we must let them lose until they don't have any pants left. If it were Saffron, Link would not be so big. But empty projection, half strength. Saffron's body is level B, he is now C+, and 9-striped dragons help. Link thinks it's worth trying. Chapter 725. The landing ship was small and light. Just as Link and Zhuge Dragon discussed countermeasures, the distant void projection became clearer and the body size gradually increased. The landing ship shuttles through the clouds and is extremely small between heaven and earth. But at the moment, the clouds were very quiet. Only the landing ship, a moving object, soon attracted the attention of the void projection. Saffron noticed that there were objects approaching quickly above the clouds, and the two hot flames wrapped in the black fierce fire became more and more intense. He slowly said, "Mole ants dare to spy on the gods." Saffron's voice floated in the sky, while on the ground, it sounded a burst of thunder, rolling, and even with strong oppression. Undefined. When Link heard this, he was immediately happy. What about putting the lower civilization planet in the big tail wolf? Ants, gods? At your level, you dare to call yourself a god? What's the difference between this and Master Wang at the head of the village, who is known as the first handsome in Shilapo? Link said he couldn't bear it and had to kill Saffron's spirit. Without saying a word, Link used the special effect of the element method ring psychic magnetic field increase to improve his spiritual power. Then he demonized the symbiotic body attached to the lining, adding 30 points to Link's other attributes except luck. Relying on his 355 points of high energy attribute, he exercised his spiritual power and said, "What about Nima? God, have you ever seen a god who was killed by the First Order and ran all over the ground? Even the strange stars were dried and broken, hiding on an unknown planet like a lost dog, and relying on the troops of the transit planet Wormer to install here? If you don't say a lot, you'll be killed if you put your strength in the Star Harbor." Link directly threw off his arm and made a cynical remark. His words were simple and straightforward without any modification. Instead, such words were like a needle and directly pierced into Saffron's heart. The alien star lost the battle with the First Order before, fled in a hurry, and even the parent alien star was directly crushed. This is a thorn in Saffron's heart. Now he was brought up by Link's old story, and suddenly became angry with shame. A group of angry flames rose fiercely in his chest, and the black fierce fire around the whole person became more and more intense. At the same time, Saffron was alert. The first was where he had heard this voice. The second was that this guy used his spiritual ability to talk to him in the air. The energy generated by spiritual power spread all over the world. These conversations were heard in the casting magic camp or human gathering place under the clouds. Originally, he wanted to create a lofty and invincible image with the sound of ho, but under the counterattack of the other party, the momentum did not increase but decreased. Third, this guy's gratitude, resentment, and hatred for aliens and the First Order, which makes Saffron more convinced that the people who enter Victoria are the First Order. It seems that Abaddon has indeed encountered problems. It is very likely that the First Order has set a trap. The fading of the imprint core must be a signal from Abaddon, reminding me to be vigilant in the future. Saffron was afraid for a while. If he hadn't noticed the abnormality and arranged his men to set up a void projection array in Victoria, otherwise the First Order would rush to help, and these alien legions fighting in Victoria might be wiped out. Just a conversation, Saffron knew that the strength of the person in front of him could not be underestimated. His powerful spiritual energy could talk with him dozens of kilometers away. He must be an expert of the First Order power system. In the face of this enemy, Saffron's first reaction was to start first. You should know that maintaining the void projection requires energy. When using skills in the void projection state, the loss is also the prepared energy. Although the strength of void projection is half of that of Numenon, the number of skills and combat effectiveness that can be used depends on the amount of energy supplied to the Dharma array. This time, although we are prepared and have a lot of sacrificial energy, we can deal with an expert of the First Order power system. It is small. The most important thing to decide the war situation is to deal with the reinforcement of the First Order. Yuri, now order the Legion to launch a general attack on Victoria. Around the Dharma array, there are a circle of attendants wrapped in grey and black robes. The energy line under the Dharma array turns the earth into silence, like death. In the center of the Dharma array was a mass of black gas. It seemed that a face composed of black inflammation could be seen faintly. Hearing this, Yuri, who was half kneeling beside the Dharma array, nodded slightly. I'll arrange it now, my lord. Although he has grey skin like other war messengers, Yuri has the same body as normal humans, without terrible body shape and exaggerated appearance. He is covered in red and black robes and has a slender figure. He looks like a priest or priest. Even among war messengers, he looks like an alien. When Yuri got up, he bowed slightly again and said to the black gas in the French array, "Thank you, sir." As for the war situation in Victoria, he will not be responsible for his mission. Yuri's words showed strong self-confidence, as if he turned a blind eye to the resistance of the Victorian Aborigines. To be honest, the whole Victoria has some strength except the guy named Julian. The others are smelly fish and rotten shrimp. I never doubt your strength and talent. That's why I strongly urge you to be transferred to the Victorian theatre. This is the last low civilization planet attacked by the alien now, because only your command can bring victory to the alien. The black gas faintly condensed into a face and said, "I won't let you down, my lord." Yuri said, turned and left, then gracefully stretched out his slender fingers, then gently moved to the temple and said out of thin air, "Except for the casting magic camp Fear, all the other casting magic camp armies pulled out and captured Longri Peak. The Hatred camp faints to the west. After the frontal troops take Longri Peak, they quickly enter the withered swamp and go straight behind the enemy." There was no one around Yuri, but after he finished speaking and the news was sent out, the casting magic camps all over the country began to move in a neat and uniform manner. After the first command, Yuri looked up at the sky. The black flame of the camp went straight into the sky. The next second, a layer of dazzling firelight lit up on the dark cloud and spread far away. The grey clouds were directly reflected in red, as if the sky was on fire. The next second, the other party's ridicule came again. "Haha, is that all? It seems that although your void projection is large, it is useless. I don't know whether the energy prepared in your Dharma array is enough or not. How many such attacks can you maintain?" Hearing the provocation enough to tighten his fist, Yuri's eyes flashed a serious look. It seems that the people sent by the First Order have some skills. Even he couldn't help admiring such a strong spirit. Under the same sky, the Victorian players who ambushed and performed tasks in the mountains and forests and hiding places were all stunned. Sleeping trough, Link hanging like this? One sentence after another directly put the black shadow of this outfit into silence. Chapter 726. Victorian players saw the information sent by Fortress players on the forum and knew the arrival information of Mechanical Fortress and Waste Soil Expedition. Originally, after learning the news, Victoria's players felt that it was dawn and the depression at the bottom of their hearts was swept away. The arrival of Link sounded the horn of counterattack in their hearts. After 2 months of frustration, they could finally sweep away the decline and attack the alien legion. In particular, these players who do tasks in the wild see that the super-large mechanical fortress like a steel city appears through the clouds. That picture has had a great impact on their young mind, beyond their cognition and vision. Then the pirate ship, transport ship, and mage tower were driven out of the mechanical fortress. The distinctive aircraft directly fooled the players on the ground. Although they have seen pictures posted by players in the fortress on the forum, what they see from the pictures is still different from what they see with their own eyes. Undefined, the sense of impact brought by the real vision always reminds these players that they are just mountain hammers and earth guns in the countryside. But at this time, a black fire suddenly appeared dozens of kilometers away, burning more and more. It pushed the clouds straight into the sky, like the black volcanic ash of volcanic eruption, rushing to a height of kilometers. Where have players seen such battles? They are stupid on the spot. What the hell is this? You told me that this type of thing is version 2.0. There is absolutely a problem with the numerical value and plot system of the game. Grass, this foot can crush and kill at least 100 players. It's still a fool. A sense of powerlessness rushed into the hearts of the players, and the joy of the arrival of Master Link in the green sky of E-City was immediately dissipated. At this moment, the players understand that the great Master Qingtian representing hope is coming, but the more violent plot and the enemy are also coming. Small shrimps of this level can only shiver and survive in the crack of the confrontation between the strong. When the players were desperate, something more unacceptable happened. The mechanical fortress and 3 warships in the sky all left in the opposite direction, and it looked like a temporary retreat on the ground. Even Link chose to avoid the edge, which doesn't mean that the enemy is strong. The players are all willing to retreat. It seems that this battle will not end easily. I'm afraid it will become a long-term tug of war. Just when the players were in great mood, they suddenly heard the black fierce fire in the sky like a god, claiming to be a god. From this voice, they felt a sense of overwhelming oppression. Like the storm on the plain, people can't breathe, /b lament the smallness of life. The players turned pale and had only one thought in their mind: how can they compare with gods? But then, Link's wanton voice sounded, talked, laughed, and scolded, devalued the black fierce fire, and even exposed the battle disputes between the alien and the First Order. Although I don't know where Link finally said Star Harbor, even the strength of black fierce fire can be killed all the way. It seems to be a place where crouching tigers, hidden dragons, and dragons lie /b. Hearing these words, the players were stunned one after another, and immediately burst into strong cheers. They thought that Link also retreated. Unexpectedly, he didn't leave, but went up against the difficulties and competed with the black fierce fire. It's really Link. The brave wins when they meet on a narrow road. But even Link can't fight an enemy of this size. I think it's hanging. This black fierce fire can turn clouds and rain with every move. No matter how fast it is, it can't escape the attack of the enemy's people. Although players admire Link's courage, they almost agree that Link is not the opponent of this black fierce fire. The enemy of this size can't cope with it at the first stage. Maybe it really depends on the arrival of the First Order, in Link's words, to give some color to the rampant alien stars. The terrible flame swept the sky and dyed all the dark clouds into fire clouds. The grey earth was also dyed red, like hundreds of millions of blood. Even the ground can feel the heat wave from the sky. Many clouds dissipate and evaporate under the flame, revealing the ferocious face of the flame above the clouds. The black fierce fire just raised his hand, and the attack range swept tens of kilometers of the sky. When have players seen this range of moves? Even Julian, the protagonist of Victoria, has never displayed combat skills of this scale. Even if it is recognized as the first person on the novice planet, Link doesn't have such a terrible attack range. It's over. Link must be over /B. This kind of indiscriminate fire attack for several kilometers is impossible to escape. This is the only idea left in the hearts of players. However, after the fire burned the clouds, the world did not stop. Link's voice sounded again and was not affected. Until this time, the players passively accepted the fact that this battle will definitely be an earth-shaking immortal fight, and if they don't withdraw quickly, they will suffer. Let's move away. I'm afraid the position we stay in is still within range. At that time, the iron will be affected. Go to a higher place in the distance to watch the battle. This is a once-in-a-lifetime battle. My video mode has been turned on /B as one of the few witnesses. I must record the scene in front of me. Players performing the mission retreated and fled the dangerous area. The landing ship continued to approach. At the moment, Link could see Saffron's angry expression through the landing ship's window. Link, waste Saturn's mole ant. Did you come to Victoria hundreds of millions of miles away to die? Even though he was speechless and angry by Lin Keija before, Saffron still maintained his divine personality after recognizing Lin Keija's identity. Link shrugged helplessly, turned his head and said to the nine-striped dragon behind him, "See, even if you want to pretend to force in the future, don't use this method. Otherwise, once someone picks up, the forced grid will fall quickly." Then Link asked, "So do you know what to do with Saffron now?" Zhuge Dragon thought for a moment, combined with what Link said before. If he realized something, he said, "How cruel the pretending force is now, how embarrassed it will make him later. We not only kill people, but also kill our hearts." Pop, pop, pop. Link can't help clapping his hands for the nine-striped dragon. Children can teach, find a place to land and wait for my instructions." Link said that he would transfer the driving right to Zhuge, and then use the ejection of the landing ship to leave the cabin directly. Spread out the flight suit in the air. The flight suit attached to the demonized symbiont has huge wings. It looks like a grey-winged bat flying in the air from the ground. Take it and give it to you. Link gathered strength, and then a bright red of killing suddenly surged out of the tip of his finger. The clouds in the sky had already been shaken away by Saffron's huge body. At this moment, the brilliance of heaven and earth was eclipsed by the bright red lightning of killing. The lightning of death hit Saffron. Chapter 727. Even tens of kilometers away, players can clearly see this palpitating red ray. Although the visual sense of this lightning is not as strong as that of Saffron's burning clouds, they all have a feeling in everyone's heart, that is, the danger and effect of Link's move is likely to be stronger than that of Saffron. There were also sharp-eyed players who immediately responded. This move was used by Link on Pandora. One move killed one of the war messengers. That's what I used at that time, death. Others have turned pale. There have been heated discussions on the Death Finger forum. Even those who have not seen the video have heard the name of this move. In the past, they didn't have a sense of substitution because they didn't know the strength of alien stars. However, after fighting with alien stars in person, they knew how great it was that Link could easily drive alien invaders away from the wasteland with wasteland players. Undefined now, they have experienced the ability of war messengers. It is impolite to say that war messengers, alien invasion commanders, all exist as an enemy of 10,000. Victoria was able to block the alien footsteps with the mysterious skills at the beginning, and then became weak when she was seen through her weakness. All this was reversed by Victoria's alien commander Yuri alone. Yuri used his long mental ability to control some players and Victoria's mystery experts, understand their existing characteristics, and develop a set of coping methods. So far, Victoria's resistance reached an impasse and was defeated like a mountain. \B and Link can kill the war messenger of the commander of the invading alien legion in 1 second, which can be seen from his strength. Saffron's body was huge. In the face of the red lightning in the thick west of the bucket, he had no time to dodge. His body ate a record of damage raw. -22800. Link's face changed slightly when the 5-digit number came out of Saffron's head. It's a pity that the first death failed. Saffron's face changed greatly. At the place where he was hit, the black fire began to disintegrate, and red lightning surged in the black cloud-like body, spreading around like cancer cells. Saffron mobilized the dark void energy of his body, which completely suppressed the death lightning, but paid more energy and price than the towering flame just now. I've seen through the power of death. Although Link was infinitely small in front of his empty projection, Saffron couldn't help paying serious attention to his opponent at the moment. Still, remember a few months ago, when Saturn was abolished, he regarded Link as an ant. But in just a few months, he had the strength to challenge himself. It's really incredible. With this understanding of the power of death, Saffron had to look up at Link. Link took the opportunity to check Saffron's attribute data and see the information as a void projection. Name: Shadow Demon Saffron. Race: Alien. Level: LV80+, Leader. Status: Void projection. Each attribute is only 50% of the ontology. HP: 97,200/12,000. Energy value: 26,000/30,000. Skills: Burn the Sky, \B Reverse Life Replacement, Powerful Alchemist, Element Explosion, Others Unknown. Talent: Alchemy Affinity, Shadow Servant. Evaluation: one of the most powerful creatures in the Vatican system. Saffron's void projection has 120,000 HP. He just ate Link's blow death finger, and now there is less than 100,000 HP left. 1/6 of the damage is already a bone and muscle injury. In contrast, Link, the cost of using this move is 4,000 HP and 1,000 energy. After conversion, it is about 1/6. It can be said that the limit is 1 for 1. \B After hitting, Link didn't forget to sneer, "Oh, what's the use of such a big body as a living target for me?" Saffron became angry with shame. The empty projection waved his palm. The only remaining clouds around him sounded like thunder. Soft and weak, is that how the gods protect their faces? Link taunted, but his action speed was not slow. The grey wings formed by the combination of demonized symbiosis and flying wings suddenly converged, and the whole person plunged down like a sword. Link did not forget to open the chi-watching skill of the Son of Heaven. In this mode, Link can grasp the moving track of the chi machine between heaven and earth in advance and prepare early. Looking at the free gas in the sky surging like a tsunami, which was as powerful as a tyrannical river and like the crazy tide shooting in Qiantang, Link threw out a flash dagger, then appeared dozens of meters away, followed by a flash technique learned from the classics of the School of Magic. He immediately opened a distance of 100 meters, and narrowly avoided the advancing air wall. Saffron is no better than you. It seems that there is a fundamental problem with the alien defeat. I've fought with you, too. It's time to go down and comfort the alien legion. Everyone of the alien legion, I miss you. Link suddenly accelerated down from the air and even broke through the sound barrier. The force field around him rubbed violently with the air to form a faint red flame. Link's whole body condensed murderous gas and his whole body was wrapped in a layer of red \B. The players in the distance looked at Link falling from the sky, and there were only 4 words left in their mind: Heaven falls to kill God. Say the most coquettish words, but do the most courageous things. How dare this man go into the casting demon camp alone? Lying trough, this wave fell to the ground. I'm afraid it's not going to dry up the casting magic camp. I apologize. I thought Link would escape after he came, but now I understand that he wants to fight against the shadow and the casting camp alone. Brothers, do Nima's reconnaissance mission. Who follows me to support Link? At least you can't let people go hundreds of millions of miles and face the alien legion alone? Otherwise people will think I'm alone. Go with me. The players were ignited by the picture in front of them, and the fear and shock at the bottom of their hearts were swept away. Now their minds are full of thinking about fighting side by side with Link. Even if he was hacked to death by a strange star as soon as he went in, he could share some firepower for Link. When he went out, he could pat his arm and say that he had fought side by side with Link and carried the magic casting camp together. Don't be or have face? Saffron waved his palm in the air, and the whole man's arm was driven by inertia. At the moment, looking at the falling Link, he was furious. Another palm was raised high. The black fierce fire even obscured the sun and created a shadow over the casting magic camp. Link was indifferent to Saffron's means behind him /B. The alien cubs in the casting magic camp are all fresh buffs in his eyes. How can you miss such a rare chance of base buff alien cubs, do you know this? When Link fell, he suddenly took out a huge axe /B in an instant. The axe blade of the alien giant axe was burned red by the air. Mars flew away from the axe blade and dragged a long red tail around Link. Chapter 728. Alien demons, fallen demons, terrorist tacticians, and banshees on the alien ground all looked at the sky. This weapon, alien axe. Yuri, the war messenger, wants to split his eyes. No one is more familiar with this move than him. This is a big skill common to all war messengers of the martial arts department, split air chop. It can cause huge damage to the range. This range is huge. Ordinary war messengers can spread within a kilometer with their accumulated strength. What's more, Link can talk and laugh with the shadow adult. But Yuri still had a chance. Undefined split air chopping is the skill of war messenger. Although Link has cut through Duru and Ganis, he won't master the skill of war messenger, right? Maybe Link is just bluffing, ready to force the alien legion to collapse with supreme momentum. Yuri looked at Link falling like a meteor, put one hand against his temple, and began to stabilize the alien legion with his mind. Don't panic. War messengers are the power personally given by Lord Sanos and Dark Shadow. Air splitting is also a common skill of war messengers in the martial arts department. Link certainly won't. The members of the Legion take their positions and use the cast magic camp equipment to block the enemy. With Yuri's words, all the members of the alien Legion returned to their senses and suddenly realized. Yes, Link is not a war messenger. He will cut the air. This guy must be bluffing. As long as he avoids the position he hit, there will be no casualties. At that time, the culprit who changed the alien legion with PTSD symptoms will be completely surrounded by them. If they are lucky enough to successfully subdue Link, they will be rewarded by Lord Yuri and the adult above. The fear in the eyes of the members of the alien legion turned into joy. Lord Yuri never lied to them. Maybe it's time for them to change their lives this time. Link thought the alien legion would collapse. Unexpectedly, after the first moment of panic, the collapse momentum stopped immediately, and the Legion members immediately retreated around. Note that it is retreat, not collapse. It was as if he had received a unified order and just stepped aside rather than ran away. The corners of Link's mouth were raised. It was so sleepy that someone handed him a pillow. The alien Legion has this kind of Wolong Phoenix chick. Why don't you worry about being invincible? Think of here. Link even gave birth to a kind of regret. Sanos and Saffron have such a group of men, no wonder they have fought for thousands of years and failed to achieve great ambition. The alien legion can see Link's face. Both sides have the most confident smiles, as if they were the last winner. The alien tomahawk rubs violently in the air, and the Mars is extremely bright, just like a meteor. Go, hide, go. Only Saffron can see that Link's split air cut is not an affectation. This guy really can. Originally, he was very relieved to see the alien legion scattered, but the next second the fleeing legion members stopped and appeared in their posts in order. The fanaticism and greed in their eyes were clearly the way they saw the prey. Saffron reacted immediately. Yuri must have forced Link's way, thinking he couldn't know the skills of war messengers. Meeting this kind of pig teammate in the war can make people vomit blood. In particular, I just praised Yuri as the most valued of all war messengers not long ago. As a result, I did this kind of thing. However, Saffron saw through Link's power storage method at a glance. It was so pure that he couldn't cut through the air. It was even stronger than all the war messengers of the martial arts department from ancient to modern times. If this split air chop is cut to the ground, it will cause enough power to turn the whole camp into ashes. Saffron's hand has followed, but it's a pity that it's still a little slower than Link. In this way, he had to watch Link completely destroy the casting magic camp. Yuri on the ground had raised his mouth and had laid a net to wait for Link to enter the urn, but his face suddenly changed wildly after hearing the words of Dark Shadow Lord Saffron. But now he had no time to escape. Link was getting closer and closer to them. It was too late to evacuate. The members of the Alien Legion are also flustered at the moment. Look at Commander Yuri and the Dark Shadow above their heads. Who should they listen to? Link hasn't reached the ground yet, but the powerful air wave has surged in, and in an instant, the force field formed by a wind wall is overwhelming towards the ground. The alien members guarding their positions suddenly felt that their shoulders had a heavy burden of 10,000 kilograms. Their legs fell to the ground with a soft bang, lying flat on the ground, unable to lift their bodies. At this time, they realized that Link's record was not as good as Lord Yuri said, but just like goods. Yuri's spiritual force condenses into an entity and forms a force field package around his body, which will resist the threat of the vigorous wind. Look around, no one is standing, no one is crawling on the ground like a god, and even some surrounding buildings and facilities crack and collapse due to strong pressure. Although Yuri was surprised, his reaction consciousness was first class, and he thought of his own way to crack it in an instant. When Link was more than 20 meters away from the ground, Yuri's pupils suddenly turned white, and a powerful spiritual impact energy rushed towards Link. Since Lin K can use split air chop, it must be the martial arts department. The spiritual impact he is good at will have a miraculous effect. Just for a moment, Yuri was struck by lightning, and the intensity of mental shock was like a clay ox into the sea. He was returned in the next second. The power of mental shock penetrated into his mind. Yuri's brain buzzed blank. The whole person took a mouthful of blood angrily, staggered to the ground, and his face was very pale, like the moonlight on the full moon night. This is impossible. How can the spiritual power of the martial arts department surpass me? Yuri's face was full of the word shock. Link just smiled contemptuously and didn't answer, because he didn't need to waste his words on a dying man. The airwave of the split air cut was fierce, and the ground cracked and burst out many cracks. The shadow dog was pressed to the ground, and his throat made a whine. A pair of tentacles were close to the ground and could no longer lift a penny. Other Legion members are half-weight, and the big Legion pioneer is even pressed into several hard stones. The green flame on his body has a posture of being old and ready to be extinguished. Saffron saw that there was no room for turning around, and suddenly a golden light appeared in his hand holding Link. Now, the only way to change Link's harm to reality is to use this move. The unique golden light of alchemy jumped in the hands of Saffron's empty projection. The rules of the surrounding space take effect under the equivalent replacement of alchemy. Boom! It smashed into the ground, and the huge waves swept the earth. It looked like a meteorite falling to the ground in the distance. Boom! The reaction of releasing energy is surging in the air. A black mushroom cloud rises slowly from the direction of casting magic camp. Chapter 729. Players 10 kilometers away feel the earth shaking violently. Many players were stunned and didn't react. They fell and squatted without knowing it. They just looked at the place where Link jumped from high altitude. Darling, the damage effect is directly full, comparable to a missile. Is this the realm that human beings can reach? What was the golden light in the shadow's hand just now? Come on, don't be in a daze. We'll hurry to the scene as soon as possible. Link won't take the dog easily. We must go and support. Undefined. After marveling, the players returned to their senses and continued on the road. Cast Magic Campsite. When the smoke cleared, Link stood in the center of the impact with an alien axe. The ground was deeply sunk within 150 meters. He was washed several layers by the shock wave, forming a sharp contrast with the surrounding land. If the purpose of casting Magic Camp is to create destruction, then this scene is undoubtedly destruction in destruction. The ground cracked, and even some places burst out hot magma. The bodies of alien shadow dogs, alien demons, fallen demons, banshees, and legion pioneers were everywhere. It seemed that they had been roasted by thousands of degrees of high temperature. The surface was scorched black, and even hot smoke. They were full of scorched marks and could not bear to see. The whole scene is silent, and the smell of sulfur, smoke, and dead bodies in the air is mixed together, which fully explains what is called hell on earth. But if you lengthen the lens, you will find that the opposite of this scene is the other side of the casting Magic Camp. Taking the ground as the dividing line, I didn't suffer any damage. The cast demon camp was built as usual, even the soldiers of the Alien Legion. But at this moment, all members of the Alien Legion stared at Link like ghosts, and the original grey skin became more and more pale. The damage effect of this split air chop is far beyond their imagination. It's not too much to call everything in front of you the end. Their alien legion was supposed to bring the end to others, but today they finally saw the end. Yuri looked up at Saffron. Had it not been for the powerful alchemist of the Shadow Lord at the critical moment to reverse the reality and virtual and keep them, I'm afraid they would have ended up as a charred corpse. Saffron looked at the half-caste demon camp that had been destroyed and sighed that he was still half a step slow. If we were a little faster, we might be able to save them all. It's just that Link is too fast and confusing. Saffron didn't blame Yuri for looking bad, because he thought the same thing at the beginning. Link can talk with him in the spirit of space, and can also use the power of Death Finger to control death. Turn around and take out the alien heavy axe and tell you that you can use split air chop. To be honest, dogs don't believe it. After all, no one can master everything, and human energy is not infinite. But Link will. Both he and Yuri made wrong judgments. When they reacted, some were irreparable. Saffron felt a chill in his heart. He couldn't see through the Link in front of him. If he hadn't saved some of them with powerful alchemist just now, it's estimated that the Dharma array in the magic casting camp could not be maintained. Then he would have been driven back if he didn't accomplish anything. Not only will energy be lost, the final alien encroachment plan will also fail. Now we must show the spirit of 12 points, and we can't let Link close to the casting magic camp and the Dharma array. Yuri, guard the casting magic camp. Saffron didn't say anything else. Yuri, pale and confused, suddenly shivered. He knew the second half of what Lord Dark Shadow didn't say. If you can't hold it, bring your head to see you. Yuri knew the importance of casting magic camp, and Link's strength had exceeded his imagination. He can no longer deal with this enemy. Once the magic casting camp cannot be guarded and the Dharma array collapses and fails, the Shadow Lord cannot project in the void. At that time, Link must be like entering a no-man's land. Don't worry, sir. I will guard the casting magic camp to the death. Yuri said, commanded the remaining troops and began to garrison. The shadow demon Saffron didn't have much cruel words. After the explanation, Heian's hand changed again, and several colors of runes suddenly flickered around the black fierce fire. Link saw Saffron make another move and couldn't help jumping into the air. The jet power function of the nano combat suit took effect and flew towards Saffron. Just finished the move. I want to take another move. I think it's beautiful. Now come and eat my move. Link recognized the rotating runes around Saffron's black burning hand at a glance. These runes of each color represent an element. This move is an element explosion. The effect of each element explosion is different. The mutual arrangement and combination will also produce a variety of miraculous effects, which is impossible to prevent. The most important thing is that these elements, such as wind, fire, earth, thunder, dark poison water, are pure elements extracted by alchemists themselves. Their power is not like ordinary elements containing impurities or ordinary elements. If Saffron let this move out, even Link would have to pay a very painful price. So Link decided to take the lead in launching an attack and not give the other party a chance to play. The life value of the Shadow Demon Saffron's void projection is probably hovering on the edge of Link's theory damage, so Link must seize every opportunity to release his skills, and can't fail at one time, otherwise there will be situations that can't be solved. Link faced Saffron directly, absorbed the breath of the dead spirits of the surrounding alien legions with the Son of Heaven's Chi watching skill, and blessed himself. The breath of the enemies dead within a radius of 400 meters turned into red streamers around Link. 5, 10, 20, 40, 50, 80, 120, 150. The number of blood anger layers of Link increased rapidly. Although the layers and effects of Blood Rage do not take effect on Death Finger, Blood Rage provides Link with huge attack power, movement speed, and resistance. These dead spirit breath is like a puzzle of Link's armor. When this number reached 210 floors, it finally stopped growing. And Link has been wrapped by the red breath of the dead, forming a armor shell on the outside, looking murderous and killing. Especially with the increasing speed, even Saffron felt a strong threat. Saffron showed a sure-looking look. Link's control of death and murder has reached a height he did not involve. To some extent, Link is already a master. Saffron's other black burning hand was raised and the golden light unique to alchemy appeared. The powerful alchemist appeared again, and this time the goal was the breath of the dead on Link. Tear. With an electric light surging around Link, the breath armor of the dead covering the outer body gradually disintegrated, and the blood anger layers just condensed were emptied in an instant. Powerful moves. It's a pity that the breath of these dead souls is too weak. Your moves can't make the most of them. Saffron smiled in the flames. In his opinion, Link was already a dead man. Link's mouth also showed a successful smile. I'm waiting for you to disperse. It really didn't disappoint people. Does Link want to output by superimposed blood anger? No, he just wants to get close to Saffron and trick him into using his skills. And now, it's his real performance. One Finger of Death, no CD show. Chapter 730. Link's dead breath armor fell off like withered petals and dispersed with the wind. The broken and withered and determined to rebirth have reached the harmonious unity and transformation at this moment. Saffron had a bad feeling when he heard Link's words. The next second, a substantial red lightning with strong murderous spirit shot from Link's fingertips, like a leaping dragon, and rushed towards Saffron. Saffron's one hand is still exploding, and the other hand has just performed the purification effect of the powerful alchemy hand. At the moment, it has fallen into a moment of silence, and there is no way to make any defense and means. Undefined. If it is a normal size, Saffron will be more flexible in action and casting spells than it is now. However, in the huge void projection state, although the effect of some skills has been improved and the prestige is more frightening, in the face of an opponent equivalent to his own strength, such a bloated body is good for nothing except beeping. Prick! Scarlet lightning hit Saffron's body accurately, and the violent lightning raged again, spreading rapidly in Saffron's body like a cobweb. 29640. Link was not satisfied with the injury figure and failed to pursue his dream for the second time. The reason why the damage is higher than just now is that Saffron has been left with an abnormal state of death and doom after he hit the first death finger. Death and doom mark the enemy to be favored by death, increase all damage taken by him by 30%, and reduce the lucky value of the target, based on your lucky attribute. The insufficient part will randomly reduce other attributes for 2 days. Although Saffron is LV80+, leader, he really can't fight when he meets a wonderful flower like Link who doesn't take the normal way. 188 lucky attributes. Even if there are billions of creatures in the universe, it is difficult to find several similar ones. So after eating a finger of death, Saffron found that this violent force of death not only caused damage, but also weakened his void projection body. Although he failed to pursue his dream, he can't lose. Link is a win-win person. Since he can't win, he must make up for it from other places. I don't believe it. It seems that the iron of the alien legion is not unreasonable. After all, the upper beam is not right and the lower beam is crooked. Saffron's Heian hand was still full of energy from the element explosion. Seeing several pure elements returning, this move was about to be released immediately. Link grabbed the front for a moment, and another death finger blew out. The sky had just recovered a moment of peace, but the next second all the lights were dim. It seemed that only the dark red death beam could attract people's attention. Saffron just suppressed the ray energy of death with dark void energy, and there were still some lightning embers on the black fierce fire body. Then there was another death. One finger hit the same place. This time, the red lightning burst and spread more rampant. It seemed as if it was going to crack Saffron directly. 29640. Link looked at the exploding numbers and said nothing. This death also depends on people's food. In the face of war messengers, they hit hard and hit the soul. In the face of the shadow demon Saffron, he was submissive and didn't even dare to take a critical hit. It's a reality. However, it hurt 82,000 for 3 consecutive rounds, and knocked out 2/3 of the blood of Saffron's void projection in the blink of an eye. It's really terrible. Even Saffron feels a strong threat at the moment. If this person is not eliminated, he will become a future trouble. The elemental power of the black burning hand is finally condensed, and the 7 elements of wind, fire, earth, thunder, and dark poisonous water are surrounded by the black fierce fire. The next second, 7 beads flew towards Link, connected by a weak flash current, like a big net. Link quickly ran to the casting magic camp on the ground. While running, he mocked, "Come on, let me see if the effect of your element explosion is comparable to the damage caused by my split air chop." Saffron saw this, manipulated the 7 beads in his hand, carefully aimed at Link, pursued him, and dared not be distracted. These 7 elements are extracted from the resources he replaced in hundreds of invading planets and the distributed magic box. It can be said that at present, the Vatican galaxy can find several elements with the highest purity. The power of such element energy mixed explosion was so powerful that even Link had to raise his 12 points and deal with it carefully. If you control yourself a little distracted and let the elements explode in the casting magic camp, it is basically impossible for these Legion members in the casting magic camp to survive, not to mention Link's immortality. Link's trick of casting the demon camp to make the shadow demons is very effective. Although the sense of oppression of the shadow demons is fast to materialize, the speed of the 7 elements is indeed slightly reduced when chasing. After all, Link knew that there was a Dharma array to maintain Saffron's void projection in the magic casting camp. Once it was destroyed, the black fire would be kicked out of Victoria and declare the complete failure of the alien attack plan. Yuri was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood when he saw that Link didn't talk about martial virtue. This is to pinch them as soft persimmons. Although Link has strong strength, he broke into the casting magic camp alone, and even the dark shadow adults shot. If Link is still allowed to enter an uninhabited place, where will their face be put? Yuri immediately called the alien legion in the camp to attack Link and tried to expel Link from the casting magic camp. Link is not a reckless man. Of course he knows how to dodge when he sees this attack. Anyway, he is now alone, and the large forces are going in the opposite direction. Now I'm afraid he's hundreds of kilometers away, beyond the reach of the shadow demon Saffron. On the contrary, they can use each other's home fear to weaken each other's attack. The ball of 7 elements is extremely fast. It seals or intercepts Link from various tricky angles and appears from various unexpected places. Link opened the rush, and with the cooperation of multifunctional combat clothing and nano combat clothing and Kolar's dagger, he barely avoided all attacks. Just now, 3 deaths and 1 finger consumed 2/3 of Saffron's life, but to use this move, you should also burn your life and energy. After 3 rounds in a row, Link had only 12,000 HP and 2,000 energy left. This amount of blood is really dangerous in the face of thousands of alien legions and the empty projection of alien second leader Saffron. But even dancing on the tip of a knife, Link has a reason to do so. You can't escape. Saffron, one black burning hand controls 7 elements, and the other hand has been vacated. This time, countless green runes appeared around the black burning hand, showing a chaotic pattern. But under the alchemy spell in Saffron's mouth, the chaotic runes began to show a regular state. Aperiodic crystal, negative entropy, genetic code, quantum transition mutation, life maintenance, order. All kinds of difficult words came out from Saffron, and the reverse life replacement officially began. Chapter 731. There is a circle of green life energy runes around Heian's hand. The chaotic runes have become orderly, and the power of order runes connects each rune. Saffron stretched out his black hand and emitted a ray with a diameter of tens of meters from the green rune energy alchemy of life, just like the spotlight on the stage to Link. Where the green light beam shines through, the scorched and corrupt land is directly turned into dust, and the material structure collapses. The material that disintegrates from the surface of the corruption, and finally extracts the essence of a material, all goes down to the green beam. Concentrate your fire and continue to attack. Undefined Diary's eyes were filled with enthusiasm and excitement. Lord Dark Shadow used this move to catch up with Link. As long as they use a little more force to drive Link into the reverse life replacement beam, they can completely eliminate Link. Yuri commanded the attack of the Alien Legion, and even used his mind to control the heavy objects in the ruins to interfere with Link's trajectory. This reverse life replacement is no joke. It can reverse transform all substances within the irradiation range, extract useful substances, enhance itself and turn useless things into ashes. On the occasion of the decisive battle in his previous life, Saffron used this move to cause great harm to the coalition forces. Even players, shrouded in this light, will be extracted some health and energy after decomposition, so that Saffron can restore health and energy. Finally, Joyce, the white alchemist of the First Order, temporarily made a medicine, which was applied to the body surface and then irradiated by the light. The material opposite to the energy of reverse life will act with the light again, making the reverse conversion ineffective. Only then did the crisis be successfully solved. Link dodges and moves to avoid the attack, and uses the flash dagger in his hand when dodging. In addition to the alien shadow dog's low blood level and 1 knife to death, other alien creatures were killed by the knife, but the injury did not kill them. This made the alien creatures take a breath and think they were lucky to save their life. At the same time, they added a surge of anger in their hearts and wanted to completely kill Link to make up for their wounds. Such a dense offensive, even if Link's body method is flexible, it is inevitable that he will be contaminated with some under such a pouring rain attack. However, Link is very smart. He can't eat the reverse life replacement beam, but he can eat more or less the spiritual impact of banshees, the flame of Legion pioneers, the general attack of alien demons, and even the artillery controlled by alien technicians. After all, Link has a specialty steel barrier, which can absorb 5% of the total life value. The shield can also be immune to abnormal states such as stiffness and dizziness. In addition, the nano combat suit can also absorb, level X30, damage. After calculation, it can absorb 3,471 points of damage. But it was just a series of hard attacks that didn't even knock off the shield. Führer, I'm in position. Suddenly, Link suddenly heard the voice of the nine-striped dragon in his heart. When Link was making trouble in the casting magic camp, the nine-striped dragon landed smoothly in the landing ship, and sneaked into the camp when everyone didn't pay attention. Now, both Saffron and the Alien Legion are devoted to dealing with Link, and dare not be distracted. I don't want to enter others in the casting magic camp. Now that you're in place, let's start the performance. Link suddenly a flash dagger pierced the neck of a fallen demon in the distance, and then flashed to hide in the distance. I have a showdown. I won't hide. Link suddenly stood in place and said that the reverse life replacement beam moved from a distance, passing through a piece of ash. Yuri's eyes lit up and manipulated the ruins and boulders to hit Link. But the next second, a roar broke out in the air, and an invisible force field directly crushed the boulder. Looking at Link's hand, I don't know when a metal scepter appeared. Link stood proudly on the spot, with a cold look at Yuri, followed by a red arrow, rushing. Yuri dodged quickly, but he just jumped up an invisible force, like a 10,000-ton heavy fist, which hit him hard on the back and hit him directly on the ground. Finish! As Link snapped his fingers, all the enemies who had just been hit by Link suddenly gave out a burst of dragon chant, followed by a blue-green light and died on the spot. In an instant, all the enemies around Link fell to the ground and never returned. In the process of avoiding, Link attacked all the surrounding hostile targets, and the attack of Dragon Sting added the mark of dragon. The nine-striped dragon detonated its mark directly after it appeared, causing huge damage to the enemy again, forming an eye-popping second kill scene. Seeing such a strange scene, the enemy in the distance was stunned. The members of the Legion who were alive just now burst out in 1 second. What terrible ability is this? The nine-striped dragon came out of the dark slowly. The exposed dragon armor was a pure soul structure. Even Saffron was stunned and said, "How dare you? Now you still care about how to use my keel? Take care of yourself first." Link mobilized the Son of Heaven's Chi watching skill and frantically absorbed the fresh breath of the dead around him. The alien members who just gnashed their teeth at him and wanted to get along with him have now become Link's nourishment and strength. Scarlet breath of the dead armor. It envelopes Link and increases his strength limit. Saffron's black burning hand manipulates the reverse life replacement, and the light column falls towards Link. The other hand had no choice but to cancel the element explosion and used the powerful golden hand again to break Link's dead breath blood armor. Although he knew that there must be some moves behind Link's hand, Saffron dared not let Link's growing momentum go. It was already difficult to deal with Link. If he was strengthened, he would only be at a disadvantage. Okay, this time I'll stand in place and experience the effect of reverse life replacement. Link stood in place with his back like a towering mountain. The light column of reverse life replacement swept like a tornado, and Link pointed to the sky, and the last death in his hand surged out. Yuri raised his head with difficulty. The whole person was weak and embarrassed. He raised his hand to his head with his remaining strength and gave orders with his mind, "Death order. Siege Link." The Alien Legion in the distance saw this and all went out. This was their last chance. The Legion roared towards Link like a black wave. Almost at the same time, a blue energy was emitted from the mouth of the nine-striped dragon. A Linghua dragon head appeared on the top of his head, and a conical Linghua dragon breath sweeping the sky covered most of the battlefield. At this time, a beautiful landing ship will land and see the Alien Legion pouring into the center of the battlefield. After the ebb tide, a pair of chamberlains casting spells around a mass of black matter in the center of the Dharma array attracted the attention of the Silver Hand. "Grass, just leave me this." Silver Hand was silly. Was he late? There are only a few dregs. It's not enough to plug the teeth. What's the record? Chapter 732. The Silver Hand looked at several attendants in black robes who seemed to have no combat effectiveness, with a depressed face. He is a legend of Wasteland. This time he came to Victoria to do a mission with an exemption pass. As a result, he came to the magic casting camp and met this. Look at Link, who is in the middle of a fierce battle with the black void projection in the distance. That's a brave man. Silver luck didn't come at all. He just arrived a few minutes late and missed the most critical opportunity. I saw it on the landing ship just now. There was no village or shop dozens of kilometers away. There was only such a magic casting camp, which was half destroyed by Link. Now his exploits are decreasing at a rate visible to the naked eye. Undefined. After hesitating for a moment, the silver hand clenched his teeth. Don't care first. You can't come out and take a duck egg. Go back and let the macaw laugh. The arm of the silver mobile phone made a sound of operation and hydraulic pressure, and then turned into a streamer. It rushed to several chamberlains with a lightning speed. A crisp click broke the necks of several chamberlains who maintained the Dharma array in an exaggerated way. As soon as the monk died, there was no possibility for the Dharma array to operate stably. The black gaseous sphere suddenly became unstable and spread around, quite disintegrating into nature. A face suddenly appeared in the black gas, staring angrily at the silver hand in front of him. In front of him, his strength is not weak, and he exudes the smell of a strong man. The combination of mechanical arm and flesh and blood not only does not limit his strength, but fits very well. Just one look at the spirit, Saffron can be sure that this man has great potential. Join the alien, I can promise you endless knowledge and power to make you a strong man in the universe. Saffron didn't know the identity of the person, but he still wanted to solicit at the last moment. Once such strength accepts his gift and becomes a war messenger, it will be the strongest war messenger in the history of alien stars. The silver hand looked down at the black air mass and sneered, Yo, are you still talking nonsense? Are you such a shapeless thing talking so rampant? Looking at the way the black air mass painted big cakes, the silver hand thought of the dimensional code for no reason. The black air mass representing the origin of Saffron is overflowing every second. The air mass with big fist will disappear soon, and it will completely lose its connection with the world. I am the actual leader of the alien, and the void projection behind me is proof. Next, you will witness unprecedented power. Follow me and you will get all this. The black air mass is still talking nonsense, and at the same time, it is also the critical moment for Saffron and Link to fight. The aura of reverse life replacement envelopes Link, and the Linghua dragon breath of nine-striped dragon also envelopes Link. One of the two energies represents destruction and the other represents rebirth. While this force was entangled, a bolt with the smell of scarlet death roughly tore apart two strands of energy and hit Saffron's unhealed black fierce fire. Without the support of the Dharma array, the dark energy projected by Saffron's void can no longer suppress this force of death. Lightning raged in the black fire, like a thunderstorm at the top of dark clouds at night. The originally blazing fire began to fall like autumn leaves. The alien legion rushing towards Link in the distance was also burned by the soul flame of Zhuge dragon Linghua dragon breath, either directly extinguished or screamed and ran around like headless flies. The silver hand looked at Link's strong dominance, then awkwardly lowered his head and shrugged at the black gas. What am I looking at? And then Saffron was also very embarrassed. He just said he wanted to show his strength, but he was almost sent away in a wave. Link blocked the reverse life replacement, but neither did he. When the reverse life replacement was projected on Link, it did restore some vitality and energy for Saffron, but at the same time, because Link's death finger and there was no follow-up energy support, the skills could not continue and stopped abruptly. If it had not been for the vitality and energy restored in an instant, it would have sent him away directly. Saffron's void projection lost the energy support of the Dharma array and could no longer support it. The color became more and more transparent, as if it would disappear from the planet at any time. This is just my empty projection. It's only half my strength. When I come, killing each other is just like crushing a bug. Even, I can bring a more prosperous tomorrow for your mother planet and make you a new race that can fly freely in the universe. So now tell me which star in the Vatican system is your parent star." Saffron tried his best to turn around in the last few minutes. Silverhands crossed his chest and looked down at Saffron with a cold face. "Waste soil. Are you Link's man?" The atmosphere fell into embarrassment again. Saffron never thought that this sudden episode was also a waste man. "I wanted to use my good tongue to persuade the experts in front of me to be loyal to the alien stars, but I didn't expect to kick on the iron plate. The people who follow Link from the wasteland all have the idea of getting rid of them and then moving quickly. It's too difficult for them to turn against each other." Saffron's black air mass is gradually disappearing, and the huge void projection is fading, which seems to disappear at any time. The silver hand glanced at the black gas, looked up at the synchronously dissipated void projection, and gradually responded, "You're so big, are you Saffron, the second leader of the alien? I didn't expect to bump into a big one." Silverhand secretly rejoiced. If he took Saffron, wouldn't he be the greatest contributor to this wave? At that time, the macaw will definitely blow his beard and stare. There is nothing to say. At this time, Saffron suddenly felt a strong spiritual energy. Yuri fell into the ruins, staggered and raised his hand on his head. Suddenly, another voice appeared in Saffron's mind. "My lord, I'm Abaddon." Link led the Wasteland Expedition Army to raid Pandora, and the whole army was destroyed. "I pretended to take refuge in Link, so I could survive, find out the internal situation of the Expedition Army, and also found the alchemy product left by my lord, a little girl named Miranda, whose body is full of a lot of violent energy. My subordinates think this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. As long as I can seize it, Miranda can create a catastrophe in the whole Victoria, not only kill Link and the Expeditionary Army, but also destroy all the creatures in Victoria, laying a solid foundation for us to completely occupy Victoria." Saffron was stunned. Of course, he remembered the little girl named Miranda. After all, her brother was still in his hand. A man with great potential and pure heart could be transformed into a peerless weapon by alchemy. The little girl named Miranda was also transformed by him in the way of alchemy. Unexpectedly, such an unstable factor was brought by Link. Saffron's original plan was to wait until Sean's complete alchemy transformation was completed, let him go back to meet his sister and complete the last step of the alchemy transformation process, rebirth, and completely wipe out the waste Saturn with the energy of Shadow Soul Fire and Phoenix Flame. But now Abaddon's last-minute transmission of information gave Saffron a different idea. Link and his men are now strong and can no longer let go as before. If Victoria loses, the alien will lose all the planets that can supply resources, and its development will come to a standstill. After Sanos left the customs, the troops could not be expanded. How can we fight to the death with the First Order? As for the rebirth of pure heart, Saffron can only think of another way. Thinking of this, Saffron's heart crossed and locked Abaddon's position through Yuri's mental ability. The manipulator of the silver hand turns into a storage container to catch the black air mass. At this time, the Saffron of the black air mass and the collapsing giant void projection showed a cold smile. This great victory will belong to the alien. Link, I won this game. As soon as the voice fell, the black air mass suddenly fell into the distorted space, waiting for the silver hand to capture and dissipate completely. The void projection completely collapsed, swinging in the sky, and the black fierce fire completely disappeared. The silver hand stayed where he was. Why did the great credit he was just about to capture suddenly disappear? Did you come in vain? At the same time, in the center of the cast demon camp battlefield, Link's system also jumped out a lot of news. You complete the A-level task, make your anger more angry, you choose to face the anger of Hei indirectly, defeat it positively and obtain the best reward package. Open the best reward package? Yes/no. After reading the news, Link was excited. He won the final victory in the battle with the void projection. This victory is a test of ability. Link successfully killed Saffron's projection with the high lethality of Death Finger. Wait! Link suddenly reacted and killed the void projection. Why didn't he give experience? There's definitely a problem. Without thinking about the best reward package, Link now needs to find out why he has no experience. Pushing back without experience means that Saffron was not actually killed by him? Link quickly came to the position of the Silver Hand. He had just noticed the arrival of the Silver Hand, which was still in the position of the French array. Through the light and dark changes of the void projection, Link reacted that it should be the Silver Hand that destroyed the monk who maintained the Dharma array and disintegrated the Dharma array. Link glanced at the monk whose neck was broken on the ground and was more sure that it was the Silver Hand that moved first. But the Silver Hand's depressed and speechless expression aroused Link's curiosity. Destroy the Dharma array and kill Saffron's empty projection. You have made great contributions. Link patted the Silver Hand on the shoulder. Speaking of this, the Silver Hand was even more depressed, and the cooked duck flew to his mouth. I wanted to catch the black gas, but the black gas slipped away before I could do it. Silver Hand was very sad and depressed. Where did he go to catch a record when such a big fish was gone? Link fell silent, and the Silver Hand provided him with an important clue. Although he destroyed the Dharma array, he did not have time to break up or capture the black gas, and Saffron's projection body disappeared out of thin air. I thought Saffron's last sentence, "Victory must belong to an alien star," was just a slogan, but now combined, it seems to have a different meaning. Link can now basically confirm that Saffron escaped and was not destroyed, but where did he go? Link CKO suddenly turned his head and looked at Yuri, the war envoy lying on the ground. Yuri used up his last energy to help the Shadow Master complete the transmission. At the moment, he was exhausted and fainted, but his fingers still kept touching his head. Victoria is a novice planet. Now the mechanical fortress is coming, and the Waste Soil Expeditionary Army begins to attack each casting magic camp. The alien legion in the casting magic camp is busy. Where will Saffron escape? Suddenly, the corners of Link's mouth rose, and there was a bold but reasonable hypothesis in his mind. Entering the spiritual network, 8. The group leader Macaw. Administrator Link at Group Leader Macaw, Old Kim, help me keep an eye on Abaddon. After a moment, the Macaw slowly made a question mark. Group Leader Macaw? Administrator Link, Saffron escaped. I suspect this guy contacted Abaddon at the last minute and was transmitted to you. The Macaw exploded. In the sleeping trough, Link and the 9-striped dragon came out and let such a terrible guy escape. That's the second leader of the alien star. He also escaped to the mechanical fortress. He's just an ordinary fat parrot. How can he fight? Group Leader Macaw, praise you. You really have your Link. After that, the Macaw didn't reply. It's probably busy. Link glanced at the casting magic camp, and there were still many Legion members left. Knowing that the Silver Hand was very depressed now, Link patted him on the shoulder. You have the rest of the alien legion. This time you have destroyed Saffron's plot, which is a great credit. The 9-striped dragon and I should hurry back now. The Silver Hand looked up and saw the alien legion in the distance, and a nameless fire rose in his heart. If you lose a big, you can only take these legion members as compensation. Link and Zhuge Dragon boarded the landing ship and began to return to the mechanical fortress. In the middle of the way, they also contacted Gamish and asked him to open the Mage Tower magic net. In the First World War just now, Link lost a lot of life and energy, leaving only more than 8,000 HP. This is the result of eating Zhuge Dragon Linghua Dragon Breath to restore 7,000 HP. In the mechanical fortress, Abaddon couldn't help smiling at the corners of his mouth after contacting the shadow through Yuri. This time, his plan will subvert the current pattern and lay a victorious foundation for the alien star. But the next second, Abaddon felt that his breathing was not smooth, as if something was squeezing into his body and driving his soul out of his body. Abaddon, my loyal messenger of war, accept your glory wholeheartedly." Saffron's voice sounded in Abaddon's mind. A black air mass suddenly appeared on Abaddon's head, and then firmly fastened on his head. It was like meeting sponge water, penetrating his skull and entering Abaddon's body. Yuri's ideas can communicate to alien creatures on the whole planet and give orders to them, which is his specialty as a war messenger of the spiritual department. When Yuri gave orders to the global casting camp, Abaddon also received this brainwave in his mind, so he re-established a connection with Yuri, and then regained contact with the shadow adult. Abaddon originally wanted to cooperate inside and outside, but he didn't expect that the shadow adult should appear in front of him, occupy his body and drive his original soul out of the body. Chapter 733. "My lord, maybe we have another way," Abaddon said quickly. He felt that he had less and less control over his body. If the whole soul is separated from the body, won't it become a wandering ghost? The shadow demon never had time to bargain with the Barbarton, and the energy essence would soon disappear if he could not find the parasitic spot. At the last critical moment, if Yuri did not use mental power and teleportation to directly transmit him to Abaddon, the aliens' plan in Victoria might be completely destroyed by Link. Saffron's dark face showed a trace of cruelty and said directly, "Abaddon, your information is very timely and useful. I have all felt it when you bear humiliation and bear heavy burdens, lay down and taste bravery. This time you can wipe out the enemy and turn the war around. You should remember your first merit. Go at ease. It's your honor to sacrifice your life for other stars." Abaddon's soul was squeezed out of his body little by little. He didn't understand why the Shadow Lord occupied his body when he came. "My lord, maybe we have other ways." Abaddon said the last words with all his strength. Undefined Saffron looked at Abaddon's soul gradually squeezed out of the body, and his tone finally eased, "You are a loyal soldier of the planet, but there is no other way." As soon as the voice fell, the black chi completely occupied Abaddon's body, and Abaddon's soul was completely separated from the body, exiled out of reality and lost in the different dimensional space. Abaddon's pupils gradually changed from scarlet to pure black. Abaddon took a deep breath and felt the strange body. In the process of occupying the body just now, Saffron examined Abaddon's brain memory to understand the context of things. Abaddon indeed pretended to surrender. For this reason, he even took out the core of his mark and did not hesitate to turn over on the battlefield to show his loyalty. Only then did he get the opportunity to join the Wasteland expedition. This is why Saffron found that the imprint core was broken that day. Abaddon really wanted to alert the aliens in this way, and it did have an effect. After that, a series of behaviors and foreshadowing in the mechanical fortress did arouse strong discussion within the fortress, and even produced cracks. When Abaddon happened to know about Miranda, a plan gradually came into being in his heart. Wonderful provocation and plan. "Abaddon, aliens will not forget your contribution." Saffron raised his mouth. Now he forcibly took Abaddon's body, and his strength is limited by this weak body, but he is now in the mechanical fortress, so close to Miranda. As Miranda's designer, no one understands the power of stimulating Miranda's shadow soul fire better than Sharon. Once this power breaks out, as Abaddon said, the whole Victorian opponents will become the dust of history. Alien stars will become the new masters of this land, and this place will also become an important resource planet of alien stars. Saffron examined Abaddon's memory of this period and was familiar with all aspects of the mechanical fortress. Now the major forces in the mechanical fortress have gone out to take action, and few people remain in the fortress. But now Saffron can only give full play to the strength of Abaddon terrorist tactician. Even if he has more profound and powerful skills in his mind, the physical hardware conditions of winning and losing at present cannot be taken away. The others in the mechanical fortress are not enough evidence, except that Miranda's guardian, the Banshee King Grace, is strong. Saffron now uses Abaddon's body, and can't guarantee to completely defeat each other, so she has to find another way to spread grace. Fortunately, during Abaddon's defection, he still had a certain understanding of these key personnel. Grace usually has two hobbies. The first is to take care of Miranda. The second is to study alchemy. She regards Link as a follower and strong enemy on the road of alchemy. In addition, there is a very important point. Grace is the king of banshees. She is good at dark forces. Alchemy is also in the dark direction. The alchemy scrolls and formula equipment she usually studies are those that Saffron left behind in the wasteland. Maybe this is a breakthrough. Saffron pondered for a moment, and a plan was slowly generated in his heart. Soon after, Abaddon came out of the room with a book in his hand and hurried to Mist Villa. Just when Saffron just went out, he felt a sneaky figure following him, and suddenly he was vigilant. After releasing his perception, Saffron was surprised and happy. To my surprise, it was a book that followed him. Fortunately, he felt the dimensional fluctuation from this book, which is obviously a special creation. Saffron's perception is only a rough sweep, not too deep research, for fear of disturbing this small creature. But after this rough sweep, he immediately found that this special creation contained great energy, but it was a pity that it was now in the sealed state. If you can unlock the seal, it is definitely a dimensional magic treasure with great collection and practical value. Saffron is proficient in alchemy, but in his thousands of years of alchemy career, there are few things that can be called treasures. The magic box sent out and castrated is one, and his strange alchemy platform on the planet is another. In addition, there is basically no comparison with the living book in front of us. In Abaddon's memory, he heard that Link was good at biological alchemy. He could alchemy all kinds of ordinary creatures and give them new abilities. The same is true of the Keel armor in the final battle at the casting camp today. A small planet leader has so many resources and things that even he is amazed. Sitting on such a super large aircraft, if Saffron has teeth, I'm afraid it's all sour. Saffron went to the gate of Fog Villa and made a mistake in the face of the turbulent fog. With the eyes of his top alchemist, he saw at a glance that these fog contained extremely strong toxicity. This was not a simple poison gas, but a living plague. With Abaddon's body, entering rashly will only be like drowning in the mud, poisoning and suffocation. But if you shout loudly, it's easy to attract the attention of others and make the next plan difficult. Saffron thought for a moment and suddenly came up with a wonderful way. The plague is poisonous, and the creatures have something to do when they go in, but the special creation has no respiratory structure, so naturally it is not afraid of plague infection. Just take this opportunity to contact and test the little guy behind you. Saffron turned his head, then quickly walked to the shadow of the corner, leaned against the aisle and said, "The dimensional code, I have an alien alchemy manual here. I wanted to dedicate it to the Lord of Fog, but I can't go in. Why don't you help me?" The dimensional code in the shadow gave a bang and disdained Abaddon's flattering behavior. After all, in his eyes, Abaddon robbed him and the macaw. A small mouth was like wiping honey, which seriously squeezed their performance space. As the saying goes, cutting off people's wealth is like killing their parents. In this way, it and Abaddon are the sworn enemies of their sworn enemies. If you don't have anything to do, you'll steal if you don't commit adultery. Returning the alchemy manual is intended to cater to the Banshee King. Since it was found, the dimensional code simply came out of the shadow. After all, it's just a book. You have to flutter the book cover when you walk. There's no speed of macaw and the strength of Silverhand hiding. If you're found, you'll be found. Saffron's heart clicked. As soon as he opened his mouth, he felt his real thoughts thoroughly. But you can't panic at the moment. Once you panic, it will be completely exposed. Abaddon smiled gently. He just wanted to explain something, but the dimensional code flew up and ticked the page to signal Abaddon to hand over the things. Whether it's a real book offering or another idea, I'll know at a glance. As soon as the dimensional code opened its mouth, it knew it was the old Jianghu. As a book, how can I do without some details? After all, it was locked up in the Sato library before. Basically, I have read all the books in the library. The only one who can compare with it in terms of knowledge is the smelly sweeper. Therefore, it will know whether Abaddon took alchemy or not at a glance. Saffron didn't expect that there were later words in the dimensional code. His heart fell down again and offered the book with both hands. The dimensional code crashed, and the more you looked at it, the more upset you became. Niang Zipai, it's really an alchemy manual, but many of the knowledge in it has never been involved. It seems that it is indeed a new system refined by the alchemy knowledge of different planets. This alchemy manual is simple and easy to understand. It systematically describes the origin and development of alien alchemy, including many characteristic alchemy. It is well summarized and combed. From the perspective of the dimensional code, it has its own system. The dimensional code looked up, glanced at Abaddon and questioned, "Why didn't you take out such a good thing early?" Abaddon smiled, "Before, I was worried that everyone was hostile to me. But now I can fully trust the Führer and you. It happened that I still had this alchemy manual. I learned that Ms. Grace was obsessed with alchemy, so I wanted to use it to thank her for saving her life last time." The dimensional code looked at Abaddon, and then looked at the alchemy manual in his hand. He didn't see any mistakes. He was suspicious. This alchemy manual is really no problem. Can it be said that Abaddon really turned his character and defected to the expeditionary army? Otherwise, I won't come up with such a perfect valuable manual related to alien knowledge. The dimensional code thought for a moment and suddenly said, "Well, I know you can't get in the fog, so I'll send it for you. As for whether the Banshee King takes it or not, it's not up to me." Abaddon nodded and thanked. The dimensional code walked into the fog holding the alchemy manual and looked at it while walking. For a special creation, a dimensional book, nothing can attract the attention of the dimensional code more than knowledge, except breaking away from the seal. When you get to the gate of Mist Mountain Villa, you have read all the contents of the dimensional code. Understanding is understanding, writing down is writing down. This is the gift of the dimensional code. Verb. The dimensional code belched, and then knocked on the door of Mist Villa. The great and respected Banshee King, the master of Misty Mountain Villa, the alchemist and pioneer, the commander-in-chief of the puppet corps, and the legal guardian of Miranda, the most lovely baby of the mechanical fortress, I have come to give you something at the request of others, something you like and satisfied with when you see it. The dimensional code raised a tone, 1 point of sincerity, 2 points of attention, 3 points of compliment and 4 points of respect. The iron door of Mist Mountain Villa creaked and then opened slowly. The dimensional code flew in with the alchemy manual and looked left and right. This is also the first time that it has entered the mysterious Fog Villa. This dark Gothic-style building is accompanied by a circle of highly toxic and dark fog. There are zombies and puppets walking stiffly with emodas feelings everywhere, which looks very atmosphere. Because Miranda often lives in the Misty Mountain Villa, Grace also bought clothes for these zombies, including zombies dressed as workers and pushing lawn mowers, puppets carrying workers' hats, and even some grotesque mutants. They all wore bulky suspenders and looked a bit human. A zombie in a gentleman's suit came towards the dimensional code, and then tried to bend down and reach out. Only when the zombie bent down, the dimensional code clearly heard a crack, which made its book cover numb. The dimensional code followed the zombie servants through the garden, which was different from the gloomy and strange atmosphere and pictures it imagined. There were small pavilions, neatly trimmed trees and shrubs, and many children's graffiti and toys in the garden. The whole color was warm and pleasant. There are also many paintings painted by Miranda on the walls of the manor. Grace not only didn't erase them, but protected all the places where the paintings were left. One wall turned into a corridor for Miranda's paintings in disguise. In the impression of the dimensional code, Grace has always been the king of the cold, arrogant, and lonely Banshee. Her king's demeanor is unpredictable. She studies mysterious alchemy, which can be said to be an image of an expert. However, Coming to the Misty Mountain Villa has greatly changed the impression of the dimensional code on Grace, which is more three-dimensional and fresh. Soon, I met Grace in an activity room in the manor. At this time, Grace was playing with Miranda. She was not affected by the battle between the outside world and the alien world, as if everything had nothing to do with her. Dear Banshee King, Abaddon sent you an alien alchemy manual to repay the previous help. Because it was blocked by the fog, she entrusted me to send it in. Grace frowned when she heard Abaddon's 3 words. For alien stars, Grace didn't have too many negative emotions, but completely obeyed Link's orders. However, after taking care of Miranda, she learned that the culprit of Miranda's causing such a problem was the alien star, and Miranda's hatred for the alien star increased day by day. But then I heard the alchemy manual, with a slightly relaxed frown and a trace of curiosity in my eyes. Seeing Grace's doubts, the dimensional code hurriedly said, I've read all the alchemy manuals. They are really true and systematic. There are the whole process of the development of alien alchemy, which is simple, difficult, and fascinating. It can be seen that they are written by a master and are a masterpiece purely from the perspective of knowledge. Since you say so, I'll have a look. Grace reached for the alchemy manual and took a look at Miranda playing next to her. She thought that she could take advantage of her spare time to see if she could find a way to solve Miranda's riot energy. It doesn't matter. There's a problem at first sight. Chapter 734. Grace has benefited a lot from the simple alchemy platform and manuscripts left by Saffron, but there are many incomprehensible places. Because the idea of the manuscript jumps greatly, even if it is written in many places, Grace can't understand it and doesn't understand the process. However, after seeing this alien alchemy manual, Grace was impressed by the contents above. She suddenly understood some of the key orifices she didn't understand before. Instead of indulging in knowledge content, Grace snapped the manual and stared up at the dimensional code. Is Abaddon still outside? Take me to him. Grace ordered without doubt. She wanted to know how Abaddon had this thing and what else he had. Undefined, the dimensional code quickly replied, wait outside. If the Queen sees him, I'll just introduce him directly. Why do you need to move out? Grace took a look at Miranda playing in the activity room and thought it would be better for Miranda to stay under her eyelids now that the outside is so messy. Then he nodded and agreed with the statement of the dimensional code, it's hard for you to come again. The dimensional code said with a smile, what's the hard work, Queen? You see what you said, don't you see? You can be the great and respected King of Banshee, the master of Mist Mountain Villa, the alchemist and pioneer. Just before the dimensional code finished, it was sent to the door of Mist Villa by Grace. The dimensional code froze for a moment and whispered, it seems that she doesn't like the title just now. Next time, she has to think about some new tricks that are in line with the Queen's new taste. Abaddon was still waiting as the Codex of Dimensions splashed its cover and hummed through the fog. After seeing the dimensional code come out alone, Abaddon's eyes flashed a trace of surprise. He deliberately wrote something about Miranda's internal energy in the alchemy manual in order to lead Grace out. As a result, the dimensional code came out alone, which was somewhat beyond his expectation. Lord Queen, please go in and talk about it. Saffron breathed a sigh of relief and entered the Mist Villa. Although it is Grace's territory, as long as he has the opportunity to get close to Miranda and control it, he can successfully detonate this heavy bomb. Saffron followed the dimensional code into the Misty Mountain Villa and saw all kinds of zombies, puppets, monsters, and eagles in strange clothes. The picture was absurd and strange. But instead of making Saffron relaxed, they became more dignified. These oddities and anomalies all explain Grace's love and attention to Miranda. Under such circumstances, it is very difficult to find an opportunity to hold Miranda. Through the garden and hall, Saffron soon saw the Banshee King in the activity room, an eagle man covered with plump wings. The dark energy of the whole body overflows quickly, and the fine awe in the eyes is threatening, which shows the high spiritual power. Then Saffron swept Miranda, who was playing with monsters and puppets in the activity room, only more than 10 meters away from him. But at the same time, a look also locked him tightly. Grace looked at him carefully and asked, "Why do you take out such an important thing now?" The tone was full of questions, regardless of the mood of Abaddon. "To tell you the truth, there is really no need to worry. Grace is not afraid. Even when Link comes, she has the same tone, with the exception of Miranda. People who have dealt with Grace in the mechanical fortress know that she is actually a cold-faced and warm-hearted person, and over time, they have accepted such a setting." Abaddon was silent for a moment and said, "I don't know that Lord Dark Shadow's evil deeds in the wasteland were heard when he taught skills to different people these days. Later, I learned about Miranda from different people and thought of your last rescue, so I decided to give this alien alchemy manual as a gift. I hope this manual recording alien alchemy can help Miranda." Saffron then glanced at Miranda, who was playing happily in the distance, with sympathy in her eyes. Grace looked through the alchemy manual. While feeling it, she soon encountered a problem. She couldn't help putting down the manual and asked, "Since you used to be a war messenger, are you familiar with the situation of alien stars? Do you understand alchemy?" Abaddon looked puzzled. "I know a little about alchemy, but I am very familiar with the situation of alien stars." Grace nodded slightly, "Then you're not busy at the moment. Why don't you stay and help me solve some difficulties and alien words in the alchemy manual? I can't wait. If I can really improve Miranda's situation, it's also a contribution to my integration into the expeditionary army." Seeing that Grace had taken the initiative to fall into the trap he arranged, Saffron felt a burst of joy. He wrote a lot of real materials in this alien alchemy manual, but he also used a lot of alien characters on some key orifices, as well as some characteristics of alien runes. People who don't know about alien stars can't crack them. As an alchemist, Grace naturally asked Miranda about these places where Miranda's condition improved, which provided a good opportunity for Saffron. As long as she answers truthfully, Grace will soon fall into the ocean of alchemy. At that time, her vigilance will be relaxed, which is also his opportunity to catch Miranda. At present, the plot is moving in the direction he expected step by step, and soon everything in Victoria will end, including Link and the expeditionary army. I can still understand the meaning of this rune. What does the next rune stand for? Grace quickly entered the state, and the contents of the alchemy manual were too fascinating. Before, in order to explore the method of treating Miranda, she deeply studied the manuscript left by Saffron. In addition to the improvement in alchemy, the treatment of Miranda was basically zero improvement. But in this alchemy manual, Grace faintly saw some light called hope. She was hungry and eager to eat the book right away. Saffron looked around curiously. At present, Grace has been immersed in the ocean of alchemical knowledge, and the surrounding monsters, zombies, and puppets are not afraid. The only one on the scene who was on guard against him was the dimensional code behind him. But a book can't turn up any waves. Just when Saffron thought the time was ripe, he stared at his dimensional code and spoke. "I know what you're going to do." Saffron was surprised and immediately thought about what mistakes had been made in his previous behavior. As a result, there was no result. "What are you talking about? I can't understand a word." Saffron still denied it, trying to hide the fear in his eyes. Even one side of Grace's attention was taken away from her alchemy manual and looked up at Saffron. "Cut, you flatter Grace so much that you don't want to be easy to mix in the mechanical fortress in the future. After all, as long as you get rid of Grace and Miranda, the others will be settled. Miranda is the baby of the whole mechanical fortress. Who can't get along with the baby?" Although the dimensional code has no eyes, but the cunning smile has been fully reflected in the jagged teeth on the edge of the book cover. Saffron's brain buzzed. He thought he had been exposed by the dimensional code. Unexpectedly, this guy actually said this. Grace next to her was speechless and continued to study the alien alchemy manual. Saffron now wants to crush the dimensional code with one palm. This guy speaks freely. He doesn't know what will pop up in the next second. It's really a time bomb. Just reason told him he couldn't do it, and he immediately responded, "You've seen it. I deeply regret and sympathize with Miranda's experience. The Banshee King once saved me. I should not stand idly by when I know the situation. As for what you said, it's natural that you can turn fighting into friendship. As for the situation with Pandora and the magic school, you can only let it be." After getting Abaddon's positive reply, the dimensional code felt comfortable, and suddenly had the pleasure of discovering the lost path with his own pair of phoenix eyes. This episode has just ended, and the dimensional code is intoxicated with his illusions of wisdom and martial arts. Saffron feels that there is no vigilance at present, and it is the best time to take action. His eyes stared at Miranda like a wolf who found prey. Just as Saffron gathered the energy and spirit of Abaddon's body to the highest level and was ready to attack, there was a sudden sound of hurried footsteps outside. Ah Fu ran in wearing a yin-yang algae gas mask. After taking off the mask, he was panting, "Grace, is Miranda okay?" Grace raised her head and frowned slightly. "Why are so many people here today? Can't she not bother her to study alchemy and find a way to cure Miranda?" "Miranda is over there. Why do you suddenly ask?" said Grace in a slightly lazy voice. Miranda usually has a good relationship with Ah Fu, along with Grace's attitude towards Ah Fu. Ah Fu vomited a foul breath, finally put down his hanging heart, gasped and explained, "The second leader of the alien star, that is, the shadow demon Saffron, doesn't know how to project it to Victoria. Because this guy is the culprit of Miranda's misfortune, so I came as soon as I got the news, for fear that Saffron would be bad for Miranda." The temperature in the manor dropped suddenly. Grace closed the page and said coldly, "You said Saffron came to Victoria." The expression and posture seemed as if Saffron owed her $18 million and was ready to take a knife and attack people at any time. Ah Fu was also one of them, but said honestly, "Yes, the Führer has gone to deal with the 9-striped dragon. Now we are attacking the other casting magic camps in the opposite direction." After learning that Link went out in person, Grace's cold and pressing atmosphere gradually converged and eased. Since Link went, it should be no problem. Saffron was very uncomfortable. What's the name of Link? He was at least the second leader of the alien star. This time, he was defeated only because the void projection was stolen and destroyed by villains. If the real body came, 10 Link would not be enough for him. Ah Fu looked at Miranda, who was not affected by playing, and asked weakly, "If it's dangerous later, let Miranda hide in my magic backpack. It's safer. Moreover, I can walk in the void and hide my body into the void dimension, which is absolutely necessary to ensure Miranda's safety." Grace looked at Ah Fu's solemn expression, thought about it for a moment, and finally nodded in agreement. Indeed, if all mechanical fortresses are in danger, there is no safer place than Alfred Magic's knapsack. Saffron was shocked, and the shock and uneasiness in his eyes became stronger and stronger. If what the black fat man said is true, then this ability is too shameless. Demonized backpacks can jam people and then escape into the void dimension, which can't be captured at all. Once the fat man gets his wish, the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity will be completely lost. Saffron knows he can't wait any longer. It won't be long before the news of his defeat and escape will be sent back to the mechanical fortress. At that time, no matter what happens, the internal defense of the mechanical fortress will be the highest. After Ah Fu finished, he found that Abaddon was here. His face first showed surprise, and then suddenly realized, "Mr. Abaddon, are you here to Mist Villa to thank you for your help that day?" Saffron nodded again and again. "I happen to have a volume of Alien Alchemy manual in hand. I thought Grace was useful, so I took it." Ah Fu didn't think much. Oh, he gave a nod. It's reasonable to give books to repay the kindness of saving lives. But then Ah Fu sat directly on the chair. "Anyway, there's no place for me outside. I'll just help look after the children here. Ah Fu said, trotting all the way, waving his hand to say hello to Miranda and playing with her. Saffron was scolding his mother in his heart. There was a lot of war outside. You two ran here to fool around when you had nothing to do. Link knew it and couldn't be angry. More and more people mean that Saffron's goal is bigger and bigger. Now it's time to take action. Saffron saw at a glance the dark void energy in Ah Fu's body and the fluctuations in the core of his mark. At the thought of his imprinted core used to reward alien elites, Saffron felt like eating a fly. But fortunately, I still have control over the imprint core. As long as I say a secret spell later, I can pull the imprint core away from the dead fat man, and then strengthen myself with the imprint core, so as to unlock more postures. Ah, no, ability. Mist Villa is quiet again. Grace was reading quietly, the dimensional code lay on the lawn in the sun, and began to be proud of her intelligence. Ah Fu is playing with Miranda. The whole activity room is filled with Miranda's silver bell-like laughter. No, no. Link's urgent report. Saffron escaped. Link said he might have escaped to our side. The macaw hissed and came first. Saffron felt numb on his scalp and knew that it was time to have to do it now. In an instant, he flashed out and recited the release spell of the imprinted core in his mouth, trying to pull the imprinted core away from Ah Fu's body. But after the spell, Ah Fu's body didn't respond. When he saw Abaddon, who was waving his teeth and showing his fangs, he was angry. He threw Miranda into the magic energy backpack, puffed his cheeks, and his whole body was agitated with black gas. He turned into a war messenger in an instant. Okay, so you are really pretending to surrender. You really don't know good or bad. As soon as the voice fell, Ah Fu kicked forward slowly. Elephant kick. Chapter 735. Although Ah Fu's foot looks slow, it is powerful and powerful. Rao is Saffron. When he sees the size 48 soles, he has to weigh them carefully. You know, he is not the one now, but uses Abaddon's body to win /be a terrorist tactician who resists a war envoy's foot is not brave, it's called Han. Saffron swung to avoid elephant kicking and swept his wings behind him, making a rapid change in his direction. Ah Fu kicked a blank, but immediately activated the practical experience gained from the previous practice with countless players, and thought of countermeasures in his mind. Undefined cheetah gallop. Ah Fu's speed increased suddenly and caught up with Saffron in the blink of an eye. Saffron was surprised by Ah Fu's speed. Even with the imprinted core blessing, none of the war messengers of the alien Muadeo system had Ah Fu's speed. It's really incredible. What makes Saffron more puzzled is that the core of the mark is clearly made by himself, and only he knows the spell. Why does it have no effect on Ah Fu? Clearly aware of the existence of the imprint core, the spell connecting the two failed. Angry Octopus. Angry Octopus, Ah Fu punches forward continuously for 5 seconds. Ah Fu's fist palms flew. In an instant, there were all fist shadows in front of Saffron, /B just in an instant, he got 5, 6, 7 or 8 punches. If it weren't for the protection of the body with wings, I'm afraid I would fly backwards and fall into shit. Saffron and Ah Fu opened the distance, the wings of the package suddenly opened, and the rotten corpses. In an instant, a group of stinky insects spread out, forming something similar to the shock wave, which won enough time and space for yourself. The Führer treated you well and gave orders specifically for you. You surrendered and rebelled. It was unkind and unjust. Ah Fu's tone was stubborn. In the form of war messenger, the black air around him became more and more intense, and a pair of wings 20 or 30 centimeters behind him beat quickly because of anger /B. Abaddon chuckled, he just wanted to use my money to buy horse bones. How could he really reuse me? What's more, I didn't surrender. The macaw on one side was burning with anger and said to Ah Fu, this guy is not Abaddon, but Saffron who occupies Abaddon's body. Kill him quickly, kill him, and you will kill the alien number 2 figure and make great achievements." When he heard the first half of the sentence, Saffron couldn't help smiling. It seemed that his fame and deterrence were still there, which made the enemy so nervous. But when the macaw said the second half of the sentence, Saffron's expression froze. "Good guy, this is the default to eat him. Are you going to brush him as a record?" The dimensional code reacted and jumped up from the lawn and applauded. "Haha, I'll say this guy has a bad bone. Even if he's not Abaddon now, Abaddon must have contacted this guy so that he can escape to the mechanical fortress." As for Grace, she put away the alien alchemy manual, but she didn't do it and looked on coldly. The attitudes of these people on the mechanical fortress were beyond Saffron's imagination. If you have to say, these people are wonderful. Some people don't pay attention to him and want to take credit. Others are complacent about their wise creatures. He kept asking why he defected. "It's none of your business to watch." Saffron was reluctant to admit that Link brought these mobs to defeat the alien army he was proud of. Ah Fu stared at Saffron as if to see him through with his eyes. After watching for a long time, Ah Fu looked back and asked, "Ah, is this the second leader of the alien Saffron? No wonder he can't beat the Führer. It's at this level." If Grace said that, Saffron would still recognize it. After all, Abaddon's body is just a terrorist tactician, and his strength is inferior to that of others. But Ah Fu's simple criticism can speak. "It's really heartbreaking. I'm Saffron. Why should I explain to you? But if you don't explain, you do feel flustered." Saffron looked around. Now the only threat was the black fat Ah Fu and Grace, who had never shot. If you want to find Miranda, you must beat Ah Fu. Now that the spell is useless for the imprint core, Saffron can only use another scheme. "Omnipotent Shadow Master, I am your most loyal servant." Saffron said a difficult spell, and his body changed strangely. Inexplicable black air suddenly appeared from the air and fell on Abaddon's head and body like a waterfall. The pale skin grew a few strands of black, and became a material similar to magic text on the body surface. Abaddon's appearance also changed strongly, and the strength of the whole person was constantly improving. When the black gas waterfall disappeared, Abaddon's figure changed greatly. The body, including both wings, is covered with black magic words. The body is more and more powerful, like quenching, and the black air is surging in the eyes. When the wings shook open, the residual black gas dissipated into the invisible, and Abaddon's momentum was also improved. Saffron is called the Shadow by the Alien Legion because of his unique ability. This ability is Saffron's chance to explore alchemy, accidentally opened a shadow dimensional space, peeped into the power of the Shadow Master, bowed to him and became a servant of the Shadow. Now exchange the price for some strength, so that the strength of this flesh can be improved and returned to the level of war messengers. Saffron took a deep breath and experienced the changes brought about by the growth of power. Now he has the strength to pull his wrist with grace, but before that, he must kill the fat man in front of him and make him a dead fat man. Saffron's body bends and accumulates energy, and Chuji's muscles bulge. Each muscle is constantly squeezing its potential. The next second, Saffron rushed out like an off-string shell, and the strong air burst out a series of sounds in the air. "Dead fat man, be careful, this guy is fast." You can see it clearly from the perspective of the macaw. After all, it has a power that is speed, so the vision is amazing. The speed of Saffron's physical power is almost as fast as that of the macaw. Although we know that this is the explosion speed, it is certainly impossible to last, but it is amazing to have such a speed. Ah Fu has long been a non-wuxiaomon. When he practiced with many players, he had seen various types of enemies. Although Saffron's speed and strength are faster and stronger, the truth is the same. Ah Fu took his time and took a snake step under his feet. Snake step, Ah Fu learns snakeskin walking and misprotects himself 100% for 5 seconds. Saffron aimed at Ah Fu, but several attacks in a row were all narrowly avoided by Ah Fu. The black fat man was like a slippery loach, avoiding Saffron's devastating attack. Bang! The hood formed by Saffron's whole body burst open, and the impact of range blew Afu far away. But just when Saffron wanted to continue the attack, Afu in the sky opened his arms and made a move, angry crow flying, swung around in the air and turned back again, with a pair of wings of 20 or 30 centimeters fluttering powerfully. At the moment, Saffron was attracted by Afu. Suddenly, Afu's sharp eyes burst into a threatening light. The electric eye is threatening, Afu's eyes flash and blind the enemy. Saffron Ton felt pale in front of him. When he reacted and hugged himself with his wings, a huge force hit him and directly knocked him upside down. Afu returns the color in the same way. Saffron never thought that a fat man's martial arts skills would be so rich. It seems that he can think of ways to deal with every situation. Although these skills are funny, the practicability of their effects is beyond Saffron's imagination. Although the imprint core was created by him, he has granted so many war messengers in the alien world, and he has never seen a war messenger of the martial arts department with such comprehensive ability as Afu. Saffron gradually recovered in front of him, but as soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Afu standing not far away. His body was black and rising like a silk. He looked ferocious. Soon Afu rushed over like a giant black wool ball. Flying elephant treads on mouse, Afu treads on the enemy with his super weight and causes damage to the enemy. Saffron avoided it and was directly kicked in the face by Afu's big foot 48 yards. After rolling on the ground several times, he integrated with the flowers and plants in the activity room. The macaw's wings were inserted into his chest, and he began to feel strange. Tut tut tut, is this the strength of the second leader of the alien star? He covered Abaddon's skin, and the strength he played was not as strong as Abaddon. Is this Saffron's strength? Love. Sure enough, Link was right. The alien star is a paper tiger, which will be broken when he poked it. Macaw's off-site garbage words affect Saffron's fighting mood. After all, he is an existence admired by thousands of people in the alien world. His concentration on alchemy is like a wild crane without clouds. He doesn't even have to listen to Sanos. The First Order heard their names and was afraid of them like poisonous snakes and beasts. When did you hear such a sour run? You were so angry that you burst your lungs. Afu looked silly in front of him, but his combat effectiveness was really not low. Even if Saffron obtained the power of the shadow, he was still at a disadvantage in the fight and was suppressed everywhere. When he got up, he was covered with rattan grass and debris and looked embarrassed. Saffron was furious. A moment later, his hands formed a spell seal. The air around him rippled like water waves. The whole person swayed with the fluctuation of the air and disappeared in front of the people. The macaw's mouth fell down and said, "This guy, just disappeared." The dimensional code opened the book cover, and the expression on his face was full of surprise. I never thought this guy had this skill. Even Grace began to sweep around the activity room looking for Saffron's trace. Afu was a little flustered. Just now the macaw told him to take the other party. As a result, he ran away when one didn't pay attention. It's really a heavy trust from the head of state. Afu's face was a little flustered, but he didn't stand in place and stamp his feet. Instead, he used the cobra in the martial arts style. Cobra, Afu opens the perspective of the whole picture and has the probability to find hidden enemies. After Afu opened the cobra state, he suddenly saw a moving twist in the air rushing towards him. He was shocked. The whole person turned into a black tornado. The strong force swept through the activity room and the surrounding lawns and leaves. The people watching the battle outside the activity room could not help covering their eyes for fear of being dazzled by the wind and sand. Saffron, who intended to be invisible, was directly hit and flew out by Afu's move. Tornado destroys the parking lot, and the space was distorted again. Then he withdrew from the invisible state and flew backwards again. Afu's martial arts moves are changeable, and all kinds of strange effects are handy, which directly beat Saffron. Come out, I can't let you escape again this time. Ah Fu quickly caught up with him, and his mind was full of Link's oral instructions conveyed by the macaw, kill Saffron. In order to prevent Saffron from escaping, Ah Fu directly opened his great move in the form of War Messenger, Soul Elegy LV3. In the previous rich fights with hundreds of players, what Ah Fu learned most was not how to enrich his opponent's skills, but how to master the timing and wonderful use of his skills. This is definitely a huge step for him who only knew how to escape in the past. In hundreds of battles, Ah Fu also knew that his most powerful move was the Soul Elegy. Ah Fu began to sing the Elegy of the Soul, and the black air rolled around his body. In the black air, he could vaguely see the face of each soul and sing the elegy with Ah Fu. The melodious tone and voice immerse people in an inexplicable atmosphere. All the black souls gathered to Ah Fu like a pilgrimage, and then scattered and rushed after a loud explosion. Saffron failed to avoid this move, and his whole body was swallowed up by the black soul. Just as he was about to disperse his black soul, these things suddenly disappeared again, and Saffron's face turned pale. He found that he had little energy left. Those black souls have eaten away his energy. Abaddon was originally a war messenger of the martial arts department. Although he degenerated into a terrorist tactician, his shadow power was improved under the Saffron spell. But even so, it is still impossible to avoid the characteristics of more blood and less energy of the martial arts system. With a series of moves just now, and now 3000 points of energy has been taken away by the Soul Elegy, Saffron has little physical energy left. After Ah Fu finished this move, the black air on his face dissipated slightly, and he could see a slightly pale face through. While you were dying from illness, Ah Fu saw that Saffron was in bad condition. He immediately took out a hamburger from the magic backpack, opened his mouth and killed the whole double-layer meat castle. His mouth was full. When he used the martial arts classic skill crow flying in the air, he even couldn't help burping. Crow flying, Ah Fu used all his energy to transform into a crow and hit an enemy in a plane. Ah Fu jumped into the air and then flew down from the air like a falcon staring at its prey. Saffron dodged left and right, but found that no matter how he dodged, Ah Fu could lock him. He simply didn't dodge. The shadow power accumulated by his wings shot at Ah Fu like a black blade. The edge of the dense shadow force whizzed wildly. Ah Fu jumped down from the crow in the air. His big foot of 48 yards kicked Abaddon's body firmly and ruthlessly. His sternum was sunken, and his spine directly popped out for tens of centimeters from behind. The whole person was kicked into a bow-foot shrimp. Saffron's face was full of incredible, such a dense and powerful shadow blade. Chi shot at the big Ah Fu, but none of them hit. They all wiped all over Ah Fu, and even didn't hurt his clothes or skin. This is impossible. Although the macaw and the dimensional code are two different creatures, their expressions are surprisingly consistent at this moment. This martial art style, I would like to call it martial art all-round skill. The macaw applauded mechanically, and the dimensional code around him nodded deeply. That's ridiculous, that's ridiculous. Chapter 736. It's ridiculous. The effect of Shadow Blade is amazing. Once it is abraded, the power of shadow will penetrate into the skin, muscles, and blood, like gangrene attached to bone, which is difficult to remove. But Ah Fu is like a scum man. Saffron can't understand how he can keep away from the beautiful women who rush up. Suddenly, Saffron thought of a saying he had heard before that higher civilized creatures can modify some cosmic rules in a small range to avoid their own threats. The behavior of Black Fat Ah Fu just now can't be explained by luck. But now Saffron has no time to think more. Ah Fu's foot is as powerful as a tiger. After Saffron's chest collapsed and his spine broke, the whole person flew out like a shell, smashed the wall and was covered in the rubble. Undefined Grace lifted her hand and the flying dust fell to the ground without splashing any wind and waves. After a hamburger is full, Africa feels that his strength is back and he can perform Soul Elegy LV3 again. While Saffron could not move, Ah Fu sang an elegy without saying a word, and the black spirit burst and dispersed with a loud voice. Even if Saffron was buried under the ruins, he could not escape the sucking of the black soul. Soon Saffron's energy was absorbed, and all the remaining effects were reduced by 1.5 times the punishment. Verb. Ah Fu belched and then walked forward with his big belly covered. After the war, the rubble clicked and soon Saffron squeezed out half of his body. The move crow flying just now was too deadly. He kicked his spine and chest. Now the whole body is abnormal and gives a warning. Although Saffron is seizing the body and can isolate any pain from the body, the decline of body function will also affect his control of the body. At least now, with the negative effects of physical rigidity, fatal injury, and paralysis, Saffron controls Abaddon's body to stand up hard, and his appearance is the same as that of distorted animals or zombies in Fog Mountain Villa. Because of the fracture of the spine, the heads above the neck were all drooping on the chest, staggering up and twisting their heads, which was very strange. Abaddon lost all his energy value, and his life value was not much. He had his own abnormal state. When he got up and looked at Ah Fu in the state of war messenger, Saffron was in a complicated mood. Such a black and fat man he despised was so strong after he obtained the core of the mark. After he forcibly promoted Abaddon's strength to the same level, he was crushed by the other party. He almost had no fighting power. The level of war messenger allowed him to give full play to his strength across levels, which is really a little scary. In particular, there are some things on this fat man that even he can't figure out. There are mysteries everywhere. Ah Fu looked at Abaddon, whose body had been beaten to deformity. His eyes flashed a daze. He turned his head and asked, "Did the Führer say how far he was beaten?" The macaw shook its wings and said, "Just kill it." Saffron bulged behind him and found that his body's organs and abilities were declining rapidly. Ah Fu couldn't do anything under normal conditions just now. Now he's more helpless to control a disabled body. There was a shadow in Saffron's eyes when he heard that the other party wanted to kill him directly and send him back directly. Without hesitation, Ah Fu rushed towards Saffron again, his eyes firm and unwavering. Saffron didn't dodge either, controlling Abaddon's body to rush towards Ah Fu. The two men collided again. Ah Fu's fist was still strong. One punch pierced Abaddon's abdomen and his arm penetrated. But at this time, Abaddon fell into Ah Fu's arms and held his hands tightly, because his chest and abdominal cavity had been completely penetrated, and his voice was hoarse and dry with air leakage. Ah Fu could even clearly hear the rapid air sound from the blasted pulmonary tube. "I don't know if Miranda, who detonated you and hid in your magic backpack, can survive." As soon as the voice fell, Abaddon's body began to swell abnormally, and the energy of the black shadow in his body expanded rapidly like catalysis. Abaddon's bones clicked in the expansion, all kinds of fascia tissues of his body were forcibly torn, and his muscles were stretched to the limit. Then he produced countless granulations like popcorn. He buried Ah Fu in an instant, leaving only one head and limbs. Now Abaddon's body can't see the shape of a terrorist tactician. It's a giant sarcoma. The blood on his body is also wirelessly elongated. The cyan meridians are clearly visible. This sarcoma is completely driven by the heart and beats synchronously. But anyone can see that the heart beats faster and faster, just like a sense of rapid countdown of explosives. Ah Fu was a little flustered for a time, not because he couldn't escape. As long as he was willing, he could use empty walk to escape into the dimensional space at any time. But once he left, the explosion of this sarcoma 2 body would spread to Grace, Macaw, Dimensional Code, Misty Mountain Villa and even the whole mechanical fortress. Even the slightest such risk, Ah Fu resisted from the bottom of his heart. You run. This guy is going to explode, be careful to affect you." Ah Fu's neck was also stuck by sarcoma, and he could feel a strong sense of suffocation when he spoke. "What do you do?" The macaw responded to the seriousness of the situation. "They can't all go away and leave Ah Fu here alone? Abandoning friends and partners has never been the style of Wasteland. I have my own way." I must not hurt you and the ship. Grace got up and whispered the spell. The next second, the turbulent fog of Mist Mountain Villa rolled towards the huge sarcoma. The fog was highly toxic and corrosive. Grace wanted to stimulate the sarcoma and destroy its internal flesh and blood structure in this way to solve the problem. However, there was no change on the surface of the sarcoma, not even a trace of looseness. Don't waste your mind. If you can solve it so easily, it's not self-explosion. Saffron gave a strange smile, which swept away the depression before this moment. Isn't your magic knapsack very powerful? I'll see if Miranda will be exiled to the dimensional space forever or explode with you if you are killed. Of course, I most want to see the latter, so that I can see the whole Victorian creatures. It's absolutely spectacular and beautiful because the energy chaos in Miranda dissipates completely. Saffron's tone is like an artist intoxicated with his own beautiful handicrafts. Ah Fu looked serious and suddenly shouted, "Troy, send me into space, come on. But by doing so, your body can't bear the extreme environment of the universe, and you will. Come on, there's no time." Ah Fu's eyes refused. At present, it's the king's way to stay away from the mechanical fortress, otherwise the whole mechanical fortress will suffer. Just as everyone was worried and Saffron laughed wildly, a calm and leisurely voice suddenly floated in sharp contrast to the anxious tone of everyone, just like an expert in the world. "Ah Fu, it's not necessary. It's just a self-explosion. You just run out." As soon as the voice falls, a bright spot appears in the space of Mist Villa. The bright spot continues to enlarge the next second until a figure comes out. Link's clothes are neat, and he can't see that he has just experienced an unprecedented war that players enjoy talking about and stare at. This time Ah Fu didn't insist anymore, but nodded "oh," and immediately opened the empty walk to empty his body into the dimensional space. Just now I felt that there was no way but to banish him to space in order to save the mechanical fortress. How did Link come and let Ah Fu out? Ah Fu didn't have any doubts. His firmness and persistence just now disappeared. He was stunned when he manipulated Saffron, whose body had become a teratoma. Ah Fu easily broke free from his bondage and disappeared from space. When Saffron was in doubt, he immediately stared at Link and turned his target to him. A sharp twist and swoop, the sarcoma was ferocious and terrible, and the heart beat more and more quickly. But when he jumped halfway, it seemed as if something was blocking him in the air. He bumped into the air wall. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't escape. Link holds the strength field scepter and uses all energy to create a strength field prison. No matter how you struggle, I'll lose if you can come out. Link's mouth tilted slightly and watched the angry Saffron struggling and beating in the force field prison. Abaddon had anger and anxiety in his eyes, but Link thought that there was only one meaning to combine the two: he was flustered. Saffron was really flustered and mobilized the power of the shadow. As a result, he did not achieve any effect. Now the sarcoma was about to explode, but Link was as easy as heaven to imprison him. Even the explosion won't hurt anyone. Ah Fu is not dead, Miranda is not dead, and Victoria will not have the power of Shadow Soul Fire. The result is that Victoria will not become a supply station for alien stars. All the three claws extended in the alien confrontation plan have been eradicated and cut off by Link. Saffron was extremely anxious, but he felt powerless. His last card projected from the void was also broken by Link. Believe me, the next time we meet again, it must be your death. Saffron stared at Link to keep this complacent face in mind. Link destroyed the alien revival plan on his own. Now the alien has lost all supply possibilities, and the remaining Legion of Warmer will be all their combat power. Link looked at the expanding meatball. Although Saffron's body was bigger than him, Link still needed to look up at each other, but now Link was mentally looking down on the loser with the height of the winner. Link floated slowly in place, looked down at Saffron, who was still dying, and said, "That's how you looked at me when you were on the Waste Island before. Don't you think the scene is familiar now?" At that moment, just like this moment, when he was in the wasteland, Saffron looked down at Link and left after talking. Now it's almost the same scene, but Link looks down at Saffron. Link opened his mouth and wrote a famous saying. The dimensional code on one side lit up in front of him. He chewed the last sentence in his mouth and kept praising, "He is worthy of being the head of state. He speaks with deep meaning. Write it down. You must write it down." No attempt was made to break the cage of the force, and the body was still expanding. Saffron knew that there was not much time left for him to return to his mother's star. He simply stopped making the final struggle. "I'm curious. How did you get back so soon?" Link's vehicle landing ship is just the most basic equipment in the universe. It can't be so fast. Link shrugged. "Do I have to tell you that I know magic?" Saffron sneered and took all Link's words as rubbish. "I'm kidding. Link has used the skills of martial arts and mystery. Now he says he can do magic?" Saffron has never heard of anyone who can be compatible with 3 superpower systems. This guy must have some cards or methods to quickly move between the battlefield and the mechanical fortress. As for the lack of this in Abaddon's memory, Saffron completely blamed the other party for leaving a hand and not treating Abaddon as his own person. Link pouted helplessly, "You say the most basic trust between people? I don't lie, but you don't believe it." Link spread his hand and shrugged. At this time, the macaw behind him once again exported his own society and echoed, "Oh, although it's just 2 conversations, it's actually that EQ and pattern haven't been opened. What kind of identity do you think Link is? It's necessary to tell a lie? Isn't it a shame to spread out?" King Kong Parrot said this, which is a bit suspicious of pointing at mulberry and locust trees and mapping. Although Abaddon is now bulging into a ball, it is a miracle that the other party's uncertain face can be seen clearly. This is to say that Saffron, as the second leader of the alien, has not opened his EQ and pattern? Lin Kelly's face was stiff, and he looked back with a slightly reprimanded tone, "Nonsense. Apart from being the second in command of the alien star, Saffron is also the top alchemist in the Vatican system. We should respect him anyway. I believe Master Saffron will never be the kind of person with a small stomach, otherwise he can't be ahead in alchemy. Only with an atmospheric personality can we open up a road. We shouldn't look at things only at the appearance and ignore the inside." When Link finished, the macaw, the dimensional code, even Afu and Grace showed a look of disapproval and doubt. "Don't you believe it? I don't believe that a person without a pattern can be the second leader of an alien star. If you don't believe it, I'll ask Master Saffron to see if he says he doesn't lie." Link immediately turned his head, stared at Saffron, who was already full, and asked, "Master, can you tell me the specific location coordinates of the alien's parent star?" After this sentence, Saffron's face was uncertain again. Good guy, how dare Saffron say it directly? You know, there is the First Order behind Link. The alien has finally accumulated some strength in these hundreds of years and is brewing a decisive battle with the First Order. If you say the position of the parent star, it may be a 3-day planet surrounded by the ships of the First Order. Saffron kept silent, but when he thought that he was not good at his pattern and EQ and was teased by Link, he was so angry that he exploded. Then, bang! It really exploded. "Boss, the master exploded." Afu opened his mouth and looked shocked. Chapter 737. In the force field prison, flesh and blood are blurred. All kinds of bones, tissues, granulations and rotten meat fly everywhere, especially the sticky unknown liquid after the broken flesh and blood, which just looks disgusting. The macaw ran away, leaving only one sentence, "I suddenly remembered a little." But before the fat bird went far and finished his excuse, Link heard a long vomit. The dimensional code simply closed the book cover, fell to the ground and pretended to be dead, and was not used to the scene in front of us. Undefined only Grace and Afu, who are good at dark alchemy, didn't leave. Grace is interested in distortion alchemy because of herself. At present, this kind of field is common to Grace. After all, accidents or failures were common in the dark alchemy of distortion before. For Afu, as a little fat man who carried the coffin with his family since childhood, he has seen all kinds of dead people. Coupled with his slow brain response, he doesn't feel anything. As for Link, the focus is not on the rotten meat of the explosion. Because accompanied by the explosion, the pleasant prompt sound of the system starts. You killed Saffron, void projection, and gained 2 million experience. You have left a deep impression on Saffron and are regarded as a thorn in Saffron's eye. In the next cosmic action, you will be targeted by alien stars and Saffron, and the occasion of your existence will be regarded as the first hostile target. As an ordinary leader of abandoned Saturn, what you should do now is to accumulate your strength and prepare for fighting alien stars. You activate the A-level serial mission The Direction of the Vatican Galaxy, Chapter 1 Make More Friends. Mission requirements: you need more allies and followers to fight against the next retaliation of aliens. Set a small target first, and the number of mechanical fortresses will reach 10,000. Current progress: 2877/10,000. Mission reward: Basic Space Folding Mechanical Principle, Micro Air Vehicle Engine Upgrade Manual, version 2.0, 50 potential points and 3 prestige points of Vatican Galaxy. Link looked at the beating system text with excitement in his eyes. Basic Space Folding Mechanical Principle, which is definitely a good thing. With it, we can develop a space folding backpack. Players don't need big bags and small bags every time they go out, but can store common materials in the folding backpack. The size of the basic folding backpack is 2 cubic meters, which has enough space for players to store some common items or supplies. It can be said that the emergence of this technology is the first major turning point for players. Since then, the player's tactical reserve and supply will be more convenient, and can perform some medium and long-distance tasks. To know that players first came into contact with this thing, they had to wait until the end of the lunatic threat of alien leader Sanos and Shadow Saffron, and they first came into contact with such high-tech devices in the transition period from version 2.0 to version 3.0. If Link can complete the task, he can get this good thing in advance. With the support of such convenient and advanced technology, he can form a strong benefit relationship with the mainstream player group, so as to tie them firmly to his chariot. In addition to the basic principles of space folding machinery, the mission also rewarded a Micro Air Vehicle Engine Upgrade Manual, version 2.0. This is also a good thing for Link. Helen has conquered half of the previous Martyr drone blueprint. Now, if you have an engine upgrade manual, you can upgrade the Martyr unmanned raider for a second time, which is more powerful. It is absolutely beneficial to the air war in the universe and the casualty-free attack on the planet. For the remaining 50 potential points and 3 prestige points of the Vatican system, it is normal to put these rewards in A-level tasks. There is no need to repeat them. The most important thing is, the difficulty of this task is very low, which is similar to the beginning of the main task in version 2.0. Wooing allies or something, Link is best at it. The standard is 10,000 people. Now there are nearly 3,000 people in the mechanical fortress. Only 7,000 more people can complete the task. Although the task reward is good, Link won't just find 7,000 people to deal with it. The mechanical fortress is full of elites from various forces and ethnic groups. Link always adheres to the core idea of better lack than abuse, and will not relax the requirements because of class tasks. When Link regained consciousness, Afu had recovered his normal appearance from the state of War Messenger, and Miranda was released from the magic backpack. Afu, Grace, you did a good job this time. You restrained Saffron in time, or the consequences would be unimaginable. Grace only had Miranda in her eyes. There was nothing wrong with Miranda during the inspection. A pair of ignorant eyes seemed to ask what happened just now. Seeing that Miranda had not been affected, Grace was relieved. She looked at Afu with gratitude and said, "It's all up to Afu. Without him, Miranda would have been caught by the thief. This guy took advantage of my eager handle to save Miranda and gave me an alien alchemy manual. There are some things related to alchemy curse energy, which I'm studying, but I'm neglecting." Grace got up and looked at her seat. The book that had been put on the table was now only a mass of black ashes. This. Grace suddenly flustered. Although this book is to divert her attention, most of the contents are true, and there is indeed an in-depth explanation of the alchemy curse, which is helpful to understand Miranda's situation. But now books are reduced to ashes and everything is gone. She had just been studying, but she only remembered some general information of the previous pages. She just glanced at the content behind, let alone understood it. It was difficult to remember. Link looked at the manual turned into ashes and comforted, it should be what magic or curse Saffron said on the first test. Once he left Victoria, this manual recording alien alchemy will turn into ashes and disappear without leaving any trace. It's very much like his means. "Excuse me, dear Desert Emperor, President of Lin's Consortium, Supreme Commander of Sandu, Lord of Wasteland, Wool and Supreme Leader of Wasteland Expedition Army, my respected Master Mr. Link, and this." The dimensional code originally intended to tell all the names of Grace, but it met Grace's almost murderous eyes. He immediately swallowed the next words and quickly went back to the topic. "If you are talking about that book, I don't think it has disappeared." "What do you mean?" "The dimensional code holds its head high and flies into the air. Saffron is a little short of everything. That is the Misty Mountain Villa he entrusted me to convey. I always doubt him. I think he has ulterior motives to join the expeditionary army, so I keep an eye on him. Old Gold and Silver Hands can testify this. Then today he said he wanted to offer books. I thought there are lovely Miranda babies in Misty Mountain Villa. How can they be easily released?" He went in, so he verified the authenticity of the book. "It doesn't matter. As soon as I saw it, I found. This book is true. And I thoroughly combed the alchemy of alien stars and formed a system. The Banshee King may not know. Although my dimensional code is not talented, I still have one small advantage, that is knowledge theft ability. I can copy all the books and knowledge I have read. Now I have a complete version of the alien alchemy manual in my stomach, and all you have to do is provide some good paper or parchment, and I can reprint the knowledge." Hearing the explanation of the dimensional code, Grace's face suddenly melted like a glacier. According to the dimensional code, it seemed to be bathed in sunshine at this moment. Grace went to get the tough and strong sheepskin roll herself, and Link focused on another Afu who was highly praised. "Afu, you did well this time. You killed Saffron alone. It seems that the actual combat drill some time ago was not in vain." Afu smiled shyly and touched his head, "It's mainly the boss. You arranged it well and let me experience the actual combat drill early, so I can deal with Saffron." Of course, Grace, Lao Jin, and the dimensional code all played a key role in the battle just now. "I can't do it alone." The dimensional code could not help nodding. Look. This is a speech with emotional intelligence and pattern. Don't monopolize and give credit to everyone. Who will say that my brother Fu is stupid in the future? I won't accept the dimensional code first." Even when he threw up a refreshing macaw outside the door, he heard Afu's speech and couldn't help applauding. After a while, Grace took the sheepskin roll. After the dimensional code bolted the sheepskin roll into her mouth, she kept chewing it. After the macaw vomited, he returned to the Misty Mountain Villa refreshed. As soon as he came in, he saw the dimensional code vomit on the ground, and rolls of sheepskin came out of his mouth, which was also painted with content. The macaw frowned and always felt that the force of the dimensional code was taking the opportunity to satirize it. But it has no evidence. After getting the complete alien alchemy manual, Grace was a little more excited. "Link, thanks to you this time." Grace was very grateful. Her mood was like riding a roller coaster. The lost alien alchemy manual was recovered, and there was hope for the solution to Miranda. Link smiled and saw Grace's long-lost smile, but advised, "But don't hold too much hope for this manual. Since it was written by Saffron, it must have avoided the core content. I'm afraid this manual alone can't solve Miranda's problem." Grace was not dazzled by the joy and replied calmly, "I know. I just want to understand the alchemy system of alien stars through this book, and then deduce the general direction through what is said in it. We have to rely on ourselves to finally solve Miranda's problem." As for the dimensional code on one side, his head is wilting at the moment, like a frosted eggplant. It's the one who works hard all the way. In the end, the Banshee King thanks Link. At this moment, the dimensional code suddenly thought of a sentence I had seen before, which is very consistent with the current situation: I should be under the car, not in the car. When Saffron was driven back to the alien, the process of stabilizing Victoria dropped to 80%, and then there was only a headless alien legion, which was easy and pleasant to deal with. "Troy, give me orders." Link called Troy to give battle instructions. "Inform all departments that Saffron, Victoria's biggest hidden danger, has been expelled. Now the alien legion has no head and orders everyone to launch an attack on the alien casting magic camp. This war will be the last carnival before the final showdown. Please take advantage of the opportunity." Even when Grace heard this, her attention was abruptly separated from the alchemy manual. After Link sent the battle instructions, she asked, "Is what you just said true or false? This is the last battle before the decisive battle?" Grace really couldn't tell whether it was Link's encouraging words or true. After all, what Link said was so serious that she couldn't help believing it. Link's eyes were sincere and nodded, "It's true. We have cut off all the claws and teeth of the alien to the 3 lower civilizations. Then they lose the ability to expand outward, and Warmer will become their final barracks. When we find the exact location of Warmer, it will be a decisive battle with the alien." Grace glanced a lot of emotions in her eyes, and then said, "Now that Saffron has been dispersed, Miranda will be safe in the mechanical fortress. I apply to fight the alchemist." "Approved." Link has no spare words. Grace's eyes can see that she came up with this evil spirit. Saffron set up a plan and used Grace's concern for Miranda to get her into the trap. Now Saffron fled back to the alien world, so let these alien cubs bear the anger of the Banshee King. Link has silently mourned for the alien legions left in Victoria. After all, the Banshee King's anger, no one can bear the anger. Grace is a vigorous and resolute person. She quickly counted the Alchemy Legion. After reaching a mountain not far from the magic casting camp, she used the transmission array on the mechanical fortress to transmit it. "Führer, according to Yazhai's feedback, we still have 20 minutes to reach the largest human settlement in Victoria." Link thought about it in his mind and said more or less in 20 minutes. Moreover, the Battle of the Wasteland Expeditionary Force was so big that the 3 warships had set out ahead of time. "I'm afraid the whole Victoria already knew the news of the arrival of the Expeditionary Force? Why don't we take advantage of these 20 minutes to see the current situation of the 3 warships?" Link quickly returned to the main control room of the machinery giant and said Troy, together with the 3 spaceships, sent back their real-time combat situation. With the command, the real-time combat situation of the 3 warships was soon uploaded on the holographic screen in front of the console. When the 3 warships heard the link command conveyed by Troy, the originally hot war situation and excitement were more difficult to suppress at the moment. "What? This is the last battle before the great showdown. The Führer didn't say it before." Helen frowned slightly. Although her face was full of doubts, her hands were not slow. She directly turned off the switches of all weapons, and the power of the pirate ship was turned on to the maximum. She supported the Führer's action with practical actions. On the medium-sized transport ship, Dave patted the electric boy Max on the shoulder. "Max, you've gone back to the basic operation of the ship. If you go back, you'll drive next, and I'll be ready to fight." Dave said and walked to the side of the secret room. A moment later, with the mechanical door opened, a 4 or 5 meter high combat mecha appeared in the transport ship. Max's eyes lit up, pointed to a row of red exclamation marks and asked, "Can you press these?" Dave gave him a positive look, so Max became more and more fanatical. In the Mage Tower, Gamish received the order. Lao Cheng nodded calmly, and kept comforting other mages and mages, "Although it is the last battle, we should be steady and don't take it lightly. The people in the following magic schools are looking at the dean who keeps putting spells and combat blessings on himself. Many magic runes are extremely explosive. They are listed as forbidden in the magic school, and black lines appear on their foreheads. If you take them out, they will be a living humanoid magic bomb. You are always so steady?" Chapter 738. Gamish added a good buff to himself. Qianglong Jixiang, who followed him, couldn't help glancing at him and felt dizzy. "Darling, I have more than 40 buffs on my body, which is really steady." The Mage Tower arrived over a caste demon camp. Without saying a word, Gamish urged the hub core of the Mage Tower. Since the capital is the last carnival before the great battle, refreshed the bottom of the box. Gamish started the secret order. Some stones under the Mage's Tower base peeled off, and then a large array of blood runes was exposed. Undefined, the blood array created by Xingzia's supervisor can be extended to a range of several kilometers after being projected and enlarged by the magic pivot. There are not many people sent out by the magic school this time. In the face of the enemies of the casting magic camp, whose number is hundreds of times that of them, Gamish will not be foolish enough to charge and fight. They are mages who are good at using magic spells. Now they have the energy of Mage Tower and Magic Net. Of course, they should adopt the most destructive spells, so as to highlight the difference between them and the reckless man. Magic has always been a delicate and exquisite art. The rest of the mages began to put themselves in various states while lamenting the dean is too steady. How can he look like this, and this magic blessing is a little unnecessary. The effect is no less than that of Gamish. In front of Gamish's eyes, the shrouded area of the blood array appeared, which could almost cover the whole casting magic camp, with a satisfied smile on his face and excitement in his eyes. After all, when he was working with Xingziu to draw this blood array, he was very interested in the description in the drawing of the French array. Now I finally have the opportunity to witness it with my own eyes. Naturally, I am full of expectations. Gamish drives the blood array. The rune under the Mage Tower becomes brighter and brighter, and then the bright red rune mark is projected onto the ground. All creatures in the casting camp find that they have been shrouded in the center of the blood array, and an emotion called tension and uneasiness quickly spreads inside the casting camp. In the cast demon camp, the alien shadow dog is a low creature, but there are also intelligent creatures such as terrorist tactician and banshee. When they fought on various planets, they also heard of the legendary building of Mage Tower, but today they saw it floating overhead. They still can't believe that the scene in front of them is real. When you see yourself shrouded in a red Dharma array, a bad feeling arises spontaneously. The trigger time of blood array is very fast. It takes effect almost at the moment when it is reflected on the earth. The life of all enemy creatures in the Dharma array began to rise and evaporate, and their blood volume continued to decrease. Terrorist tacticians and banshees react the fastest. One incarnates into countless bats to escape from this terrible place, and the other wants to use magic to temporarily twist himself to other dimensions to avoid damage. However, no matter how they struggle, the loss of life is visible to the naked eye and will not be transferred because of their will. The lower level shadow dog hasn't reacted yet. His body is weak. The 2 trumpet flowers on the top of the head have wilted at the moment, hanging down like frost, moving slowly and lying on the ground gasping for breath. Although the Legion Pioneer is composed of fire element and earth element, the blood array is still effective. The green flame on the body of the Legion Pioneer is getting weaker and weaker, and the light in his eyes is gradually dim, giving people the feeling that the residual candle in the wind may run out of oil at any time. Seeing the unprecedented decline of alien creatures in the magic casting camp, the eyes of the magic school on the Mage Tower were burning and eager to try. A large number of shadow dogs have no strength to rush out of the blood array, and have been drained of their vitality. The flesh and blood on the body weakened at a speed visible to the naked eye. The originally plump and bulging body became shriveled and empty inside, like a deflated balloon. /B The fallen devil is not tall, and his red body has no traces of flesh and blood at the moment. He is haggard and terrible, and his blood is burned up, just like a ferocious dead baby in hell. The same is true of exotic demons. The muscles that used to be strong and chew not are now like dehydrated. There are many wrinkles, the content of muscle and flesh decreases rapidly, and the vitality disappears. Some strange demons quickly break into or push up the time barrier to fight against the blood array for several kilometers. However, even within the time barrier, their flesh and life still disappear at a very fast speed. Any action is useless, and even speed up the process of their own extinction. The banshee's painful wail and the struggling roar of other alien creatures make the cast demon camp like hell. The expression on the faces of the people eager to try in the Mage Tower just now had a slight twitch. Although they hate alien stars, the death method of alien stars is still shocking. The effect of the blood array is really terrible. It is still difficult to deal with. The alien legion that once made them suffer is now like a captive lamb to be slaughtered and has no power to fight back. Rao is the dean of the School of Magic, Gamish, and he can't help shaking. Although we know the effect of the blood array, with the mapping of the Mage Tower and the magic pivot providing a lot of energy, the blood array, which originally required seal cutting, incantation and array, consumed human, material and mental resources, can now be launched smoothly and expand the range, making it impossible to prevent. Fortunately, Gamish saw many big scenes. After being shocked, he quickly recovered and said, "Now the alien legion has been greatly weakened. It's time to come on stage to solve these remaining evils." /B With a transmission beam, the people of the magic school came to the outside of the casting magic camp. The magic net of the Mage Tower has been launched after Link's order. At this time, with the Mage Tower as the center, it has spread to nearly 100 kilometers around. With the blessing of the magic net, the combat effectiveness of the people in the Magic College soared, and various complex spells were handy. This feeling of applying rules directly from the magic net and releasing them at will made the mages become master Gatling, and the magic speed in their hands was dazzling one by one. When the mages entered the blood array, something more amazing happened. The blood and life previously extracted from the alien are nourishing their bodies and revitalizing them all the time. This effect is too terrible. Qianglong's Hixiang is also among the mages. Others can only feel that the Dharma array can nourish the body and restore life, but what he sees through the system is concrete data. Blood array, enemies in the array lose 1% of their HP every second, LV70 or targets with high resistance can resist. Friendly units in the Dharma array can recover the total life lost by the enemy every second, which is shared equally by each friendly unit. The fluctuation upper and lower limits of this effect are very large. If the enemy's total loss of life is low, the recovery effect shared equally among each friendly will be low. However, if the total loss is high and the number of friends is small, there will be a huge number of replies. For example, the Blood Dharma array causes 2000 points of damage in 1 second. If there are 10 friends in the Dharma array, each person can recover 200 HP in 1 second, and the effect is amazing. This large array, a Mage Tower, directly reversed the victory or defeat of Pandora's School of Magic against the Alien Legion. Those people were chased by the Alien Legion when they were in Pandora, but now their strength has not been significantly improved, but the war situation has been completely reversed. If there is such a big change, it is that Pandora fought alone before, but now they have become Link's allies and a member of the Wasteland Expedition. Mage Tower and Blood Array, which are killing tools, are allocated to the Magic School without blinking. This courage and strength. Qianglong's Hixiang shook his head. Lauan estimated that he couldn't catch up with Link's footsteps in the future. Compared with the Alien Legion, the number of people in the magic school is dozens of times less. The recovery effect is shared equally. Everyone is like the god of war. In terms of magic value, the magic net provides rapid recovery and spell casting growth. In terms of health value, there is the blessing of blood array. All the previous pressure on Pandora is released at this moment. Only a few alien legions on the edge of the blood array escaped, but facing the members of Pandora School of Magic blessed by the magic net, they were directly beaten and couldn't even lift their heads. Gamish specially selected the remaining senior members of the Alien Legion on the battlefield. One by one, he should be cautious and careful in his usual use and calculate the magic consumption skills. Now he seems to throw them out like he doesn't want money. He is very careful in his usual calculation. He wants to break a piece of money into two, and suddenly gets the image of a rich upstart who begins to spend money like earth. The Mage Tower thundered down from time to time and bombed the alien technology weapons in the casting magic camp. The war swept the battlefield, and the Alien Legion fled everywhere. Gamish looked at the scene with his waist on his back and had only one idea in his mind: the situation was very good. As soon as the picture turned, Link's eyes focused on the pirate ship driven by Helen. The number of guns and energy guns of pirate ships has tripled compared with the previous ones, and the attack ability has been greatly improved. Helen didn't even leave the ship. The pirate ship bombed the casting magic camp in the sky. Helen even took the opportunity to take out many semi-finished products from her usual experiments to test the killing and effect. The heaviest is that Helen threw a giant neurosympathetic robot with a height of more than 8 meters into the casting magic camp. This robot, named the Heart of Steel, is directly controlled by Helen in the pirate ship. Various instructions will be transmitted to the Heart of Steel through signals, and then respond. The delay between the two is only 5 microseconds. It is not too much to say that the synchronization operation is almost negligible. As soon as the Steel Heart robot entered the battlefield, it showed its strong dominance and ran rampant on the battlefield. The surface of the Iron Heart has the blessing mark of the Crusade, as well as the magic circuit carved by many mages in the School of Magic. This is Helen's bold attempt to combine magic and technology. Steelheart also boldly adopts double core. One is a small reaction furnace, and the other is a magic crystal containing magic. The left-hand technology, the right-hand energy, and the huge size directly confused the Alien Legion in the casting camp. Link looked at Helen with an excited face, swept through the Alien Legion, and whispered, "The value of this arcane explosion needs to be corrected, and the utilization rate of magic energy transmission is still a little low, or this band demon only controls more than a dozen banshees, and the range needs to be optimized and adjusted." Helen completely released herself, and Link seemed to have seen the rising of the mechanical mother god. The Ironheart 1.0 version specially created for the Alien Legion can only be said to be enjoyed by the Alien Legion. Finally, Dave led the pilot of medium-sized transport ships, which carried the major forces of the Waste Soil Expeditionary Army. In the mechanical fortress for several months, players have not even improved as fast as the major forces. Under the leadership of Link, all forces are working in one direction, to solve the alien scourge. With the increase of power, these forces with different guiding ideology and beliefs began to learn from each other and absorb the advantages of other forces. For example, the Blood Clan who appeared in the mechanical fortress asked the Spider Demon about the ways of shadow priests and priests. People in the Department of Martial Arts and Taoism, either studying machinery or consulting the Military Intelligence Department, are trying to expand their strength and knowledge. From the day they left the wasteland, they knew that the biological strength encountered in the universe would become stronger and stronger in the future. Looking at the new changes in the strength of different people in the fortress every day, these aborigines couldn't sit still and blazed new ideas to catch up. Now the competition with the Alien Legion is a test to test whether they have made progress. The most mixed is the Expeditionary Force. Martial Arts Department, Mechanical Department, Power Department, and Mystery Department, and there is no shortage of superpower for departments. The battle between the two sides was even more dazzling. Dave personally drove his own version of Mecha Scavenger 3.0, just like a sharp knife, charging back and forth on the battlefield. The Electric Boy Max controls the transport ship and starts all weapons and firepower after the transformation of the transport ship, such as mercury pouring into the ground. The expeditionary troops with rich combat experience with the Alien Legion can be said to be relaxed and happy to deal with these Victorian alien legions they have never met. After all, they have experienced the same war twice. But in the view of the Alien Legion, there are a few words that can appropriately summarize these ferocious enemies, the most familiar strangers. The two sides have never met, but their actions and skills are so targeted. After reading the battle picture of the three parties, Link was determined. The Alien Legion has so many species and combat effectiveness that it will not pose any threat as long as it is familiar with them. All the battles were carried out step by step without any waves and accidents. In essence, the first type of contact in version 2.0, Demon Invasion, is to give players a pedal to enter the universe from their respective planets. The numerical difficulty still has a lot of weight. Unfortunately, there is such a big bug as Link. He forcibly takes players and NPCs and plays the difficult mode into a simple mode. In a big duel, the Waste Soil Expeditionary Forces completed the results exhibition meeting. It's a pity that Sanos can't see it. If he sees this picture, he will probably be angry. Link sighed casually and then got up. Now that Victoria's war is over, let's fast forward to the expected unpacking. Link. What is the best reward package? Chapter 739. Without saying a word, Link opened the best reward package, and a long string of prompts popped up. You have gained 2,560,000 experience, 30 potential points. Skill Book Shadow Fury, Powerful Shadow Essence, purple, Powerful Life Essence, purple, and Strong Alchemy Hand Making Chart. After reading the reward in the best reward bag, Link's eyes flashed a trace of disappointment. It was originally expected to issue legendary items or materials. Now it seems that the so-called best reward package is nothing. Shadow Rage LV1, be released. Shadow Rage, deal 500 damage to all enemies within 50 meters around you, and stun them for 2 seconds. Consumption, 200 energy. Undefined level B skill Anger of the Shadow. Link takes a random shot after he gets it, and the skill book turns into a white streamer and disappears into his body. As a skill of group injury and group control, Link didn't hesitate at all. There are never too many control skills. Anyway, there is no upper limit on his skills now. Why not learn? Then Link spent nearly 10 million experience and directly pulled the Shadow Anger skill level to the full level. The subsequent data is as follows. Shadow Rage LV10, be released. Shadow Rage, deal 5,000 damage to all enemies within 500 meters around them, and make them unconscious for 10 seconds. Consumption, 800 energy. Whether it's distance, damage, control time, or consumption, all numbers have been improved. Link is quite satisfied with this skill. The Coma skill within 500 meters can also cause high damage, and the skill is highly comprehensive. In particular, the killing range is 100 meters more than Link's exclusive A-level skill Destroy All 10 Sides. Coma for 10 seconds. In the battlefield, where the victory or defeat can be decided in the blink of an eye, 10 seconds of control time is enough to do a lot of things. After that, the effective Shadow Essence and Life Essence are all epic material. Falling Down is also more suitable for the identity of the Shalfulong Alchemist. Sponsored a wave of advanced materials for Link's synthetic material library. When Link saw the last reward, the corners of his mouth raised. Powerful Alchemist Making Map. Isn't that one of the skills this guy used when he was fighting with Saffron? Link's first thought was Grace. This time Saffron personally went to the mechanical fortress to threaten the expeditionary army and the life on the whole Victorian planet through Miranda. This behavior has touched Grace's scales. Now that Grace has obtained the Alien Alchemy Manual, she can systematically understand alien alchemy and get the production drawings of powerful alchemists. Once she successfully creates this equipment, isn't it equivalent to a little shadow demon? Even the first alchemist in the Vatican system in the future. Link looked at the detailed introduction of the purple drawing and immediately had a general understanding of the effect of the powerful alchemist. As an epic equipment drawing, the first effect of a powerful alchemist is to increase alchemy knowledge, and even indicate that it can exceed the maximum limit of current alchemy knowledge. This means that as long as you wear a powerful alchemist, you can learn across versions after your alchemy knowledge reaches the maximum version limit. Secondly, when wearing a powerful alchemist for alchemy operation, the success rate increases by 5%, there is a 1% probability to improve the quality of alchemy products by 1 level, and there is a 0.1% probability to improve the quality of alchemy products by 2 levels. At the same time, this glove also increases the resistance, intelligence, and energy required for alchemy, which can be said to have comprehensive properties. In addition, the powerful alchemist also has a stable element special effect. When using the powerful alchemist to refine various element particles and crystals, it can effectively control the mutual exclusion between elements and make alchemy and use safer. Rao is a fake alchemy master. After seeing the equipment drawing, he couldn't help drooling and gave birth to the idea of studying alchemy. But after losing his mind, Link regained his mind. Professional things are left to professional people, and their own energy is not allowed to dabble in alchemy. Moreover, Link doesn't have such a high motivation for alchemy. Now that Grace is in charge and has a good talent in alchemy, and Miranda is an important tie, Link is also willing to give this equipment to her, so as to give full play to the power of a powerful alchemist to the greatest extent. After reading all the rewards, Link put the things into the collection room and built them with the power of mechanical fortress after the war. Führer, we still have 5 minutes to reach the human settlement. What instructions do you have? The image of Troy appeared on the holographic screen. Link thought for a moment and said, "Just do what you announced with the Victorian people. The main task is still to focus on post-war reconstruction, Victorian resource collection and the search for the soul singer. As for the alliance with Victoria..." Link thought for a moment and thought of Julian's evaluation in his previous life, smiled. "As for the alliance with Victoria, let it be." Troy wondered why the head of state gave such an answer. It was natural to form an alliance with Antonidas and Gamish of Pandora before. It could even be facilitated. How did he get to Victoria? But he used a sentence of "let it be." Troy knew that the Führer must have seen something from the future, but he was more curious about what happened to Victoria, so that the Führer could say "let it go." However, Link didn't answer. Troy naturally didn't ask many questions. We'll know later. Julian, the protagonist of Victoria. Unlike the unruly prodigal son John and Antonidas who will rise by chance, Julian is like an alien among the protagonists of the 3 novice planets. Different from the protagonists of the image of Wei Guang on other planets, Julian is eccentric and extremely despises those so-called decent people. He works more according to his intuition or preferences. Unlike John and Antonidas, who gathered a single vote of fans, Julian was completely a lone ranger. Many Victorian players have found opportunities to contact Julian and expressed their ideas to follow. However, Julian has no psychological burden after knowing that the alien death can be resurrected. As long as a player takes the initiative to come to the door and doesn't leave after 3 words, he will kill him. Such behavior not only did not arouse the disgust of players, but made them feel very cool and follow Julian crazily. Julian's story is even more interesting. If it is true, it may not be enough for 1 chapter. In Link's words, all the strangeness and chaos in Victoria were caused by Julian. Julian now appears as a prophet, with the psychology of atonement, guiding the people with destiny on the planet to move forward and make changes. Julian has a certain prophecy ability. After entering the universe in the future, he is also a very difficult person. He is like a wild crane with uncertain whereabouts on weekdays. In his previous life, Link only heard Julian's temper and temperament from the Forum and Victorian players, and had never personally contacted him, so he said let it go. Anyway, Julian is the protagonist of Victoria's Imperial and it is certain to enter space in the future. However, because it does not involve any forces, it does not prevent Link from wantonly soliciting Victoria's local forces. However, at the thought of Julian's world-weary face, Link inexplicably looked forward to it. What wonderful sparks will a false prophet collide with a true prophet? Chapter 740. The mechanical fortress drove slowly in the air. Near the human gathering place, the sky was filled with dark clouds and thunder from time to time. Link glanced at the dense clouds, and immediately saw that these clouds were definitely not formed naturally, gathered for a long time, and contained a huge amount of energy. Apart from Julian, a prophet, there was no one else in Victoria who could create such a large-scale meteorological change. The arrival of the mechanical fortress once again shrouded the grey and black clouds with a layer of shadow, and the brightness of the earth was reduced by a few points. Another electric snake darted through the clouds, reflecting a huge black shadow. Undefined Ander, the largest gathering place of Victorian humans, is fighting against alien legions like locusts. In the past, the alien legion will also launch an attack, but the intensity is far less than today. Dark clouds pressed on the city, and the air was wet and dull, as well as disgusting blood. What's the matter with these alien cubs today? They will retreat to this degree in the past. There is no sign today. The magic magician guarding the city exudes sweat on his forehead and is tired of dealing with it. These days, alien attacks are fierce every day, and there is a wave of impact from time to time. Their time for rest and meditation is greatly reduced, and there is little energy left in their body. Even if they have some powerful skills, they can't release them now. Although they know that this is the strategy of alien procrastination and consumption, they have no way to deal with it. If people go to rest and recover, the front line can't withstand the attack. But if we don't separate people, sooner or later they will be drained and the city gate will be lost. Why hasn't the prophet come back? I'm afraid Ander won't be safe if it goes on like this. The subsequent retreat route and projects have not been completed. Once defeated, mankind will be hanged. Ander's commander frowned and looked anxiously at the now gradually compressed position. Just then, a black raven flapped its wings and flew from afar, falling straight on the outer wall of the city. When Ander's commander saw the brown and black raven, his face immediately showed a happy look. Prophet, you're back. The front line can't stand it. The next second, the raven's body shape suddenly changed into a middle-aged man wrapped in a garment woven with crow hair. In his hand, there was a long stick that looked shoddy, with a small bulge on the top, which made people feel like a stick left by a black bear after stabbing honey, and a circle of solidified honey remained on the top. As the hood of the raven robe just covered Julian's face and left a shadow, Julian said, "Resist to the death. At least make it through today, and the Falcon Guard can set up a complete defense tomorrow. Anyway, today." But before Julian finished, he looked up in amazement, showed a pair of green eyes and looked at the sky. In the intertwined lightning, a huge shadow blots out the sun, covering the whole Ander and the front battlefield. The sudden appearance of this giant beyond Julian's understanding. Through the clouds, Julian saw a supergiant steel castle comparable to Answer City, suspended thousands of meters high. Pure mechanical structure, but with unparalleled propulsion and scientific and technological content, it is completely different from the mechanical body of Victorian steampunk style, with stronger structure and scientific and technological content. At present, the whole Victoria does not have the ability to suspend a city in the air. At present, behind the dark clouds, there is such a huge ship suspended in the air silently. The silence seems to contain the ability to destroy the whole surface. Looking at the style, the mechanical fortress is cold steel, which is very different from the evil ferocity of alien stars. Not only Julian, but also some sensitive alien legion terrorist tacticians and alien shadow dogs felt the sudden oppression from the sky and looked up at the sky. Lightning surged, and the huge shadow behind the dark cloud was like an ancient beast. More and more people on the battlefield stopped fighting and looked at the sky. Soon, the cries of fighting and killing on the battlefield decreased and dispersed, and the mysterious shadow overhead became the only focus on the battlefield. Victoria's players, seeing this shadow, couldn't help swallowing their saliva. They were excited and nervous in their eyes. Maybe alien and indigenous NPCs don't know what this is, but they have seen the news of the arrival of the expeditionary army in the forum. They don't understand what happened. My duck, although I've seen photos or videos of the mechanical fortress before, no one told me how big it is. If this falls, I'm afraid it's bigger than Ender. I'm beginning to admire Link. It's not possible for human beings to lift such a big thing into the sky. Players are all filled with emotion about the strength of the wasteland and increasingly look forward to the picture of the official debut of the mechanical fortress. Attention, attention, this is the mechanical fortress of the Wasteland Expeditionary Army. We came from the desolate star system of the Vatican system and abandoned Saturn in order to eliminate the alien black and evil forces running across the Vatican system. Troy's opening was very stiff, but the mechanical sound spread all over the sky, combined with the roaring thunder. Suddenly a cold and heartless image of high-level gods appeared in everyone's heart. Players have roared with joy. As Pandora players said, when Link comes, there will be a blue sky. When Link comes, Victoria is at peace. Like Pandora, it will be recorded in the history of Victoria in the future. Link, the leader of the Great Wasteland Expedition, arrived in Victoria by Mechanical Fortress, which marks the end of Victoria's difficult action against alien stars and the turning point of this protracted battle. Some of the Aboriginal NPCs did not respond to this crosstalk. Vatican Galaxy, Desolate Star System, Waste Saturn? What is this? Why have you never heard of it before? When the Victorian Aborigines looked confused, the alien legion opposite blew the pot directly. Waste Saturn, Link. When they were in Wormer, they heard of the names of Waste Saturn and Link. The man who drove the alien out of the wasteland by himself once changed the alien legion into PTSD to talk about the wasteland and Link. Then, all unexpected scenes happened, and alien legions began to turn around on the battlefield. First, a small wave, then like a snowball falling on an snowy mountain, rolled bigger and bigger, and finally triggered an avalanche. The legion completely collapsed. The alien shadow dog turned and ran away, regardless of the command of the terrorist tactician. Then there was no shadow dog as the vanguard, and the alien devil hesitated for a moment and turned around. The fallen demons, banshees, and even the army pioneers who wreaked havoc on the battlefield all fled together. Finally, the terrorist tacticians were alone. There was no target that could command the whole battlefield. The Victorian Aborigines and players were stunned. They were still murderous just now. They were a core that would not stop until Ander was flat today. Now they just heard Link's name and fled in a hurry. Is that ridiculous? Just then, the mechanical fortress above the clouds sounded again. This time, it was like the last straw that crushed the camel. Chapter 741. The shadow of the nether projection has been defeated, the commander in charge of the Victorian War has been killed, and you have been abandoned by the loyal leader. Troy's voice sounded again. When hearing that the Shadow Lord projected from the void was defeated, Yuri, the commander of the Alien Legion in Victoria, died, and the Alien Legion was in an uproar. More than an hour ago, Lord Yuri sent them a signal of general attack through his mind, but there was no news since. Many terrorist tacticians in charge of the command of the casting magic camp reported and communicated, but the results were all sunk into the sea and could not get any instructions and responses. Many terrorist tacticians have a lot of questions, but the war is going well, so they don't think much. Undefined but now combined with the mechanical fortress, a fear surged into my heart. Maybe Lord Yuri had really died in the war, otherwise, how could he not receive a message? This is not in line with common sense. In the past, the Victoria Alien Magic Casting Camp adopted the linkage mode, which was uniformly deployed by the war envoy Lord Yuri with his mind. The exquisite layout can consume the enemy's strength every time. But this time, after issuing a general attack order, it disappeared, and there was no more order, which itself was extremely abnormal. Now, combined with the statement above the cloud, it almost makes the terrorist tactician hammer the authenticity. Now the Shadow Lord's empty projection has been defeated, and Lord Yuri, as the commander, has died. The birds and animals of the alien legion have scattered, and the whole situation has completely collapsed. Unless the alien leader Sanos comes in person, it is impossible to reunite these scattered legions. But at this time, a more striking situation came. The endless running portal in the casting magic camp suddenly lost its stable energy and began to shrink, collapse and close from another section. In just a few seconds, Vermeer closed the connection with Victoria. When the alien legion ready to escape saw the cables on the ground and the empty portal, and could no longer see the red land and yellow sand on the other side of the portal, his heart suddenly sank to the bottom of the valley and his face turned white. Now even Wormer has closed the portal, which means that the other side knows the situation, and the final opinion is to ensure that Wormer will not be attacked by the enemy's anti-invasion raid and abandon their legions fighting on Victoria. In short, they became the victims and outcasts of alien defeat. When this point was figured out, the intelligent creatures of the alien legion looked desperate, and the original grey face of the terrorist tactician became more and more pale. Cut off the way back and let the alien legion's chilly link and the wasteland expedition arrive. These two messages are superimposed together, and the alien legion has only despair. On the battlefield, in addition to the exodus of the alien legion and the overwhelming cry, there are many cool sounds. Players looked at the fleeing alien legion with a dull face. After a long time, they said, "Is Link's reputation so terrible?" The alien legion broke up directly after hearing it, and even didn't have the courage to fight it. "It's so terrible. Fuck, this reaction is outrageous." Just 2 words scared the alien legion to collapse. Is this a soldier who subdues people without fighting? A player's head turned quickly and a blind spot soon occurred. What? Shouldn't your attention be focused on driving away Saffron's empty projection? When did the second leader of the alien come to Victoria and when did Link drive him away? Look at the forum. There are videos sent by players performing tasks outside the forum. Gossip is crazy. It is spread by word of mouth among players. Soon, many players entered the forum and saw screenshots and videos sent by players. When seeing the battle between the kilometer-high Saffron Void projection and Link, the players' brains buzzed and suddenly went blank. This fucking... It's completely beyond their imagination. The 1,000-meter-high Void projection is always burning. Although players often say that as long as they dare to light the blood bar, God will kill you. But when I see the black inflammation with a height of kilometers in the video, what blood strips, what gods, what do you say? Why can't I understand a word? Don't talk about killing God. I'm afraid I won't be burned with 1 foot. This is no longer a battle between mortals, but belongs to the field of God of Link and the projection of the Void. In the video, Link's moves are neat, simple, and rough, and Saffron is speechless. His mouth was vicious and his moves were even sharper. A death without CD, 1 finger, and 3 consecutive shots directly drove Saffron into ignorance. Then the battle became more and more wonderful. At the moment of attack and defense, they made a lot of clear and false moves, just like playing cards. They constantly cheated each other's big skills. Finally, Link won and killed Saffron. After watching, the player's mood is difficult to calm down for a long time. There is only 1 sentence left in my mind: gods fight, mortals suffer. However, if players are closer, they may be affected. In this video, players 5 kilometers away felt the aftermath of the battle. If they were closer, I'm afraid the whole person would be gone. Ling Kai Wei, such terror. In particular, the wide gap between the two sides in size and the reversal of the battle results shocked the players. Just when the players were shocked, the Aborigines were forced, and the alien cubs fled in a hurry, the mechanical fortress slowly fell from the top of the dark cloud. The giant machinery city pierced the dark clouds and first appeared towering. There were many indicator lights on the surface of the machine, and the dense dark clouds were directly scattered by the machine fortress. The previous surging electro-optic thunder clouds were completely extinguished and disappeared in an instant, just like the alien legion. When the whole mechanical fortress appeared from the dark clouds, the color between heaven and earth was gloomy and dim again. There is only one focus between heaven and earth. Many Terrans in Ander came out of the house and stared at the huge things in the sky. The things in front of them exceeded their cognition. Link looked at the scattered alien legion through the holographic picture, and there was a little more sullen in his eyebrows. These alien kids don't think of others at all. Running so far one by one will take longer to fight later. Isn't that delaying his next action? Thinking of this, Link couldn't help getting up and decided to appear in person to change the current chaotic situation. Troy, connect me with the sound transmission equipment. I want to speak. Soon, Troy turned on the sound transmission, and Link's words will be transmitted to the surface through several sound amplification equipment in the mechanical fortress. I'm Link, members of the Alien Legion. Can you hear me? What are you doing? With the portal closed, you can still run out of Victoria. Why don't you turn your head and regroup and fight with real weapons? Maybe you can kill away. The Alien Legion was silly when they heard this. When the Aborigines of Victoria heard this, they jumped and sweated with fear. As for the players, their chin has been dragged to the ground. Chapter 742. Link. Are you crazy to ask the Alien Legion to regroup? You know, this is not a casting magic camp, but a collection of 2 casting magic camps. Our front troops can't hold it. It's too selfish to pretend to ignore our life and death for ourselves. Some players have hardened their fists and have some bad views on Link. With Link's strength, you can easily solve the enemy, but Ander's NPCs and players are not necessarily. Undefined. Some players have died more than 40 times in this week's battle, but they can't be resurrected again. It's forbidden to log into the game. And Ander's NPCs can't be reborn once they die. Link's words are forced enough, but they have to bear the consequences. Some people who haven't met Lin Kesub but have heard about his legend in the forum can't help feeling a little disgusted with his character at the moment. Rao is the human guard of Ander City, frowning. This is a battlefield, not a sandbox exercise. The combat effectiveness of the Alien Legion opposite is real. Now, if Link makes the Alien Legion regroup and turn around, he will lose a lot in the frontal battle. /B The expeditionary force from the waste Saturn doesn't look like a rush to help, but rather like a shit-stirring stick. Hearing this, the fleeing Alien Legion felt extremely sad and even resentful. They crossed the Wormer portal to Victoria and swore in front of the Alien Legion commander Yegsh that they would capture Victoria. /B But now the support behind them took the initiative to cut off contact and abandoned them. They were locked alive in Victoria and became fish meat to be slaughtered. But Link's words woke them up. Yes, the portal is closed. Where can they escape? The whole planet is Victoria's human resistance army. Now the Wasteland Expeditionary Army is not far away to support them. Where else can they escape? Instead of being killed in flight, it's better to turn around and make a fight. Maybe they can kill a way of blood. There are 5 casting camps attacking Victoria, the largest number in history. If you can gather with them after breaking out of the siege, it is definitely a great force. Even Victorian humans and Link should be afraid of this force. Maybe after stabilizing the situation again, they can use the magic box to reopen the door to Wormer. Thinking of this, a trace of determination flashed in the eyes of the terrorist tactician. Link is right. Now we can't escape and avoid. Only in the face can we have a glimmer of vitality. /B Everyone regroups. We're going to launch the last impact. /B Running away is a death. There's still a way to live. Soon, some fleeing alien members stopped and were infected by the words of terrorist tacticians. Yes, if you run for your life now, where can you escape? After all, it's not a death. But if you can assemble troops to fight, if you win, you can let the enemy know their strength, and maybe there's a glimmer of vitality. The alien members who have figured it out stop and turn around again. \B. The alien shadow dog looked at the others and couldn't help stopping. A strong sense of cohesion and war rose from the alien legion. The alien shadow dog turned its head, bared its teeth and roared again, which perfectly explained what a dog stands up for others. Watching the alien legion regroup because of Link's words, the soldiers in Ender almost scolded Link thousands of times. Even Julian, the prophet at the head of the city, couldn't help looking at the mechanical fortress. Even if the alien legions are all pigs, they will kill one by one until tomorrow. As long as there is one casualty during this period, it will be a loss. On the contrary, they escape when they are defeated. Their morale is lax and they can't produce any idea of resistance. Killing one more is a profit. Although the other party had a super large aircraft such as a mechanical fortress, the prophet Julian's evaluation of Link, who frightened the alien, dropped a little and put on a hat of great joy. Troy on the mechanical fortress saw the alien planets regroup and said, "Führer, it seems that your persuasion is very successful. But Victorian humans seem to complain about you." Link got up and walked to the transport warehouse, laughing, "It doesn't matter. Their opinions are the least important. Don't hate me now. As long as they show their strong dominance in the battlefield later, they will immediately forget their stupid ideas and start chasing me." Link knew what these people thought and guessed the direction of their interchanges clearly, so he didn't mind. \B. Link clapped his hands, and many pets came to the transfer bin together. Not surprisingly, this should be the last battle before the showdown with aliens. Let's have fun this time. \U001D. With Link's promise, these pets are all ready to move. You know, the number of alien legions is limited. If others kill one more, they will leave less for themselves. In particular, the Dragon Touch God, a giant, only needs to drill out of the ground every time, which is enough to affect hundreds of enemies within the range. The Treasure Hunt Mouse and the 5-Mouse Special Agent team looked grim. The Treasure Hunt Mouse chirped and gave orders to the 5-Mouse, and the 5-Mouse nodded again and again to keep the leader's plan in mind. \B. King Kong narrows his eyes slightly to show a nap. In fact, the slightly raised corners of his mouth have betrayed his real thoughts. So many alien creatures have their hands stained with the blood of innocent people. How much merit would it be if they could be solved at one time? I glanced at Shasok, who was juxtaposed with King Kong. Recently, he had some experience in cultivation, felt his strength had improved, and his desire to bet was ready. "King Kong, let's see who killed many people this time. Dare you?" King Kong gently called the Buddha's name and said, "Amitabha, monks only transcend, not kill." Shasok snorted heavily. "What's the difference between killing and transcending?" Shasok only felt pedantic and hypocritical about this kind of iron pimple. "Well, let's see who has passed more this time." Shasok changed his mouth. King Kong also said, "How can Buddhist disciples have the heart of comparison? We only go beyond to benefit the world and popularize merit, but also to compete. In this way, we fall into the inferior." Shasok's eyes turned red and began to accumulate anger. "I see. You're afraid to lose to me." King Kong glanced at him and quickly changed his mouth. "I'm just worried that you are too murderous to fall into the devil's way in the end." After saying that, King Kong sighed, "Well, I don't go to hell." "Who goes to hell?" "I want to send these alien creatures a journey, and I can't see you go all the way to the black. \B. Let's see how I break your anger this time." With a burst of golden light, Link and the pets came to the ground the next second. When King Kong looked into the distance, his eyes suddenly flashed. In addition to a large number of alien creatures, there is a strange air in Victoria. This is all resentment, evil spirits, and weird, all objects that need transcendence. So that King Kong's tone could not help trembling and sighed, here is a paradise. Chapter 743. For King Kong, this is indeed a paradise. In addition to a large number of alien legions, there is a strange smell in the air. Victoria's planet background is a complex period of change. Witches, werewolves, blood families, exorcists, warriors, and Templars have all kinds of occupations. In addition, science has also stepped out of a distinctive branch and derived a new kind, steampunk. Driven by steam internal combustion engine and exquisite settings, all kinds of ancient mechanical creations burst out majestic energy. The hostile creatures in Victoria are all kinds of evil and nightmares. Undefined for King Kong, these are all good merits. It's hard to find in the wasteland, but it's everywhere in Victoria. If someone interviewed King Kong and asked him about Victoria, King Kong would say that sentence without hesitation, "I love Victoria." The air on this land exudes the smell of merit. King Kong has a strong hunch in his heart that his opportunity is here. "Link, I may leave for a while after the battle." King Kong looked serious. Link was a little curious. The battle had not started yet. Why did King Kong leave? "The air here exudes merit." "Ah, no, the smell of sin. I feel that there is my chance here. I have to go." Link's eyes lit up. King Kong's chance is not a joke every time. If he really feels the chance, he must seize this opportunity. This guy hasn't been bothered since Link synthesized King Kong. All the way to improve is also a variety of opportunities. Except for the Buddhist niche relic, Link has basically not wasted any materials. In this way, he has improved from excellent quality to dark purple by feeling the opportunity. The 9-type Tathagata Divine Palm has also understood its 8. Maybe this chance will enable King Kong to understand all the Tathagata Divine Palms and further his strength. Well, anyway, we have to stay in Victoria for a while. You can leave after the battle. Take this messenger and contact him whenever you need anything. Link didn't take care of King Kong too much. After all, with King Kong's strength, you can walk horizontally in Victoria. In addition, most of the hostile creatures here are evil fall and unspeakable mental pollutants. Vajra is protected by Buddha's light, which is the bane of these creatures. You don't have to worry about safety. When Shasok heard the dialogue between King Kong and Link, he couldn't help feeling a strong sense of crisis. He and King Kong win or lose in the competition. If this guy gets the opportunity to improve his strength this time, isn't he his opponent? Shasok secretly decided that after the battle, he would also go to Victoria to try his luck. Maybe he would have the opportunity to join in and improve his strength. When Link led his pet legion, the atmosphere changed again. The dragon god with terrible posture and facing the more terrible dragon god acts as the largest background wall. He has sharp spines and bristles and a body tens of meters long, and 2 giant pliers on his mouth rattle. The second largest is the ancient steel war tree. As a creature with metal and natural attributes, the ancient steel war tree likes to participate in this big scene. According to his words, when it used to be an ancient tree of war, he was pressed within the sacred tree all day and couldn't move. Now it's hard to come out. We must seize every war and every opportunity. Each of the pet generals under Link's command, such as Mother Spider, King Kong, Shasok, and Gargoyle, contains a strong smell. You can feel their difference just at a glance. Then, the Spider Demon Empire army led by Silver Demon UBIS, from Spider Demon priests to Spider Demon guards to crypt assassins, a complete Spider Demon army is eyeing. Shadow dogs, undead, mummies, eagle guardians and tomb werewolves have been transformed into zombies and mummies. The lineup is also gorgeous. After 2 battles with Waste Soil and Pandora, the number of transformed shadow dogs has increased rapidly, and there are even several mummies wrapped in bandages, which are very eye-catching. When such a pet legion appeared, the atmosphere on the field went down sharply. Members of the Alien Legion saw that many former members of the Alien Legion under Link's command had been transformed, and an inexplicable feeling surged from the bottom of their heart. When the defenders and players of Ender City saw Link's pet Tian Tuan, the only word they could send out was wow. The Prophet Julian can clearly feel the powerful energy of these pets, and even a few are enough to pose a threat to him. Such a pet legion, to deal with the regrouped Alien Legion on the field, the balance of victory and defeat has quietly deflected to Link. Enjoy the war. Link didn't say much, but after this sentence, he slowly opened his hands, as if to open the curtain of the battle, or to embrace the world of Victoria. With the order, all the pets were boiling. A fierce son of the dragon tentacle god plunged into the ground, and the earth roared and trembled. Soon after, he suddenly appeared from the magic casting camp, and the poisoned liquid fan-shaped spit corroded all the enemies in a mile. King Kong and Shasok act at the same time. Shasok also directly drills into the ground and uses the vanishing ability to rush to the place where alien stars gather most. King Kong took out the shaking sky from his ear, and the needle-sized rod immediately expanded and expanded again, and King Kong also directly opened the Dharma, heaven and earth, and his body shape soared by 20 times. A 30-meter-high giant steel monkey, carrying an iron rod, smashed at the Legion. When the sky and the earth collided violently, Mars splashed, alien creatures were blown up, the ground burst into chapped cracks, and a shock wave spread around. Alien shadow dogs and short fallen demons flew like grass mustard. 4 gargoyles soared in the sky. After circling for several times, they piled up and rushed to the densest place of alien stars. Scream of terror, fierce wind of war, group ridicule. A series of damage control combos. There are many alien corpses on the ground. Other pets also made their own efforts, and the army directly hid them. The Alien Legion just gathered was washed away in an instant. Don't say it's fighting back. You can't even escape now. With one hand behind his back and the other holding a force field scepter, Link strolled on the battlefield, elegantly like a prince participating in suit. A scarlet arrow flies through the Alien Legion, and 4 or 5 members of the Alien Legion can be taken away in the blink of an eye. The Legion Vanguard and Banshee rushed up to catch the thief and the king first. Unfortunately, they were shaken out by the force field before they got close to Link. The ability of the Alien Legion is restrained by Link's pet legion. Even if the head is dark and vast, it can't raise any waves at all. Yes, it's just a unilateral massacre. For Link, after he drove Saffron's empty projection away, the Victorian War had entered the final stage. Dealing with these miscellaneous fish is not the highlight of the war. At best, it is post-war garbage cleaning. Boring and boring. Chapter 744. The Aborigines and players in Ender City just had the idea of Link is a bad thing. Now they are stunned to see the destroyed personnel and defense lines of this pet sky regiment. They had been thinking about the regrouping of the Alien Legion and were ready to fight to the death. The next battle will be very difficult. But when watching the Pet Legion's understatement of tearing up the alien defense line and all kinds of pets' terrible and incredible skills, the natives and players in Ender City were silent. Almost all players swallowed their saliva and watched the Dragon Touch God and King Kong kill and wreak havoc unilaterally on the battlefield. Poison gas, flying needles and Buddha's voice are stirring in the air. Those who watch the battle in the city can't help but substitute themselves into the Alien Legion and ask themselves whether they can survive in the face of such a devastating and majestic attack. But in the end, the answers everyone got were discouraging. The attack of this level and scope had far exceeded the maximum they could bear. Like the surging waves, it was difficult to resist one wave after another. Undefined, the Prophet Julian's eyes moved away from the strange and terrible pets and focused on an elegant back. The Alien Legion was like paper in front of Link. Even Link rarely raised his hand in the whole process, and easily walked into the center of the battlefield. That scarlet is like a wise red arrow, flying through the battlefield. Whether it's a ferocious shadow dog or a tall, fiery Legion pioneer, once they approach the attack range of the red arrow, there's only death waiting for them. There are also strange and difficult to find invisible force fields, although they may appear in any tricky corner, which is impossible to prevent. Julian can see that this invisible force field should be the scepter control in Link's hand, but he can't find any pre-action. Often, if Link doesn't have action in his hand, the invisible force field will start. It's true and tricky. The battlefield was almost one-sided, and the Pet Legion surged up like a tide, tearing the battlefield into several pieces. Just now, the Alien Legion, who had gathered the momentum of a desperate fight, was poured with cold water. The arrogance and courage dissipated again and fled. But missed the golden time of escape before. Now the escape just makes death come more quickly. The Iron and Steel War, the Ancient Tree's Iron Torrent, the Mother Spider's Explosive Division, the competition between King Kong and Shasok, the Dragon Touch God's swarm of insects dancing in disorder, and the gerbils who led countless younger brothers into sand, set off a wave wantonly on the battlefield, and no enemy can escape the shadow of death. The Aborigines and players in Ender City were nervous and faced with great enemies by Link's words just now, but he didn't expect Link to lead the pet army to break the array. The Alien Legion was afraid of Link's name, but now it was ruthlessly tortured and killed. Its anger was like hitting a sponge and a clay ox into the sea. Although there are still many alien legions, Julian can see that the war has come to an end and Victoria's crisis has been lifted. Link, what kind of person are you? Julian looked at Link's back and felt a strong king's spirit surging around the figure. There is no one around Link on the battlefield of Casting Magic Camp. The mouth has always been smiling, which is very different from the ferocious dragon tentacle god, murderous Shasok and angry King Kong, but in the view of the Alien Legion, Link is the real murderer. Die in other hands, at least die plainly. However, when meeting this one, they are either shot through by a sudden red arrow or pressed into meat sauce by an invisible force field. What's more terrible is that some people just make eye contact with Link, and their bodies will suddenly die and be fried into meat mud, leaving a strong psychological shadow for the people of the Alien Legion. Finally, their body will come to the terrible place of Link. The Alien Legion, which had suffered a lot in Ender, fell apart under the attack of Link and the Pet Legion. When the highly mobile pet chases the after effects of alien stars, King Kong puts up the shock sky and jumps to Link. Master, the battlefield has come to an end. I should look for my chance now. Link waved his hand and looked forward to it, but he told him, don't worry. Remember to contact the messenger for anything. As soon as King Kong's front foot left, Shasok returned to Link. Looking around, he found that he couldn't see King Kong, so he said, Master, I've got something recently. Just before Shasok finished, Link knew what the guy wanted to do. Shasok and Vaitra are happy friends and want to be the first in everything. Now Vaitra goes out to look for opportunities, how can Shasok be willing to fall behind? You go, take the messenger and contact him. Shasok nodded with joy, put away his blades and double blades, plunged into the ground and went far away. To tell the truth, he didn't feel any chance, but King Kong said organic fate, it's probably organic fate. He should find a way to become stronger this time, otherwise they won't be at the same level when they come back. Looking at the Alien Legion defeated like a mountain, the Prophet Julian knew that the alien could not turn the wind and waves anymore. The portal in the camp has been completely closed, and several other casting magic camps are expected to be in the same situation. Victoria is safe. Julian turned into a raven and was just about to leave. Link's voice floated in the sky, the Prophet Julian, the guardian of Victoria, don't you sit down and talk. As soon as he said this, all Ender's eyes focused on the raven at the head of the city. If Link hadn't spoken, they wouldn't even know Julian was going to leave again. There's nothing to talk about between us, and I'm just a redeemer, not a guardian. Julian's words were cold and seemed unwilling to talk to Link too. The raven took off again and flew over the city to leave. Maybe we can talk about how to completely eliminate Victoria's demons, evils, and evil fall, so that you can get rid of the shadow of atonement as soon as possible." A fine light flashed across Julian's eyebrows. This link was the first time to Victoria. Why did he know so many things? "Then come on." Julian flapped his wings and the brown and black raven flew away. "This is an invitation. Karina Castle, right? I'll be there soon." Link's mouth tilted slightly. Although it is not in Link's plan to win over Julian, Karina Castle has all kinds of dark creatures and a large collection of mysterious books, which are his goals. As for how to get these, it all depends on Link's strongest skill, mouth evasion. If Julian was still guessing about Link's ability before, then when he said Karina Castle, he determined that Link was likely to be the same kind of person as him, who could foresee the future. Karina Castle is an ancient castle inherited by Julian from his mother. It was there that Victoria was surrounded by dark and evil energy and evolved into such a starting point now. Chapter 745. Julian's mouth rose slightly. It seemed that the man with the same ability knew a lot. This trip to Karina Castle is absolutely interesting. Julian turned into a raven and soon disappeared into the clouds. This time, he just led the thunder to delay the steps of the alien legion a little, and then prepared to observe the back road of the Terran retreat. After returning, Link and the Wasteland Expeditionary Army suddenly appeared, such as the gods came down to Earth and defeated the alien legion with the power of destroying the withered and decadent. This battle fully demonstrated the strength of the Wasteland Expeditionary Army and Link. Both the alien legion and Ander were reduced to the background. Undefined Link nodded the voice bug in his ear, and then gave orders to several local commanders. "I'm going to have tea with Victoria's prophet. After cleaning the battlefield, you all concentrate on Ander City to help Victoria resume life and production. Let Penny arrange specific plans and actions." After Link finished speaking, he was just about to hang up when Helen said, "Führer, you have just arrived in Victoria. It's not clear whether the prophet is a good man or whether he is going to invite you to Hungmen banquet. If you go alone, what if you are in danger?" After a long speech, Link was at a loss. After a long time, he said, "You have forgotten my ability. If there is danger, can I not know?" Helen cut, "Anyone who doesn't know you can go where there is danger. Even if you predict the danger, you will try it. You won't listen to what we say. Just a request and keep the communication smooth at any time. Well, you can give me information if there is any problem on your front line." There was a black line on Link's forehead. Suddenly, his daughter, who had been raised through all kinds of hardships, began to take care of his visual sense. After repeated assurances, Link hung up the sound bug, drove out of the mechanical fortress, and a landing ship stopped in front of Link. "Führer, your car is ready for you. The landing ship is full of energy." Link boarded the landing ship. The water drop landing ship took off quickly, marked a white trail and disappeared into the sky. Although Link has never been to Victoria, she has heard of the name of Karina Castle. Each planet has a place similar to the ultimate copy. The level 60 team copy of the Wasteland is the Alien War of Eshia, Pandora is the Abyss of Magic, and Victoria's ultimate copy is Julian's Karina Castle. The ancient castle has a treacherous wave cloud, including all kinds of magic and steampunk products. In the depths of the ancient castle, there are some evil spirits, demons, and evil spirits, which have been entrenched and bred in the ancient castle for a long time and are about to be integrated with the ancient castle. If the alien war of Wasteland shows the vast confrontation between the two armies, Pandora's magical abyss shows the brilliance of the underground world, including cracked rocks, subsidence, magma, and ice, in which various elemental creatures occupy. Karina Castle shows the players the strangeness and novelty. This ancient castle, located in the closed mountain path, has a huge structure due to the application of space magic. All kinds of hall layout, small monsters, and copy mechanism in the ancient castle are particularly interesting. Link piloted the landing ship and opened the heaven looking at Chi and found that Julian left energy track guidance in the air. The corners of Link's mouth raised slightly. Since he appeared, his interaction with Julian was limited to the previous wave, and his ability to show did not include the Son of Heaven's Chi watching skill. But Julian now left traces, obviously from Link's moves. It has to be said that Julian is worthy of being the most evil of the protagonists of the 3 planets. With a strange ability and magic, the whole person is shrouded in a sense of mystery. Link walked all the way according to the chi left by Julian. After 2 hours of sailing, a grey and barren valley appeared in front of him in the distance. The stones and trees in the valley are all grey, and there are no leaves on the trees, as if all life is here. At the end of the valley, there is an ancient castle shrouded in a light mist. The slender Gothic style, coupled with the strange atmosphere, immediately gives people a feeling of returning to the Middle Ages. "Welcome to Kalina Castle." Julian's voice floated melodiously from the castle, and the gate of the castle opened slowly with a squeak. Link can see the dead gas and resentment surging underground in the state of the Son of Heaven looking at Chi. Because the gas of death and resentment accumulated all year round is mixed in the magical atmosphere. Many of these gas of death and resentment have condensed into entities, wandering around the ancient castle without God, building the first defense of the ancient castle. No wonder as soon as King Kong came down from the mechanical fortress, he quarreled that he sensed the opportunity. There were so many grievances, and he had a lot of merits and virtues. Maybe this time he came back, he could really go further. After Lin Ke sighed, the landing ship docked in the castle yard, and then the hatch popped up. The ground inside Karina Castle was also grey and lifeless, but through the castle window, Link heard a faint music, which sounded like harp, piano, and other combinations. Although Link didn't understand music, he still felt the aristocratic smell. Officially enter the castle and open it face to face, which is a magnificent hall. The grey I saw in the valley was completely out of sight at this moment. The rich and gorgeous sofa, even the decorative Nam Pen, is made of pure gold. There are also hanging pictures on the wall. Each of them is dressed in noble clothes, and the etiquette posture is just right. A fire was burning in the closet, the firewood crackled, and the warm flame dissipated the cold in the valley. The gramophone plays elegant music, which complements the crystal chandelier of more than 10 meters and plays a song of aristocratic life together. The Nanmu rotating stairs creaked slightly, followed by a middle-aged man with light black beard, holding wine, wrapped in a nightgown and smiling. The figure and appearance are clearly the prophet Julian, who was wearing a crow robe before, but now the dress is more relaxed and casual, which makes it difficult to connect with the image of the prophet before. When you first came to Victoria, you can taste the specialties here. With the big hand of the middle-aged man, many exquisite special foods appeared on the table. Link glanced, his face unchanged, and said directly, "Let's talk about the devil on the roof of this ancient castle." Julian was stunned and immediately smiled. The smile was more presumptuous than before. Even the red gums were exposed. He walked behind Link and slowly came to the opposite of Link. "What devil? There are no demons in this castle." "Oh, really? But as far as I know, you seem to have nothing to do with the devil, prophet." Link put his hand on the table, leaned forward slightly, and his eyes were full of smiles. Chapter 746. Link's attitude annoyed Julian. Although he claimed to be a prophet, he used his ability to see Link, but what he saw was chaos, and he couldn't see any clearer pictures and deeds. In Victoria, although he treats anyone, even an alien, more or less chaotic, he can sort out the primary and secondary and many key events, deduce and understand his life and experience from these contexts. But Link was different from everyone he had seen. His body was shrouded in chaos, and even the smallest events could not be observed. It's not hard to know from Link's mouth that this guy knows very well about him and Victoria. What he comes with is a secret that others can't know. In the past, he took the initiative and advantage, but now a person who has never met knows many secrets. This experience is unprecedented. Uncomfortable. Undefined. Julian smiled twice, with a slightly embarrassed smile on his face, and gently pushed the red wine glass forward. The exquisite red wine glass floats in the air. Slowly, I hear the red liquid gurgling like running water in front of Link. The bright red liquid gushes from the bottom of the glass. Soon, the red wine with strong and intoxicating aroma is filled. Maybe Mr. Lin will have a good opinion. The devil on the roof of Karina Castle is the key to the systemic unrest in Victoria. If Link really has a solution, Julian doesn't mind listening. I believe you've fought that demon many times. What's the conclusion? Link asked. But Julian smiled and said, don't you know what to do? Shit. Link gave Julian a middle finger in his heart. His invincible words had no effect on Julian. This guy didn't eat this at all. Since this guy doesn't take the lead, Link has to use strong materials. Demons exist in the Twisted Void. Only killing them in the Twisted Void can be regarded as real killing. Killing them in our space, their energy will regenerate and make a comeback in the Twisted Void. The power of demons will naturally affect the local magnetic field and attract all kinds of evil creatures. A&D. Link paused a little and continued, Mrs. Karina did a lot of biological research in the depths of the castle at that time. There were both living people and evil spirits. Now, inspired by the devil power, the evil power in the castle will only increase day by day. The normal creatures around will also become distorted and mutated under the influence of this power for a long time, which is why the valley has become like this now. Although your seal successfully trapped these evil spirits in the tower, but it cannot be completely eliminated. Julian's bad smile gradually solidified. He even sat on the sofa and looked at Link level. Link knew more than he thought. Do you want me to continue? Link seems to hand over the initiative to Julian. In fact, he is waiting for Julian to soften and let him take the initiative to beg Link. But Link didn't get the answer he wanted. Julian directly refused, that's good, but that's all. He fought with the demons on the rooftop for several times. He even entered the Twisted Void through the rooftop and tried to kill the demons directly. However, when he entered the Twisted Void, he was shocked by the scene in front of him. There were so many demons in the Twisted Void, and the number was as vast as a sea. Julian did not stay long. First, he would be eroded in the Twisted Void. He believed that once he stayed too long, he would lose his mind and become a devil. Another reason is that he saw a vast space-time fissure like a rooftop in the distorted void, connecting different worlds and distorted void. At present, only this demon has found this space-time fissure. If there is a movement in the distorted void, more demons will stare here, which is definitely a disaster for Victoria. Julian fought with the devil several times, and roughly guessed that the devil could eliminate the future trouble only when he twisted the void and killed it. However, in distorting the void war and solving a demon, it will attract more demons' attention, which undoubtedly increases Victoria's danger. Although Link was right, he only saw the solution of the devil at present. After the solution, he patted his ass and left with his Wasteland Expeditionary Army. Victoria had nothing to do with Link even if the flood was terrible in the future. Unlike him, he is the prophet of Victoria. His mother made everything. He must undertake the task assigned to him by fate, atonement and guarding the planet. Link's script failed again, and he felt like a lump in his throat. This guy is really different from others. Oil and salt don't go in. Link came into contact with Julian for the first time in his 2 lives. I heard this guy was eccentric before. Now I can only say that what the player said is true. At this time, the Link system sounded a clear sound, and the system that made trouble sent out the task again. You activate a level mission. He comes from Twisted Void. Accept, you need to explore Karina Castle by yourself, discover the mystery, and finally face the demons from the distorted void, which is dangerous and will cause some accidents. Refuse, leave here and get Julian's approval. Link looks at the main task of Victoria planet in front of him. The copy of this task is called a strange one. The accepted content is very dangerous, does not specify the reward, and even states that it will cause some accidents. However, refusing this task can get Julian's recognition and favor. What's wrong with the system? To put it bluntly, this is the system that allows Link to choose between Distorted Void and Julian. However, Link knows so much about his previous life that he can certainly make the best choice. Accept the task. Link still pays more attention to distorting the void than Julian's approval. In the Twisted Void is the high-dimensional devil. Rao is now a strange star, and everything he does is to make himself, like the high-dimensional devil, a real immortal existence. Although Link hasn't contacted Victoria's main task in his previous life, since this is Victoria's A-level main task, it shows that the difficulty will not exceed the standard. A player in a previous life can complete it. Why can't he complete it with his strength? What's more, Link still has Afu, a weapon of causality. If he can't, send Afu. I dare not say that he can get a perfect result, but at least he can be satisfied. After accepting the task, Link also determined his heart. It happened that Julian had just said death, and the atmosphere between them was a little stiff. I'm here. Don't mind if I stay here all night. Link was polite and smiled. Julian didn't speak. He seemed to have guessed what Link thought. With a faint hum, a man came from the living room. Hello, Mr. Lin, I'm Alfred, the housekeeper of Karina Manor. You can call me Afu. Chapter 747. Afu. Link was stunned. He looked at the black dress, but he was thin, as if he were in his clothes. Alfred's face was haggard, his eyes were black and white, and he looked like a walking corpse without his own soul. But he spoke very smoothly. He couldn't hear a dead man at all. Mr. Lin, don't be surprised. I'm actually a dead man. After being resurrected by the Master, I continue to manage the ancient castle. The size is appropriate. Oh, by the way, you need to rest. Please follow me. Undefined Alfred was polite and talkative, and his character and appearance seemed to be in contrast. Alfred introduced Link while leading him. He didn't treat Link as an outsider at all. He really regarded him as a guest in the castle. This ancient castle has existed for a long time. When I entered the castle as a housekeeper, my last owner, Miss Karina, was a toddler at that time. I didn't expect that so many years have passed. Once upon a time, the valley was still evergreen. There was a small village in the valley, which was all relatives of the castle servants. Every day in the valley echoing with laughter, but after that day, everything has changed. Alfred spoke for a while and found that Link didn't respond. He turned his head and looked a little sorry. Sir, am I talking too much? No, I think what you said is very interesting, but I'm curious about what this ancient castle has become under the interference of four energies: devil, magic, death and strangeness. Link looked up at the ghost servants walking upside down on the ceiling and the moving portraits hanging on both sides of the corridor. There are sometimes low and sometimes lively notes coming from nowhere. Everything feels very strange. Alfred's stiff face showed a trace of expression and hurriedly admonished, Sir, I don't want to try. After nightfall, the chaotic energy in the castle will prevail. At this time, many places in the castle will be distorted and changed, and there will be no way back if you are careless. Moreover, the prohibitions in various places in the castle will be loosened, and some dark creatures trapped in the castle will run out and threaten your safety. Old Alfred's suggestion is to enter the castle. Be sure to stay in your room after night. If you need anything, you can shake the bell in your room. I'll come to serve you when I hear it. As soon as the voice fell, Alfred and Link came to the guest room at the end of the corridor. The old housekeeper bent hard and opened the door. The room is clean and tidy. The mahogany floor is even shiny, spotless, and clean. All furniture and equipment can be seen to be aristocratic and carefully maintained. Well, thank you, Alfred. Oh, yes, I have a servant named Forbes. I usually call him Afu. He is a little fat man with dark skin and follows me dutifully. so I feel very kind when I see you," Link said to Alfred with a smile. Alfred bowed slightly, flattered in his tone. "I didn't expect such a coincidence. That Afu can have a master like you and his blessing." "Sir, I'm busy. If you need anything, please be sure to shake the bell on the table, and I'll come as soon as possible," Alfred said, dragging his stiff body away, and soon disappeared at the end of the corridor reflected by the yellow candle. Link closed the door and looked at the guest room. Talking with Alfred all the way, Link learned about Karina's experience from childhood to adulthood and the transformation of the castle. Combined with Julian's deeds, the two stories were quickly spliced together. Karina was studious when she was a child. Because of her talent and huge energy, she made rapid progress under the guidance of famous teachers. She soon became a well-known witch and turned on her ability to predict the future. However, in the future Karina saw, Victoria was dark and had no hope. Karina, who was increasingly in despair, looked for the future. All kinds of methods can't change Victoria's future destiny. Therefore, in her self-blame and fear, her heart was gradually corrupted and began to study extreme forces and the devil energy that distorts the void. She wants all Victoria's people to have the same ability to recover from the death as the devil that distorts the void, so that they can live even in the face of the terrible future. Karina's continuous study of extreme demon energy has led to the accumulation of dark energy in the valley, constantly attracting dark creatures everywhere. The people in the villages in the valley are also affected, and negative energy grows rapidly. Finally, they are influenced by emotions one by one and become evil and evil. After Karina's experiment failed, the turbulent devil energy finally tore the space, forming a dimensional superposition space connected with the distorted void on the roof at the top of the castle. Karina finally returned to normal, dispelled the devil with half of her strength, poured the remaining half of her strength into Julian, and asked him to protect Victoria and atone for her. At this time, because the explosion, the demonic energy that distorts the void, and the huge negative energy of experimental failure have radiated to the whole Victoria with the aftermath of the explosion, which has had a far-reaching impact on the whole planet. As Karina's only blood, Julian watched how his mother degenerated from normal to madness step by step because of despair. He knew that the dark energy distorting the void could not be used, so he began to seal all parts of the castle and firmly control these powerful evils in the castle. Because Julian was under this dark force for a long time, his character was more or less eroded, so he became so capricious, lonely, and changeable. Knowing the beginning and end of the matter, Link couldn't help sighing. The silver hand of the wasteland is the savior, and his subject is awakening. Antonidas of Pandora accidentally mastered extraordinary power and learned responsibility in the process. The story behind Victoria's protagonist Julian is summarized in 2 words as redemption. It is not to bear the mother's fault, but a kind of self-redemption and self-forgiveness. He put too much burden on himself, distrusted everyone, and always wanted to carry everything alone. Of course, Link is not interested in being a bosom brother and influencing such a pretentious force with love. The best way to solve the problem is to kill the coveted devil and fill the space-time gap. As for being a psychologist to solve Julian's psychological problems, it's okay by the way. If it's special, I'm sorry Link is not free. Link poured a glass of water, took a sip, got up from the sofa and casually copied the bell on the table to his arms. Now, it's time for a fantastic trip to Karina Castle. Chapter 748. Instead of hurrying out of the room, Link went to the window, opened the curtains and looked out. Outside the window is still grey and dead. The valley, mountain, and ground are the same color. Only scattered shadows can distinguish the two. But if you look carefully, you can find that some wandering souls, evil spirits in the valley began to appear from the dark, wandering in the valley like ghosts and wild ghosts. Link glanced at the clock in the room. It was already 8 p.m. Link frowned slightly. He remembered taking a look at the time in the hall when he first entered Karina Castle. It was still 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Undefined, it took Alfred, the housekeeper, 2 hours to bring himself here? Link keenly smelled a trace of strangeness and clicked on the voice bug in his ear to try to connect Troy, trying to provide Troy with an exact time. But Link even nodded a few times and the sound bug in his ear didn't respond. Master, the energy here forms a unique turbulent flow, and the signal is distorted by the magnetic field energy, so my signal can't be sent to the outside world. The voice bearer explained helplessly. Link was helpless. I'm really afraid of anything. He didn't worry about his own safety after the signal interference, but when he thought that Helen couldn't contact him and went out afterwards, he couldn't avoid being scolded, and even put on the hat of man's commitment. Link walked out of the room and looked into the corridor. The straight corridor suddenly swam, as if the space had been distorted. Link took a look into the mode of the Son of Heaven's chi gazing. It was not an illusion, but a real space distorted by a huge amount of energy. Link walked into the corridor without hesitation. A moment later, his back merged with the twisted corridor and disappeared at the end of the dark. Alfred, the housekeeper, introduced the castle pattern to Link when he came all the way. The castle is mainly divided into 4 areas. The first is the underground area, which is mainly the kitchen, as well as various equipment rooms, goods rooms, and water prisons. The second is the hall area on the first floor of the ancient castle. The hall area is composed of 3 main bodies: banquet hall, dance hall, and restaurant. At the same time, there are countless small rooms with 3 main bodies. The second floor to the third floor are connected by a hanging ladder. There are balconies, observatories, ecological museums, libraries, and collection rooms. From the 4th floor to the top floor is the rooftop area, which is also the most dangerous place of the castle. Because it is closest to the twisted void, the pollution is also the most serious. After absorbing the energy of the twisted void, the wandering creatures mutate and occupy their own territory to prevent the lower creatures from entering their territory. Here, due to the exaggeration of energy and the previous fighting between Karina and Julian and the devil, many areas have completely collapsed, and the rubble and buildings are suspended in the air, as if separated from the real world of Victoria. Link is not going to dabble in the underground. Because there are many wandering souls of servants in the ancient castle, and there are some lowest evil and strange creatures in the water prison. It's not enough to plug the teeth for Link, and there's basically no secret. When Alfred, the housekeeper, introduced him, Link's eyes lit up when he heard that there were an observatory, an ecological view and a library from the 2nd floor to the 3rd floor. Karina is a large family in Victoria with a history of hundreds of years. There are good books in the castle. Coupled with Karina's research on distorting void forces and negative energy, there must be a lot of research and files, which are good knowledge for Link and are worth reading. Although Link's figure was distorted and his vision was confused, he correctly found the way according to the scene of the coming time. The first place Link arrived was the terrace. Without the obstruction of guest rooms and windows, Link stood on the terrace and clearly saw the evil and wandering souls outside the castle. There is a strange smell in the air, which affects people's spirit all the time. It can be seen from the tips sent by the system. The air is filled with strangeness, your spirit is affected, negative emotion +2. Your energy attribute has 325 points, exempt from this negative emotion. Such information constantly swipes the screen. Fortunately, Link's energy attribute is high enough to basically exempt the negative emotional impact on the terrace. The terrace surrounds half of the ancient castle. Link stands on the terrace and looks out. Combined with Alfred's previous story, we can imagine the lush valley before. It is absolutely a beautiful scenery. Now there is only a decline and strange atmosphere. Walking all the way along the terrace, Link noticed that the airflow in the air changed and the place behind him made a slight rustle of footsteps. Link didn't look back. He just whistled casually. The magic steel ants in his cuffs turned into red arrows and shuttled quickly through the terrace. In a moment, Link recorded tens of thousands of experiences, and the red arrow returned to Link's body with a burst of red light. It's strange that evil falling and evil doing still have experience. Link sighed, and then went to the other side of the terrace. Along with the terrace is the observatory. The dome of the observatory has collapsed half, and the vortex formed by the dark breath in the sky is clearly visible and deep. Huge telescopes and orbiters are placed in the middle, and the surrounding blue glass also adds a bit of mystery to the observatory. In the center of the observatory, there is a creature similar to an octopus, with multiple tentacles, a huge mouth, ferocious and terrible, sharp teeth, and blue and red on the body surface, which looks scary. When Link glanced away, he recognized that this creature was a mysterious species in the distorted void, flesh and blood beast. It is not a demon, but it is full of twisted void. It is a terrorist creature that feeds on flesh and blood. This creature has extremely high physical damage and spreads spiritual pollution. Once hit by its spiritual energy, it will become dull and become a Chinese meal in the next second. You are so lonely, let me help you get rid of it. With the red arrow sticking out of his sleeve, Link's body moved. For a moment, there was a scream in the observatory. The sound resounded through the sky and the ancient castle and floated in the whole valley. The flesh and blood beast died, the body was completely turned into fly ash, and disappeared from the observatory for a moment. Link continued to move forward. There were many evils and evil falls along the way. However, after meeting Link, all these low-level creatures turned into Link's experience and returned them to Link in a blood-anger state. When Link explored Kalina Castle, Julian returned to the form of Crow Robe and looked at the crystal ball in front of him. The picture inside was Link. Link, what changes will your arrival bring to Victoria? If Link is here, he will find Julian's voice is different from that before, slightly hoarse. At the same time, near the orbit, black blood spreads from the eyes to the orbit, looking extra ferocious. Chapter 749. After leaving the observatory, Link immediately went to the next area. Connected with the observatory is the ecological area. Soon, Link passed a corner, and the grey silence in front of him suddenly changed, with a feeling of another village. The grey in the eyes is replaced by the pink energy field. 3 or 4 thick metal tubes bend and spread from the ground, and the radian is enough to form a hemispherical shape, and finally form a similar symbols for. In the top circle, energy waves are constantly released to maintain the shell energy of the pink energy field, thus forming a spherical isolated world. Through the pink energy field, Link can vaguely see the terrain, animals, and plants in the field. Undefined, this is the ecological area in Kalina Castle, the only place that is not distorted by evil and demon whispers. Link walked in and looked at the energy field. In the mode of the Son of Heaven looking at Qi, he found that this energy is very stable, even mild, and basically not aggressive. If it had been before, Link would have been shocked by this independent ecosystem and surprised at this idea. However, Link has a past life memory after all. This independent micro-ecosystem is actually very common in spacecraft. Some races who like to study ecology often compare and deduce many such ecosystems. Link saw a pure unicorn here, as well as a white meatball creature, with no face and facial features, only a pair of white feathers and wings, a bloated body similar to an elephant, and some other unique creatures. These creatures have great changes in appearance, but they all have one thing in common, that is, their nature is very pure and they are all creatures representing light. They live in a small world isolated by the energy field and are free from the influence of Victoria's evil and evil fall. Perhaps they are Victoria's only remaining evidence of the existence of these species. Watching these creatures play carefree in the isolated ecological area, Link smiled knowingly and left without stopping here for a long time. Leaving the ecological area, Link came to the 3rd floor through the spiral ladder. The bricks and tiles here have a breath of energy, and each brick and stone has the blessing of protective magic. Even though the castle has existed for hundreds of years, it is still old and fresh. Moreover, the colors here are suddenly colorful. The brick walls with blue and purple magic luster and various carved beams and painted buildings give people the illusion of returning to the heyday of the ancient castle. This is the library area. On the wall, there is a saying, "Silence is the pass of intellectual wealth." Link couldn't wait to enter the library. As soon as he entered the gate, he saw the vast library's collection of books and bookshelves. The whole library was divided into 3 floors, connected by stairs. On all the book covers, Link felt the smell of protective magic to ensure that these knowledge would not be infected by time and could be stored for a long time for future generations. Link glanced quickly at the top of the bookshelf, then scanned the book covers on the first row of bookshelves and found that these books were not arranged according to the rules. There is no distinct category, nor is it arranged in alphabetical order, or a pile of incomparable contents. And the contents on the bookshelf are very messy. At a glance, there are all kinds of categories. From social relations to the study of filth, to postpartum care of sows, the correct posture of cutting leeks, and even judging your health from the shape of stool, there are quite a lot of these types of books. It is very difficult to find some useful ones. Fortunately, Link's eyes and brain have good response and coordination ability, otherwise he would have been lost in this sea of flowers and books and couldn't extricate himself. After quickly scanning several bookshelves, Link couldn't find any books that improved his ability. He couldn't help thinking, are the contents of these books different from the cover? With this mentality, Link casually took out a book, but when he opened it, he found that the content was completely consistent with the title. After that, I checked with the Emperor's Chi watching skill and found that there was no dark space or seal magic inside the book. Link put the book back. He felt lost and regretted that he didn't bring Afu. If Afu were here, he wouldn't waste time looking at the whole library and just let Afu take it with his eyes closed. Lin Ke had just put the books back when suddenly there was a loud noise in the deep corridor of the library. Link looked into the distance and saw a huge dark shadow suddenly appear in the corridor at the end of the brightly lit library. The shadow gradually lengthened, as if it filled the whole library dome. Then the ground began to tremble slightly, and the protective magic on the wall began to flicker, which seemed to resonate with the vibration wave. Then, Link saw a huge cyberpunk magic puppet, with a difficult mechanical sound in his mouth. If you find an intruder and protect the wealth of knowledge, you must eradicate it. Although the mechanical sound of cyberpunk magic puppet is difficult, the tone is firm. The core energy of the chest was lit up, the blue energy quickly flowed through the whole body, and a surge of magic energy overflowed wildly. The translucent cover can be clearly seen under the mechanical limbs, and there are gears inside that twist quickly to provide energy for the magic puppet. Link checked the data properties of the magic puppet. Name: Magic Puppet Race, Magic Mechanical Body Level, LV60+, Elite, HP, 3W/3W Energy, 1W/1W Skills, Energy Tide, Sentinel Monitoring, Magic Resonance, Aerodynamic Hammer, Rolling Evaluation. A dedicated magic puppet has existed for hundreds of years. After reading the data, Link suddenly became interested in the magic puppet and thought of Helen. Helen's recent research topic is the combination of magic and technology. Her latest car robot is driven by science and magic. Link wanted to see how the magic puppet in front of him was different from what Helen made. The red arrow in the sleeve shot out quickly. The crystal eyes of the magic puppet suddenly flashed 2 red lights and issued a warning: detect malicious behavior and start the reaction program. As soon as the voice fell, a magic shield appeared around the magic puppet. After the red arrow stabbed the shield, a clear broken line appeared on the shield, and there was a tendency to expand gradually. But the mysterious red arrow was also restrained from action. Good defense. This is the first proof Link got. You should know that red arrow is a special form of magic steel ant. It is a perfect combination of silver array wall ant and alien magic steel. Alien demonized steel is the advanced material of version 2.0. After perfect combination, it can play a stronger role than the original version, but in this case, even a magic puppet defense of version 1.0 cannot be broken. Whew! Link whistled again, the red arrow broke away from the magic shield, then burst into a burst of red and hit the blind area of vision behind the magic puppet. Dang! After a concussive impact sound, the red arrow in frequency shock state was stopped again. This time, 100 additional fire damage and puncture damage were not triggered.